Upon the dawn of a new era, Lin Tian finds himself reborn into the illustrious dragon family, a pinnacle of martial prowess and wealth in the world. Initially believing himself to be graced with unparalleled fortune, he soon discovers, through genetic testing, that his innate talent is non-existent, plummeting from the status of a much-anticipated prodigy to that of a familial outcast. Just as despair envelopes his kin and mockery arises from outsiders. Ding! The supreme signing-in system has been activated. By signing in before the genetic testing apparatus, you are rewarded with the SSS level Mythical Gene, the Pangu Body. From that moment forth, Lin Tian's existence is solely defined by invincibility. There are always those who self-proclaim as children of destiny, eager to ascend by stepping upon my back. They often delight in uttering, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I typically respond, pardon me, but why should I grant you 30 years? Your fortune is commendable, yet it now belongs to me. Additionally, there are some haughty daughters of heaven who mistakenly believe I covet their beauty. I generally make it clear to them, you are indeed beautiful, but the wealth of your family holds greater value than your allure. Some declare me a villain of fate, yet I simply feel that one should cultivate their own chives for a more fragrant harvest. Chapter 1. Zero Talent. Signing in for the mythical Pangu Body. In Donghai City, at the Dragon Family Manor, the blazing sun of June scorches the earth, yet deep within this expansive estate covering thousands of acres, not a trace of heat can be felt. In a vast training ground, throngs of individuals gather, comprising thousands of dragon family descendants and members of allied clans, each visage a tapestry woven with tension, anticipation, and reverence. Today marks the annual genetic awakening ceremony of the dragon family. At the center of the elevated platform stands a colossal apparatus crafted from an unknown silvery metal, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. This contraption is one of the greatest inventions of the era, serving as the ultimate arbiter that determines the fates of countless individuals. The genetic talent testing device. All eyes are riveted upon the youth who ascends the platform with measured grace. His name is Lin Tian, the sole heir of the dragon family patriarch, Lin Tian, truly embodying the essence of the young master. The youth stands tall, his features striking, with eyes as tranquil as a deep pool, as if this grand ceremony, which could dictate the course of his life, is merely a common sight. The young master has arrived. With the patriarch's S-level talent, the young master's ability must surely commence at no less than S-level. Not to mention, the matriarch was also a peak ill-level genius in her time. With such a formidable union, I believe the young master has a strong chance of awakening the SSS level talent that has eluded our dragon family for centuries. If that is indeed the case, our dragon family of Huaxia shall surely surpass North America's Olympus and dominate the martial world for the next century. The murmurs from the audience rise in crescendo, filled with unrestrained hope. Lin Tian listens, yet his heart remains untouched by the tide of anticipation. He is not of this world. He traversed from a cerulean planet, reborn as an infant in this realm of martial excellence. In this world, technology and martial arts coexist, and the pinnacle of one's potential is dictated by the level of talent embedded deep within their genes, ranging from F to SSS, a chasm of disparity. At the elder's subtle gesture to commence the ceremony, Lin Tian approached the frigid apparatus, slowly elevating his right hand to rest upon the palm-shaped indentation. A low hum resonated as the device trembled slightly, its screen illuminating with a gentle azure glow, initiating the scanning process. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with every individual holding their breath, their gaze fixed intently upon the colossal display. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The figures on the screen remained glaringly at 0. As time inexorably flowed, the once fervent ambience began to chill, gradually morphing into something eerie. The smiles on the elders' faces slowly solidified. What is happening? Has the device malfunctioned? Someone could not help but whisper. Impossible. This is the most advanced model globally, directly supplied by the federal military. It cannot possibly fail. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the instrument emitted a soft beep. The azure glow on the screen abruptly transformed into a stark crimson, and a line of cold, merciless text materialized, striking each heart like a heavy hammer. Detection result. F-class talent, gene chain completely locked. The locking of the gene chain signified a life devoid of martial potential, rendering even the aspiration to become a lowly martial apprentice a distant dream. The venue fell into a profound silence. It was a void-like silence, as if hope had been instantaneously siphoned away. This stillness was soon supplanted by a tide of murmurs, filled with scorn, pity, and schadenfreude, piercing the young man on the platform like invisible needles. F-class? How is that possible? The clan leader's son is but a waste. What a grand joke. The dragon clan has lost all face today. The expressions of the elders on the platform turned ashen. One elderly patriarch with white hair let out a long sigh, shaking his head in disappointment, his gaze akin to that of one observing a shattered treasure. Lin Tian calmly retracted his hand, remaining oblivious to his surroundings. This outcome was one he had long anticipated. Over the years, no matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures his family employed to cleanse his marrow and refine his bones, his body remained as stagnant as a still pond, devoid of any response. He turned to descend from the platform that had witnessed his fall from grace. At that very moment, a frigid, emotionless mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Detected that the host's current environment meets the system activation criteria. Super sign-in system activated, binding successful. Current sign-in location, gene talent detection device. Shall the initial sign-in proceed? Lin Tian steps halted. A system? A golden finger? The essential boon for every time traveler has finally arrived? A ripple stirred within his heart, yet it swiftly returned to tranquility. Such a pity, truly a pity, lamented the elder's sorrowful voice, echoing throughout the venue. Not long ago, the North American Olympus family produced an S-class genius, and we had hoped that Tian could rival him. Alas, fate has played a cruel trick. This remark was, without a doubt, salt poured into Lin Tian's wounds, deepening the crowd's disappointment and disdain. However, for Lin Tian, it served as a catalyst. He stood resolute, disregarding all gazes around him, devoid of any hesitation in his heart, silently uttering, "Sign in." Initial sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the divine reward. SSS class Mythical Gene, Pangu Body. Boom. As if the universe had just been birthed, chaos erupted. An indescribable torrent of overwhelming heat exploded within him. This force was domineering, unyielding, ancient, yet brimming with the essence of creation, akin to a divine dragon that cleaved the heavens, surging into his gene chain, previously deemed completely locked. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of countless shackles being simultaneously shattered echoed continuously in his mental realm. The locked gene chain, in the face of this mythical power, crumbled as easily as decayed wood, entirely bursting forth, reconnecting and reshaping. The upheaval within Lin Tian was earth-shattering, yet his exterior remained placid. However, the gene talent detection device beside him was far from tranquil. A piercing shriek erupted from within the apparatus. The screen, which had just extinguished, reignited in an instant, the crimson alarm light flashing frantically, and the figures on the screen no longer displayed 0, but soared at an incomprehensible speed. D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, S grade. The values fluctuated with such rapidity that they appeared to leave behind afterimages, breaking through the S grade threshold within a mere second, showing no signs of abating. SS grade, SSS grade. W, what is happening? The elders below the stage abruptly rose, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the readings on the detection device had already shattered the theoretical limits. The screen flickered wildly with garbled text before finally settling on 3 blinding letters. SSS, error. The sound of a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. With a resounding crash, this priceless, supposedly indestructible top-tier instrument succumbed to a burst of electrical sparks, entirely blacking out and emitting wisps of smoke. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Overhead the Long family estate, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously clear skies, unblemished by clouds, were suddenly cloaked by an endless expanse of golden clouds. A colossal surge of energy converged from all directions, forming a gargantuan vortex that obscured the sun. A silent roar echoed within the depths of every soul present. A golden dragon, an ethereal specter composed of pure energy, emerged from the vortex, its magnificent scales shimmering with life and its regal eyes surveying the entirety of Donghai City as if a deity had descended. In this moment, it was not solely the Long family. Throughout Donghai City, all martial practitioners, regardless of their location, felt a tremor of reverence and submission emanating from the depths of their bloodlines, simultaneously gazing skyward with expressions of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, far away at the headquarters of the Global Martial Arts Alliance, within the Supreme Command Center, the blaring alarm echoed through the heavens. Alert! Alert! Mythical level gene awakening detected. Repeat. Mythical level gene awakening detected. Coordinates locked. Eastern Xiao War Zone, Donghai City. Energy levels immeasurable. Initiate the highest level emergency protocols. The Golden Dragon phenomenon in the Long family training ground persisted for a full minute before gradually dissipating, restoring clarity to the sky. The arena fell into an eerie silence. If the previous stillness had been one of disappointment, this silence stemmed from a profound shock and fear resonating deep within the soul. Thousands of gazes converged upon the young man who remained standing on the platform, their expressions complex beyond measure, as if they beheld a prehistoric behemoth clad in human skin. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of the explosive, terrifying power within him, as if a single punch could shatter mountains. Beside him, a backup blood vitality testing device, designed for auxiliary testing, displayed values fluctuating at an exaggerated pace. The ordinary person's blood vitality is measured at 10 units, while the maximum for martial apprentices reaches 1,000 units. Yet his value, once a pitiful 80 units, surged dramatically, instantly surpassing 1,000 units, seamlessly breaking through the barriers of martial apprentices, ultimately stabilizing at 2,000 units, a figure rivaling that of first-tier martial artist. In this moment, he transitioned from an utterly powerless, ordinary individual to a true martial practitioner. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. New sign-in location refreshed. Donghai City Restricted Zone, Scarlet Ruins. Chapter 2. The Missing Parents, the Ancestors' Designation of the Zero Heir. Lin Tian stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his room, his consciousness delving into the system interface within his mind. Before him unfolded a colossal three-dimensional map, rendering every corner of Donghai City with remarkable clarity. Among its features, a region marked in deep crimson stood out conspicuously, accompanied by the system's cold prompt hovering above. New sign-in location, Scarlet Ruins. Area level, A-Class Forbidden Zone. Danger assessment, dominated by a Lord-level beast, the three-headed Crimson Demon Python. With the host's current novice martial artist strength, the survival rate is 0. The chilling phrase survival rate is 0 extinguished the flicker of excitement that had ignited within Lin Tian. He understood that while the system was formidable, it was not omnipotent. One must consume food bite by bite and traverse the path step by step. Venturing into such a deadly forbidden zone without sufficient strength was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. The pressing matter at hand was to convert the recently awakened potential of the Pangu Body into tangible combat prowess. While Lin Tian contemplated his future path, an urgent meeting concerning his destiny had already convened within the core conference hall of the Long family. Around the vast circular conference table, a series of holographic projections emanating an overwhelming aura flickered to life, with each figure seated being a true pillar of power within the Long family. Members of the Council of Elders. The Patriarch was conspicuously present. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn and oppressive. With all eyes fixed on the imposing middle-aged man at the head of the table, Lin Tian's father, the current Patriarch of the Long family. Esteemed members. Lin Wei surveyed the room, his voice resonating with depth and authority. The data from the detection instruments and the surging energy phenomena must have been observed by all. Lin Tian's talent has been confirmed as SSS grade, an indisputable fact. Upon hearing this, even those who had anticipated the news could not suppress a flicker of exhilaration in their eyes. SSS grade. The Long family has finally produced another SSS grade talent. An elder with a flushed face excitedly slammed his hand on the table. The last was Lin Zhan, our previous pride. Lin Zhan, a name that once represented the glory and legend of the Long family, was also a possessor of the SSS grade mythical gene. His wife, Lin Tian's mother, Qin Shui, was a peerless A-grade genius. Their union had been heralded as the most resplendent jewel within the realm of martial arts in Huaxia. However, the mention of this name abruptly darkened the atmosphere in the hall. An elder of considerable seniority sighed deeply. Indeed, Lin Zhan, what a pity. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident a decade ago, with his talent, he would have likely already breached the gates of the martial god by now. Why must our Long family be suffocated under the pressure from those wretches in North America? A decade prior, Lin Zhan, the first-ranked heir of the Long family at the time, had mysteriously vanished along with his entire team while exploring the Federation's S-Class Forbidden Zone, Kunlun Ruins No. 07. Leaving no trace of their existence, their fates still unknown. This event remained a thorn in the side of the Long family. Let the past be a lesson for the future. Another stern conservative elder intoned gravely. Lin Tian's awakening of an SSS-grade talent is a boon for our Long family. Yet, precisely for that reason, we must not repeat the same mistakes. I propose that we immediately conceal Lin Tian, utilizing all family resources to cultivate him in absolute safety, ensuring he is not exposed to the outside world, particularly not to the gaze of the Olympus family. Excellence stands out. It must be protected from the winds that would seek to uproot it. An unrefined genius is both our greatest treasure and our most significant vulnerability. This sentiment garnered agreement from many. After all, the pain of losing Lin Zhan was a burden they did not wish to bear again. I oppose. Patriarch Lin Wei rose abruptly, his eyes wide with intensity, an air of dominance enveloping the room. A true dragon should soar through the 9 heavens, not be trapped in shallow waters. A greenhouse cannot nurture towering trees. Lin Tian, having inherited his father's bloodline, should tread the invincible path once walked by his father. Suppression and concealment will only dull his edge and erode his resolve. I advocate for the family to invest all resources to expedite his growth, to battle, to temper himself, to weather the storms. Only a warrior forged in blood and fire can truly bear the banner of the Long family's future. Both sides remained entrenched in their positions. The debate fervent. The conservatives' concerns were not without merit, yet the radicals' fervor was equally undeniable. The dilemma of how to cultivate this once-in-a-millennium gem became a formidable choice. As the argument intensified, the atmosphere grew increasingly fraught. Suddenly, a hum resonated throughout the hall. The space above the patriarch's seat warped inexplicably. A figure, seemingly emerging from the primordial chaos, slowly coalesced into form. It was a majestic and ancient holographic projection, its silhouette somewhat ethereal, but the eyes, which seemed to encompass the very essence of the sun, moon, and stars, instilled a profound reverence in everyone present, including the patriarch himself. "Welcome, ancestor." All the elders, alongside Lin Wei, rose in unison, bowing deeply in respectful homage to the apparition, their postures embodying utmost humility. The three ancestors of the Long family, ancient beings nearing 2 centuries of existence, represented a true martial god-level presence, the family's unwavering anchor. "What is all this commotion?" The projection of the ancestor spoke softly, his voice unassuming yet imbued with the gravitas of universal truths, immediately calming the tumultuous atmosphere within the hall. His discerning gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting upon the conservative elder. "Conceal? Why must our Long family's Qilin hide in the shadows?" With a single sentence, the elder broke into a cold sweat, silenced by the ancestor's imposing presence. The gaze of the ancestor shifted towards North America, his tone calm, yet filled with an indomitable authority. "Should those wretched descendants of Olympus dare to harbor ill intentions, I shall personally journey to North America to remind them of the taste of having their spines shattered by my Long family's ancestors a century ago." A chill swept through the assembly. This was the might of a martial god. A single decree could alter the tides of power. The incident concerning Lin Jian was a consequence of the peculiarities of the Kunlun ruins, not a fault of his own. The ancestor's voice resounded again, decisively nullifying the proposal for concealment. His gaze surveyed the assembly, his authoritative voice echoing in every ear, announcing a decision that would reverberate throughout the entire family. "From this day forth, we shall establish the family's Heir designation." Everyone was taken aback. The family hierarchy traditionally ranged from 1 to 9. Never had there been a 0. Lin Tian is the sole candidate for the 0 heir. His status supersedes all 1st to 9th-ranked heirs. Boom. This proclamation struck like thunder, reverberating in the minds of all the elders. To be higher than all ranked heirs was to declare Lin Tian as the Long family's one and only, unassailable future master. However, the ancestor's announcement was not yet complete. All S-class privileges of the family shall be unconditionally granted to him, including, the ancestor paused, unveiling a name that caused several elders to shift uneasily. "Dragon Pool, usage rights." At these words, even Lin Wei, who had consistently advocated for resource allocation, displayed a flicker of shock. The Dragon Pool was the true foundation of the Long family. A sacred cultivation site painstakingly established over countless generations, requiring the approval of half the Council of Elders for even the Patriarch to utilize. Yet now, it would be unconditionally opened for Lin Tian alone. This was no mere allocation of resources. It was as if the entire future of the family was being wagered on a 15-year-old boy. This momentous decree, capable of shaking the very foundations of the family, was transmitted instantaneously to Lin Tian's personal terminal via the highest level of encrypted communication. Lin Tian stood before the window, quietly gazing at the screen displaying the terms that conferred upon him supreme privileges, yet his heart was devoid of overwhelming joy. His gaze pierced through the clouds, directed towards the distant west, where the majestic Kunlun mountains lay. It became evident that the parents of this body had not merely passed away, but had succumbed in that enigmatic forbidden zone. He slowly clenched his fist, the knuckles whitening slightly from the exertion. "Father," he whispered softly in his heart, "what did you encounter in the Kunlun ruins? Fear not, dear father, for I shall ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, unveil all mysteries, and bring you back." At this moment, the strength bestowed by the system, the privileges conferred by his lineage, and the deep-seated obsession within him to uncover the truth coalesced harmoniously. The last vestiges of confusion and detachment belonging to a time traveler faded from the youth's eyes, replaced by an unwavering resolve as sharp as ancient ice. From this instant onward, his path in martial arts gained the clearest of directions. Chapter 3. 5 years later, one day to open 5 layers of the sea of consciousness. Time flew by, 5 years slipping away in the blink of an eye. Deep within the Dragon family estate, beneath a millennium-old pine tree, a child resembling a finely sculpted jade figure was practicing his horse stance. He was the 10-year-old Lin Tian. Over these 5 years, the Dragon family publicly claimed that Lin Tian had awakened an A-grade talent, using this as a justification to shield him meticulously from the outside world. While the public only recognized him as a genius, they remained unaware of the true caliber of this prodigy. Internally, the Dragon family poured resources upon him like a tidal wave, providing him with rare materials to refine his body, which he consumed as if they were mere candies. Simultaneously, Lin Tian had never ceased his daily check-ins. Checked in at the Dragon family's Sutra Pavilion, reward obtained, God-level body refinement technique, 10,000 path furnace scripture. Checked in at the Dragon family's martial arena, Reward obtained. Divine Weapon Daluo, Sword Embryo, sealed. Checked in at the Dragon Family S Herb Garden. Reward obtained. Sacred Herb, 9-turn, Resurrection Grass. Countless rewards, combined with the unfathomable potential of the Pangu Body, had allowed the 5-year-old Lin Tian to hone his physical foundation to a level that surpassed the theoretical limits for his age. The vigor of his blood and energy was likely beyond the reach of many adult martial artists. A grand edifice rises from the ground. The foundation had already been laid. Today marked the commencement of his journey toward higher realms of cultivation. In an ancient, unadorned training room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged, facing his grandfather, Long Zhanya, the esteemed chief mentor of the Dragon Family, revered as a living lexicon of martial arts. Tianer, Long Zhanya spoke gravely, holding an ancient animal hide scroll. In the realm of martial arts, body refinement is merely the foundation. Once your physical vitality reaches a certain threshold, you must begin to temper your spirit. Open the sea of consciousness and embark on the path of a mental power practitioner. This is the true ladder to becoming a formidable force. He slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing 4 grand characters inscribed in ancient hieroglyphs. Chaos Opening Technique. This is an S-class mental power technique passed down through our Dragon Family. To open the sea of consciousness is to manifest the ethereal essence of your mental energy within specific regions of your brain, establishing 5 stable energy cores. Each layer corresponds to critical areas of the brain, and with each layer opened, your mental power will undergo a qualitative leap. Long Zhanya's tone became particularly solemn as he pointed a finger toward Lin Tian's forehead. The first layer, the pineal gland. The second layer, the hippocampus. Up to the 5th layer, the prefrontal cortex. This process is perilous and lengthy, requiring painstaking effort. One must never rush. He gazed into his grandson's clear eyes and said earnestly, "Historical records of our family reveal that the fastest genius to open the sea of consciousness was your great-great-grandfather. He took a full 3 years to successfully open the first layer. Thus, you must not be anxious. Take your time to sense the energy." 3 years to open the first layer. This was the authoritative benchmark of cultivation left by the Dragon Family, a venerable lineage standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in China. Long Zhanya meticulously explained the techniques, incantation, and operational pathways, detailing every nuance. Lin Tian listened quietly, nodding, before stating to his grandfather, "Grandfather, I will give it a try." With that, he closed his eyes. "Very well." Long Zhanya nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard. In his view, his grandson's composure, devoid of arrogance or impatience, was precisely the mindset required for cultivating mental power. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze entirely, as Lin Tian began to channel his mental energy according to the technique. The dormant SSS grade mythic gene, Pangu Body, within him awakened like a slumbering ancient beast, erupting with a thunderous force. Buzz! An invisible wave of mental energy surged forth from Lin Tian's body, violently erupting. In the training room, the air thickened, transforming into a viscous substance as an immense energy vortex formed visibly, drawing in torrents of energy from the void, spiraling into Lin Tian's forehead. "What is this?" Long Zhanya's expression turned pale as he sprang to his feet. This was no mere sensing of energy. This was unmistakably the onset of a breakthrough. And it was so tyrannical, so unreasonable. As the technique commenced, the first layer of the sea of consciousness, which stood firm before countless geniuses, crumbled before Lin Tian like a fragile sheet of paper. Pop! A light sound, akin to a bubble bursting. Above Lin Tian's head, a clear halo of mental energy, signifying the successful opening of the first layer of the sea of consciousness, suddenly appeared. From the moment he closed his eyes to the breakthrough, it took less than 10 breaths. Long Zhanya's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. 3 years. Great-great-grandfather, your record seems rather insufficient now. But this astonishing spectacle was merely the beginning. The first layer of the sea of consciousness shattered effortlessly. Immediately, the overwhelming tempest of mental energy surged forward, unrelenting and unstoppable, toward the second layer's barrier. Pop! Another light sound. The second layer's halo of mental energy layered atop the first. Pop! 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 The third layer. The fourth layer. The fifth layer. Within the training room, Long Zhanya was entirely petrified. He watched in awe as the halos above his grandson's head lit up one after another, stacking upon each other until they formed a resplendent, flawless ring of mental energy, casting his small figure in the likeness of a deity. One day? No, not even a day. From the commencement of cultivation to the opening of the 5th layer of the sea of consciousness, reaching the theoretical completion of the apprentice stage. Lin Tian accomplished this in less than an hour. Long Zhanya was rendered speechless, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly and even employed his mental power for verification. And only after confirming the reality of those 5 halos did he finally accept this paradigm-shifting fact that overturned centuries of his understanding of martial arts. After a long while, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. He felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. The entire world appeared altered before him. The chaos opening technique that his grandfather had just explained was imprinted vividly in his mind, allowing him to instantly deduce hundreds of different variations of energy operation. Is this the transformation following the opening of the fifth layer of the sea of consciousness, corresponding to the prefrontal cortex? Photographic memory, extraordinary computational ability. Cough, cough. Long Zhanya finally snapped out of his stupor and approached Lin Tian, his gaze filled with complexity as he looked at his grandson, shaking his head with a wry smile. Your talent is simply monstrous. If you don't go on to achieve the highest scores in global examinations, it would be a waste of your intellect. How about I send you to accompany that little princess from the Su family as a study companion? Lin Tian expressed no interest in being a companion reader. He opened the long-neglected system interface, where a new sign-in location had already refreshed. Pointing at a luminous tower-like structure on the system map, he looked up and inquired of his grandfather, "Grandfather, what is the Dragon Nest Trial Tower?" Long Zhan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, and a hint of concern flickered across his face. That is a place used by the family to test the strength of core descendants. Inside, dangers abound. Filled with energy-simulated beasts. You are merely 5 years old, and your mental strength has just awakened. Entering now may lead to disillusionment. In his view, although Lin Tian possessed extraordinary talent, he was still young and lacked practical experience. Venturing into such a place would only result in setbacks. However, gazing into his grandson's eyes, filled with determination and curiosity, he ultimately softened, sighing, "Very well. Let you go and broaden your horizons to understand the vastness of the world and avoid arrogance." Little did he know that this well-meaning concern would soon unveil a shocking chapter in the history of the Long family. Chapter 4. The Prophesied Son of God. Silence reigned, and all bowed in reverence. The Dragon Nest Trial Tower, a colossal edifice constructed entirely of obsidian and superalloy, stood as the very heart of the Long family estate. Regarded as a sacred site by all young descendants of the Long family. Outside, an imposing hall capable of accommodating thousands served as the combat testing arena. The dome above the hall was adorned with energy crystals radiating a gentle glow, illuminating the space as bright as day. The ground was paved with slabs of lapis lazuli, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dragon-shaped carvings etched upon the surrounding walls. The air was infused with a subtle energy aura, mingling with the youthful scent of sweat and fervor emanating from the young men and women present. At this moment, in the center of the hall, dozens of young members of the Long family held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the central apparatus, a menacing black instrument resembling a prehistoric beast. This was the Tyrant V-type combat testing device, an expensive acquisition by the Long family, capable of enduring full-force strikes at the martial king level. Before the instrument stood a girl clad in a pristine martial arts uniform, gradually adjusting her breathing. She was approximately 10 years old, her posture as upright as a pine tree, and her exquisite features shone with an extraordinary resolve and tranquility far beyond her peers. She was Long Linger, one of the leading figures among the current generation of the Long family, acclaimed as the Frost Phoenix and possessing A-level talent. The murmurs surrounding her were hushed, yet distinctly audible to all. "It's Sister Ling. She's about to test again. Last month, her record was 4,500 kilograms. I wonder if she can break the 5,000 kilogram barrier this time. That would be a significant milestone. She surely can. Sister Linger's training speed is unmatched among us." Aside from a few direct airs, under the watchful eyes of her peers, Long Linger slowly closed her eyes, shutting out all external noise. Her mind delved within, feeling her vitality surge like a rushing river. In her thoughts, she envisioned the eager expectations of the family elders, the unwilling gazes of her rivals, and the dazzling name of the third heir, Long Ao, which loomed above all talented individuals like a divine being. "No, I am still not strong enough." Long Linger abruptly opened her eyes, a glimmer of icy determination flashing within. "Huh!" A clear shout resonated, akin to a phoenix calling from the heavens. Her petite figure exerted force, causing the lapis lazuli floor beneath her to slightly sink under an unseen pressure. Twisting like a dragon, all her strength coalesced in her right fist, unleashing a sharp sound as it struck the heavy punching pad of the testing device. Boom! A thunderous echo reverberated throughout the hall, causing the eardrums of some weaker disciples to buzz. Above the instrument, the massive light screen displayed crimson numbers that fluctuated wildly before finally settling on a figure that would instill despair in the hearts of most present. 5,000 kilograms. Not a kilogram more, precisely 5 tons. Gasping sounds arose in waves. She really broke through. 5 tons of punch power. This is nearly on par with some adult martial artists from the collateral branches. Astonishing. Is this the true value of A-level talent? While we are still celebrating breaking the 1-ton mark, she has already left us far behind. The air was filled with admiration and envy, however. As Long Linger gazed at the number, her delicate brows knitted slightly. She calmly withdrew her slightly reddened fist, seemingly unsatisfied with a result that would leave others in awe. She knew that this figure remained distant from that of her rival. Merely this. Just then, a sharp and discordant voice pierced through the hall's fervent atmosphere like a needle. The crowd turned to see a girl adorned in extravagant attire, her makeup meticulously applied, moving gracefully amidst a throng of admirers. Unmistakably, she was Long Xiaoqian, the representative figure of the faction aligned with the third heir, Long Ao, her face betraying unrestrained disdain and arrogance. Long Xiaoqian approached, casting a glance at the numbers displayed on the screen, a mocking smirk curving her lips as she scoffed. 5 tons of punch power, and you dare to revel in it here? Long Linger, I thought you had made significant progress, yet it seems you are merely treading water. She deliberately raised her voice, surveying the gathering with a tone of condescension. You probably don't know, but my esteemed third young master, Long Ao, set a record of 20,000 kilograms at the age of 10, a full 4-fold difference. This is the insurmountable chasm between A level and S level, between mortals and deities. 20,000 kilograms. This figure loomed like a mountain atop everyone's hearts, instantly dimming the admiration they had just felt for Long Linger. Long Xiaoqian relished the effect of her words, looking down at Long Linger as she continued to provoke. What? Unconvinced. The facts are clear. In the face of a prodigy like Long Ao, you so-called geniuses are but fireflies in the summer night, foolishly striving to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Pathetic. The surrounding disciples fell silent, retreating in fear, unwilling to involve themselves in this evidently factional conflict. Long Linger's expression turned frigid, a palpable chill emanating from her piercing gaze. Under her icy stare, Long Xiaoqian instinctively flinched but, recalling her backing, steeled herself, puffing out her chest in preparation for Long Linger's ire. However, contrary to her expectations, Long Linger did not erupt in rage. Instead, a smile mingled with pity and disdain graced her lips. A frog at the bottom of a well. Her voice, cool and composed, carried a maturity that momentarily stunned all present. In your eyes, you can only see Long Ao. Yet you remain oblivious to whom the Long family truly awaits. Long Linger's voice suddenly rose, imbued with fervent conviction. The one we await is not some direct heir, but the martial god emperor, foretold in our family's ancient prophecy. He is the true future of the Long family, destined to lead us beyond all pasts and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts on this planet. Martial god emperor. The mere utterance of these 3 words seemed to possess a forbidden power, causing the breaths of all Long family disciples to momentarily falter. It was an ancient prophecy whispered among the core members of the family, a distant yet glorious dream akin to a myth in the hearts of all Long family descendants. Long Xiaoqian found herself at a loss for words, her complexion alternating between shades of pale and flushed, before she retorted sharply. What martial god emperor? Merely a collection of ethereal myths. You, Long Linger, unable to surpass Lord Long Ao, resorting to such excuses is truly laughable. Just as you, Long Linger, were about to retort, the heavy alloy door of the hall emitted a low hum and gradually slid open. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to gaze. There, entering the hall, was Long Zhanya, the esteemed chief mentor of the Long family, holding the hand of a child. The child appeared exquisitely delicate, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, resembling a porcelain doll. However, he was clad in an ancient-style black martial arts uniform that belied his age. His deep black eyes were as profound as the eternal night sky, devoid of any childlike innocence or curiosity, exuding an air of detached understanding of worldly affairs. He seemed to possess an intangible, transcendent aura. Though he simply walked calmly, he instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, as if he were the sole center of this universe, with everything else reduced to mere backdrop. The moment Long Linger laid eyes on the child, her body jolted. Her S-grade psychic talent, future sight, was involuntarily activated in that instant, resonating violently. In her mental vision, the entire world drained of color, leaving only the child, radiating a blinding, sun-like golden aura. She even beheld a majestic golden dragon, coiling above the 9 heavens, gradually overlapping with the child's form, emanating an imperial aura of dominion that transcended time and space, nearly suffocating her. It is him. It must be him. The prophesied son of God. A tempest of emotions surged within Long Linger, her breath quickening as she gazed at Lin Tian with shock and fervor. Meanwhile, as others speculated about the identity of the child who could command Long Zhanya's attention, the previously arrogant Long Xiaoqian felt displeasure at a mere 5-year-old overshadowing her. Just as she was about to speak, a steward beside Long Zhanya stepped forward, inhaling deeply, and proclaimed in a voice imbued with overwhelming inner strength, sufficient to make the hall's beams resonate. The Zero Heir, young Master Lin Tian has arrived. Zero Heir? Those 5 words struck like celestial thunder, resounding within the minds of everyone present. The hall instantly fell into an absolute silence, akin to the arrival of death itself. One could hear a pin drop. All the heirs of the Long family widened their eyes, their minds blank. They were all too aware of what this unprecedented title, which held the power to overshadow everything, represented, especially Long Xiaoqian, whose complexion drained of color, turning pale as paper. She recalled her father's stern warning and the family's forbidden legend, her legs buckling beneath her as she nearly collapsed. Her gaze toward Lin Tian was now filled with boundless fear. In the next moment, led by Long Linger, She was the first to react, deeply bowing toward Lin Tian with utmost reverence, her posture as devout as a follower before a deity. Following suit, all the Long family members present, including the now pallid and trembling Long Xiaoqian, bowed deeply to the 5-year-old child with profound respect. We pay our respects to the Zero Heir. Their unified voices echoed throughout the hall, filled with genuine admiration, awe, and a hint of fervent devotion. Faced with such a grand occasion capable of rendering any peer or even adult utterly flustered, Lin Tian, however, did not even lift his eyelids. As if all of this were merely a matter of course, unworthy of a smile. He regarded the crowds bowing with indifference, internally musing. Why hasn't anyone stepped forward to give me a chance to retort? This process seems incorrect. I would rate it poorly. He strode directly through the parted crowd, each step seeming to resonate with their heartbeats. His goal was clear, the Tyrant V-type power testing device, which had just recorded a punching force of 5,000 kilograms. This was the final sign-in task issued by the system during his time at the Long family. Under the gaze of dozens of astonished, curious, reverent, expectant, and fervent eyes, Lin Tian approached the device with an expression devoid of emotion. He raised his fair, delicate little hand, seemingly lacking any sense of power, and slowly extended it toward the cold, metallic, gleaming testing screen capable of withstanding tons of force. An inch. A moment. Every breath in the hall was held, hearts racing to their throats, all eyes fixed on that little hand poised to touch the screen, anticipating the birth of a legend. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. Chapter 5. Sign in for the Divine Dragon's 9 Transformations, Breakthrough in the Heat of Battle. The cold metallic sensation transmitted from his palm, and under the watchful gaze of the silent crowd, Lin Tian remained unfazed, silently reciting, sign in. Ding. Sign in at the Dragon Nest Trial Tower successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the S-grade body refining technique, Divine Dragon's 9 Transformations. Boom. A torrent of immense information surged into Lin Tian's mind, like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. It was an arcane body refining method, with each character seemingly infused with the sound of dragon roars, and every chapter appeared capable of unleashing the unparalleled might of a divine dragon battling the stars. Lin Tian's heart stirred as he instantly comprehended the essence of this technique. Divine Dragon's 9 Transformations is divided into 9 tiers, also known as the 9 Transformations. Each transformation achieved would double one's physical strength, while the vigor of one's blood would surge correspondingly. Should one master the 9th transformation to perfection, they could attain a saintly physique, rivaling that of ancient deities. This was, indeed, a technique tailor-made for the Pangu Body. His Pangu Body already granted him boundless potential and an almost limitless physical growth ceiling, while Divine Dragon's 9 Transformations offered a grand avenue to perfectly convert that potential into strength. An idea blossomed in Lin Tian's mind. Since that is the case, why not begin now? Amidst dozens of bewildered, perplexed, and astonished gazes, Lin Tian slowly retracted the small hand that had been resting on the testing device. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not immediately throw a punch to test. Instead, he took a step back. Then, less than 3 meters from the menacing black device, on the smooth, mirror-like lapis lazuli floor, he nonchalantly sat down in a lotus position. The entire power testing hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. The silence lingered for 3 seconds before being replaced by a cacophony of astonished uproar. What is he doing? Sitting down? Why is the Zero Heir sitting down? Is he unwell? No way, he looks like he is. Meditating? What a joke. In such a public setting. Sitting down to cultivate in front of the power testing device? Is he sharpening his blade at the last moment? This is utterly absurd. Whispers of doubt, confusion, and hushed conversations formed a chaotic din. They simply could not fathom why this exalted Zero Heir, personally acknowledged by the 3 ancestral grandfathers, would engage in such bewildering behavior. Amidst the crowd, the pallid visage of Long Xiaoqian, having initially succumbed to shock, flickered with a rekindled glimmer of hope. She concocted what seemed to be a plausible explanation. A mere facade of mystique. In a hushed tone, she scoffed to her entourage. I believe he is simply terrified, aware that his capabilities are utterly unworthy of scrutiny. He fears the results of the test will be too embarrassing, thereby unworthy of his designation as the Zero Heir. Indeed, it must be so. What can a 5-year-old child, regardless of potential, possibly possess in terms of strength? Precisely. I doubt he even comes close to Sister Linger's 5-ton punch, hence his reluctance to undergo the test. Their murmurs, though subdued, reached the ears of many nearby, intensifying the scrutinizing and skeptical gazes already prevalent among the crowd. Only Long Linger, with her frigid, phoenix-like eyes, shimmered with an unusual brilliance. She fixed her gaze intently on Lin Tian, seated in meditation, and with her, future sight, talent. She sensed an imminent storm far beyond anyone's imagination brewing within that diminutive form. This situation was decidedly intricate, oblivious to the external tumult. Lin Tian was wholly absorbed in the profound intricacies of the Divine Dragon 9 Transformations. For any other individual, even one as gifted as Long Ao, comprehending such an esoteric technique would necessitate months, if not years, of arduous effort to even grasp its fundamentals. However, Lin Tian possessed the Pangu Body. This near-divine physique endowed him with an understanding of any technique that transcended ordinary comprehension. As the incantations of divine Dragon 9 transformations circulated in his mind, the vital energy within him seemed to respond to some mysterious force, instinctively following the prescribed path of the technique. There was no obscurity, no hindrance whatsoever. It was as if he were destined to cultivate this technique, as if it had been crafted solely for him. In an instant, he entered the threshold. Lin Tian's consciousness delved within, rapidly analyzing with his extraordinary computational prowess. His original physical foundation had reached the pinnacle of the apprentice stage. With a basic striking force of approximately 10,000 kg. Upon mastering the first transformation of Divine Dragon 9 transformations, his strength could potentially double. A clear conclusion dawned upon him. With merely the amplification from the first transformation, my striking force would effortlessly surpass 20,000 kg, shattering Long Ao's so-called record. This realization left him untouched by any tumultuous emotions. Thus, he resolved to press forward with unwavering determination. Ignoring all distractions from the outside world, Lin Tian devoted himself entirely to the operation of Divine Dragon 9 transformations. As the technique progressed, a subtle transformation began to envelop him. Wisps of faint golden energy, akin to newly spun silk, seeped from his pores, swirling gently around his form. Initially, this energy was feeble, hardly perceptible. Yet, as his internal vitality surged with increasing vigor, the golden energy grew denser and more substantial. Behold, he radiates golden light. A startled voice pierced the air, drawing the focus of all present once more. The once diminutive figure of Lin Tian was now adorned with distinct, dragon-shaped currents of golden energy, spiraling upward and emitting a low, resonant dragon's roar. The phenomenon had begun to manifest. Heavens! This is a manifestation of the technique. He truly is cultivating. Moreover, it appears he is on the verge of a breakthrough. How is this possible? Has it not been less than a single incense stick's burn time since he sat down? To enter an S-class technique and achieve a breakthrough in such a short span. The last vestiges of color drained from Long Xiaoqian's face as she beheld the increasingly resplendent dragon-shaped energy, her eyes now filled solely with boundless dread and astonishment. Just as the collective consciousness of the spectators was captivated by this unfathomable spectacle, a thunderous eruption reverberated. Lin Tian's body felt as if a dormant volcano, slumbering for eons, had suddenly awakened. The already potent vitality within him surged forth, and at the moment Divine Dragon 9 transformations reached its zenith, it burst forth like a dammed river finding its release, charging with unstoppable momentum toward the formidable barrier separating a 9-star apprentice from a 1-star warrior. Ding! Host's internal energy is abundant, satisfying breakthrough conditions. Host's realm has advanced, ascending to a 1-star warrior, almost simultaneously with the system's notification. The dragon-shaped energy enveloping Lin Tian erupted, transforming into a brilliant golden beam that soared skyward, piercing the very heavens. A dual breakthrough. This scene, transcending all comprehension, struck every onlooker like an unseen hammer, rendering their minds utterly incapacitated. As the brilliance faded, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light flashing momentarily. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, akin to a tempestuous sea, and gradually rose from the ground. In that instant, the entire testing hall fell into a profound silence. All previous doubts, mockery, and confusion dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of reverence and shock. Long Xiaoqian's legs buckled, leaving her seated on the ground, devoid of even the courage to gaze upon Lin Tian. Calmly, Lin Tian approached the imposing Tyrant V-type power testing device. He inhaled deeply, then delivered a seemingly unremarkable straight punch, devoid of any flourish, directly to the cold testing screen. The punch cleaved the air, producing a subtle sonic boom. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. As Lin Tian's fist was mere millimeters from the testing device's screen, the power capable of cataclysmic destruction poised to make contact. Chapter 6. A punch of 100,000 kilograms, shattering the testing device. Global alarm. Time felt as if it had been infinitely stretched at the instant Lin Tian's punch was unleashed. Every spectator's pupils reflected that small, innocent fist, starkly contrasting against the menacing black apparatus. In the next moment, the fist made contact with the screen, rather than the anticipated earth-shattering roar. There was not even the faintest thud of impact. It was eerily silent. It was as if that fist had not struck an indestructible superalloy target, but rather gently pressed upon a cloud of cotton. This extreme contrast between movement and stillness rendered the atmosphere palpably surreal. What is happening? Did he hold back? A dud? I knew a 5-year-old child. The flicker of hope in Long Xiaoqian's eyes, which had just extinguished, seemed to reignite. Yet, just as that thought took form in her mind, a mere moment later, buzz! The colossal display of the Tyrant V-type power testing device suddenly illuminated. A blinding crimson light erupted, saturating the entire hall in a scarlet hue. On the screen, the numbers no longer increment slowly but instead surged at a pace that surpassed human visual capacity, escalating wildly and frantically. 5,000 kilograms, Long Linger's record flashed by, akin to mere dust. 20,000 kilograms, Long Ao's prideful record was likewise obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace. 50,000, 80,000. The surge of numbers showed no signs of abating, as if it were an endless phenomenon. Ultimately, amidst the astonished and slack-jawed gazes of the crowd, the blood-red digit froze at a value that would make even the divine tremble. 100,000 kilograms. 100,000 kilograms. 100 tons. This figure detonated in the minds of every individual like a mental nuclear explosion, shattering all their preconceived notions, understandings, and worldviews into smithereens. The last vestiges of color drained from Long Xiaoqian's face, her eyes rolled back, and she was so overwhelmed by the terrifying intimidation of this number that she began to froth at the mouth, collapsing to the ground in a faint. However, this was merely the beginning. The very next moment, as the blood-red 100,000 kilograms remained fixed, a series of unsettling, metallic tearing sounds erupted from within the Tyrant V-type power testing instrument. Following this, under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, this top-tier apparatus, crafted from countless precious special alloys and reputed to withstand a blow from the Martial King, began to manifest spiderweb-like cracks upon its sturdy exterior. The fissures expanded at a visible rate. Not good. Retreat. Long Zhanya's complexion changed drastically as he bellowed, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that propelled Lin Tian and the group of stupefied youths away from the imminent danger. Just as they retreated, a deafening roar erupted as the power testing device, unable to bear the burden, exploded. Countless metallic shards, ignited by electric sparks, shot out like lethal shrapnel in all directions, creating deep craters in the resilient lapis lazuli floor. The entire hall shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Smoke and dust filled the air, and alarms blared to the heavens. The scene descended into chaos, with screams and gasps echoing throughout. Yet, at the center of this tempest stood a 5-year-old child, unmoved, his clothing undisturbed by the explosive shockwave. He gazed at his still tender little hands, seemingly savoring the sensation of the punch he had just thrown. Power overwhelming. Physical destruction. The dual thrill, in an unprecedentedly ferocious manner, converged to yield an unparalleled visual and psychological impact. Just as Long Zhanya prepared to check if Lin Tian was injured, the space in the center of the hall began to warp without warning, forming a silvery vortex. A towering and commanding virtual projection stepped forth from it. Descending upon the scene, it was a middle-aged man clad in a black martial arts uniform adorned with dragon patterns. His countenance was resolute, and his eyes sparkled with electric intensity. Merely standing there, he emanated an aura of supreme authority that suffocated the chaos and clamor into silence. Upon witnessing this figure, even Long Zhanya immediately suppressed all his energy and respectfully bowed. Long Zhanya of the Long family, I pay my respects to the chairman. The chairman. The minds of all the conscious members of the Long family echoed with a resounding shock, nearly causing them to faint once more. The rotating chairman of the Global Martial Arts Alliance, the steadfast anchor of Huaxia, the legendary figure hailed as the martial god of this era, Li Qingsong. This mythical personage, who had only existed in tales, had actually descended in person. Li Qingsong's gaze did not acknowledge anyone else, but immediately fell upon the diminutive figure, his eternally stoic expression now brimming with uncontainable excitement and fervor. Excellent. What a marvelous lineage of the Long family. What a mythical gene. His voice resonated like the laws of the universe, penetrating the depths of every soul present. I hereby announce, Long Tian of the Long family, aged 5, has shattered the historical record for human strength under the age of 10 with a punch force of 100,000 kilograms. This triggers the highest reward mechanism of the Global Martial Arts Alliance, the Gaia record, the record of human history. Li Qingsong's proclamation was akin to celestial mandates, elevating Lin Tian's recently established miracle from merely breaking family records to rewriting the annals of human history. The scope of this moment was infinitely expanded. Almost instantaneously after Li Qingsong's words, the personal terminal on Lin Tian's wrist, signifying his status as a core descendant of the Long family, vibrated wildly, projecting a golden light. Global Martial Arts Alliance highest system notification. Congratulations, esteemed Lord Lin Tian. You have successfully shattered the Gaia record, crafting a new chapter in the epic of humanity's evolution. Rewards being dispensed. Congratulations, you have received the S-Class Spiritual Secret Technique, Starry Sky Meditation. Simultaneously, a voice filled with warmth and elation, audible only to Lin Tian, echoed in his ear. It was the voice of the Long family's third ancestor. Excellent, excellent, excellent. My Long family's Qilin child is truly unparalleled in the world. Family rewards will be issued immediately. 3 vials of S-Class Gene Optimization Liquid have been dispatched to your residence. The Alliance's rewards. The family's rewards. This dual bounty, akin to a windfall from the heavens, concretized the exhilarating feast, leaving all onlookers in a state of profound shock and satisfaction. Faced with praise and rewards that would send anyone into a frenzy of joy, Lin Tian merely nodded calmly, as if all of this were a matter of course, not worth mentioning. The more composed he appeared, the thicker the air of awe and astonishment became around him. At that moment, Long Linger, who had remained frozen among the crowd, took a deep breath. Her icy countenance was now imbued with an unprecedented resolve and determination. Amidst the complex gazes of shock, envy, jealousy, and disbelief from the assembly, she stepped forward, unwaveringly approaching Lin Tian. Then, in the astonished eyes of all, this proud ice phoenix of the younger generation of the Long family gradually knelt on one knee. She placed her right hand over her heart, bowing her noble head, and spoke with a clear and solemn tone, as if making an oath to the divine. Long family, Long Linger, I vow to become your knight, to follow your brilliance until the stars fall and the universe reaches its end, for all eternity, with the heartfelt submission serving as a perfect conclusion to this exhilarating feast. It marked the moment when this future martial emperor gained his first true follower. His legend was just beginning. Chapter 7. My goal is the stars and the sea. Kneeling on one knee, Long Linger wore a solemn expression, and in her cold phoenix eyes burned the flame of faith. Her vow rippled through the stagnant hall like a stone cast into a still lake, creating waves of astonishment among all the members of the Long family. To follow a 5-year-old child? Even if he were the zero heir, Long Linger herself was an A-class prodigy with limitless potential for the future. How could this be justified? Lin Tian regarded the girl, who towered over him by a significant margin, and contemplated swiftly. Followers? He found himself not particularly in need of them. With the divine level sign-in system at his disposal, his path of growth was destined to be solitary and invincible. He could handle conflicts alone, without the need for assistance. However, Lin Tian contemplated the ever-expanding list of his sign-in locations and envisioned the myriad of profound techniques, elixirs, divine weaponry, and celestial treasures that awaited him. Such treasures necessitated meticulous categorization and archiving, establishing a database for immediate access. His future endeavors would span the globe and even venture into realms beyond, demanding careful itinerary planning, intelligence gathering, and resource allocation, tasks that could hardly be managed single-handedly. What he lacked was not manpower but a reliable, capable, and unwaveringly loyal steward, or rather, a chief life assistant. The young woman before him, endowed with A-class talent, resolute spirit, and an evidently sharp mind, seemed to be a commendable candidate. Just as Lin Tian made his decision, an untimely shriek shattered the solemn atmosphere. Long Linger, how dare you betray the third young master? It was Long Xiaoqian, who had fainted in fright, now regaining consciousness. Upon witnessing the scene, jealousy and animosity clouded her judgment as she struggled to rise from the ground, pointing a trembling finger at Long Linger and hurling accusations. You wretched girl, the third young master values you so highly, yet you turned to fawn over a mere 5-year-old brat. Before she could finish her tirade, a figure, cold and unyielding as iron, materialized before her like a specter. It was the captain of the family's guard responsible for maintaining order in the vicinity. Without sparing Long Xiaoqian a glance, he inclined his head slightly towards Lin Tian and, in a tone devoid of emotion, issued a grave command. Seize this person. For disrespecting the zero heir and breaching family law, strip her of her cultivation and expel her from the Long family, never to be readmitted. Yes, 2 guards, fierce as wolves, advanced and hoisted Long Xiaoqian away like a lifeless dog. No, please, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Captain, spare me. Zero heir, have mercy. Long Xiaoqian finally grasped the gravity of her foolish mistake, emitting a desperate wail. Yet, it was too late. Her cries were ruthlessly dragged out of the hall, fading into silence. This scene, executed with unyielding decisiveness, left all present in stunned silence, their gazes towards Lin Tian now imbued with deeper reverence. This was the might of the zero heir, untouchable, unchallengeable. As the extraneous noise was swept away, tranquility returned to the hall. Lin Tian looked at Long Linger, who remained kneeling with unwavering composure, and finally spoke. His first question nearly caused all ears tuned in to falter. Can you brew tea? Long Linger abruptly lifted her head, her exquisite face marked by confusion, clearly taken aback by such an inquiry. Lin Tian disregarded her astonishment and continued in a calm tone. Can you organize and categorize vast amounts of documentation and intelligence data? Yes, I can manage a bit. Long Linger instinctively nodded. Can you operate the Federation's premier quantum computing system for global itinerary planning and optimal resource allocation modeling? Long Linger was thoroughly flabbergasted, yet, gazing into Lin Tian's profound eyes, which seemed to pierce through all, she gritted her teeth and resolutely nodded. If you require it, I am willing to learn. Excellent. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Adopting a tone befitting that of an appointing superior, he stated placidly, from this day forth, you shall be my chief life assistant. Rise. Chief life assistant. This designation, incongruous with that of a knight or loyal follower, left Long Linger momentarily speechless and caused the surrounding Long family members to exchange bewildered glances. To assign an A-class prodigy, a future martial arts powerhouse, to the role of a life assistant. What a gross underutilization. Yet, this stark contrast not only failed to undermine Lin Tian's authority, but accentuated his nonchalant confidence, as if he regarded all talents in the world with indifference. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Long Linger quickly regained her composure. Rather than feeling any humiliation, her eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. She understood that this seemingly mundane position signified absolute trust and proximity. Yes, I will adhere to your wishes, she respectfully replied, rising slowly to stand half a step behind Lin Tian, her demeanor humble, yet radiating a sense of pride in her role. Having secured his first team member, Long Linger gazed at the diminutive figure before her, her eyes shimmering with boundless admiration and curiosity, finally voicing the question that lingered in every mind present. Your Excellency, what is your ultimate goal? To become the head of the Long family? To surpass the three ancestors and become the new martial god? Or to dominate an era and become invincible? This question caused all to hold their breath. Lin Tian paused momentarily, lifting his gaze as if penetrating the grand hall's ceiling to behold the illusory sky illuminated by energy crystals. His tone remained unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. My goal? Perhaps it is to lead humanity to conquer the stars and seas. At that moment, an invisible force transcending time and space surged forth from Lin Tian, emanating from his very being. This force did not destroy material things, but resonated violently with the intrinsic magnetic field of the planet, echoing throughout. At that instant, across the globe, whether in the sunlit eastern hemisphere or the shadowed western hemisphere, every nation, every city, and every individual found themselves under an unanticipated spectacle. The azure or obsidian sky above them suddenly erupted into a breathtaking display of colorful auroras, covering the entire firmament. All martial artists of A-class and above, whether in seclusion or combat, simultaneously felt an indescribable pulse emanating from the depths of their souls, as if a magnificent presence had just announced its arrival. The scene rapidly shifted across the globe. In North America, atop the Rocky Mountains, within a temple perpetually shrouded in mist and resembling a mythical paradise, a man of divine lineage, clad in golden armor with cascading golden hair, abruptly opened his golden eyes, filled with shock and fury. Who dares to provoke the long-dormant destiny of humanity? Is this will a true prophecy? He bellowed in rage, his decree resonating throughout the sacred mountain. Relay my divine edict. Activate the Eye of Olympus. At any cost, locate this individual. Simultaneously, beneath the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, within the Bermuda Triangle, lay a majestic city constructed from azure crystals, exuding an aura of ancient civilization, the ruins of Atlantis. Upon a crystal throne, a sea monarch with pale blue skin and a diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead slowly raised his head. His gaze appeared to pierce through the abyss, reaching the sky adorned with the same aurora. Is another sovereign to emerge among humanity? He murmured in an ancient tongue, his voice tinged with trepidation. He must not be allowed to flourish. A chilling command reverberated through the mental network, reaching every corner of the city. Activate the deep sea system. Pinpoint the source of this will, and eradicate it while it is still in its infancy. A global undercurrent, stirred by Lin Tian's seemingly mundane response, has surged forth with great intensity. Chapter 8. Long Ao emerges, delivering a resounding slap from afar. Dragon's Abode. This residence, named after the oldest totem of the Long family, resembles not merely a villa, but rather a compact, fully fledged sovereign kingdom, nestled in the heart of the Dragon family estate, where spiritual energy is most potent. It spans thousands of square meters, adorned with pavilions and flowing waters, every stone and brick etched with formations that gather spiritual essence. The energy concentration in the air exceeding threefold that of the outside world. Here lies the exclusive palace crafted for the Zero Heir, Lin Tian. At this moment, within the basement of the palace, in a virtual reality, VR, training chamber that rivals the highest echelons of the Federation's military laboratories, Lin Tian stands face to face with his newly appointed chief life assistant, Long Linger. The entire training room is pristine white, its walls, ceiling, and floor constructed from memory metal, capable of simulating any known training environment in the universe. From the terrifying pressures of the ocean's depths to the searing magma within a volcano, and even the vacuum and radiation of outer space. Observe closely. Lin Tian speaks in a calm voice, his youthful tone harmonizing oddly with the futuristic ambience surrounding him. Within him, the first transformation of the divine dragon 9 transformations quietly operates, exuding an ancient and primordial aura from his small frame. Buzz, a layer of faint golden energy, akin to countless fine dragon scales, instantly envelopes his entire being. The surface of this energy shimmers with iridescent hues, a subtle echo of dragon roars reverberating in the void, radiating an impenetrable and formidable weightiness. This is the defensive capability derived from the perfected first transformation of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, Dragon Scale Energy. As Lin Tian maintains this energy, he explains to the mesmerized Long Linger beside him. His tone is tranquil, as if he were introducing an ordinary toy rather than an S-rank martial art capable of driving external warriors into a frenzy. Theoretically, it can withstand a full-force strike from a warrior of equal rank with thrice the power. Furthermore, this energy can be consciously projected to cover any part of the body or instantly released to form a defensive barrier. Long Linger, in awe, nods in astonishment. Her A-rank talent allows her to perceive the intricate and profound energy structure encapsulated within that seemingly delicate layer of energy. Its defensive prowess likely far surpassing Lin Tian's modest assertions. And what of the second transformation? She cannot help but inquire. Her cool phoenix eyes now filled with a yearning for higher powers and exploration. A faint smile graces Lin Tian's lips as he gestures, causing the dragon scale energy enveloping him to dissipate into nothingness. Immediately, his internal vitality surges forth in a more ferocious and primal manner, akin to a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. A faint crimson glow, reminiscent of branding iron, emerges from his skin, while golden flames flicker in his eyes, exuding an overwhelming, domineering aura that compels Long Linger to instinctively take half a step back, her heart racing. The second transformation is known as Blood of the Dragon Boiling. His voice deepens, rich with magnetism, each word imbued with explosive power. Once activated, it can temporarily ignite his own vitality, tripling all physical capabilities, strength, speed, and reflexes, in an instant. However, this technique demands a tremendous expenditure of vitality. At my current realm, it can be sustained for no more than 10 breaths, after which a period of weakness ensues. Long Linger, upon hearing this, feels her heart surge with tumultuous waves, to elevate one's explosive power threefold in an instant. What an extraordinary ability. In the throes of life and death combat, this fleeting 10 breaths could determine everything. With the defensive dragon scale energy and explosive blood of the dragon boiling, this is merely the first 2 transformations of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. The might and versatility of this S-rank martial art far exceed her wildest imaginings. And this Zero Heir, within the brief span of a single incense stick before the combat assessment, has perfected the first transformation and now delves into the second. To what unfathomable depths has his strength ascended? As the demonstration concludes, Lin Tian casually deactivates the VR system, and the surrounding environment reverts to a plain white room. The overwhelming aura he emitted retracts, returning him to the visage of an innocuous 5-year-old child, exquisitely delicate. He strides towards the nearby relaxation area, prompting Long Linger to snap back to reality. She hastily approaches, retrieving a soft towel made of Tianshan's snow silkworm silk from her storage wristband, using it to gently wipe away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Her movements are tender and focused, clearly embracing her role as chief life assistant with great enthusiasm. Lin Tian reclines comfortably on a sofa adorned with exotic beast pelts, opening the system panel. In the taskbar, a new mission radiates with the vibrant hues of the highest tier, quietly suspended in the air. Long-term sign-in task issued. Mission objective: please complete sign-in at the finals of the Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament 7 years hence. Mission reward: SSS grade Mysterious Gene Armament. The Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament? Lin Tian recalls the name. It is the premier event established by the Global Martial Arts Alliance to foster healthy competition among the younger generation and unearth top-tier talents. Held once every decade with participants under the age of 20. Those who shine there are destined to become the leaders of various factions, a true contest of prodigies. In 7 years, he will be 12. A subtle smile graces Lin Tian's lips. This timing is indeed fortuitous. By then, his strength will surely have reached a notable level, allowing him to witness firsthand the true brilliance of the world's prodigies. A clear, long-term objective has now been firmly established, one that will thread through his entire adolescence. As Lin Tian's life settles into a peaceful, yet fulfilling rhythm centered on sign-ins and training. In another heavily guarded location deep within the earth, at the training base known as the Hidden Dragon Abyss, a long simmering storm is brewing. Boom. The thick stone door, several meters of basalt, bursts open with a jarring clatter. A figure, surrounded by a pale blue energy storm capable of rending space, steps forth with measured grace. His visage, akin to a jade crown, sharp brows and starry eyes, and waist-length black hair dances without wind, exuding an aura of commanding confidence and sharpness with every gesture. He is none other than Long Ao, the recognized leader of the younger generation of the Long family, a possessor of S-rank wind attribute talent, and the third heir. Congratulations, third young master, on emerging from seclusion. Your cultivation has advanced, achieving mastery and breaking through to the martial sovereign level. The dozens of guards, who had long awaited outside, kneel in unison, expressions fervent and reverent. Long Ao savors the overwhelming power within him, magnitudes greater than before his seclusion. As if he could summon the winds and clouds of the heavens. A smile of condescension graces his face. The martial sovereign level. In the entire youth of Huaxia, few can reach this realm at such a young age. He remains the most dazzling figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid. During my time in seclusion, has there been any significant event within the clan? Long Ao inquires indifferently, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. As a captain of the guard prepared to approach and report the recent event that had the potential to shake the very foundations of the family, a piercing cry, laden with boundless resentment and grievance, echoed from afar. Lord Long Ao, you have finally returned. You must take a stand for me. In a woeful state, the once promising Long Xiaoqian, now stripped of her powers and aged by decades overnight, crawled towards Long Ao, clinging desperately to his leg, weeping inconsolably. Long Ao furrowed his brow, an invisible force repelling her away. He recognized this once favored relative, who had possessed a measure of beauty. What has transpired? Who has done this to you? Long Xiaoqian, sensing she had found her champion, immediately began her lament, her words a twisted tapestry of half-truths and exaggerations. She portrayed the events in the combat testing hall as a premeditated humiliation orchestrated by Lin Tian, declaring, that little wretch Lin Tian disregarded you entirely. He could have conducted the test normally, yet he chose to destroy that very instrument in front of everyone. That device still bore your record of 20,000 kilograms. He was deliberately slapping your face, humiliating you. He even stole Longling. Everyone says this inexplicable zero heir was established solely to usurp your rightful resources and status. Lord Long Ao, you are the true future of the Long family, destined to lead us towards glory. You cannot allow a mere 5-year-old brat to ride roughshod over you. Her tearful and impassioned pleas stirred the guards around them, who already harbored dissatisfaction towards the zero heir, their eyes turning to Long Ao, eagerly anticipating the wrath of their invincible third young master to descend and defend his honor. Long Ao listened silently to Long Xiaoqian's sob story. The confident smile that once adorned his face now vanished, replaced by an ominous atmosphere, as if a storm were brewing. He slowly rose from his throne, a terrifying pressure emanating from him, one befitting a martial sovereign, causing the surrounding air to freeze and the temperature to plummet. Seeing this, Long Xiaoqian felt a morbid exhilaration swell within her. She knew her provocation had succeeded. Lord Long Ao would rise to defend her, to unleash his fury. However, the next moment shattered her smile forever. Long Ao, his countenance darkened, stepped before her, his stormy gaze devoid of the anger she anticipated, replaced instead by a chilling indifference, as if she were already dead. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, he raised his hand, veins bulging, and with all his might, struck her face with a resounding slap. A sharp crack reverberated, as if the very fabric of space were torn asunder. How could Long Xiaoqian's frail body withstand the wrath of a martial sovereign? She was sent flying 7 to 8 meters into the air, as if struck by lightning. The arena fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone was left in shock, their minds blank and their bodies frozen by Long Ao's ruthless reversal. He slowly retracted his hand, not even casting a glance at Long Xiaoqian. His dark eyes swept across the crowd, his voice as cold as the icy depths of the abyss, carrying a hint of a fear he himself had yet to acknowledge. Fool, do you wish to bring about my demise? Or perhaps the downfall of our entire third sequence? He thundered into the void, as if warning all present, each word striking them like a hammer upon their hearts. He had shattered the Gaia record recognized by the Global Martial Alliance. He had been personally designated as the zero heir by the ancestor. In the presence of the world's martial gods. You want me to provoke him? Do you think I am worthy? Long Ao's voice rose, tinged with self-mockery and trepidation. Am I worthy? Chapter 9. Long Ao atones by offering an S-class relic map. Inside the deep dragon abyss, a deathly silence prevailed. The faint scent of blood hung in the air, a grim reminder that the earlier gruesome scene was no mere illusion. Long Ao's question, laden with self-doubt, am I worthy, struck each follower's heart like an invisible hammer, shattering any lingering disdain or resentment they harbored towards the zero heir. Finally, a martial sovereign-level guard whom Long Ao regarded as a confidant mustered the courage to step forward, his voice hoarse as he asked, Third young master, what should we do now? Are we to simply let him? Let him? Long Ao interrupted with a cold laugh. He turned away, resuming his seat upon the throne forged from a millennium of cold iron. Yet now, the air of superiority that had once enveloped him was replaced by a profound, almost frigid calm. Gazing at his still-dazed and resentful subordinates, he resolved to enlighten them. Do you think he is merely gifted? Long Ao's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Breaking the Gaia record, do you comprehend what that signifies? He posed the question to himself, his tone imbued with a reverence he did not fully realize. It means he is no longer just a talent of the Long family. He is recognized as the future hope of humanity by the Global Martial Alliance. His ascendance may determine the very fate of our civilization. Is this the kind of being we can afford to provoke? Furthermore, have you not grasped the ancestor's stance? Long Ao's gaze swept across the assembly. He personally descended to bestow the title of zero heir in front of the world's martial gods. This was a declaration to the entire family, indeed the whole world, that Lin Tian is the sole successor he has chosen. His will is the highest decree of the Long family. To oppose it is to declare enmity against the ancestor, against the very future of the Long family. His words left the crowd in a cold sweat, finally awakening them to the gravity of the situation. Long Ao surveyed the remnants of blood with a resolute glint in his eyes. He understood that Long Xiaoqian's foolish provocation, though extinguished in time, had surely reached the ears of that zero heir. With Lin Tian's domineering style, who could guarantee that he would not hold the third heir accountable for this affront? No, he could not leave any potential threat. For one so enigmatic, with connections that span the heavens, and with an unyielding demeanor, any trace of animosity could evolve into catastrophic consequences. The only solution was to extinguish his wrath with the utmost humility and thoroughness before it could ignite. Relay my orders. Long Ao commanded as he rose from the throne, his voice resolute. Prepare a grand gift. Then, all of you, follow me to the Long residence. He inhaled deeply, uttering the 4 words that turned every follower's face pale. To atone for my sins. This announcement reverberated like a magnitude 12 earthquake, sweeping through the entire Long family estate within half an hour. The third heir, Long Ao, would personally visit the residence of the zero heir, Lin Tian, to apologize for the transgressions of his subordinates. As Long Ao donned a simple azure robe, flanked by dozens of solemn guards who had also shed their armor, he traversed the length of the family's core public area towards the dragon's nest. The long path, stretching several kilometers, was already besieged by family members who had rushed to witness the spectacle. All eyes were fixed upon this silent procession of contrition, filled with shock, complexity, and disbelief. Heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? Is that truly Lord Long Ao? He is genuinely going to apologize to a mere 5-year-old child? This is nothing short of rubbing the face of the third heir into the ground. What do you know? This precisely illustrates Lord Long Ao's wisdom and fortitude. It also indirectly reveals the terrifying pressure exerted by the first heir. Indeed, the fact that such a proud genius as Lord Long Ao has chosen to publicly bow his head in apology speaks volumes of the first heir's formidable presence, which requires no further description. Amidst the murmurs, no one dared to belittle Lin Tian any longer. This grand display of public apology served to highlight Lin Tian's authority more than any victory could. It was akin to a silent coronation, bestowing upon the first heir an unparalleled and unquestionable crown in the hearts of the younger generation of the Long family. At this moment, within the exclusive training grounds of the Dragon's Nest, Lin Tian was keenly testing the defensive limits of his dragon scale chi. Long Linger, wielding a specially crafted C-grade high-energy particle gun, relentlessly fired at Lin Tian. Each energy beam, capable of penetrating 3 meters of steel, merely created ripples upon striking the faint golden layer of dragon scale chi enveloping Lin Tian, dissipating into nothingness. Increase the power, Lin Tian calmly instructed. Understood. Long Linger nodded, adjusting the output of the energy gun to its maximum. Just as she prepared to shoot again, the villa's intelligent butler system emitted a gentle prompt. Master, the third heir Long Ao requests an audience outside the residence. The surveillance footage projected into the air before Lin Tian, clearly displaying Long Ao and his entourage standing humbly at the entrance. Oh, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, pausing his testing. He has arrived? Observing the complex expression on Long Ao's face, he speculated that the latter could not swallow his pride, using the guise of an apology as a pretext for a sparring match to regain his dignity. After all, any proud genius would resent being overshadowed by a 5-year-old child. A playful smile crept onto Lin Tian's lips as he began to contemplate. Very well, this might save me some trouble later on. It's a perfect opportunity to test the practical effects of my dragon blood, defeating him in a single move to demonstrate the vastness of the heavens and the earth. He gestured for the butler to open the door. Soon, Long Ao was led into the training ground, as he beheld the exquisitely sculpted child before him, accompanied by the vigilant and composed Long Linger, the last shred of hope in his heart extinguished. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he adopted a humble posture and deeply bowed to Lin Tian. Long Ao, for the offense committed by my subordinate against you, I come to offer my apologies. He then presented a shimmering, azure-hued encrypted data chip crafted from memory metal with both hands. Long Ao understood that any verbal apology would be feeble. This item is a complete map of the S-grade relic, the Atlantis outpost, which I painstakingly procured at great cost from the black market. Today, I present it as an apology, hoping to earn your forgiveness. Long Ao's heart bled at this moment. The map was initially intended as his trump card to seek opportunities and strive for higher realms after breaking through to the martial sovereign level. However, for the future of his family and his own life, he had no choice but to part with it. As Lin Tian observed the chip, preparing to speak, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Special location information detected. New sign-in task has refreshed. Task objective. Please proceed to the core power chamber of the S-grade relic Atlantis outpost to complete the sign-in. Lin Tian's eyes brightened at the mention. Was it not a fortuitous coincidence that someone had delivered a pillow just as he was about to doze off? He confidently extended his small hand to accept the data chip, stating nonchalantly, "Consider this a warning for the future." Upon witnessing Lin Tian accept the gift, Long Ao felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He knew he had made the right gamble. Just then, Lin Tian casually pointed towards a rockery constructed from hard granite several meters away. A finely condensed stream of faint golden energy shot from his fingertip. Boom. The 10-meter-tall rockery crumbled, unable to withstand even a second, as the seemingly delicate energy pierced through it, turning it to dust. Long Ao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. As he gazed at the swirling stone powder, a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. And the last vestiges of his reluctance and hope were obliterated by that single gesture. He realized the wisdom of his decision to offer the map. This 5-year-old child was no mere human. He was a young deity, cloaked in human skin. Chapter 10. So you have already done your best? With Long Ao presenting the map and adopting a humble demeanor, the atmosphere of the training ground shifted from one of tension to an eerie calm. Lin Tian toyed with the shimmering azure data chip in his hand, redirecting his gaze to Long Ao, observing the young leader of the Long family, whose handsome face bore the marks of reverence and trepidation. A thought suddenly emerged from deep within. Having accepted the S-grade relic map, it would seem unreasonable not to verify its contents. Moreover, having just cultivated the 9 transformations of the divine dragon to its 2nd transformation, he was in search of a suitable sparring partner to test the practical effects of his newfound abilities. The recently ascended martial sovereign third heir appeared to be the perfect candidate in terms of strength, status, and resilience. Thus, as Long Ao felt a flicker of hope, believing he had successfully navigated the situation, Lin Tian, with an innocent tone reminiscent of inviting a playmate to join a game, suddenly spoke. "Since you're here, why not spar with me a few times? I've just learned something new, and I'm in need of a practice dummy." A sparring dummy? Long Ao's facial muscles twitched violently, rendering him momentarily frozen. He looked into Lin Tian's clear, innocent eyes, and his heart was instantly submerged in an ocean of bitterness. This was clearly not an invitation to be taken lightly. He yearned to refuse, but as he met Lin Tian's earnest gaze, coupled with the watchful presence of Long Linger, her hand poised on the hilt of her energy sword, he realized he had no grounds to decline. "Yes, it would be my honor." Long Ao forced the words through clenched teeth, his expression more sorrowful than one in mourning. Breaking news. The first heir is set to publicly spar with the third heir at the dragon's nest. This news spread with the swiftness of wings, reaching every corner of the Long family estate in an instant. In an instant, countless young scions of the dragon clan, engrossed in their training, studies, and missions, set aside their tasks, rushing like a tidal wave towards the direction of the dragoness nest. Within a mere 10 minutes, the expansive training grounds of the dragon's nest were surrounded by thousands of onlookers, a sea of black, their voices rising in a cacophony that rivaled the grandeur of a family celebration. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Need you even ask? It must be the third young master. He is a veritable martial sovereign, towering 2 entire realms above us. The zero heir, no matter how monstrous his talent, is merely 5 years old, correct? Indeed, talent does not equate to strength. While the zero heir may have demonstrated his terrifying power by obliterating a testing device with a single punch, true combat transcends mere displays of strength. Agility, technique, combat experience, and the application of energy all require the passage of time to cultivate. I concur. It seems to me that the purpose of this sparring match for the zero heir is likely to merely experience the pressure of a martial sovereign under the third young master's prowess. If he can endure 10 exchanges without defeat, it would be sufficient for him to take pride in himself and secure a place in the annals of the clan. The prevailing sentiment among the spectators overwhelmingly favors Long Ao. They perceive that while Lin Tian's talent is indeed extraordinary, the vast chasm of age and realm is something no amount of talent can bridge. The real suspense of this battle lies not in the outcome, but rather in how many exchanges Lin Tian can withstand. In the center of the training ground, as the murmurs from the crowd reached his ears, Long Ao's countenance grew increasingly pallid. Endure 10 exchanges? Surely you jest. The only question on his mind was how much strength he should exert to avoid injuring this little prodigy, while ensuring his defeat was not overly disgraceful. The battle commenced amidst the gaze of the multitude. Long Ao inhaled deeply, his joints cracking audibly. He resolved to begin with a test, and thus employed merely 30% of his strength, summoning a gentle azure wind energy to launch a probing punch towards Lin Tian, who stood 10 meters away. This attack was executed with exquisite precision, its force appearing fierce yet inherently gentle, sufficient to easily repel a 9-star martial apprentice without inflicting genuine harm. However, in response to the howling punch, Lin Tian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he casually raised a small hand and, with an effortless motion, countered the punch with a light jab. The two forces collided midair. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that nearly caused the spectators' eyes to pop from their sockets. The azure punch wind unleashed by Long Ao, upon encountering Lin Tian's seemingly unremarkable fist, was utterly torn asunder, pierced through, and obliterated as if it were mere paper. A more ferocious and pure golden energy surged forth, striking with unwavering momentum against the hastily deployed protective barrier surrounding Long Ao. Boom. Long Ao felt an irresistible force crash upon him, his chest heaving violently as he staggered backward 3 steps before barely regaining his balance, a strange flush creeping onto his face. In that singular probing encounter, the disparity in skill was glaringly evident. The arena fell into a profound silence. Those who had previously engaged in fervent discussions about the 10 exchange agreement now resembled ducks caught by the throat, rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. Yet, even more astonished than them was Lin Tian. He slowly withdrew his fist, a hint of dissatisfaction manifesting on his delicately sculpted face. Frowning, he regarded the ashen-faced Long Ao and, in a tone laced with inquiry, said, "Long Ao, are you holding back? Is this an insult to me?" Gulp. Upon hearing this, Long Ao could no longer suppress the tumultuous blood within him, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. "Holding back? I'm on the verge of sustaining internal injuries from your punch, and you dare suggest I'm holding back?" He had no words to express his frustrations, his handsome face turning a deep shade of purple as 1,000 curses raced through his mind. Yet, confronted with Lin Tian's discontented gaze, he realized that unless he displayed his true capabilities today, he would likely find himself unable to extricate himself from this predicament. Cornered, Long Ao relinquished any thoughts of luck. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his martial sovereign energy without reservation. The A-grade martial technique, Tsunami Fist. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Azure energy coalesced around him into an overwhelming tidal wave, transforming him into the eye of a hurricane as he hurled a punch imbued with the power to shatter everything towards Lin Tian. Faced with this strike that could make even equally ranked martial sovereigns shudder, Lin Tian remained steadfast, unflinching, and unyielding. The first move, defense. With a mere thought, the dragon-scale barrier enveloped him entirely. The Azure Fist energy, capable of cleaving mountains, met the faint golden barrier and, astonishingly, did not even cause the slightest ripple. It was entirely neutralized and extinguished. Not a hair out of place. The second move, acceleration. Just as Long Ao was reeling from the shock of his full-force attack, proving ineffective, Lin Tian activated the Dragon Blood Surge. His figure left behind a faint afterimage as he closed the distance at a speed that transcended Long Ao's visual capacity. Long Ao's pupils constricted sharply, barely catching a glimpse of a golden flash, without even a moment to react. The third move, attack. A dazzling point of golden light coalesced at the tip of Lin Tian's delicate finger, a manifestation of his entire energy compressed to its zenith, forming a piercing dragon force. He gently tapped at Long Ao's exposed chest. Bang! Long Ao's protective barrier shattered like fragile glass upon impact. A force of tremendous penetrating power surged into his body, obliterating all resistance in an instant. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground 10 meters away, rendered entirely incapable of continuing the fight. 3 moves. Merely 3 moves. A bona fide martial sovereign, one of the Dragon Clan's most elite prodigies, had been defeated just like that. The arena fell into a profound hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood as if petrified by a spell, staring blankly at the diminutive figure in the center, their minds utterly bereft of thought. Lin Tian walked slowly towards the prostrate Long Ao, who lay on the ground, dazed and questioning his very existence. He suppressed his earlier dissatisfaction, donning an expression of dawning comprehension, even tinged with a hint of well-placed remorse, as he softly uttered, "My apologies. It seems I misjudged you." Apparently, he paused, regarding Long Ao with eyes full of understanding and sympathy, delivering the heart-wrenching words that would shatter the latter's resolve. "You truly did your best." Chapter 11. This combat technique is so difficult. I've been studying it for days. In the training ground, the dust settled. Long Ao lay on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared up at the sky. The phrase "you truly did your best" reverberated in his mind like a haunting melody, shattering his pride and confidence as an S-grade prodigy into smithereens. Lin Tian observed his disheveled state, his heart betraying no emotion. He stepped forward, looking down at the former third heir with a tone devoid of any emotional inflection, stating calmly, "Mind your people. I do not wish to see a repeat of this." This statement served both as a warning and as the final decree regarding the events of the day. Long Ao jolted back to reality, hastily struggling to rise and bow deeply before Lin Tian, his posture reflecting the utmost humility. "Yes, Long Ao shall heed your teachings." He understood that from this day forth, the fate of the younger generation of the Long family had irrevocably altered. Lin Tian nodded slightly, choosing to disregard him, and turned to lead Long Linger into the villa. Long Ao gazed at the diminutive figure, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, and, accompanied by a cadre of equally silent subordinates, he departed in a state of utter disarray. Upon returning to the depths of Qianlongjian, the first decree Long Ao issued was a chilling command: expel Long Xiaoqian from the Long family. He was acutely aware that this foolish woman was akin to a ticking time bomb, to unequivocally demonstrate his loyalty to Lin Tian and to eliminate any future threats. She had to be eradicated completely. Soon, stripped of her cultivation and cast out from the family, Long Xiaoqian lay like a stray dog. Discarded at the gates of the Long family estate, she pressed herself against the cold ground, casting a venomous glance back at the grand manor that had once been her paradise but now treated her like refuse, her eyes brimming with profound hatred. Lin Tian. Long Ao, Long Linga. She ground her teeth, uttering these names as her nails dug savagely into the flesh of her palms. You wield your status to oppress me, demolishing everything I hold dear. I shall not let this pass. She knew that with her abilities, not only in this lifetime, but even across 100 reincarnations, revenge against Lin Tian was beyond her reach. The only recourse was to employ the blade of another. A frenzied thought took root in her mind. Struggling to rise, she stumbled into the night. Shortly thereafter, in a secluded corner, she accessed a highly encrypted personal terminal, logging into the underground network, the darknet, that sent shivers down the spine of every power in the world. Her trembling hands dispatched an anonymous tip and directed its sail to a formidable enemy force located on the North American continent, the Holy Mountain Organization, which bore a deep-seated grudge against the Long family of Huaxia. Content of the intelligence: the zero heir of the Huaxia Long family, Lin Tian, age 5. Suspected to have awakened an SSS-level mythic gene. He once shattered the Tyrant V-type combat power tester with a single punch, breaking Gaia's record. Reliable sources indicate that this individual will participate in the Global Youth Martial Arts Conference in 7 years. Additional information: this individual possesses a domineering personality and harbors a vengeful spirit. Should he mature, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to your organization. The Martial Arts Conference presents the best opportunity to eliminate him in his cradle. Having completed her task, Long Xiaoqian let out a fit of maniacal laughter before vanishing entirely into the darkness. Unbeknownst to her, this insignificant, forgotten ant, in her final desperate act of retaliation, would unleash a tempest of blood and carnage upon the world 7 years hence. As for Lin Tian, he remained blissfully ignorant of all this. In his eyes, people like Long Xiaoqian were not even worthy of being remembered. At this moment, he was in the study of the Long residence, seeking counsel from his grandfather, Long Zhanya. What? You wish to learn S-level combat techniques? Long Zhanya's white brows knitted together in disapproval. Nonsense. You have just broken through to the warrior level. Your foundation is still unstable, and now is the time to solidify your base, not to chase after lofty ambitions. In his view, despite his grandson's prodigious talent, he was still somewhat impetuous. Grandfather, I merely feel that my combat style is overly reliant on techniques and brute strength, lacking in diversity, Lin Tian explained. Let me give it a try. If it proves too time-consuming, I promise to abandon it immediately and focus on honing my foundation. Ultimately, Long Zhanya relented, though he sighed in resignation. However, a cunning thought flickered in his mind to temper his grandson's zeal. He retrieved a shimmering memory crystal containing information on martial techniques from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Tian. Very well, since you insist, try this. A sly smile curled at the corners of Long Zhanya's lips. This is an S-level combat technique known as 10,000 weapons returning to the flow. It does not teach you how to wield a specific weapon, but instead instructs you on how to simulate and condense your own vital energy into any form of weapon. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks can all be wielded at will. This technique is immensely powerful, but requires an extraordinary control over energy. Reputed to be the most challenging technique to master within our Long family's vast array of combat skills. He patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. In my day, it took me a whole year just to grasp the basics. Take your time. There is no rush. Consider it a trial of your character. All right, I shall learn this. Lin Tian replied, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he accepted the crystal. Long Zhanya chuckled, inwardly reveling in his cleverness. Young one, you still have much to learn if you wish to compete with your grandfather. After a week or two of struggling with this technique, you will surely understand the folly of your ambitions. He anticipated that Lin Tian would soon realize the difficulty and withdraw. However, reality often proves more unpredictable than one can imagine. Merely a few days later, Long Zhanya, filled with concern, visited Lin Tian's dedicated training ground, intending to assess how his grandson fared under the pressure and prepare some comforting words. Yet, upon stepping into the training arena, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. At the center of the arena, golden vital energy swirled like a tempest. A commanding golden long blade materialized out of thin air, sweeping across and leaving a profound gash in the alloy wall. As the blade dissipated, a sharp golden spear took shape, unleashing 7 or 8 deadly thrusts in the air, each containing terrifying penetrating power. Then, the spear transformed into a formidable golden battle axe, cleaving downward with a resounding sonic boom. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, countless divine weapons evolved effortlessly, executed with a proficiency that far surpassed mere initiation. At that moment, Lin Tian caught sight of his grandfather standing at the entrance, dumbfounded. He dispersed his energy, ceased his practice, and approached, scratching his head in frustration. Grandfather, this 10,000 weapons returning to the flow is exceedingly difficult. It took me several days just to barely grasp the basics. Cough, cough, cough. Long Zhanya nearly choked. On the verge of a heart attack. Several days, and you barely learned how to use it? And yet you still find it difficult? Did I spend an entire year practicing for nothing? Grandfather, are you alright? Why is your face so red? Lin Tian inquired with concern. And nothing. Long Zhanya's mouth twitched uncontrollably, feeling as though his martial spirit was teetering on the brink of collapse. He abruptly waved his hand and turned to leave, his demeanor frantic. From now on, if you wish to learn anything, go to the scripture pavilion and find it yourself. Do not come to me. I need some time alone. Fearing that if he lingered any longer, his very resolve might shatter, he hurried away. Lin Tian watched his grandfather flee in disarray, utterly perplexed. As Long Zhanya sank into his own despondency, time sped by like a fleeting shadow. 5 years later, within the Long residence, a 13-year-old boy sat cross-legged beside the spirit pool. He had grown tall and slender, his raven hair cascading loosely, and his features were strikingly handsome, resembling the most exquisite masterpiece of the divine. Simply sitting there, he emanated an aura of profound depth and unapproachable majesty. This was the 13-year-old Lin Tian. Over the past 5 years, he had diligently practiced without pause, his strength having surged to an unimaginable realm. King of warriors. Just then, a light-footed sound approached. Having blossomed into a graceful and unparalleled beauty, Long Ling strode in with purposeful steps. She glanced at the encrypted message that had just arrived on her personal terminal, and a rare expression of gravity and urgency flickered across her ageless, icy visage. Approaching Lin Tian, she bowed respectfully and reported in a hushed tone. Young master, in the ethereal sanctuary of the dragoness nest, the spirit pool was shrouded in enchanting mist, and the palpable energy manifested as visible droplets, condensing and evaporating in the air, transforming the locale into an otherworldly realm. Lin Tian sat cross-legged upon the millennium-old warm jade at the pool's edge, his mind immersed in the vast cosmos conjured by the starry sky meditation technique. His mental prowess morphed into an invisible tendril, weaving through countless stars, each breath synchronizing with the very rhythm of the universe, his spiritual cultivation progressing at an astonishing pace. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps, discordant with the tranquil ambience, approached from the distance. Lin Tian gradually opened his eyes, and the boundless celestial phenomena surrounding him ebbed away like a receding tide, retracting into the depths of his profound, night sky-like gaze as if they had never existed. He raised his eyes to see Long Ling, now a striking figure with an increasingly frosty demeanor akin to a snow-capped lotus, hastening toward him. Her once unchanging, frigid beauty now bore an unusual semblance of seriousness and urgency, laced with a barely perceptible hint of ire. Young master, Long Ling reached Lin Tian, first bowing respectfully before solemnly reporting. I have received an urgent distress signal from Jiangnan City, transmitted through my private encrypted channel. Lin Tian inquired calmly, who is it from? It is from an old acquaintance, Su Mucheng, the current president of the Su Group in Jiangnan City, with whom I shared a brief encounter at a business summit hosted by the Federal Chamber of Commerce. Long Ling's tone carried a note of sympathy and indignation. Her family is in dire straits, and I fear they may not endure much longer. She raised her wrist-mounted terminal, projecting a meticulously organized, detailed report, enriched with images, into the air before Lin Tian, forming a clear virtual screen. Upon it, a colossal commercial empire was visibly teetering on the brink of collapse. The Su Group, renowned in southern Huaxia for its radical and innovative advancements in the field of biological genetics, was now facing a cataclysmic onslaught from the world's elite. The report commenced with a photograph of Su Mucheng. The woman in the image donned a pristine white professional skirt suit, accentuating her mature and stunning curves, with cascading, alluring waves of hair framing a face that could drive any man to madness, radiating confidence and composure. Yet, beside this photograph, the accompanying real-time surveillance footage depicted the same woman, now pallid and bloodshot-eyed, wearily slumped in her president's office chair, her former brilliance utterly extinguished. The core business of the Su Group revolved around the research and application of exotic beast genetics. 3 months prior, they achieved a revolutionary technological breakthrough in the cutting-edge field of exotic beast gene grafting and optimization, successfully securing a global patent. Long Ling elucidated coldly, however, this very technology has infringed upon the core interests of a formidable entity. On the screen, a crest was magnified, an imposing snow-capped mountain, atop which 12 vague divine thrones flickered into view. The North American Sacred Mountain Organization, this terrifying entity, which harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the Long family, clandestinely controlled nearly 70% of the global biological genetics industry. The Sacred Mountain Organization would not permit any potential challengers to encroach upon their long-held monopoly. Thus began a frenzied, top-tier assault on the Su Group. The subsequent contents of the report were harrowing. Patent attacks ensued as hundreds of subsidiaries under the Sacred Mountain organization simultaneously launched nearly 1,000 patent lawsuits against the Sioux Group worldwide, using convoluted legal procedures to ensnare their core research team in a relentless courtroom battle. Raw material blockades were imposed, as every supplier capable of providing high-end biological experimental materials to the Sioux Group abruptly tore up their contracts overnight, rendering their laboratories entirely inoperative. Channel suppression followed suit, as every sales avenue for the Sioux Group's finished products, both online and offline, suffered catastrophic blows, either forcibly removed from shelves or maliciously devalued, leading to substantial inventory accumulation that could not be monetized. Short selling on Wall Street saw capital predators, akin to sharks smelling blood, orchestrated by the Sacred Mountain's directives, unleash a tidal wave of short-selling attacks on the Sioux Group's stocks. Within a mere 3 months, the Sioux Group's stock price plummeted by 90% from its peak, resulting in a market capitalization evaporating by nearly $100 billion, inciting countless partners to panic and withdraw investments, leaving the entire group's financial chain teetering on the brink of collapse. At the report's conclusion, a segment of Su Muqing's encrypted voice message was included, transmitted through the private contact Long Ling had previously provided. Ling I realize this request is exceedingly presumptuous and places you in a difficult position. However, you are my last hope. In the audio, the once vibrant queen of commerce expressed unmistakable fatigue, her voice hoarse and tinged with despair. If I could secure an infusion of capital on the scale of hundreds of billions to help the Sioux Group weather this crisis, I am willing to pay any price. The final 4 words were nearly forced from her lips, laden with unspeakable humiliation, resentment, and the resolute determination born from the necessity of her family's survival. Long Ling concluded her report, observing Lin Tian as she sought his guidance. Young master, this matter involves the Sacred Mountain organization, and with the Sioux Group in such perilous turmoil, should we intervene before she could finish? Lin Tian raised his hand, signaling her to cease. His long fingers began to rhythmically tap against the white jade table before him, producing a crisp sound that resonated through the silent hall, harmonizing with the pulse of the universe. Lin Tian gazed at the screen, where Su Muqing's weary yet undeniably exquisite visage lingered, his eyes reflecting a depth that seemed to perceive the future. After a moment, the tapping ceased abruptly, without a flicker of hesitation. He spoke with an authoritative tone that left Long Ling astonished. In the name of the Long family's venture capital division, we shall invest 300 billion in the Sioux Group. 300 billion. Even with her extensive experience alongside Lin Tian, accustomed to grand scenarios, she could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The disbelief in her cold phoenix eyes was palpable. That was 300 billion, not 3 million. Su Muqing's desperate plea was merely for 100 billion in rescue funds. Yet the young master had tripled the amount with a single utterance. What a staggering display of audacity. What formidable resolve. The condition is that we shall acquire 51% absolute control of the Sioux Group, Lin Tian added, his tone as unperturbed as if discussing a trivial matter, as though that 300 billion were nothing more than an inconsequential figure. Additionally, I require that Su Muqing personally come to our Yanjing headquarters for a face-to-face meeting. Understood. Ling comprehended the gravity of the situation. She suppressed the tumult of emotions within her and promptly set about arranging the necessary matters. She knew that from this moment forth, the heavens over Jiangnan City were destined to change. Within the grand hall, silence once again enveloped the space. Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet and strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze seemed to pierce the infinite night sky, fixating on the North American continent, a land rife with hypocrisy and arrogance, separated by the vast ocean. The Holy Mountain organization had arrived just in time, he mused, a chilling smirk curling the corners of his lips, akin to a hunter witnessing its prey fall into a trap. A hero saving a damsel? No. I shall never play the part of a hero. Although the Sioux Group's exotic beast gene grafting technology remains in its infancy, its core patent is an indispensable component of my grand design to forge a mythical gene legion capable of conquering the starry seas. This time, riding the winds of the Holy Mountain, I shall reclaim the entirety of the Sioux Group, its technology, patents, and talent, along with both principle and interest. His true intention had never been one of compassion or altruism, but rather a meticulously strategized, opportunistic assimilation. Simultaneously, atop the Sioux Group headquarters in Jiangnan City, within the brilliantly illuminated presidential office, the air felt stifling, as if it could condense into droplets. Su Muqing gazed wearily out at the nocturnal cityscape, her once radiant eyes, capable of captivating hearts, now dimmed and filled with helplessness and despair. At that moment, her private terminal emitted a soft chime. It was a highly encrypted response from the Long family of Yanjing. Su Muqing's heart leapt into her throat, her breath momentarily stilled. Trembling, she used all her strength to open the email that could determine her fate and that of her entire family. Upon reading the figures of 30 billion and the words in-person meeting, she was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, her mind blank. Soon after, An overwhelming surge of joy, akin to a survivor's relief, engulfed her entire being. There's hope. The Su family is saved. However, this euphoria lasted scarcely 3 seconds before being supplanted by an even more profound, bone-deep sorrow and humiliation. 30 billion. This exorbitant figure, far exceeding her expectations, was, in her eyes, merely a price tag affixed to her own being, to her very flesh. The notorious whispers of the legendary Zero Heir flooded her mind, tyrannical, decisive, heedless of the world's rules. Surely, he has taken a liking to me. Su Muching bit her vibrant red lip, her nails digging deeply into her palm, blood seeping forth, yet she remained oblivious. Tragically, she realized that this fabled entity intended to use this fortune, capable of purchasing her entire family, to claim her as one of his many possessions, one hidden away from the light of day. Though humiliated and resentful, thoughts of her ailing father laboring day and night for the company, and the livelihoods of the thousands of employees and their families, made it clear that she had no choice. Su Muching slowly closed her eyes, a single tear cascading down her cheek, finally unable to contain her sorrow, falling onto the cold desk, shattering into a crystalline flower. She drew a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, all traces of vulnerability and sadness had vanished, replaced by a frigid resolve, as if she were prepared to face the gallows. With trembling fingers, she responded to the terminal with 2 words, "All right." Chapter 13. Are you teaching me a lesson? In the subterranean depths of Longqi residence, 100 meters below, a private high-tech laboratory sprawled forth. This space was more magnificent than any hall above ground, imbued with an icy, futuristic ambience. The air carried no trace of spiritual essence. Instead, it was filled with absolutely sterile, purified air, subjected to countless filtration processes. At the center of the laboratory, Lin Tian hovered with closed eyes, devoid of any energy fluctuations, yet exuding an invisible force that commanded everything around him. Surrounding him were hundreds of minuscule mechanical arms, each no larger than a fingernail, executing intricate operations with a speed that surpassed human neural reflexes. They alternately welded energy circuits finer than a strand of hair and performed molecular-level dissections and reconstructions on a suspended exotic beast gene sample, akin to the most exquisite surgical scalpel. Each of these mechanical arms carried out vastly different, yet highly complex commands, seamlessly cooperating to assemble a remarkably intricate microenergy core. This was the cultivation method of the S-grade mental secret technique, the Mind Forge. It did not strengthen mental power through meditation. Rather, it honed the quality of mental energy through extreme, multi-threaded, ultra-precision control, forging it to be as precise, resilient, and omnipotent as that of a deity. Any master of mental power would likely be overwhelmed by the sheer task of controlling even 3 mechanical arms simultaneously, but Lin Tian, managing hundreds, remained composed, his expression tranquil. This was the astonishing effect produced by the conjunction of the Pangu Body's extraordinary soul talent and top-tier secret techniques. Meanwhile, at the Long family's Yinjing headquarters, an exclusive interstellar landing pad hosted a sleek, limited-edition anti-gravity vehicle crafted from rare memory metals, worth a fortune sufficient to purchase an entire district of Jiangnan City. Guided by its intelligence system, it descended gracefully. As the hatch opened, a pair of long, perfectly sculpted legs, encased in the finest handcrafted black silk, stepped out first. Following closely was Su Muching, her stunningly beautiful visage capable of driving any man to madness, emerging into the somewhat arid air of Yinjing. She looked up, gazing in awe at the magnificent headquarters that seemed to have materialized from a science fiction film, its towering structure piercing the clouds. In her eyes, which once held the power to captivate, a glimmer of profound shock flickered. Was this the tip of the iceberg of the Long family's immense power? Standing tall at the pinnacle of the world? In comparison, her prideful Su Group headquarters seemed little more than a modest 3-story villa in the countryside. Behind her, for formidable bodyguards, their temples bulging, were equally awestruck by the scene before them, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. "Welcome, Miss Su Muching." A reception staff member clad in a tailored black suit, exuding professionalism, greeted her with a practiced smile. "Please follow me. The Zero Heir is awaiting you." However, as they proceeded towards the reception area, Su Muching, the once revered darling of Jiangnan City, felt an unprecedented sense of being looked down upon. Upon entering the first checkpoint of the base, she and her 4 bodyguards were subjected to 3 exceedingly rigorous biometric scans. Nothing was overlooked, from iris recognition to genetic sequencing. Subsequently, her 4 master-level bodyguards were instructed to disarm completely, even relinquishing the lethal capsules hidden within their teeth, and were left in the outer reception area. Finally, even she underwent a thorough scan by a sophisticated device, ensuring she carried no listening, recording, or offensive equipment, before being granted access to the core reception area. This series of procedures, though polite, was imbued with an unassailable authority. The pride that resided within Su Muching, the favored daughter of heaven, was acutely wounded. She suppressed her displeasure and followed closely behind the receptionist, yet her heart grew increasingly frigid. in a top-floor reception lounge adorned with an austere design, yet exuding an opulence that transcended monetary value. Su Muching finally laid her eyes upon the legendary Zero Heir. The moment she beheld Lin Tian, even though she had mentally prepared herself, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. He was a 13-year-old boy, clad in a simple white casual attire, casually reclining on the sofa while perusing an ancient paper book. His features were strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, as if a deity had painstakingly crafted him into the most exquisite work of art. His black eyes were profound, reminiscent of an endless starry sky, and meeting his gaze felt as though her very soul would be drawn into the abyss. There was a composure and tranquility about him that belied both his astonishing beauty and his seemingly youthful age, akin to an ancient, unyielding deity. What a breathtaking young man. For a fleeting moment, Su Muching found herself momentarily dazed. However, she quickly reined in her thoughts, forcing herself to regain her composure. Her conviction regarding her previous assessment solidified. Indeed, he was a stunning youth, spoiled by his family, who knew nothing but indulgence. 3 billion. What an extravagant sum, merely to purchase my submission and satisfy his perverse possessiveness. With this thought, the flicker of admiration in her heart was swiftly eclipsed by a wave of revulsion and disdain. Lin Tian set aside the book in his hand, gestured for Long Ling to serve tea for the guests, and then, cutting straight to the chase, inquired with a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Miss Su, please share your troubles. Faced with this straightforward inquiry, Su Muching did not immediately launch into her prepared, tearful plea for help. Instead, she raised the teacup gracefully to her lips, savoring a sip, adopting an air of modest pride, as if she sought to secure a modicum of initiative in this negotiation. Observing her demeanor, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow slightly but did not rush her. Instead, he asked nonchalantly, "Why should I assist you? Here it comes." Su Muching smirked internally, recognizing that the crux of the matter had arrived. She set down her teacup, straightened her impressive figure, one that could stir any man's blood, and launched into her meticulously prepared, seemingly flawless rhetoric. "Your Excellency Lin Tian, I believe you are more acutely aware than I of the crisis facing the Su Corporation. It is not merely an enterprise in peril." Her voice bore a tone contrived to evoke sympathy. "With your stature and the power of the Long family, rescuing the Su Corporation would be a mere trifling matter. Yet this trifling act would not merely save a company. It would preserve the flickering flame we have kindled in the cutting-edge field of biological genetics in our homeland. Moreover, it safeguards the livelihoods of countless families behind the thousands of employees in the Su Corporation." She rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below, resembling a box of matches, and opened her arms wide, adopting an almost preachy, righteous tone, elevating her voice. "With great power comes great responsibility. As one of the foremost, strongest individuals in this world, do you not believe that safeguarding our nation's own industries and providing shelter for these ordinary families is your social duty?" Her impassioned speech resonated with fervor and righteousness. She skillfully intertwined her family's commercial interests with grand notions of national duty and social responsibility, attempting to morally ensnare this legendary individual before her. Upon finishing, she turned to Lin Tian, her gaze imbued with scrutiny and anticipation, awaiting his enlightenment. Yet, in response to her righteous sermon, Lin Tian's expression bore none of the concurrence, guilt, or even a hint of emotion she had anticipated. Instead, he smiled, leaning back against the soft sofa, his long fingers rhythmically tapped against his knee, the corners of his mouth curving into a playful smirk, akin to someone observing a comical performance. He regarded Su Muching's face, adorned with a mask of righteousness, and found it amusing. "How intriguing. To seek my assistance while attempting to deliver a lecture on moral integrity?" Chapter 14. Do you believe you are worth more than her? The serene atmosphere created by the top-tier aromatherapy in the reception lounge grew delicate due to Su Muching's impassioned oration. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, she struck a pose she deemed exuded leadership, feeling a tinge of pride for her seemingly impeccable rhetoric. She believed no high-ranking man could resist donning the lofty title of serving the nation and its people. However, the approval, admiration, or even a semblance of emotion she anticipated was conspicuously absent from the boy on the sofa. Lin Tian remained reclined, his fingers maintaining their rhythmic tapping on his knee. He observed the stunning president, who was striving to embody the role of a business saint, and within his starry gaze, there was no trace of admiration. Instead, it revealed an increasingly profound, almost piercing amusement. From his perspective, Su Muching's performance resembled a peacock on the brink of extinction, striving desperately to unfurl its seemingly splendid, yet irrevocably tattered tail feathers, attempting to dazzle the apex predator before it with a facade of beauty and nobility. A quintessentially refined egotist, Lin Tian accurately defined her in his mind. She had cleverly repackaged her commercial crisis as a matter of national duty and social responsibility, attempting to seize the moral high ground in negotiation, forcibly transforming me from an investor into a mere benefactor. She naively believed her breathtaking beauty was the ultimate trump card, an indispensable bargaining chip. Thus, She dared to be so audacious, hoping to exchange minimal costs, perhaps merely a few words of gratitude and her self-perceived priceless favor, for my 3 billion in cold, hard cash. Alas, Lin Tian shook his head inwardly, a hint of icy mockery curling at the corners of his lips. She had chosen the wrong target. I never engage in unprofitable transactions, nor do I succumb to moral coercion. Having concluded his analysis, Lin Tian slightly leaned forward. This simple motion instantaneously altered the atmosphere in the reception lounge. The previous languid, youthful nonchalance receded like a tide, replaced by a cold, emotionless aura, the absolute rationality and oppressive presence of a capital mogul. He gazed at Su Mucheng and posed his first question, his tone flat, yet each word resonating like a blade. Miss Su, since you mentioned responsibility, let us first discuss business. First, according to the financial report I received, audited overnight by the world's top accounting firm, the Su Corporation presently has a net asset of negative 13 billion. Its technological patents under siege globally by the Sacred Mountain Organization, and its market channels entirely collapsed. In other words, it is a bottomless pit. If I were to invest 3 billion, please provide me with professional, quantifiable data regarding where my commercial returns lie. How long until I can recoup my costs? What profit margin can you guarantee over the next 5 years? The smile on Su Mucheng's face instantly froze. She had not anticipated that he would so swiftly grasp the entirety of her family's financial situation. Nor had she expected him to so ruthlessly strip away all the veils of warmth, exposing the most naked commercial logic. Lin Tian afforded her no respite, as the second question followed in a tone increasingly frigid. Second, regarding the livelihoods of those thousands of employees you mentioned. As far as I am aware, the crisis that the Su Group finds itself in today can be attributed not only to the suppression from the Sacred Mountain, but also, and more importantly, to the grave misjudgment of your management team 3 years ago. You rejected the strategic partnership proposed by the Long family and opted to gamble with the venture capital fund under the Sacred Mountain, which has ultimately led to your technological lifeline being held hostage. This blunder is a direct consequence of your management's avarice, and it is not my obligation to bear the burden of your failures and folly. These words struck like a resounding slap across Su Mucheng's face, reducing her once proud business acumen to a mere farce. Her complexion began to pale uncontrollably. Lin Tian tapped the table, the crisp sound resonating like the harbinger of doom. He posed the most lethal of inquiries, his voice devoid of warmth. Thirdly, and most crucially, since your entry, you have incessantly proclaimed your willingness to pay any price. Yet you present yourself in a condescending manner as if offering charity. Now, I implore you to elucidate your so-called sincerity. Is it your mere facade? Or is it the pride of the Su family's daughter that has long since lost its worth? By what means does it command a value of 3 billion? A relentless barrage of incisive, core-targeting commercial retorts served as merciless scalpels, peeling away all of Su Mucheng's pretenses, her grand ideals, and her arrogance, laying bare her exquisitely self-serving, yet fragile vanity in the cold air. The trio of questions left her speechless, her delicate form trembling slightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with indignation, embarrassment, and a tinge of sheer vulnerability at being thoroughly exposed. In a fit of rage and humiliation, she cast aside all reason and, with a sharp, derisive tone, retorted, "You merely desire to possess me. Why must you cloak it in such grandiloquence? 3 billion to buy Su Mucheng. To toy with me at your whim. Surely that is sufficient? What pretense of virtue are you maintaining?" In that moment, she tore off her final mask, reducing herself to the ultimate and sole commodity, attempting to inflict pain upon the youth who had cornered her. Yet, upon hearing her words, Lin Tian erupted in laughter as if he had just encountered the most ludicrous joke of the century. His laughter rang clear, brimming with unabashed condescension. Shaking his head in amusement, he casually summoned through internal communication, "Linger, please come in." Soon, Long Linger, clad in a black assistant uniform, exuding an ethereal presence, entered the room. Her stunning visage and otherworldly aura caused Su Mucheng, already pale, to feel an inexplicable weight in her heart. "Young master, how may I serve you?" Lin Tian did not glance at her, his gaze still fixated with interest on the now visibly shaken Su Mucheng. In a tone that announced a trivial matter, he addressed Long Linger. "Linger, in light of your recent exemplary performance in managing my daily and training schedules, I have decided to grant you a permanent 1% stake in the Global Biogenetics Investment Division of the Long Group, effective from next quarter, along with dividends." Boom. His statement detonated like a supernova within the confines of the room, flooding Su Mucheng's mind with a catastrophic void. The Global Biogenetics Investment Division of the Long Group, one of the most lucrative sectors under the Long family's umbrella, controlling nearly 30% of the global industry, with annual profits measured in hundreds of billions. A permanent 1% stake? This signified that from this day forth, Long Linger would effortlessly surpass 1 billion in annual dividends alone, representing an astronomical asset value beyond comprehension. Even Long Linger herself was momentarily stunned by this terrifying windfall. Subsequently, a wave of uncontrollable excitement and a blush spread across her traditionally stoic face, and she bowed deeply to Lin Tian, her voice trembling. "Thank you, young master, for your generosity. Linger will serve you with utmost loyalty." Lin Tian waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he had merely tipped a waiter. He then redirected his gaze to the utterly petrified Su Muching, her face drained of color and her delicate form on the verge of collapse. With a look of pity laced with mockery, he asked, "Now, tell me, do you believe you are worth more than she?" This query pierced through the last bastion of Su Muching's confidence in her breathtaking beauty. The body she prided herself on being worth 3 billion paled in comparison to a mere fraction of the gift bestowed upon Long Linger in the eyes of this youth. What a profound humiliation. What bitter irony. In that moment, Su Muching's mental defenses crumbled entirely. Her body weakened, and she could no longer support herself. Collapsing onto the expensive Italian sofa, her mind blank, her ears filled only with the sound of her heavy, labored breaths. However, Lin Tian's assault was far from over. He slowly rose from the sofa and approached her, looking down upon her as a deity surveying mere dust. Adjusting the impeccably smooth sleeves of his attire, he spoke in a voice so calm it bordered on cruelty. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I am the zero heir of the Long family. I possess absolute authority over all investment funds exceeding 1 trillion, without the need for anyone's approval. Thus, 3 billion is but a trifling matter for me." Leaning slightly closer, he gazed into her now unfocused, hollow eyes, each word driven like a dagger into her heart. "But why would I assist you with that?" He turned away from the utterly defeated woman, akin to a broken doll, and departed with Long Linger, leaving behind a chilling remark that echoed hauntingly throughout the desolate reception hall. "Come back when you have comprehended your reality." Time passed, and Su Muching stumbled out of the Long group headquarters, devoid of spirit, as if she were a mere shell of a human. Outside, a torrential downpour had commenced, soaking her exquisite Chanel suit, clinging tightly to her alluring curves and rendering her a picture of disarray, yet possessing a tragic beauty. Standing amidst the rain, she allowed the icy droplets to wash over her pale face, her mind replaying Lin Tian's piercing words. She finally grasped the truth. From the very beginning, she had been profoundly mistaken. The beauty, lineage, and intellect she held dear were utterly worthless in the eyes of that youth. Her self-righteous moral posturing had merely been the antics of a buffoon. After a lengthy internal struggle that threatened to tear her apart, she slowly made her way to the vast, empty plaza before the entrance of the Long group headquarters. Then, under the myriad gazes cast from the towering building, some filled with astonishment, others with confusion, and still more with pity, she retracted all her pride and relinquished every shred of dignity. Gradually bending her knees, ultimately, she sank heavily to the cold, rain-soaked ground. There she knelt amidst the torrential downpour, allowing the rain and her tears to merge as they cascaded down her cheeks, quietly awaiting that young man, hoping for even a single opportunity to beg, however pathetically, for his mercy. Chapter 15. The Elder in the Ring. A new sprout emerges. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Beneath the headquarters of the Long Corporation, the solitary figure seated in the storm had become an open secret and topic of gossip among the elite circles of Yanjing. Su Mucheng, once a revered goddess in Jiangnan City, commanding respect from countless men as a formidable president, now resembled a devout ascetic, abstaining from food and drink, remaining silent, enduring the elements, patiently awaiting a flicker of forgiveness from the heavens above. Her pride, her dignity, her very essence had been utterly ground to dust over these 7 days and nights of torment. Within the Long residence, Lin Tian gazed calmly through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window at the frail, emaciated figure on the surveillance screen. He understood that the time had come. "Linger, young master, how may I serve you?" Long Linger stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lin Tian flipped his wrist, revealing a data chip pulsating with a soft blue light in his palm. "This is the restructuring and future development plan for the Su Corporation that I drafted overnight, along with an investment contract imbued with psychological persuasion clauses." He handed the chip to Long Linger, his tone unyielding yet devoid of excess emotion. "You are to meet her now, representing me fully, and negotiate. Remember, I seek not merely the controlling stake in the Su Corporation, but her complete submission, body and soul." Linger understood. She accepted the chip, a glimmer of admiration and comprehension flickering in her cool phoenix eyes. The young master's methods were never simply about corporate takeover. They were aimed at wresting control of all unstable factors. Long Linger boarded the exclusive internal anti-gravity vehicle destined for the corporate headquarters. Accompanying her was a martial arts master of the zone level, specially assigned by the family, and also her elder, Granny Hua. Observing how her young mistress now centered her life around Lin Tian's will, tirelessly managing what she deemed mundane affairs, Granny Hua felt a twinge of sorrow and confusion. "My dear, I cannot help but voice my concern," she finally spoke. "You are an S-class prodigy, a daughter of destiny, with an immeasurable future ahead. Why must you demean yourself in dealing with these trivial business matters? Your time should be devoted to cultivation." At her words, Linger paused from her perusal of documents, lifting her gaze to meet Granny Hua's. A newfound, almost reverent light illuminated her cool features. "Granny Hua, You are mistaken. This is neither trivial nor degrading. You cannot fathom the heights to which the young master will ascend. To lay the first cornerstone of his magnificent empire, as vast as the starry sea, is my supreme honor for all eternity. Granny Hua sighed inwardly, choosing to refrain from further discourse. She could not possibly know that Linger had glimpsed a fragment of a future where that divine sun suppressed eternity and ruled the starry seas. To serve as the chief assistant managing the mundane for the future lord of the starry seas seemed, indeed, rather splendid. Meanwhile, as Long Linger embarked on her mission to execute the acquisition plan, 1,000 miles away in Jiangnan City, within an elegantly adorned martial arts dojo steeped in the essence of combat, an explosive shout echoed. A tall young man with striking features delivered a powerful punch to a strength-testing pillar forged from a special alloy. Bang! The pillar shuddered violently, the crimson numbers above fluctuating wildly before finally settling on an astounding figure. 15,000 kg. Excellent. Yi Fan, your rate of progress astonishes even your master. A middle-aged man clad in a white training outfit, his demeanor calm and composed, clapped in admiration. He was none other than Lin Tian, the master of this dojo and one of Jiangnan City's few martial arts grandmasters. The youth known as Yi Fan was Su Muqing's fiancé, an ordinary lad who, through remarkable talent and relentless effort, had carved out a notable reputation among Jiangnan's younger generation. Yet, as he retracted his fist, his expression bore no trace of joy, only urgency and fury. Moments ago, he had received a call from a friend revealing that his beloved fiancé, Su Muqing, was seated in the rain outside the Long Corporation, seemingly humiliated. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, igniting a fire of rage and anxiety within him. Master, Yi Fan abruptly turned, dropping to his knees before Lin Tian, his voice hoarse with desperation. Something has happened to Muqing. Please, use your connections in Yinjing to help her. I beg you. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to assist him. What happened? Speak slowly. Upon hearing Yi Fan's fragmented account, particularly the mention of the Long family and the Zero Heir, Lin Tian's face paled, filled with deep fear and apprehension. Nonsense, he barked, halting Yi Fan. Have you lost your mind? That is the Long family, a behemoth standing at the pinnacle of our nation, akin to a pillar of heaven. Their newly appointed Zero Heir is a legendary figure, personally endorsed by the 3 ancestral elders, who shattered the Gaia record with a single punch. You want me to provoke him? Are you seeking to erase our entire dojo from the map of Jiangnan City overnight? Yi Fan stood frozen, taken aback by his master's unprecedented harshness. He could scarcely believe that his fearless, audacious master would tremble at the mere mention of the Long family. But Muqing. Enough. Lin Tian interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. This matter ends here. I warn you, Yi Fan, if you still regard me as your master, you will immediately abandon such unrealistic thoughts. The Long family is not something we can afford to provoke. To venture to Yinjing would be tantamount to courting death. With that, he swept away, leaving Yi Fan alone, desolate, kneeling in the silence. After a long while, Yi Fan slowly rose, his once clear eyes now ablaze with an indomitable fire. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms, the physical pain overshadowed by the humiliation and rage swelling within him. The Long family, the Zero Heir. He muttered through gritted teeth, his heart echoing a silent roar. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Fuming, he turned and exited the dojo. He knew that from this moment forward, he could rely only on himself. As he walked down the deserted street, a powerful confidence emerged on his face, starkly contrasting his current predicament. He raised his right hand, gently caressing an unassuming bronze ring, antiquated in style, adorning his index finger. At that moment, a voice, filled with the weight of wisdom and experience, resonated in his mind, one that only he could hear. Disciple, do not panic. A mere secular family, relying on its ancestral lineage to exert influence and power. With my master by my side, within a decade, I could easily obliterate it. Indeed, master, Yi Fan reverently replied in his heart, as hope reignited in his eyes. This ring is the sole relic left by my parents. 3 years ago, a remnant soul of an ancient martial deity, claiming to be the sage of medicine, unexpectedly awakened within it, taking me as his disciple and secretly guiding my cultivation, imparting ancient techniques and alchemical arts thought to be lost. This is the true source of my confidence. What of the dragon family as scion? Before my master, he is but an insect. Just wait, Su Muqing is my woman. I shall soon travel to Yinjing, bring her back, and repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you have inflicted upon her. Yi Fan's expression was cold and resolute, infused with an enigmatic confidence derived from his extraordinary abilities. As he gazed towards the direction of Yinjing, unbeknownst to him, the arrogant scion of the influential family he scorned was currently perusing a dossier about him. A smirk of amusement playing at the corner of his lips. The elderly figure within the ring? Intriguing. It seems a fresh and robust sprout has willingly presented itself at my doorstep. Chapter 16. Devouring the Su family. The son of destiny comes to meet his demise. At the Su Group headquarters in Jiangnan City, the atmosphere in the top-floor conference room was as oppressive as lead, suffocating every individual present. The group's chairman, Su Muqing's father, Su Jinhua, sat in the main seat, his face ashen, resembling a ghost of his former self, marked by deep wrinkles and a sickly pallor, as if 20 years of vitality had been drained from him in mere months. Opposite him sat the major shareholders of the Su Group, esteemed elders, and representatives from various federal banks. Those who had once greeted him with deference and smiles now resembled vultures scenting carrion, their eyes glinting with greed and coldness. Mr. Su, the group's stock price has plummeted for 30 consecutive trading days, with over 90% of its market value evaporated. According to our previous betting agreement, your personal shares are no longer sufficient to repay our debts. A corpulent bank representative rapped the table, his tone unfriendly. Indeed, we demand the immediate liquidation of the group. As shareholders, we at least wish to recover some of our hard-earned money. An elder, the most senior among them, lamented, yet his eyes sparkled with a gleeful malice. He had long been bought off by the Holy Mountain Organization, eagerly awaiting this day to completely sink the Su family's floundering ship. Liquidation. It must be done. Pay us back, Su Jinhua, return our money. In an instant, the room was filled with an uproar, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion, forcing Su Jinhua, the once mighty business magnate, into a dire predicament. He looked at the loathsome faces before him, his heart swelling with boundless sorrow and despair. At that moment, bang! The heavy door, crafted from special alloys, was forcefully kicked open from outside. The thunderous noise instantly silenced the clamor in the room. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Long Linger strode in, clad in a well-tailored black office uniform and 10-centimeter crystal heels, flanked by a squad of elite security personnel dressed in black combat gear, exuding an aura as cold as machinery. Following closely behind was a team of top lawyers, each with golden hair and blue eyes, suited impeccably, carrying silver briefcases, their faces devoid of any emotion. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? The elder barked, his bravado faltering. Long Linger did not spare him a glance, merely addressing the head of the security team with a single, calm command. Clear the room. Yes. The security chief nodded, and in the next moment, he and his team unleashed a terrifying aura characteristic of martial grandmasters. Several overwhelming presences converged, like an invisible mountain pressing down upon the hearts of everyone in the conference room. The shareholders and creditors, previously emboldened, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to breathe. The security team, akin to tigers among sheep, swiftly subdued the scheming elders and resisting bodyguards, the entire process flowing seamlessly, not exceeding 10 seconds. Before absolute power, all schemes appeared laughable. Once the room was thoroughly subdued, Long Linger approached the ashen-faced Su Jinhua, sliding a shimmering, pale blue virtual document before him. Mr. Su, greetings. I am Long Linger, representing my master, the heir apparent of the Long family, Lord Lin Tian, here to discuss matters of investment with you. Her voice was cold, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This is a 3 billion investment agreement, along with a proposal for absolute controlling acquisition. The terms are exceptionally generous. Following the acquisition, we promise to retain 10% of the Su family shares and management rights over the group's daily operations. Of course, you may choose to refuse. Long Linger's lips curled into a frosty smile. Should you do so, within 24 hours, the Su Group will be maliciously acquired by our Long family's venture capital fund for less than 3 billion, completely devoured down to the last bone. The only lifeline and the abyss of no return now lay before you. Please, make your choice. Su Jinhua gazed at the domineering, yet merciful agreement before him, then at the formidable young woman radiating an aura that made his heart quail. After a brief yet intense internal struggle, he finally exhaled a long, weary sigh, as if relinquishing all his strength. He picked up the electronic pen, his hand trembling, and inscribed his name upon the agreement. From this moment forth, the Su Group, the commercial empire that had encapsulated his life's work, officially changed hands, merging into the legendary Heir's domain. In Yanjing, at the top floor of the Long Group headquarters, Lin Tian received a secure message from Long Linger confirming the success of their plan and the acquisition of their target. He set aside the ancient tome on primordial formations, rising slowly to approach the grand floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed downwards, viewing his kingdom from above. His eyes fell upon the figure at the center of the square. Having sat in the scorching sun for an entire year, gaunt yet defiantly upright, the punishment has been sufficient. It is time to meet my sharpest pawn, he mused softly, preparing to descend and complete the final subjugation of Su Muqing. However, at that very moment, boom, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted from below the headquarters, akin to an enraged beast's growl. A pitch-black vehicle, exuding an aesthetic of violence, illegally modified from military-grade hover armor, disregarded all traffic rules and warnings, arrogantly drifting to a halt before the entrance of the Long Group headquarters. The door swung open. A youth with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in black attire, emanating the formidable aura of an A-level peak martial artist, stepped out. It was Yi Fan, the son of destiny. who believed himself to have attained mastery and had come seeking vengeance. He raised his gaze, beholding the towering skyscraper before him, a symbol of supreme power and opulence. His eyes ablaze with a fervent flame of vengeance. At this moment, his heart was staging a passionate hero's drama, one he had fantasized about countless times. According to the narratives of those biographical novels, I, Yi Fan, shall today venture forth alone into this domain. Before all assembled, I shall use these iron fists to bring that arrogant scion, who thrives on his family's influence, to his knees, begging for mercy, utterly humiliated. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, I shall depart with my beloved Mu Cheng, leaving behind a legacy that shall echo throughout Huaxia, making my name, Yi Fan, renowned across the world. The mere thought of such a spectacle, where I am the center of attention and I embrace my fair lady, sends a surge of adrenaline through Yi Fan, igniting an impatient eagerness within him. He took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and stepped forward, ready to commence his performance as the protagonist of his own tale. Unbeknownst to him, in the office located hundreds of meters above, the very antagonist he despised was also making his way downstairs at that precise moment. Two destinies, which ought not to intertwine, were poised to converge beneath this edifice for the same woman, setting the stage for a scene rife with irony and drama, ready to erupt. Chapter 17, Silence. How dare you show such disrespect to the master? Before the headquarters of the Long Corporation, time seemed to lose all significance. An entire year. Su Mu Cheng had sat in this expansive square for a full year. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 4 seasons had turned. Her bespoke Chanel suit had long succumbed to the ravages of wind, sun, and rain, becoming tattered and soiled. The once enchanting visage that captivated all had now lost its color, leaving behind a pallid, ghostly appearance, steeped in profound fatigue. She resembled a stubborn, weathered stone, worn down by the elements, her spirit exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Over this past year, she had become an oddity in Yinjing City. Countless media outlets had trained their lenses upon her, and countless passers-by had pointed fingers at her, their sentiments shifting from sympathy and curiosity to apathy and derision. She bore immense physiological and psychological pressure, yet she never wavered in her vigil, for she understood that this was her only and final chance. The pride that once resided within her had been ground to dust by the torments of the year. All that remained was an anxiety for her family's fate, and a complex mix of fear and respect for the young man perched high above her. Just when she felt she could endure no longer, her consciousness beginning to fade, a pair of immaculate black leather shoes, crafted from the finest materials, appeared in her line of sight. Su Mu Cheng struggled to lift her head. The figure that had startled her awake countless times in dreams was finally before her once more. A year had passed, and the 14-year-old Lin Tian had grown taller and more striking, his features now fully formed, resembling a celestial being descended from myth. His profound eyes bore an additional layer of worldly wisdom and indifference compared to a year prior. He regarded the disheveled woman before him with a calm demeanor, devoid of mockery or pity, making but a single statement, as though delivering an undeniable truth: stand up. These 3 simple words seemed to carry an enchanting power, causing Su Mu Cheng's numbed body to tremble. Immediately, Long Linger stepped forward, draping a warm, soft cashmere shawl over her trembling shoulders and speaking in a cool, measured tone. Miss Su, the master has reserved the presidential suite for you at the premier Yinjing Cloud Top Palace. Please, follow me to regain your strength. As she spoke, she handed Su Mu Cheng a pitch-black card that shimmered with golden hues. This is a limitless black gold spending card, bestowed upon you by the master. This sudden act of kindness left Su Mu Cheng's mind in a state of bewilderment. She gazed at Lin Tian, her heart not swelling with joy, but rather an intensified wave of unease and trepidation. She believed that this was merely the eerie calm before the impending storm. Within the presidential suite of the Cloud Top Palace, after several hours of the finest spa treatments, nutritious meals, and the meticulous attention of professional stylists, Su Mu Cheng finally regained her former radiant appearance. Yet, deep within her beautiful eyes, the confidence and pride of your had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of anxiety and apprehension. She dared not broach the subject of collaboration, nor could she entertain thoughts of her family's future. She understood that she was akin to a fish on a chopping block, awaiting the final verdict from that young master. Observing her restless demeanor, Long Linger casually remarked, Miss Su, it has been a year since you last contacted your family, hasn't it? Perhaps you should make a call to assure them of your well-being. At this, Su Mu Cheng's delicate frame shivered slightly. Indeed, it had been a year. Skeptically, she utilized the encrypted phone provided by the palace to dial her father Su Jinhua's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Mu Cheng, is that you, Mu Cheng? You finally decided to reach out to your father. The familiar yet distant voice of her father radiated excitement and joy from the other end of the line. Dad. Su Mu Cheng's voice trembled as her eyes brimmed with tears. Good child, you've suffered. I'm so sorry for you. Su Jinhua's voice was filled with remorse. But you can rest assured. Everything is behind us. It's all behind us. What do you mean, behind us? Su Mu Cheng asked, bewildered. It's the Long family. It's that esteemed heir of the Zero generation. Su Jinhua's voice was almost breaking with excitement. Just a month after you sought him out, the Long Corporation's investment of 300 billion had already been fully received. Moreover, they dispatched the world's foremost operational and legal teams to help us win all patent lawsuits and reconnect all sales channels. The Su Corporation, no, now it's the Long Biological Genetics, Jiangnan branch, has been completely resurrected. With the support of the Long family, we have not only avoided bankruptcy, but have flourished beyond our previous state. All of his fervent declarations struck Su Muqing's mind like bolts of divine thunder, leaving her momentarily blank. So, while she knelt below, weathering the storm and ridicule, believing both she and her family were plunging into an abyss of despair, he had silently salvaged everything without her knowledge. That year of sitting in silence, that seemingly cruel punishment, was not meant to torment or humiliate her. Rather, it was to strip away her ridiculous, foolish pride. At this moment, Su Muqing finally comprehended. The chasm between her and that young man was never one of status or wealth. It was a matter of vision, of intentions. A disparity as vast as that between heaven and earth. The immense emotional upheaval, akin to a transition from hell to paradise, obliterated all her negative perceptions of Lin Tian. She stood there, tears streaming down her face, utterly speechless. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of the Long Corporation, in the executive office at the top floor, Su Muqing once again found herself standing before Lin Tian. However, this time, her eyes reflected neither pride, nor calculation, nor resentment. What remained was the purest, most profound reverence and submission, emanating from the depths of her soul. Slowly and solemnly, she knelt on both knees. This time, it was not for her family, nor for personal gain. Rather, it was for the youthful deity before her who had shattered her world with thunderous force, only to reshape her anew with a compassionate heart. She accepted from Long Linger a lifetime contract of supreme authority without bothering to read its terms, signing her name and pressing her seal upon it. Su Muqing vowed to serve her master for life, as a servant and a maid, with no one daring to disobey. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. At the moment she pledged her loyalty, dedicating her body, heart, and even soul. A thunderous roar filled with unending fury and murderous intent erupted from outside the building, shaking the floor-to-ceiling windows with a resounding hum. Yi Fan had arrived. He drove a fearsome hovering armored vehicle, making a grand entrance, and through the transparent curtain wall of the building, he spotted his beloved fiancée kneeling before another man. In that instant, his eyes widened with rage, jealousy igniting within him, nearly causing him to explode with fury. He believed he was about to enact a classic hero-rescuing damsel scenario. He bellowed, kicking open the car door, rushing into the building, ready to trample that arrogant, pampered young man beneath his feet. Muqing, do not fear. I am here to save you. Yi Fan's voice echoed across the empty plaza. However, the response he received was not the tears of gratitude he had envisioned from his fiancée. Instead, Su Muqing, kneeling on the ground, turned at the sound of his voice. And on her tear-streaked face, there emerged not surprise, but a chilling expression of disdain and anger, as if her sacred ritual had been disrupted. She did not wait for Lin Tian to speak. Suddenly turning, her gaze cold and unfeeling, she fixed her eyes on Yi Fan as he rushed toward her. Then, with a tone sharp and filled with reprimand, she declared fiercely, "You shall be silent. How dare you show disrespect to my master? Everything I have done is of my own volition." Yi Fan's steps came to an abrupt halt. He stood frozen, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at Su Muqing. His mind a blank. "Muqing, what did you say?" He was utterly bewildered. Chapter 18. Unveiling the secret of the ring. Do you dare to touch my woman? Before the headquarters of the Long Group, that shout filled with anger and possessiveness detonated the already tense atmosphere, like a deep water bomb thrown into a tranquil lake. Yi Fan, a rising star in Jiangnan City, lauded as a grassroots miracle, now had bloodshot eyes, fixated on the dramatic scene unfolding in the plaza, feeling as though his entire world was collapsing. What did he see? He saw his beloved fiancée, Su Muqing, whom he cherished, kneeling before another man, pledging her loyalty. And that man, strikingly handsome and exuding an otherworldly aura, merely standing there radiated a sovereign presence that rendered everything else around him dull. Any man witnessing such a scene would likely lose their rationality. How much more so for Yi Fan, who was proud and regarded Su Muqing as the most valuable prize on his path to success. As Su Muqing heard Yi Fan's familiar yet foreign voice, her delicate frame trembled. She slowly turned to face her furious ex-fiancé, and in her beautiful eyes, which had just been filled with emotion and loyalty, a wave of cold, mixed with disdain and determination, surged forth. Before she could utter a word, Yi Fan's insulting command to be silent had already chilled her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had not cast a single glance at Yi Fan. He stood there calmly, observing with interest the suddenly emerging youth who radiated a protagonist's aura. His mental energy had already enveloped the entire area like an invisible web, thoroughly scanning Yi Fan from the outside in, from body to soul. Soon, his mental energy detected a faint yet remarkably pure wave of ancient, primal soul energy emanating from the seemingly unremarkable, slightly tarnished bronze ring on Yi Fan's right index finger. A flicker of understanding and a peculiar smile crossed Lin Tian's eyes. No way, he mused inwardly, amused as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing antique toy. What era is this? And yet, it seems this ring harbors an old man's standard template routine. The familiar configuration, the same old charm. No wonder a boy of humble origins could achieve such success and brazenly come to the Long family to cause a ruckus. He must have a powerful figure guiding him from behind. With insight into his opponent's greatest trump card, Lin Tian felt no further turmoil within. He regarded Yi Fan with the eyes of one observing a moth ensnared in a web, desperately struggling, believing it could defy fate. This farce must come to an end. At this moment, Yi Fan, having processed the initial shock of betrayal, found all reason consumed by an inferno of jealousy and humiliation. He gazed at the otherworldly handsome youth before him, then glanced at his fiancée, who stood resolutely behind the young man, her cold gaze directed at him. And a malicious thought began to fester in his mind. He attributed all of Su Muqing's betrayal to the presence of this man. He believed it was this man who had sullied his pure love with power and wealth, robbing him of what was rightfully his. Su Muqing. Yi Fan's voice twisted with extreme rage. I understand now. I see it all. He pointed accusingly at Su Muqing, then at Lin Tian. His tone dripping with mockery and contempt as he shouted hysterically. You vain, gold-digging woman. I, Yi Fan, am of humble origins and cannot provide you with everything you desire. So, you could not wait to strip off your clothes and climb into this pretty boy's bed. For money, for power, you would forsake your dignity and body. You are nothing but a shameless, promiscuous wretch. This venomous tirade struck Su Muqing's heart like a poisoned dagger. Her face turned pale as she trembled uncontrollably, her eyes, once filled with emotion and loyalty, now brimming with tears of humiliation. She had never expected that the man who once vowed to love her for a lifetime would resort to such filthy words to slander her after being rejected. She finally saw clearly that Yi Fan's so-called love was nothing but selfishness and superficiality. He had never loved her, Su Muqing, as a person. He had only cherished the identity of being the fiancé of the daughter of the Su family, which satisfied his vanity. Just as she was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this wave of humiliation, a warm and powerful hand gently pressed upon her shoulder. An irresistible yet tender force lifting her up. Lin Tian stepped forward, shielding her trembling frame entirely behind his own. With an expression that bore the disdain of one observing a mere jester, imbued with both pity and indifference, he gazed at the frenzied Yi Fan. His tone was unremarkable, yet it resonated with an overwhelming gravity, reaching the ears of everyone present. Would you unleash impotent fury and malicious blame upon a woman who has only just emerged from the depths of despair? Such is the pride and capacity of a genius like you? This rhetorical question struck Yi Fan like an invisible, resounding slap across the face. Meanwhile, Su Muqing, standing behind Lin Tian's seemingly unassuming yet undeniably steadfast figure, felt an unprecedented surge of safety and warmth fill her heart as she witnessed his act of defiance on her behalf. The icy sting in her heart, born of Yi Fan's insults, was entirely healed in that moment. As she beheld Lin Tian's silhouette, her tear-filled eyes reflected not only awe and submission, but also a complex emotion of admiration that she herself had yet to recognize. To Yi Fan, this gaze conveyed nothing short of unabashed affection, openly displayed before him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yi Fan seethed with rage, feeling as if the verdant canopy above was no longer merely green, but an expansive, boundless prairie of lumber, ripe for galloping. All reason and rationality were reduced to ashes in that moment. He pointed at Lin Tian, summoning every ounce of his strength to unleash a beast-like roar. You, a mere waste hiding behind your family's legacy, toying with power. Do you dare to face me like a man, in a fair duel for life and death? He yearned to obliterate this man before him, the very culprit who had taken everything from him, using the most primal and direct means possible. As you wish. Lin Tian nodded calmly, as though merely acquiescing to a trivial game. He turned to the already alerted captain of the Long family guard, instructing, clear the area, and initiate the A-class duel arena. Furthermore, summon all the young heirs at home to witness this spectacle. Not only would he fight, but he would publicly execute his opponent before all. Before long, an enormous public duel arena, replete with futuristic technology and capable of hosting tens of thousands, was activated within the Long family estate. The arriving young heirs filled the audience seats, their eyes fixed upon the challenger, who appeared utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the center of the arena, all gazes were riveted upon the stage. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the fury within, honing himself to peak condition. His S-class, golden bloodline, surged to its zenith, golden vitality erupting from him, rendering him a magnificent golden warrior. Exuding an awe-inspiring aura, he regarded the indifferent youth across from him, once again drawing strength from the archetype of a protagonist in a legendary tale. Are not the heroes of those tales often subjected to scorn and ridicule, only to ultimately turn the tide and achieve fame through combat? Today, I, Yi Fan, shall challenge the odds, and before everyone, I will trample this so-called divine scion underfoot and reclaim what is rightfully mine. He assumed his most formidable stance. Golden energy coalescing at his fists, prepared to meet Lin Tian's attack. On the opposite end of the stage, Lin Tian stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. He observed the so-called destined protagonist, now fully ensnared in his own delusions, and casually unleashed a single punch. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no flamboyant effects, just an unadorned strike. Yet, as it passed through the air, the very fabric of space subtly distorted in silence. In the fleeting moment before the seemingly mundane punch, which concealed earth-shattering power, made contact with Yi Fan's confident and fervent visage, it abruptly halted. Chapter 19. Is this it? Your external enhancement is rather underwhelming. In the duel arena, Lin Tian's seemingly casual punch appeared to unfold in slow motion to all onlookers. However, for Yi Fan, facing that fist, the sensation was utterly different. Fast. Incredibly fast. So swift that his neural reactions could scarcely keep pace with the combat instincts endowed by his S-class, golden bloodline. He barely managed to cross his arms, summoning all his golden vitality to establish the most formidable defense before the impending strike. In the next instant, the fist collided violently with his arms. There was no cataclysmic sound, only a dull thud akin to a drumbeat. Yi Fan felt as though he were not struck by a fist, but rather by a meteor hurtling at supersonic speed from the heavens. The force was wild, unyielding, and pure, devoid of reason, his pride in his golden protective energy. Formidable enough to withstand tank shells, crumbled before that delicate white fist, as fragile as foam beneath the sun, shattering on contact. Crack! The sound of his arm bones fracturing resonated clearly in his ears. In the next moment, an unparalleled and terrifying force surged through his shattered arms, crashing mercilessly against his chest. Puffed! Blood gushed from Yi Fan's mouth as he was sent flying like a baseball struck with force, hurtling back faster than he had approached, tracing a chaotic arc through the air before crashing heavily against a transparent energy barrier dozens of meters away, sliding to the ground like a puddle of mud. Silence. The entire duel arena, filled with thousands of Long family descendants, erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter after a brief moment of shock. Goodness, is that it? I thought we might see a few exchanges. Just one punch. Merely a single punch. That fellow named Yi Fan, didn't he even qualify to warm up the Zero Heir? Let us not forget, the Zero Heir is only 14, and that Yi Fan, I hear, is nearly 20, older by a year. And yet he was dispatched with a single blow. I feel embarrassed for him. Countless scornful remarks pierced Yi Fan's heart like invisible needles. Lying on the cold ground, he heard the waves of mockery around him and caught sight of Su Mu Chung below the arena, her beautiful, icy gaze revealing a complex emotion that seemed to blend pity with sympathy. Shame, indignation, resentment, an overwhelming flood of negative emotions surged through him, drowning all rational thought. Ah! He howled in his heart, desperately reaching out to his greatest trump card. Teacher, lend me your power. I must kill him. I will surely kill him. From within the ring, an ancient soul sighed in resignation, yet ultimately, a vast torrent of pure energy, far beyond Yi Fan's own realm, surged into his limbs like a flood unleashed. Boom! An aura of terror, far surpassing what had come before, erupted from Yi Fan's body, escalating his cultivation in mere moments. A-class peak, near S-class. After burning nearly half of his essence and forcibly borrowing the power of the old man, Yi Fan's aura unexpectedly broke through its limitations, reaching a terrifying level that was infinitely close to the S rank. This spectacle transformed the mocking expressions of the surrounding Long family disciples into astonishment and gravity. Oh, this lad has some tricks up his sleeve. He managed to break through in the heat of battle? Something felt amiss. This aura did not appear to stem from his own strength, but rather resembled some forbidden technique or external force. In the void, several clan elders, including Long Zhanya, observed this scene with keen interest. Interesting, Long Zhanya mused, slightly surprised. Forcibly borrowing external power and burning one's essence. This boy indeed possessed a degree of audacity. Alas, he has provoked quite the little monster from your family, another elder chuckled, asserting that any struggle before absolute talent and strength was ultimately futile. In the face of Yi Fan's sudden surge, the entire arena was engulfed in shock. Su Muching instinctively clenched her fists, her expression clouded with concern. Only Lin Tian, observing the figure before him, Yi Fan, whose aura surged and whose eyes glowed crimson, as if transformed into a demon god, felt no stir within, perhaps even amusement. Ah, the classic trope has arrived, he thought with palpable interest, mentally delivering sarcastic commentary. Unable to win, he resorts to external assistance, the old man, starting to burn essence and forcibly break through. I've seen this trope at least 800 times in the novels of my past life. To unleash a sudden surge before me, the greatest cheat? Isn't that akin to showing off one's skills in front of a master? At that moment, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. The explosive power restored a sense of mysterious confidence, struggling to rise from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fixed Lin Tian with a gaze as cold as death. Lin Tian, did you truly think yourself invincible? Allow me to demonstrate my true power, he roared, executing a profound incantation. The surging golden energy behind him merged flawlessly with the ancient energy he had borrowed, coalescing in the void into a vivid energy dragon stretching over 100 meters. The dragon roared skyward, exuding a terrifying might capable of suppressing souls, as it charged towards Lin Tian. This was the ultimate killing move he had learned from the old man, potent enough to challenge levels beyond his own. He envisioned Lin Tian being reduced to dust beneath the dragon's might, obliterated utterly. Lin Tian, kneel before me. Yi Fan soared into the air, directing the energy dragon towards Lin Tian for a crushing blow. However, in the face of this strike that would make even ordinary S-rank experts pale, Lin Tian merely shook his head lightly. He raised his gaze to the fervent energy dragon intent on overpowering him and the boy behind it, now utterly lost in fantasies of a comeback, and calmly uttered 2 words, pitiful. He lifted his hand, and boundless golden energy surged like an ocean. As he instantly unleashed the technique he had recently mastered, the 10,000 weapons returned to flow. Buzz. 1 weapon, 10 weapons, 100 weapons, 1,000 weapons. An energy spear, larger and more solid than the energy dragon, radiating an overwhelming aura as if it could cleave the heavens, began to coalesce above his head. Dragon patterns spiraled along the spear, distorting the very fabric of space at its blade. This farce must come to an end. Lin Tian thrust out his hand, and the enormous energy spear descended with an unstoppable force, cleaving through the roaring energy dragon with a single strike. How could this be? Yi Fan's confidence and fervor were instantly replaced by overwhelming shock and terror. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to command the dragon against the spear. Boom! The 2 S-rank forces collided fiercely at the center of the arena, shaking the very universe. However, the seemingly indomitable energy dragon crumbled like fragile porcelain before the absolute power and sharpness of the energy spear, which split it in 2 and shattered it in the blink of an eye. The spear's momentum remained undiminished, crashing down upon Yi Fan with a thunderous might. Uft! Blood erupted. Yi Fan's protective aura was torn apart as if made of paper. He was cleaved from shoulder to waist, a gaping wound laid bare, bones shattered, blood gushing forth. He fell like a kite cut from its string, plummeting from the heights to crash heavily onto the arena, disheveled and drenched in blood. Utterly defeated and on the brink of death. Is this all you've got? Lin Tian slowly withdrew his hand, slightly tilting his head to regard Yi Fan, who lay like a dead dog in a pool of his own blood, his tone laced with unabashed disappointment. Coughing violently, Yi Fan expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, consumed by rage, shame, utter humiliation. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Muching. There was no trace of the concern and heartache he had imagined, only a chilling indifference, as if she were observing a stranger. That gaze pierced deeper than any blade. Lin Tian approached him with deliberate steps, looking down upon him like a deity surveying an ant daring to challenge the heavens. In a calm tone, as if stating an objective fact, he delivered the most cutting remark. Your cheat is rather ineffective. He surveyed the arena, ultimately concluding this farce with a simple remark. Before me, nothing can defy fate. Chapter 20. Why should I give you 3 years? Silence engulfed the arena. Thousands of Long family disciples stood as still as statues. The stillness so profound that the faintest sound, a pin dropping, could be heard clearly. All gazes were fixated on the center of the arena. There, a godlike youth stood with hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing, untouched by dust. Meanwhile, not far beneath him, another boy, hailed as a miracle from humble beginnings, lay in a pool of his own warm blood, utterly defeated, his bones shattered and meridians severed, even moving a finger becoming an unattainable desire. The victor and the vanquished had long been determined. This was a one-sided execution, absurd from start to finish. Lying on the cold ground, the physical pain Yi Fan endured paled in comparison to the utter devastation of his pride and dignity, which had been utterly obliterated. He felt the myriad gazes upon him, shock, disdain, mockery, but more than anything, a pity akin to that reserved for a fool, struggling to turn his eyes. He cast his gaze past the haunting figure and down to Su Muching, the woman he had vowed to protect for life, now feeling like a stranger. Her eyes held none of the concern or heartache he had envisioned, only a cold indifference, as if she were observing an inconsequential passerby. That look was the final straw that broke his lingering hope. Endless shame, resentment, and bitterness surged within him like the most potent stimulant, flooding his broken body. He could not simply fall here. He, Yi Fan, was the destined protagonist. How could one possibly succumb to the tyranny of a swaggering scion of privilege? This is but a fleeting setback, a trial that every protagonist must endure on their path to ascendance. Amidst a low, beast-like roar, Yi Fan, fueled by an overwhelming wrath, managed to lift his torso, akin to a tattered sack, with his only partially functional, contorted arm. He stood though teetering and drenched in his own blood. The once dull glimmer in his eyes rekindled into a blazing inferno of vengeance. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. He can still rise? Such indomitable will is indeed remarkable. Alas, he has provoked a living deity. Just as everyone anticipated the imminent, cataclysmic strike to obliterate him, Yi Fan executed an unexpected maneuver. He fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to roar the words he had rehearsed countless times in his heart, a quintessential proclamation of his kind. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Lin Tian, you shall wait. The humiliation of today, I, Yi Fan, swear by my martial heart, shall not be forgotten. Grant me 3 years, just 3 years more. After which, I shall return to this place and reclaim my honor by severing your head, erasing all the shame I have endured today. He declared this grandiose vow, announcing a classic 3-year pact. In his eyes, this was the sacred rite every protagonist must undertake after a temporary defeat. It served as his defiance against fate, a solemn prelude to his future resurgence. Subsequently, in accordance with the legendary tales he knew so well, the arrogant antagonist before him should be intimidated by his unyielding spirit, perhaps allowing him to depart unscathed, awaiting his formidable return in 3 years, only to find himself trampled beneath Yi Fan's feet. With that, he prepared to drag his wounded body away, embodying a tragic yet honorable hero, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers. However, as he barely turned, still unsteady, a voice, laced with mockery and a chilling mirth, slithered into his ears like a devil's whisper, freezing all his movements in an instant. Wait, Lin Tian stepped before him, gazing down with a look of absurdity, as if he were addressing a fool. Who gave you the confidence to believe I would grant you 3 years to grow and seek vengeance? Why should I afford you such time? This soul-shattering retort struck like a black lightning bolt, shattering the conventions of traditional narratives. Not just Yi Fan, but even the onlookers, those scions of the Long family raised on tales of heroes, including the seasoned elders like Long Zhanye who had seen countless storms, were momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Why? Why extend any opportunity for growth or redemption to an adversary with whom one has forged an irreconcilable enmity? It was utterly illogical. In the midst of Yi Fan's astonished, bewildered, and profoundly fearful gaze, Lin Tian's smirk deepened. He ceased his words, and in a flash, appeared before Yi Fan. What do you intend to do? Yi Fan, along with the ancient soul residing in his ring, sensed an unprecedented, soul-crushing peril. Lin Tian offered no reply. In his deep-set eyes, a brilliant golden light ignited, seemingly capable of melting all existence. The S-grade mental secret art, Mind Furnace, was unleashed, a torrent of overwhelming mental energy. 100-fold more terrifying than before, surged forth like an invisible, searing magma, shattering Yi Fan's fragile soul defenses and invading the ancient bronze ring upon his finger. Ah, young one, how dare you? The ancient warrior's remnant soul, claiming to be the medicine sage, let out a piercing scream of sheer terror. He had never fathomed that such a domineering, merciless soul-targeting secret art could exist. You are a demon. Who are you? Cease at once. Spare me. I am the ancient medicine sage, willing to submit to you. I will offer all my life as teachings, formulas, and secrets. Just grant me. Enough. Lin Tian's gaze remained indifferent, disregarding the old man's frantic pleas. With a mere thought, he cranked the mind furnace to its maximum capacity. No. Accompanied by a wail filled with despair and reluctance, the once mighty remnant soul of the ancient warrior was forcibly extracted from the ring, refined, crushed, and ultimately transformed into a vast, pure, formless soul energy, devoured by Lin Tian's spirit. Ding. Congratulations, host. Significant enhancement of soul strength achieved. Obtained the complete memory inheritance of the ancient warrior, medicine sage. In an instant, a deluge of ancient formulas, long-lost insights, and profound techniques surged into Lin Tian's mind, becoming part of his knowledge. After completing this, Lin Tian released his grip. Without the old man's presence, Yi Fan's eyes, once ablaze with defiance, turned hollow and ashen, plunging into an abyss of despair. His greatest reliance, his hope for defying fate, had been wrenched from his very soul. Yet, Lin Tian's reckoning was not over. Under Yi Fan's lifeless gaze, Lin Tian slowly raised his hand and casually placed it upon Yi Fan's dantian. No. Yi Fan let out a scream more harrowing than any before. He could distinctly feel his meticulously cultivated dantian, solidified over years, collapsing under the seemingly gentle touch. Akin to a burst balloon, all his internal energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, dissipating into nothingness. His once proud A-grade pinnacle cultivation was utterly destroyed by that single strike. From a celebrated genius, he was reduced to an ordinary person, powerless and bereft. This fate was 1,000 times more brutal than mere death. Having concluded his actions, Lin Tian discarded the now mud-like Yi Fan as one would a tattered cloth, casually tossing him to a nearby guard, casting him out of the Long family's gates like refuse. Yes, the guard complied, expressionless, dragging Yi Fan away. In the shadows, the elders, including Long Zhanye, observed the scene and, rather than feeling pity, nodded in approval. To eradicate the roots of trouble, leaving no future threats. This is the decisive action expected of the prodigy of the Long family. As Yifan's figure, akin to that of a dead dog, was about to be expelled from the arena, Lin Tian's voice, echoing like a devil's whisper, resonated once more, laden with solemnity. "Young man, do not thank me." He gazed at Yifan's despondent figure retreating into the distance, a smirk of dark humor curling at the corner of his lips. "Without enduring the tempest, how can one behold the rainbow? I have shattered your cultivation and seized your opportunities, all in an effort to temper your character, to make you comprehend that this world is far more ruthless than you can fathom." He paused momentarily, infusing his words with a tone of benevolence and concern, thus drawing a perfect conclusion to this brutal reckoning. "This is for your own good." Chapter 21. Nurturing a chive. No pain, no gain. The public duel arena of the Long family witnessed a farce that concluded in the most thorough and merciless manner. Yifan, once enveloped in countless glories as a grassroots miracle, now lay sprawled like mere refuse, dragged by two impassive guards towards the exit of the arena. A long, humiliating trail of blood marked his path. Tens of thousands of Long family disciples observed the fall of this shooting star with a mixture of awe, pity, and a hint of schadenfreude. In the void, several elders who had been discreetly observing began to manifest. Long Zhanya approached Lin Tian, watching the boy who had been dragged away, now utterly reduced to a shell of his former self. A fleeting glimmer of confusion crossed his aged eyes as he stroked his beard and inquired softly, "Tian, with your temperament, why not simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles?" In his view, for an enemy who had forged a bitter enmity and possessed a resilient spirit, the most prudent course of action would be to extinguish their presence from this world entirely. Lin Tian turned his gaze towards his grandfather, his profound eyes shimmering with an intelligence that belied his years, as if capable of unraveling the very laws of existence. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a tone that suggested he was elucidating a profound truth. "Grandfather, do you not find such a person rather intriguing?" "Oh." Long Zhanya raised an eyebrow. He resembled the favored child of the world's rules, or perhaps the so-called son of fortune. Lin Tian continued, articulating with the confidence of a strategist directing the course of history. "Observe, he hails from humble beginnings, yet possesses exceptional talent. Though he faced a broken engagement, albeit one he did not initiate, he bore humiliation with fortitude, wielding a golden finger that allows him to unleash extraordinary power even in dire straits. He embodies the quintessential protagonist archetype. Such individuals possess enduring fortune. While eliminating him may resolve the immediate dilemma, this fortune could very well transfer to the next Li Fan, Zhang Fan, or Wang Fan, giving rise to new adversaries that are unpredictable and insurmountable." Long Zhanya nodded thoughtfully in response. A sly smile crept upon Lin Tian's lips, taking on a hunter's demeanor. Thus, rather than killing him, it would be wiser to retain him. Treat him as a chive, a resourceful treasure-seeking rodent that can autonomously navigate towards various heavenly materials and ancient opportunities. Once he has replenished his strength with unknown encounters, we can uproot him and his fortunes in one fell swoop, reaping the rewards. Wouldn't such a cyclical approach be more advantageous? This astonishing notion of nurturing chives left even Long Zhanya, a being who had lived for centuries, momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and a tinge of apprehension. This mindset, this vision, this predatory instinct to view an enemy as a renewable resource, how utterly formidable. The cold rain, mixed with filthy mud, lashed against Yifan's pallid face. He was mercilessly cast onto the street outside the manor by the Long family's guards. With his cultivation obliterated, his dantian shattered, and his meridians severed, he was now nothing more than a frail, pitiful creature, weaker than the average person. Once surrounded by sycophants who lauded him, now they all kept their distance, pointing and sneering at him with disdain. "Isn't that Yifan from the Qingtian Martial Arts Academy? I hear he challenged the Long family's son and was tossed out like a beaten dog. Not just that, I heard his entire cultivation has been ruined. He nothing but a waste now. Serves him right. Does he not realize his own limitations? Attempting to court the Long family like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat? What plunged him deeper into despair were those former adversaries he had once bested, now encircling him like hyenas scenting blood. Oh, isn't this the illustrious genius Yi from Jiangnan City? What brings you to this state? Alas, how tragic it is to witness. Come, let me see if your dantian is truly shattered." One of his opponents sneered cruelly, delivering a merciless kick to Yifan's abdomen. Uffed. Yifan coughed up blood, the agony threatening to envelop him in unconsciousness. And yet he lacked the strength to resist. Humiliation, trampling, punches and kicks. He dragged his broken body through the endless darkness and degradation, aimlessly wandering. Ultimately, beneath a dilapidated bridge exuding foul odors, he curled into a ball, unable to move any further. Rainwater mingled with tears and blood streamed down his face. He felt the emptiness in his dantian, the piercing pain coursing through his meridians, and the world's unabashed malice towards him. He was consumed by despair. Perhaps, Dying in this manner would be a release. Slowly, he closed his eyes, preparing to conclude his absurd and lamentable existence. Yet, in the final moment before his consciousness slipped into eternal darkness, a gentle, life-infused radiance erupted from an ancestral jade pendant he wore, enveloping his cold body in its splendid glow. Under this illumination, his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. A voice, imbued with the weight of ages, ancient wisdom, and boundless authority, resonated within the depths of his soul. Yi Fan's eyes snapped open in shock as he beheld the unbelievable sight before him. The ancient jade floated before his chest, emanating a soft glow. A spectral figure, a remnant soul of unparalleled might, materialized before him with an authority that seemed to rival the heavens. Who are you? Yi Fan exclaimed in astonishment. The majestic remnant soul regarded him with a complex gaze filled with comfort and compassion, slowly articulating words that transcended time and space. I am the Emperor of Humanity. The jade pendant upon your chest is my soul's essence. The so-called pharmaceutical sage you encountered was merely a fragment of my former guard, left on the outer layer of the soul jade to select and test a worthy successor. And you, Yi Fan, are the one I have awaited for millennia. The chosen one imbued with great fortune by the Gaia consciousness of this planet. The chosen one. Yi Fan stood frozen, his mind a tumult of revelations. He finally understood. The Long family's son had merely snatched away an appetizer of his true opportunities. His genuine, most formidable advantage was only just beginning to awaken. Predecessor. Yi Fan trembled with excitement, rekindling the flame of hope, and bowed deeply before the remnant soul of the Emperor. The remnant soul of the Emperor, having calmly accepted the bow, spoke in a tone imbued with wisdom, slowly articulating. Without destruction, there can be no creation. The foundation of modern martial arts that you have been stripped of is, in my eyes, nothing but crude refuse. It is fortuitous, for you can now begin anew, practicing the ancient, long-lost genetic martial arts of yore. I shall now impart to you my fundamental legacy, the Emperor's command of the world. As the words faded, an overwhelming torrent of information, far grander, more majestic, and profound than any previous technique, surged into Yi Fan's mind like a celestial river cascading from the heavens. As he absorbed this supreme martial art that reached into the very essence of martial prowess, he felt a terrifying power capable of subduing the cosmos and reversing the very fabric of reality. At that moment, his heart, which had long been extinguished, was utterly revived. Rising slowly to face the direction of Yanjing, his eyes ablaze with a vengeance more fervent than ever before, he vowed the most profound and malevolent oath of blood. Lin Tian, await your reckoning. All that you have bestowed upon me today, I shall return to you 100-fold, 1,000-fold, in due time. Chapter 22, The Winds Rise and the Clouds Gather, the Global Martial Arts Tournament. Beneath a dilapidated bridge on the outskirts of Yanjing, Yi Fan, having experienced the vast and ethereal transmission of the Emperor's remnant soul, gradually opened his eyes. Though his body remained frail, his gaze had undergone a metamorphosis. Gone were the despair and resentment of yore, replaced by a profound resilience and an insatiable yearning for the path of vengeance that lay ahead. Disciple, how do you feel? The voice of the Emperor's remnant echoed in his mind, laced with a hint of satisfaction. Better than ever, Yi Fan exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he felt the supreme martial art named Emperor's command of the world within his consciousness. Master, with this divine skill, I need only 5 years, no, 3 years. Within 3 years, I shall return to Yanjing and trample Lin Tian beneath my feet. 3 years. The Emperor's remnant scoffed, a note of disdain evident in his tone. Foolish. Do you believe that the scion of the Long family will remain idle for 3 years waiting for you? He has devoured the fragment of the alchemist's soul and acquired part of the ancient legacy. His growth will exceed your wildest imaginings. What should I do then? Yi Fan felt as though a bucket of cold water had extinguished the flames of his ambition. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Your foundation is utterly shattered. This is the optimal moment for you to reconstruct your supreme martial art. However, to accelerate your strength, mere diligent practice will suffice. You must seek out true fortuitous opportunities. The Emperor's remnant spoke, his voice tinged with temptation. Opportunities? Where can I find them? Kunlun Mountain. The tone of the Emperor's remnant grew gravely serious. Deep within that ancestral mountain of myriad peaks lies a relic of the Emperor I left behind. There awaits the true legacy I have prepared for you. A supreme artifact capable of transforming your very being. Go, my disciple, seek the power that is rightfully yours. The day you return from Kunlun shall mark the beginning of your revenge. Kunlun, the relic of the Emperor, Yi Fan murmured to himself, his eyes rekindling with fervent flames. He bowed deeply to the void, then rose quietly, dragging his broken body toward the distant, unknown, and hopeful west, guided by the dawn's soft light. Thus commenced a new, upgraded path belonging to the child of destiny. Within the dragon's nest, Lin Tian was engrossed in a real-time report detailing Yi Fan's movements, relayed through the dragon family's global intelligence network. So, he has ventured to Kunlun Mountain. It seems the main soul within that jade pendant is even more advanced than I had anticipated. He regarded this with indifference. In his eyes, the current Yi fan was merely a tender shoot just breaking the surface, requiring careful nurturing to grow. There was no need for him to intervene until it blossomed into a towering tree bearing fruitful harvests. Young master, the official invitation to the Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament has arrived, reported Long Linger softly from the side. Lin Tian closed the intelligence interface and nodded. It is about time. He turned to Long Linger and commanded, relay my orders. From today forth, the dragon's nest shall enter the highest level of lockdown. For the coming year, I shall engage in deep seclusion. No one is to disturb me. Understood. Long Linger bowed in compliance. Furthermore, Lin Tian added, transmit to my seclusion chamber all the materials regarding the Holy Mountain Organization and Atlantis-known bases and industries across the globe that I previously instructed you to compile. This year, I shall prepare a grand gift for them. He resolved to undertake the most thorough and comprehensive preparations for his first global debut, set to take place in 1 year's time. Time, like a fleeting shadow, raced by. A year later, only 1 week remained until the commencement of the Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament. The entire world was ablaze with excitement for this decadal martial arts gala. From New York to London, from Tokyo to Moscow, headlines and major media outlets were dominated by news of the tournament. Countless retired martial arts luminaries and professional commentators engaged in fervent analyses and predictions regarding the frontrunners for victory. Undoubtedly, the most anticipated clash of this tournament remained the showdown between the North American Holy Mountain Organization and the Chinese Dragon family. Indeed, the current generation's chosen one of the Holy Mountain Organization, Kyle, endowed with S-class, Holy Light, abilities, had reportedly broken through to the martial emperor realm 6 months prior. His power unfathomable, making him the most formidable contender for the championship. Meanwhile, within internal forums of various factions and on the clandestine dark web inaccessible to the general populace, the sole focus of discussion revolved around one question. Would the mysterious, never-before-seen heir, Lin Tian, make his global debut at this tournament? Of course, he must. 14 years ago, upon his birth, he shattered Gaia's records, heralded as humanity's future hope. The Dragon family has kept him hidden for so long precisely to make a stunning entrance at the martial arts tournament. Not so fast. I've heard that this Zero heir is notoriously domineering. Just a year ago, he shattered the Dao heart of the family's third heir, Long Ao. Perhaps he looks down upon participating in such juvenile competitions? Regardless of whether he participates, he will undoubtedly be the uncrowned king of this tournament. I wager 10,000 federal coins that he will crush the competition and seize the championship with overwhelming might. Anticipation, speculation, admiration, and skepticism, global attention converge with unprecedented fervor upon the enigmatic youth, who had yet to reveal even a single clear photograph. He had not yet made his entrance, but had already become the epicenter of a worldwide storm. However, beneath this fervent anticipation, a deadly undercurrent capable of overturning everything was quietly brewing. In North America, within a lavish private estate adorned with opulence, a raucous party for the elite offspring was in full swing. Having been expelled from the Dragon family and now residing in North America, the increasingly alluring and captivating Long Xiaoqian stood holding a glass of champagne, her gaze fixated with a mix of reverence and fervor upon the golden-haired youth at the center of the party, surrounded by countless beauties and privileged heirs. He was none other than Kyle Austin, the son of one of the 12 council members of the Holy Mountain Organization, the leading contender for the championship of this martial arts tournament, possessing S-class, Holy Light, abilities. Kyle, a man of arrogance and brutality, harbored a relentless desire for vengeance. Viewing the illustrious Long family of Huaxia as his most formidable adversary and an indispensable stepping stone to be trampled underfoot, Long Xiaoqian recognized that this was her singular opportunity for retribution. Over the past year, she had skillfully traded trivial and inconsequential information regarding the Long family, ultimately earning her entry into this grand soiree. In her possession lay the final and most lethal trump card, a staggering secret potent enough to incite the Holy Mountain Organization to eliminate Lin Tian with unyielding fervor. Drawing a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage, she swayed her alluring figure through the throng, finally standing before Kyle. Under his scrutinizing and amused gaze, she slightly bent forward, revealing her most captivating assets, and in a voice laced with temptation, akin to a serpent's hiss, she whispered, "Good evening, Master Kyle. I possess a sensational secret regarding the enigmatic Zero of the Long family that you will undoubtedly find intriguing. His publicly declared A-level talent is a facade. The true level of his prowess is enough to send shivers down the spines of the divine, an SSS great." Chapter 23, Fatal Misjudgment, Global Invitation. In North America, within a luxurious manor nestled deep within the Rocky Mountains, boasting security measures rivaling those of the highest military installations, a clandestine meeting was taking place, one that would determine the trajectory of the future world order. Seated at the head of a chamber that seamlessly melded classical charm with futuristic technology was none other than Kyle Austin, the venerated heir of the Holy Mountain Organization. basking in the adulation of the party. At this moment, the swagger and frivolity that marked his demeanor had evaporated, replaced by the sharp intensity and solemnity characteristic of a ruler. To his right sat 3 middle-aged men, their presence deep and their gazes as inscrutable as ancient wells. They constituted Kyle's elite advisory team, each capable of stirring the global financial markets or toppling the governance of a small nation with their singular prowess. The situation is as follows, began a refined strategist, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, as he deactivated the holographic display before him. Based on intelligence relayed by our top-tier informants embedded within the Long family and our analysis of recent fluctuations in their internal energy dynamics, we can assert with absolute certainty that the Zero Heir, Lin Tian, will make his inaugural public appearance at this year's Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament. Kyle's elongated fingers gently drummed against the polished surface of a table carved from solid rosewood, remaining silent. Another advisor, a stout figure resembling a bear with pronounced temples, spoke in a grave tone, "Master Kyle, if I may, this individual is unfathomable. 14 years ago, upon his birth, he triggered phenomena that shook the heavens and earth, shattering Gaia's records. A year prior, with unyielding force, he compelled the Long family's S-grade heir, Long Ao, to submit in disgrace, fracturing his will. Should we not consider evading his formidable prowess? Evade his prowess?" Kyle's lips curved into a chilling smile. "Uncle Roman, have you forgotten that my brother Adam is our true ace within the Holy Mountain?" The 3 advisors exchanged solemn glances, each recognizing the weight of his words. Adam Austin, Kyle's biological brother, a being more extraordinary and fearsome than Kyle himself. He had awakened the legendary SSS grade bloodline of the Seraphim at birth and was regarded by the Holy Mountain organization as the destined leader of the future. Having spent his life within the organization's innermost sanctum, receiving the most ancient teachings and baptism, never once revealing himself to the outside world, he was, indeed, the ultimate trump card the Holy Mountain would wield against the mysterious Zero of the Long family. "Of course, my brother is invincible." Kyle's tone bore a trace of barely concealed envy and reluctance. "However, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? There is no need for my brother to intervene against a sheltered flower that the Long family has kept hidden for over a decade." He redirected the conversation back to the Long family. "Gentlemen, let us not forget. 10 years ago, we had the Sioux Group's lucrative assets within our grasp, only to be thwarted at the last moment by the Long family, resulting in a loss of hundreds of billions in investments and a loss of our decade-long supremacy in cutting-edge biological genetics. Furthermore, the Xinjiang mines in Africa and the fountain of life in South America. Over the years, the Long family has been our greatest impediment in the global race for rare resources, consistently opposing our endeavors. Now, they have unveiled this so-called Zero Heir, intending to perpetuate their glory for the next century. If we fail to deliver a decisive blow at this juncture, shall we wait until he matures into a second, or even more terrifying, incarnation than the Long family's 3 ancestors?" Kyle's voice resonated with conviction, filled with an unassailable resolve. The advisors exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the moment. They understood that Kyle had made up his mind. At that moment, a subordinate knocked and entered, respectfully reporting, "Master, the woman who defected from the Long family, Long Xiaoqian, has arrived. Let her in." Moments later, Long Xiaoqian, adorned in dazzling attire, yet bearing an air of waning anxiety, was ushered into the room. Gazing upon these legendary figures, her legs trembled slightly, yet recalling the humiliation she had endured and her overwhelming hatred for Lin Tian, she steeled herself, presenting her most significant declaration. "Master Kyle, esteemed gentlemen, I possess a sensational secret regarding the Zero of the Long family, one that could upend everyone's understanding. His publicly claimed A-grade talent is a mere ruse. His true talent level is the legendary SSS grade." The revelation detonated within the quiet chamber like a bombshell. Even Kyle and his advisory team displayed fleeting astonishment upon hearing the term SSS grade. After the initial shock, the strategist with gold-rimmed glasses swiftly activated a vast database, embarking on rapid analysis and simulations. Minutes later, adjusting his spectacles, he wore a confident smile, having reached a conclusion. "Fascinating, so it is." He turned to Kyle and spoke slowly. "Master, this information is not merely bad news. It is, in fact, a tremendous boon." "Oh," Kyle raised an eyebrow. "According to the ancient database that our Holy Mountain organization has preserved for thousands of years, the 3 SSS grade talent holders recorded in history have all truly begun to shine only after the age of 30. This is because their genetic locks are far more robust and intricate than those of ordinary individuals, necessitating exponentially greater energy and time to fully unlock. Forcing them into high-intensity combat too early could damage their foundations, leading to the depletion of their potential. Thus, the strategist's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he made the final judgment. The Long family has kept Lin Tian hidden for a full 15 years, almost entirely shielding him from the outside world, which only proves that he is far from fully formed. He is merely a national treasure that requires careful safeguarding. an entity brimming with potential yet possessing combat capabilities that are likely to be woefully inadequate. We are more than 95% certain that his current true combat strength does not exceed that of an A-grade warrior. This seemingly impeccable and fatal misjudgment, derived from historical data and scientific analysis, elicited a collective sigh of relief from all present. Upon hearing this analysis, Kyle could not contain himself, erupting into a fit of exuberant laughter. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be nothing more than a paper tiger. He rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a cruel and exhilarating light, as a flawless plan, capable of nailing the Long family to the pillar of shame, instantaneously took shape in his mind. Relay my orders. At the forthcoming Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament, I shall personally take the stage, before all the world's top powers. I will challenge him to a friendly duel. Then, with the gentlest of means, I shall defeat him in a single blow. I want the entire world to witness how utterly feeble the so-called human hope, the SSS-level genius of the Long family, is before me, Kyle Austin. Meanwhile, at the apex of the towering edifice symbolizing supreme power, the Long family headquarters in Huaxia, golden streams of light, encrypted by the most advanced quantum communication networks and infused with overwhelming dragon might, surged skyward from the tower's pinnacle, instantaneously traversing endless expanses. Holographic invitations of the highest caliber, personally issued by the three ancestors of the Long family, were dispatched with precision to the supreme terminals of major global powers. The North American Sacred Mountain Temple, the European Round Table Knights, the Northern Russian Winter Palace, the Egyptian Pharaoh Society, and the mysterious Atlantis deep within the Bermuda Triangle, all received the same succinct message. My grandson Lin Tian, having reached maturity, cordially invites you to witness. The curtain has fallen, and a storm poised to engulf the globe has officially commenced. Chapter 24, Childhood Bet. The tournament opens, as the world brims with anticipation for the impending martial arts extravaganza, and countless factions finalize their strategies and mobilizations for this decennial contest of prodigies, another colossus, rivaling the Long family and even surpassing it in the realm of life sciences, has decided to emerge from its customary low profile and silence to commence its own actions. The Shinnong Group, named after the ancient ancestor of Chinese mythology who sampled myriad herbs and laid the foundation of civilization. This super conglomerate stands as the indisputable sovereign in the field of life sciences on this planet. They hold the core patents of nearly 70% of the global biotechnology and genetic pharmaceutical industry, from the most fundamental gene repair solutions to the S-level gene optimization liquids that even martial emperor-level powerhouses covet, all emanating from their laboratories, which resemble divine creations. It can be said that the Shinnong Group has a firm grip on the evolutionary throat of all martial artists worldwide. At this moment, a flagship private aerospace mothership, codenamed Gaia's Cradle and belonging to the Shinnong Group, glides silently through the stratosphere at speeds far exceeding conventional flying vehicles. The interior of this mothership defies the cold, metallic, and circuit-laden image that one might expect. Instead, it resembles an independent microcosm, as if captured by deities from ancient times and sealed within a crystal vessel. Here lies a vast indoor ecological garden, meticulously simulating the ancient ecological environment. Beneath one's feet is soft soil, exuding the fragrant essence of flora, while above, warm and gentle sunlight is replicated by specially designed spectral lamps. Exotic flowers and rare plants, long extinct in the outside world for millennia, flourish here as if they were mere weeds. The air is imbued with a rich spiritual essence, coalescing into a delicate, refreshing white mist. In the center of this ecological garden, within a pavilion sculpted from ancient warm jade, a woman of exquisite beauty, clad in a light azure qipao adorned with cloud patterns, exudes a gentle and refined demeanor reminiscent of the misty reign of Jiangnan. She gazes with a look of affectionate indulgence at the lively girl before her, who is chattering animatedly. This woman is one of the current leaders of the Shinnong Group, known for her decisive business acumen and profound cultivation, enjoying an esteemed reputation among global elites. Qingdi Yunu, Jiangro. Simultaneously, she is the younger sister of Lin Tian's late mother, making her Lin Tian's beloved aunt. Before her, the exuberant girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, dressed in a fiery red form-fitting training outfit that accentuates her youthful curves, gleefully dances about while vigorously critiquing the various talents participating in this martial arts tournament. Her high ponytail sways playfully with her movements, and her porcelain-like face, adorned with a pair of bright, mischievous eyes that sparkle like stars, radiates an infectious warmth and vitality akin to that of a little sun. She is Jiang Ro's only daughter, Lin Tian's cousin, and a prodigious talent who has awakened the world-shaking SSS-level elemental affinity, ability, Jiang Luoling. Mom, you haven't seen those videos on the Federal Martial Arts Forum, have you? That guy named Kyle from the North American Sacred Mountain is absolutely outrageous. He openly claims that our Huaxia martial arts are nothing but flashy decorations, useless in practice. It infuriates me. This time at the tournament, I must face him. Then I'll personally knock that pretty boy's face into a state that even his mother wouldn't recognize. Jiang Luoling declared, shaking her delicate fists in indignation. Watching her daughter's vibrant demeanor, Jiang Ro could only smile indulgently, elegantly wiping her mouth with a silk scarf. Then, as if recalling something more intriguing, she shifted the conversation with a hint of teasing in her gentle voice. Luoling, after speaking so much about others, are you not the least bit curious about your cousin, who exists only in legend? Cousin? Which cousin? Jiang Luoling blinked in confusion, only to quickly realize, her excitement deflating in an instant. Him? She pouted, biting into a spirit fruit with a defiant crunch, murmuring stubbornly, what is there to be curious about? He's just a guy the Long family protects like a treasure, too afraid to even show his face. I heard he has a particularly domineering personality. Even my cousin Long Ao, with his S-level talent, was made to retreat into his shell by him a year ago. Humph, a typical family bully, a tyrant who abuses his power. Jiang Ro's smile deepened at her daughter's spirited remarks, observing her fearless daughter, who showed nothing but prejudice towards the cousin she had never met. She leisurely dropped a bombshell that would leave Luoling utterly stunned. Is that so? But what if I told you that according to the agreement made in private between your mother and I before your birth with your aunt, you and this domineering cousin of yours were already betrothed as children? What? A childhood betrothal? Jiang Luoling sprang from the warm jade seat, like a startled kitten, her wide eyes round with shock, her voice rising an octave. Mom, are you joking? This is the interstellar age, and you're still pulling off arranged marriages? With hands on her hips and her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, she vehemently proclaimed her declaration of independence. I absolutely refuse. My man, Jiang Luoling, must be a paragon of virtue, a transcendent hero who utterly eclipses me in strength. I refuse to wed a man whose face I have never even glimpsed. Moreover, I will not submit to a tyrant who relies solely on his power to intimidate others. I have made my decision. With a vigorous swing of her small fist through the air, her eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit, she declared that at this martial arts tournament, she would personally defeat him before the eyes of the entire world. She would make it known that Jiang Luoling is no mere puppet to be manipulated by men. The maiden's proclamation reverberated throughout the vast and tranquil ecological park, imbued with the fervent rebellion and pride characteristic of youth. However, beneath her pouting visage, as if she were prepared to confront the entire world, her large, expressive eyes sparkled uncontrollably with curiosity and anticipation, betraying her innermost thoughts. As for the legendary cousin, a figure of mystery, power, and striking beauty, she proclaimed 1,000 rejections, yet within her heart, curiosity was bubbling to the point of explosion. At last, the day of the tournament's grand opening arrived, anticipated by multitudes. This day transformed the entire earth into a grand celebration, as if to honor the descent of deities. The camera panned from individual and familial perspectives to the monumental, epic scenes belonging to the entire planet. In the eastern sky, a floating city, reminiscent of the dragon family's celestial abode, lifted by myriad anti-gravity arrays, emerged against a backdrop of golden rays, awakening like a colossal dragon. Cruising toward the heart of the Pacific, atop North America's sacred mountain, a magnificent temple, crafted entirely of pure holy light energy and surrounded by 12 winged angels, ascended like a golden beam, piercing the clouds. Within the ancient castles of the European Alps, airships, adorned with the crests of ancient knightly orders and exuding a blend of steampunk and magical aesthetics, rose into the sky amidst the blaring of trumpets. In the frozen expanse of Siberia, a winter palace mobile base, resembling a colossal steel bear, broke through the thick ice, producing a thunderous roar. Countless vessels, symbols of the planet's highest power, wealth, and martial prowess, soared toward a singular destination, reminiscent of ancient lords making pilgrimage. This destination lay 30,000 meters above the Pacific, an aerial metropolis, the pinnacle of human technology and martial civilization, crafted from nearly a century's worth of resources by the Global Martial Arts Alliance. Billions of people around the globe tuned in through a holographic livestream network that reached every corner of the world, eagerly awaiting this decade-spanning event. A celebration of the strongest youth. The atmosphere reached an unparalleled fever pitch. Yet, beneath this grand celebration for all humanity, a new, intensely personal conflict was silently brewing. Within the flagship interstellar vessel of the Ye family, adorned with resplendent star insignias and symbolizing control over nearly half of humanity's interstellar trade, a strikingly handsome youth clad in silvery star armor, exuding an air of nobility akin to the brightest star in the night sky, gazed intently at the virtual screen before him. On this screen, the lively and graceful image of Jiang Luoling, reminiscent of a fiery sprite during a public demonstration, played on a loop. He was Ye Xingqian, the sole heir of the star group, a prodigy blessed with an S-class, star power, talent. As he watched the enchanting girl who had captured his heart, his eyes shimmered with unabashed infatuation and admiration. A follower approached, speaking in a tone laced with reverence. Young master, with your strength and lineage, securing the championship of this martial arts tournament and winning over the little princess of the Shinnon group will surely be within your grasp. Hearing this, Yexingchen smiled confidently and switched off the image. His true aim extended far beyond the elusive title of champion. More crucially, he sought to vanquish every opponent in front of billions during the grand finale, and then, before the world, to present the most magnificent, romantic, and irresistible confession to his beloved goddess, Jiang Luoling. He wished to declare to all that only he, Yexingchen, the brightest star in the heavens, was deserving of the most beautiful moon on earth. As for the legendary figure of the dragon family's zero number, who dared not reveal his face, merely a trivial backdrop to accentuate his grand performance. A superlative arena, a blend of family alliances, childhood familiarity, love at first sight, and countless coincidences had already been meticulously arranged, awaiting the true protagonist's entrance. As the countdown pillar, formed from thousands of energy beams, finally reached zero in the heart of the Sky City, a resonant, authoritative voice resonated through the quantum communication network, echoing across every corner of the globe. The 77th Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Chapter 25, A Gathering of Heroes. The first Heir takes the stage. In the central arena of Sky City, this magnificent structure, suspended 30,000 meters above the ground, featuring a dome that flawlessly simulates the vast cosmos through a single curved LCD screen, represents the pinnacle of human civilization's fusion of technology and martial arts in the high martial era. At this moment, the circular audience area, capable of accommodating millions, was filled to capacity. Global tycoons, martial arts masters from hidden sects, heads of state, and fortunate spectators who had passed through rigorous selection gathered in unison. Their collective breaths, heartbeats, and gazes converged into an invisible, fervent wave, eagerly anticipating the initiation of a pinnacle clash belonging to the younger generation. As a golden beam, symbolizing the countdown and formed from thousands of energy rays, shot upward from the center of the arena and ultimately reached zero. The opening ceremony officially began amidst the throngs of eager spectators. A distinguished master of ceremonies, adorned in the highest grade silver attire, embodying elegance and having reached the martial emperor realm, gracefully floated in midair. His voice, enriched by potent internal energy, resonated through the extensive amplification system that blanketed the city, reaching every corner of the venue and simultaneously broadcasting to billions of global viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live opening ceremony of the 77th Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament. A decade of honing a blade. Today we test our mettle. Let us witness how the new generation of human prodigies will radiate their brilliant light on this glorious stage. Now, for the first item of the opening ceremony, we shall present a congratulatory gift. The MC's voice rang out, filled with fervor and ceremonial gravitas. He raised his hand, and a colossal holographic screen unfurled above the arena. The North American Sacred Mountain Organization, in celebration of the successful completion of the tournament, graciously presents an S-Class divine weapon, a high-precision replica of the Lance of Longinus. May humanity's martial fortunes flourish. On the screen, an image of a knight's lance, gleaming with sacred light and seemingly capable of piercing all malevolence, flashed briefly, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. The European Round Table of Knights presents a sample of the Arthurian gene sequence, blessed by the contemporary Merlin, infused with a hint of regal essence. May humanity produce prodigious talents, and may kings rise again. From the Winter Palace of Northern Russia, we offer the complete genetic map of the mighty mammoth, unearthed from beneath the millennia-old ice of Siberia, embodying the power of the earth. The Egyptian Pharaoh Society contributes 3 pages of the sun's golden scripture, discovered deep within the pyramids, inscribed with the mysteries of the soul. Each of these extravagant gifts, capable of igniting a local conflict and driving countless warriors into a frenzy, is proclaimed aloud by the host with fervent enthusiasm. This occasion transcends a mere opening ceremony. It is a brutal exhibition of muscle and heritage among the world's foremost powers, unspoken yet understood. The global audience, witnessing this scene of mythic opulence, is left astounded, their hearts racing as they feel as if they are partaking in a banquet meant for the elite of humanity. At that moment, the hostess' voice suddenly ascends an octave, brimming with unprecedented reverence and a hint of barely contained fervor. The Huaxiaxinon group, in celebration of the successful convening of this assembly, and in anticipation of the triumph of their grandson, the heir apparent of the dragon family, Lord Lin Tian, graciously presents 3 S-Class longevity gene repair serums. Boom. If the previous gifts were akin to tumultuous waves, this offering is a colossal tsunami capable of reshaping the very ocean. After a brief, deathly silence, the hall erupts into a cacophony of astonished gasps. Longevity serums. The legendary concoction that claims to instantly repair all genetic damage as long as one breathes, bestowing a century of life without side effects. I thought that was merely a myth. My heavens, the Shinon group has produced 3 all at once. This is no longer a matter of scale. It is a declaration to the world that they possess the ability to mass-produce divinity. Wait, did you not catch the crux? Grandson, the Shinon group is actually the maternal family of the enigmatic heir apparent, the dragon family and the Jiang family. The two colossal entities that dominate Huaxia in martial and literary realms are related by marriage. This revelation is even more explosive than the serums themselves. Amidst the uproar that threatens to shatter the very dome of the venue, the exclusive passage for the Shinnon group opens slowly, enveloping the space in a mist of ethereal energy. The protagonist's aunt, Jiang Ro, adorned in a resplendent azure qipao adorned with cloud patterns that accentuates her mature and voluptuous curves, strides gracefully into view, her demeanor poised, and her smile warm and proper. Beside her is the vivacious and radiant Jiang Luoling, exuding youthful exuberance like a flame sprite. The duo, akin to two exquisite, distinct pearls, captures the attention of every soul present, becoming the undeniable focal point of the event. Yet, beneath this spotlight, a new tension, rife with the aroma of youthful hormones, quietly descends. In the exclusive section of the Xingqian group, Yi Xingqian, having awaited this moment for some time, radiates a glimmer of intense fervor in his eyes. Adjusting his luxurious silver-white armor crafted from fallen star metals, he approaches Jiang Luoling with an anti-gravity crystal gift box that appears to encapsulate a resplendent galaxy, all while under the envious gazes of numerous young ladies. Luoling, he speaks, his voice gentle and magnetic, imbued with unwavering confidence. As a token of our first meeting, I present to you this star heart, forged from the core of a main sequence star in the Pegasus constellation, refined over a century. I hope it matches your unparalleled grace. The value of this star heart is nearly equivalent to that of a small resource planet, a fortune in its own right. Around them, the offspring of the elite emit subdued gasps, their eyes filled with envy as they gaze at Jiang Luoling. However, in response to this gift that would drive any woman to madness, Jiang Luoling does not even glance at it. Instead, she lifts her exquisitely doll-like face, playfully winking at her handsome yet formidable rival, and with a voice clear and melodious enough for all to hear, she declares, "Thank you for your kindness. But you're not as handsome as my future husband. I simply cannot accept such a valuable gift." With that, Yi Xingqian's confident smile freezes, his handsome visage contorting into one of sheer disbelief. The star heart he holds seems to lose all its luster. The surrounding elite youths, momentarily stunned, erupt into a chorus of good-natured, yet piercing laughter. This decisive retort from the heroine is both swift and playful, instantly pinning the once arrogant rival to a pillar of embarrassment. Amid this amusing spectacle, other heirs of the dragon family begin to arrive in succession. The third heir, Long Ao, having matured over the past year, exudes a deep and restrained aura, though a flicker of complexity crosses his gaze upon seeing Jiang Luoling before he regains his composure. The seventh heir, Long Xuehuang, awakened to the S-class, Frost Phoenix, bloodline, remains as cold and indifferent as an ancient glacier, dismissing all around her as if no one could penetrate her world. They take their seats, the atmosphere between them charged with unspoken tension, their glances exchanging silent currents. Yet, all eyes inadvertently drift toward the central seat of honor, the still empty position representing the utmost glory. At that moment, the previously bustling crowd at the entrance falls silent. An invisible, domineering aura descends upon the venue like the arrival of an ancient god, enveloping everyone in its oppressive presence. All heads instinctively turn to witness the emergence of the one universally acknowledged as the strongest of the younger generation of the dragon family, the first heir, Long Qingtian. Clad in black dragon-patterned armor that symbolizes bloodshed and valor, he strides into the arena. His visage is as chiseled as if carved from stone, eyes sharp as a hawk's, and his build as formidable as a mountain. Each step he takes seems to resonate with the very fabric of space, causing the surrounding air to thicken. A mere sweep of his gaze sends a wave of profound pressure surging through the proud heirs, including Long Ao and Long Xuehuang, evoking an instinctual sense of respect and fear. Everyone understands that he is the insurmountable peak of this generation of the dragon family, and the greatest, if not the only, challenger to the mysterious Zero. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue reaches an unprecedented level of gravity. A singular thought rises in the hearts of all present. What spectacle will unfold when the legendary Zero encounters this universally acknowledged strongest heir? Chapter 26, A Breakthrough Phenomenon. Ascending to Sovereignty. In the Sky City, within the central arena, with the entrance of Long Qingtian, the undisputed strongest heir of the dragon family, the atmosphere instantly shifts to one of extreme solemnity and tension. Though he was not of direct lineage, he ascended step by step from the blood-soaked battlegrounds of countless collateral descendants, fueled by the rare S-grade, heavenly cataclysm body, and his almost self-destructive fervor for hard work, ultimately claiming the coveted throne that symbolizes the utmost glory of the younger generation. His journey itself is a living legend, a beacon of inspiration for countless ordinary members of the Long family, embodying the true spirit of an idol. His formidable aura, palpable as if it were a tangible entity, instilled a profound sense of pressure emanating from the depths of the soul upon proud heirs like Long Ao and Long Xuehuang. In every heart, a singular thought emerged. Even the enigmatic Zero, who shattered the Gaia record, faced with such a genuine warrior forged in the crucible of carnage, truly stood a chance. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the opening ceremony reached its final segment. The fervent voice of the chief MC resonated once more through the skies. Now I announce, the extraordinary contestants participating in this global youth martial arts tournament shall officially enter. As these words fell, the exclusive passageways representing the world's premier powers simultaneously opened around the arena. From North America's Sacred Mountain, Kyle; from Europe's Round Table Knights, Arthur; and from the Northern Russian Winter Palace, Ivan. Each celebrated youth, already renowned worldwide and shrouded in countless accolades, emerged from their respective passageways, brimming with spirit as they stepped onto the arena that epitomizes glory. In the Long family seating area, heirs such as Long Qingtian, Long Ao, and Long Shuahuang also rose to prepare for their entrance. Yet, instinctively, all eyes gravitated toward the vacant 0 seat, representing the highest honor. He had yet to arrive. At that moment, an urgent and helpless message crackled through the MC's earpiece from backstage. The professional smile on his face froze instantly, and he could only grit his teeth and announce to the billions of viewers worldwide, in an exceedingly awkward tone, distinguished guests and esteemed audience, I have just received an urgent notification. The esteemed heir of the Long family, Lord Lin Tian, due to an unexpected moment of enlightenment during his closed-door training, may miss this opening ceremony. The audience erupted into an uproar. What? Closed-door training? At such a crucial occasion, he is still in seclusion? To miss it? This is a global live broadcast opening ceremony. Is he faltering, or does he simply not regard this tournament? Anticipators wore expressions of disappointment. Neutrals murmured amongst themselves, while those harboring animosity toward Lin Tian did not shy away from their mocking laughter. From the North American Sacred Mountain, Kyle Austin even laughed aloud, addressing his advisor with a tone dripping with disdain. Did you see that? I told you, he is merely an overprotected paper tiger, too afraid to show himself. At a critical moment, he can only retreat like a turtle, amidst the cacophony of discussions and derision. Just as everyone presumed that Lin Tian's global debut would conclude in a farcical absence, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of primordial chaos, shaking the very heavens and earth. Emanating from the core of the Sky City, specifically, the Long family's sacred ground, classified as the highest forbidden zone. In that instant, the winds shifted, and the world fell silent. The expansive universe simulated on the arena's dome was abruptly disrupted by an invisible, overwhelming force, causing the display to flicker wildly before dissolving into a flurry of static. Replacing it was the real sky, a terrifying pillar of energy, interwoven with resplendent golden divine light and boundless chaotic energy, exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter, pierced through the rarefied atmosphere at an altitude of 30,000 meters, thrusting into the depths of the cosmos. Under the onslaught of this magnificent energy wave, the entire Sky City, upheld by countless anti-gravity engines and as stable as a divine realm, began to tremble ever so slightly, inducing a sense of foreboding. Alarmed, the globally presiding chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance, the SSS grade martial god Li Qingtian, who had been meditating at the main podium, suddenly changed countenance. He opened his eyes abruptly, and without a moment's hesitation, a mental force as vast as the starry universe surged forth, casting a nearly tangible mental barrier across the sky of the city. Boom! The energy wave collided fiercely with the mental barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic storm capable of obliterating all. After a prolonged silence, as the storm subsided, Li Qingtian gazed at the dissipating energy column, a fine sheen of cold sweat beading on his brow. He murmured in a voice filled with awe and disbelief. To suppress merely the residual wave from a breakthrough requires my utmost effort. What a terrifying foundation this is. At what realm is he breaking through? Martial Emperor? Or perhaps Martial God? Before his appearance was even noted, his voice was already heard. This astonishing phenomenon of a breakthrough and the disquieting monologue from the highest authority of humanity served as Lin Tian's most domineering prologue to his global debut. The entire venue fell into silence. All prior mockery and skepticism crumbled beneath the weight of this divine might capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Kyle's smile had long since frozen, replaced by a pallor of shock and horror, under the gazes of countless individuals filled with reverence and expectation worldwide. The colossal door of the Long family's closed sanctuary, sealed for an entire year, creaked open with a soft hum. A tall and poised figure emerged, bathed in the lingering, mythical golden energy. It was a 15-year-old youth, clad in a simple, unadorned white martial arts uniform, with ink-black hair cascading casually over his shoulders. His stature was tall and straight, akin to an unparalleled divine sword poised to emerge from its sheath, its brilliance subdued, yet poised to pierce the heavens at any moment. His visage transcended mundane description, handsome as a deity, ethereal as a celestial being, his face appearing as a unique masterpiece, crafted with utmost care by the Creator. Notably, a crimson birthmark resembling blood graced his smooth brow, adding an enchanting yet sacred allure to his extraordinary presence. His demeanor was aloof yet regal, and his eyes, deep as the infinite cosmos containing the birth and demise of myriad stars, could render anyone who met his gaze spellbound, feeling a profound sense of insignificance, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. In that moment, whether among the millions of elite gathered at the venue or the billions of ordinary viewers tuning in globally, upon witnessing that face, they collectively fell into a trance, breathless. It was as if the entirety of the world, all sound and color, had been stripped away, leaving only that solitary white figure, transcendent beyond the mundane. Lin Tian disregarded the multitude of gazes upon him, his expression tranquil, as though he had merely completed an ordinary morning exercise. In his heart, he quietly reflected on the outcomes of his year-long seclusion. After a year of intense isolation, he had ascended from a mere one-star warrior to the pinnacle of the martial king level, quite commendable indeed. Subsequently, he raised his gaze, seemingly piercing through the boundless expanse of space, landing his sight upon the highly anticipated central arena. With a single step, he vanished soundlessly from his original position. In the blink of an eye, amidst the gasps of onlookers, he had traversed a distance of several thousand meters, appearing as if by teleportation at the very heart of the arena, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The atmosphere remained eerily silent. He, the sovereign of all. Chapter 27, The Challenge of Arrival. In the grand hall of the central arena of the Sky City, following the opening ceremony, a welcome banquet was underway. This venue served as a microcosm of the planet's power, a precursor to the future world's dynamics. Above, a simulated vast galaxy revolved gently, with soft starlight cascading down to illuminate the youthful and proud faces below. The air was thick with the rich aroma of exquisite wines, the fragrant essence of rare spiritual plants, and an almost palpable aura of competition and pressure emanating from the prodigies present. However, ever since the legendary Zero had made his entrance, a subtle, almost palpable silence had enveloped the banquet hall. Lin Tian sat serenely at the most prestigious golden seat in the center of the hall, belonging to the Long family. He did not deliberately exude any aura, yet the transcendent and regal presence that emanated from his Pangu Body weighed heavily upon every individual, akin to an invisible ancient mountain pressing upon their hearts. Previously boisterous and confident prodigies now instinctively lowered their voices, their gestures tinged with an unusual modesty and restraint. Their gazes were filled with awe, curiosity, jealousy, or scrutiny. Yet not a single soul dared to approach him. In this elite arena, where strength and lineage served as the only passports, 15-year-old Lin Tian stood undisputedly as the sole king. At that moment, a gentle and warm voice, reminiscent of the soft spring breeze in Jiangnan, broke the silence that belonged to the strong. Tianer, after all these years, you've grown into such a handsome young man. Do you still recognize your aunt? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. There stood Jiang Ro, the Azure Emperor's daughter of the Shinnon group, clad in a perfectly tailored azure cloud-patterned qipao that accentuated her mature and voluptuous curves. She gracefully approached, guiding a reluctant figure in vibrant red, who was pouting and sulking, towards the Long family's main seat. Lin Tian slowly raised his eyes, and upon seeing Jiang Ro's gentle visage, which bore a striking resemblance to his mother, a subtle warmth rippled through his deep, starry eyes. He rose slowly and, with genuine politeness, offered a slight nod to his blood relative. Aunt. These simple words caused Jiang Ro's eyes to glisten, her face lighting up with sincere, overwhelming joy. Ah, how wonderful. You've grown so much. She gently nudged her daughter, who was still glancing around, furtively stealing glances at Lin Tian, and playfully chided, Luo Ling, what are you still dawdling for? Greet your cousin. Caught off guard by her mother's public mention, Jiang Luo Ling's exquisite porcelain-like face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth, ready to unleash the retort she had rehearsed countless times in her mind, filled with defiance and resistance. Who are you calling cousin? Don't mislabel me. Yet, the moment she found herself face to face with Lin Tian, those words were stifled by an invisible force, lodged firmly in her throat, refusing to escape. The youth before her was nothing like she had imagined. In her rebellious and fanciful mind, this legendary cousin, Zero, could either be a brutish, muscle-bound thug who relied solely on brute strength to intimidate others, or a pale, hollow-eyed scion of wealth, drained by indulgence. But here he stood, adorned in a simple white martial attire, tall and upright, reminiscent of an unparalleled divine sword concealed within its sheath, its brilliance repressed, yet ready to pierce the heavens at any moment. His features were strikingly handsome, as if crafted by the gods themselves, a unique masterpiece of perfection. Those deep-set eyes, calmly gazing at her, could make any heart flutter uncontrollably, as if gripped by an unseen hand, threatening to leap from one's chest. There was no trace of arrogance or domineering attitude about him. Rather, he exuded an air of transcendence, as if he were one with the vast cosmos. All the grandiose declarations made aboard the starship, all the steadfast refusals to consider him, were obliterated in that instant, reduced to mere ashes under the weight of his profound gaze. Jiang Luo Ling felt her cheeks burn as if they could fry an egg. Nervously, she fidgeted, unsure where to place her hands and feet, and could only bow her head, staring at her toes. murmuring in a voice barely audible, "See cousin, hello." The resounding slap of reality was enough to leave her dizzy. Lin Tian regarded his cousin, who had transformed from a fierce tempest to a bashful little quail in mere seconds, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He nodded calmly in acknowledgement, "Hello." This slightly awkward yet endearingly intimate interaction was witnessed by all present. From the elder seats of the Long and Jiang families, Long Zhanya and several elder statesmen of the Jiang clan shared knowing smiles filled with pride. Meanwhile, the young women from other elite factions watched with envious eyes, their gazes nearly seething with jealousy, wishing they could be the ones basking in Lin Tian's unique attention. Yet, amidst the joy and envy, there were also those consumed by jealousy. In the distance, at the VIP section, Yi Xingqian, the heir of the Star Group, observed the scene with a thunderous expression. His eyes, once filled with confidence and admiration, now burned with a jealousy fierce enough to consume all reason. He gripped a luxurious wine glass crafted from a solid piece of star crystal, his fingers turning pale from the pressure, the glass emitting a faint cracking sound, as if it might shatter at any moment. He could sense that the perfect confession he had meticulously prepared to unveil before the world had been condemned to failure before it even began. However, the last straw that broke his composure was soon to follow. Zhang Ro, noticing her daughter's flustered and infatuated demeanor, found it both amusing and exasperating. Deciding to stoke the flames further, with a teasing tone, she addressed Jiang Luoling in front of everyone. "Oh, Luoling, didn't you assert aboard the spaceship that you would personally defeat your cousin in the arena, showing him the prowess of the Jiang heiress? Why now are you so tongue-tied?" She cast a meaningful glance at Lin Tian, followed by a look at her own daughter, adopting a half-joking tone to imply to the entire assembly, "If you do not seize the opportunity and take the initiative, this marriage contract, which is as certain as a nail in wood, may very well be snatched away by someone else." "Oh my!" Jiang Luoling, struck by her mother's audacious and lethal assist, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Her cheeks flushed crimson as if they might bleed, yet she found herself at a loss for words to refute the implication. For she did not deny it. This teasing remark regarding the marriage contract was akin to an invisible, searing iron, ruthlessly branded upon Yi Xingqian's heart. He could no longer maintain the poise befitting a top-tier prodigy. Jealousy surged within him like a flood breaking through a dam, utterly consuming all rational thought. With a sudden thud, he sprang to his feet, forcefully smashing the crystal goblet in his hand onto the obsidian table. The resounding crash silenced the entire banquet hall in an instant. Under the startled gazes of countless onlookers, Yi Xingqian pushed aside his followers who attempted to dissuade him and strode boldly to the center of the hall. He did not cast a glance at anyone else. His eyes, ablaze with fury and envy, fixated solely upon one individual, Lin Tian. In a voice cold and laced with provocation, he declared loudly, "The Zero Heir of the Long family, a name widely renowned. I am Yi Xingqian of the Xingqian Group. I have heard of your extraordinary prowess. Having shattered the Gaia record and your unmatched reputation, I wish to seize this grand occasion to seek your guidance in 2 moves, publicly." He paused, articulating his challenge with deliberate clarity, presenting it to Lin Tian and, indeed, to the entire world. "Might I have the honor?" The hall fell into a deathly silence. No one anticipated that in what was meant to be a harmonious opening banquet, someone would audaciously issue a public challenge for a duel. The event, originally a celebration for the world's elite, seemed to have its script forcibly rewritten at that moment. All attention shifted from a collective competition to an impending personal confrontation steeped in honor and love. Chapter 28. How about I let you use one hand? In the center of the banquet hall, Yi Xingqian's provocative challenge ignited a tumult akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples of astonishment throughout. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Every gaze converged on the epicenter of the storm, the indifferent young man seated in the Long family's esteemed position. How would he respond to this abrupt and nearly public humiliation? Would he rise to the occasion with thunderous resolve, defending the supreme dignity of his status as the Zero Heir? Or would he, under the scrutiny of mixed emotions, curiosity, anticipation, schadenfreude, and a hint of concern, calmly place down his jeweled cup? He lifted his gaze, regarding the fuming and jealous Yi Xingqian standing at the center, and then, to the astonishment of all, he gently shook his head. In a tone imbued with sincerity yet tinged with difficulty, he spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant enough for every ear present. "I appreciate your kind intentions, Brother Yi. However, I am inherently averse to conflict and violence. Moreover, I have long been secluded, lacking practical combat experience, and my abilities are rather unremarkable compared to someone of your renowned caliber. If I were to step onto the stage, I fear it would not take more than a few moves for me to bring shame upon myself. To spare everyone from witnessing such a disgrace, I believe it is best to forego this." His words, delivered with heartfelt earnestness and a humble demeanor, painted him as merely an ordinary youth, ill-suited for combat despite his esteemed lineage. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in disbelief. "What? Did I hear that correctly? He actually declined? Ordinary abilities? What nonsense!" The miraculous breakthrough he achieved a year ago could only be quelled by the intervention of the martial god himself. Could this truly be the legendary cowardice? Seated among the heirs of the Long family, Long Ao and several others furrowed their brows, their expressions betraying a mix of confusion and disappointment. Meanwhile, at the North American Holy Mountain S table, Kyle Austin scoffed audibly, his gaze toward Lin Tian rife with undisguised contempt. As the challenger, Yi Xingqian processed Lin Tian's refusal. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon the last vestiges of his fear regarding the Zero Heir dissipated entirely. In his view, this was not a mere act of humility, but rather the starkest admission of insecurity. His confidence surged, and he erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with condescension and a hint of the need to impress his beloved. Brother Lin, there is no need for such modesty. Surely you are concerned that my cultivation is superior, my mastery more stable, fearing that I might inadvertently harm your precious self. With chest puffed out, he adopted an ostensibly magnanimous tone, willingly subjecting himself to a level of humiliation that would disgrace any martial artist. Thus, to demonstrate my sincerity and to ensure the fairness of this match, I, Yi Xingqian, solemnly pledge before the world, I will allow you one hand. Moreover, I shall employ only 50% of my strength. We shall engage merely for the sake of entertainment at this grand banquet, shall we? To let you use one hand, to employ only 50% of my strength. Such arrogance, such audacity. This was no longer a mere sparring session, but a blatant display of condescension and humiliation. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as everyone regarded Lin Tian with eager anticipation, curious to see if he would continue to exhibit humility in the face of such affront. Yet, before Lin Tian could respond, a clear and melodious voice, infused with indignation and protectiveness, rang out, cutting through the tension. Jiang Luoling, the once shy girl who had been too embarrassed to raise her head, now resembled a fiercely protective mother dragon, boldly emerging from behind Lin Tian. Puffing out her cheeks, her bright eyes blazed with fury as she indignantly addressed Yi Xingqian. Hey, you are so annoying. Who asked for your concession? Do you think you are something special? She stepped in front of Lin Tian, arms wide open, shielding him as a hen would her chicks, her voice filled with concern and righteous indignation. My brother Tian is so handsome, so good-looking. Is his face something you can just touch? What if, I'm saying what if, you, with your clumsy hands, accidentally mar his face and leave even the slightest scar? What then? Pointing at Yi Xingqian with utmost seriousness, she posed a soul-stirring question. Can you afford to compensate for that? This brilliant, logic-defying defense of her beloved transformed the atmosphere of the banquet hall from one of tension to one filled with boundless joy and absurdity. The elders of the Long and Jiang families could no longer contain their mirth, erupting into hearty laughter as they gazed upon their younger kin with eyes brimming with affection. Meanwhile, the object of their ridicule, Yi Xingqian, upon hearing their words, felt his handsome visage flush an alarming shade of crimson. Was he able to afford the damage to his pride? What audacity was this? To him, it was a raw humiliation more piercing than any taunt. An utter disregard for his dignity. He felt as though his very lungs were about to combust with rage. At that moment, Lin Tian, sheltered behind Jiang Luoling, let out a long, resigned sigh. He gently patted his cousin's shoulder, indicating for her to step aside. Then, he slowly approached the visibly trembling Yi Xingqian, adopting a tone laced with reluctant acceptance, and said, since brother Yi is so insistent, I, Lin, would be remiss to decline. Very well, I shall comply. To everyone's astonishment, instead of cowering further, he accepted the challenge. The atmosphere shifted instantly from one of joviality to palpable tension and anticipation. Lin Tian ascended the pristine white jade platform, prepared for the gifted ones, his heart swelling with delight. By feigning weakness and allowing his opponent to overreach, should he vanquish him, it would be perceived as a well-deserved consequence of his own folly. He gazed at his adversary, whose jealousy had clouded his judgment, already mourning his impending defeat. Simultaneously, a clear thought emerged in Lin Tian's mind. After a year of seclusion, he had ascended from a mere one-star warrior to the pinnacle of martial kings. His mastery of the divine Dragon 9 transformations had reached the third stage. The dragon bone golden body, doubling his physical prowess to an astounding 40,000 tons. Perfect. He would use this opportunity to gauge the true measure of his newfound strength. On the platform, Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the fury boiling within. He honored his promise and slowly tucked his left hand behind his back, adopting a single-handed stance to confront his foe. His gaze was icy as he prepared to use his benevolent right hand to utterly crush the pretty boy before him. Lin Tian regarded Yi Xingqian's noble yet foolhardy demeanor and casually threw a punch. This seemingly mundane strike, devoid of any internal force or spectacular display, resembled an ordinary person executing the basic motion of a punch. However, in that very instant, the air in the banquet hall appeared to be violently displaced, as if a colossal beast from the ancient wilderness had taken a deep breath. Centered around Lin Tian's fist, a visible vacuum formed, and the oppressive pressure caused all the crystal chandeliers, glass fixtures, and jade tables to fracture like spiderwebs. Guests of varying prowess were seized by an overwhelming sense of dread, feeling a suffocating terror that could send shivers down the spine of even the divine. Just before Lin Tian's world-altering punch could collide with Yi Xingqian's face, the chapter abruptly halted. On the platform, time seemed to cleave into two starkly different realms at the moment Lin Tian's fist was unleashed. Behind him, the world remained calm, serene, and tranquil. He even found time to cast a reassuring smile at his anxious cousin, Jiang Luoling, who was nervously clenching her small fists. In stark contrast, the world before his fist was one of chaos. As if the heavens themselves were collapsing, Yi Xingqian felt as though he were not facing a mere fist, but rather a collapsing star, an obliterating galaxy, an absolutely overwhelming force capable of reducing all existence to its primal particles. Before the punch even connected, the horrifying pressure had already strained the protective barrier of stellar force he had conjured, causing it to emit a sound of distress under the immense weight. His previously confident and arrogant countenance was now replaced with sheer astonishment and terror. Alarm bells rang in his mind, dismissing any notions of half-hearted promises. Instinctively, he yanked his left hand from behind his back, crossing his arms defensively in front of him as his S-level talent, Stellar Body, was pushed to its limits. Brilliant starlight erupted from his being, coalescing into an indestructible barrier thick enough to withstand a missile strike. Yet, in the face of Lin Tian's seemingly casual punch, all of this appeared utterly futile. Boom! The fist collided with the starlight barrier, resulting in a sound so profoundly thunderous it felt as if it could shatter one's very soul. The barrier, capable of withstanding a direct missile assault, crumbled upon contact, exploding into a dazzling shower of light. Immediately, Lin Tian's fair fist surged forward, crashing solidly against Yi Xingqian's hastily crossed arms. Crack! Crack! The bones in his arms shattered upon impact. An indescribable force, akin to a torrential flood, surged through him, overwhelming his body. With a violent cough, Yi Xingqian spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his form hurtling backward like a cannonball, colliding with the so-called indestructible railing of the ring, crafted from A-grade memory alloy. Clang! The sturdy barrier buckled under the impact, forming a massive indentation, nearly fracturing. The arena fell silent. Thousands of elite prodigies, martial masters, and tycoon leaders from around the globe stood frozen, as if petrified, gazing at the white figure on the platform who remained poised, unruffled, and impeccably composed. One punch. Merely a single punch. The heir of the stellar group, hailed as one of the favorites to win the tournament, had been utterly defeated. The defeat was so decisive, so complete, and devoid of uncertainty. In the VIP section, the leaders of various factions, after recovering from their initial shock, exchanged glances, discovering mutual astonishment and a hint of covetousness in each other's eyes. This was pure physical power. An aged warrior from the European Round Table, clad in heavy armor, remarked hoarsely, without any internal energy fluctuations or combat techniques, merely a punch of pure physical might has achieved such terrifying potency. Indeed, the high priest of the Pharaoh's order, with murky eyes gleaming with wisdom, pronounced a name that sent waves of frenzy through all those in attendance. As chronicled in our ancient texts that have been passed down for millennia, only one physique possesses the extraordinary ability to wield overwhelming physical strength from a young age. Each word he uttered resonated like a bombshell, igniting the thoughts of all present. The name was none other than the SSS grade Mythical Gene, Pangu Body. Such a revelation was akin to a detonation in the hearts of the crowd. The Pangu Body, the legendary embodiment of the strongest physical form among humanity. Who would have thought it truly existed? No wonder the Long family revered it as the zero number. With such a physique, should it grow properly, the individual is destined to reign supreme in the future. Yet, just as the assembly was shaken by the emergence of the Pangu Body, a leading geneticist from the Federal Martial Arts Academy adjusted his glasses, speaking with a tone filled with rationality and regret. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. According to our Academy's analysis of the growth curves of all historical Super S-grade gene sequences, while the Pangu Body boasts an unmatched physical advantage in its early stages, its development is, in fact, far more arduous and slow than any other physique. It resembles a colossal beast consuming gold. Each minor elevation and realm demands energy and resources that surpass those required by ordinary S-grade geniuses by 100-fold. Moreover, historical texts indicate that this physique suffers from a lack of vigor in later stages, making it exceptionally challenging to attain the realm of the martial god. Thus, what we witness now may very well be his most glorious moment. This scientific and authoritative analysis brought a sense of relief to many influential figures present, who had harbored trepidations. It appeared he was merely a hero in the early stages. Upon the arena, Yi Xingqian struggled to rise from the wreckage of the deformed railings. His hair was disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his once resplendent starry battle armor was now dimmed, riddled with cracks. He gazed at Lin Tian, disbelief and boundless humiliation flickering in his eyes. He had been defeated, vanquished by a single blow, crushed beneath the weight of his most cherished strength. "No, I have not lost yet," he roared, casting aside all reservations. S-grade talent, star body, activate. In an instant, radiant starlight erupted from within him. This time, it was no mere protective aura but a liquid starry essence enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a towering 10-meter-tall giant of starlight. An overwhelming aura of destruction and fury swept the arena. "Now this is more like it." Lin Tian observed his transformed state, shaking his head with indifference. He then ceased to hold back. "If you wish to play with energy, I shall oblige." With a mere thought, he activated the two S-grade techniques. 10,000 weapons flow and 9 transformations of the divine dragon simultaneously. A massive energy war spear, larger and more solid than the starry giant, engulfed in golden dragon flames, materialized behind him. Following this, Lin Tian's figure left a faint afterimage as he activated dragon blood boiling, closing the distance to the starry giant with a ghostly speed. "What?" Yi Xingqian gasped in shock, his colossal form unable to match Lin Tian's seemingly instantaneous speed. Too slow. Lin Tian shook his head, the energy war spear, imbued with the terrifying might to rend the heavens, struck fiercely upon the chest of the starry giant. Boom! The giant's seemingly indestructible body split asunder like butter under a hot knife, and Yi Xingqian's true form fell from the shattered starlight, blood spewing forth as his energy plummeted. Physique, combat skills you. He lay upon the ground, watching the divine figure approach him, despair finally registering in his eyes. All his hidden cards, all his pride, appeared utterly laughable, pathetically feeble before the youth. Yet, just as he believed all was lost, Lin Tian halted in his tracks. He regarded Yi Xingqian, his voice laced with disappointment as he slowly spoke. "In terms of physique, you cannot surpass me. In combat skills, you still fall short. So now, what hidden cards do you possess that I might see?" Those words struck Yi Xingqian's heart like a merciless hammer. He felt his dignity being ground beneath the heel of his opponent, repeatedly and ruthlessly. Overwhelmed by the utmost humiliation, Yi Xingqian descended into madness. He disregarded all consequences, pouring every ounce of his life potential into his final strike. "Lin Tian, you have forced my hand. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me." He unleashed his strongest trump card, a terrifying aura that far exceeded his current realm, erupting with a resounding force. Yet, in the face of his desperate struggle, Lin Tian simply smiled. He no longer concealed his power. A true pressure, a pinnacle martial king aura, 100 times more solid, vast, and terrifying than Yi Xingqian's ethereal manifestation, surged forth from him like an awakening cosmic primordial force. With absolute, crushing superiority in realm, he pointed a finger. Heaven and earth fell silent. All of Yi Xingqian's attacks, all of his hopes, dissipated beneath that single gesture. He collapsed as if struck by lightning, falling heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. The outcome was clear. At that moment, the star jade pendant, passed down through generations of Yi Xingqian's family, emitted a faint yet pure starlight, a stream of ancient and regal information concerning the cultivation legacy of the primordial star gods, gently flowed into his already unconscious mind. Chapter 30. The crybaby snot-nosed worm as Yi Xingqian's body, akin to a tattered sack, was politely carried away by the Long family's guards, a spectacle driven by jealousy. Capturing the attention of the masses, came to a definitive and overwhelming conclusion. In the arena, Lin Tian gradually retracted his pristine fist, his expression indifferent, as though he had merely swatted a buzzing fly rather than defeated a renowned S-grade prodigy. After a brief silence, the entire banquet hall erupted into a roaring tide of reverence and fervor. Long live the zero-number heir. So powerful. Is this truly the strength that humanity can possess? Just a single punch. Merely one punch. The once mighty Yi Xingqian was not even granted the chance to force the zero number to use a second move. The leaders of various financial conglomerates, the martial arts masters of hidden sects, and heads of state, individuals who could shake the world with a stomp, all cast aside their pretenses and approached the arena like fervent admirers, swept away in a tide of admiration. Lord Lin Tian, truly a youthful deity, unparalleled in grace. I am the current patriarch of the Rothschild family in Europe. Here is my personal contact number. Should you ever require assistance, the Rothschild family stands ready to serve you. Truly worthy of the Long family's prodigal son. As the esteemed leader of Wudong Mountain, I am elated to witness the celestial display of power today. It confirms that the path of righteousness is never solitary. This is the esteemed Purple Cloud Jade Order, the highest decree of Wudong Mountain, which grants the bearer the authority to command countless disciples of our sect. Lord Lin Tian, amidst a chorus of congratulations, flattery, and sycophancy, has finally garnered the awe and respect befitting his formidable prowess, which he has unveiled to the world like an iceberg revealing its terrifying tip. In this moment, his prestige reaches unparalleled heights. Yet, amidst this fervent and harmonious atmosphere, in the most inconspicuous corner of the VIP section, the recognized contemporary paragon of strength, the first heir Long Qingtian, merely raised his crystal goblet filled with crimson liquid, gently swirling it. He regarded the indifferent youth. Encircled by eminent figures like a moon surrounded by stars, with eyes sharp as a hawk, betraying not a flicker of emotion, but rather a hint of disdain from his elevated perch. He emitted a barely audible scoff, then drained the exquisite wine in one gulp. After much effort, Lin Tian finally extricated himself from the overly enthusiastic throng of admirers and returned to his family's table. No sooner had he taken his seat than a soft, fragrant, snow-white towel was presented before him, courtesy of Jiang Luoling. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing the brightest star in the heavens, and her delicate face radiated unabashed admiration and pride, as if the formidable figure on the stage were herself. Observing her endearing demeanor, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile as he accepted the towel. Nearby, his aunt Zhang Ro, witnessing her daughter's unabashed infatuation, glanced at her strikingly handsome nephew, whose strength remained unfathomable, feeling increasingly pleased and delighted. Unable to resist teasing the young couple in the presence of all the elders, she remarked with a playful tone, "Oh, look at our Luoling's nervousness, and see how calm Tian is. Truly a match made in heaven." Pausing for effect, she added, "I believe there's no need to wait for the future. How about you two tie the knot right after this martial arts conference? It would fulfill the wishes of us elders." "Mother, what are you saying?" Jiang Luoling exclaimed, her face aflame with embarrassment at her mother's public matchmaking. She vigorously shook her mother's arm in a pouty protest. However, just as she anticipated her domineering cousin would dismiss her mother's insinuation, Lin Tian suddenly turned to her and smiled. He scrutinized her for a moment. Then with a tone laden with feigned disdain, he shook his head and quipped, "I wouldn't want to marry a crybaby who's always sniffling and sobbing." He boldly revealed her childhood secret in front of all the elders. Jiang Luoling was instantly petrified, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as her mind went blank. After a pause, a wave of intense, mixed emotions, shame, anger, erupted within her. Akin to a volcano. "You're lying. I am not a crybaby, not a snot-nosed brat." Fuming and shaking with rage, her eyes reddened, only serving to substantiate Lin Tian's teasing. "You're bullying me." In the throes of indignation, the last vestiges of her reason crumbled. Ignoring the presence of elders and any semblance of ladylike decorum, she extended her dainty foot clad in exquisite leather boots beneath the table, pinpointed her target, and with all her might, stomped down on Lin Tian's foot. "That's for exposing my secret, for calling me a snot-nosed brat." However, her vengeful stomp met Lin Tian's foot, which had been tempered through rigorous training, as if striking an impervious iron wall. He remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. Conversely, she felt the impact reverberate through her foot, causing a tingling sensation that nearly brought tears to her eyes. Seeing her cute yet frustrated demeanor, Lin Tian could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Amid the affectionate, indulgent laughter of the elders, and Jiang Luoling's mix of embarrassment and fury, he extended his hand, gently pinching her adorably puffed cheeks, which had turned into little buns due to her anger. Soft and bouncy, the sensation was delightful. "All right, I won't tease you anymore," he said, retracting his hand, his voice laced with a tenderness he himself had not recognized. This intimate gesture served as a silent declaration, shattering the veil of ambiguity between them and publicly affirming their destined closeness. Jiang Luoling was left utterly speechless, feeling the lingering warmth of his touch. Her heart raced uncontrollably, unable to find tranquility. Thus, a matchmaking endeavor orchestrated by the elders culminated in a sweet, playful exchange, enveloping the banquet hall in a joyous, rosy atmosphere, a reward for the victors. Chapter 31. With my might, I shall lead my family to the stars. Within the banquet hall, the atmosphere, laden with sweetness and affection, reached a zenith following Lin Tian's domineering yet gentle gesture. Jiang Luoling, covering her slightly flushed cheeks, felt as though she might sink into her chest from embarrassment. Yet she couldn't resist stealing glances at the boy beside her, whose presence sent her heart racing. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, after pinching his cousin's delightful cheeks, was involuntarily struck by an unusual sensation. At that moment, upon contact with Jiang Luoling's skin, he distinctly felt his own ancient and formidable Pangu Body mythological genes resonate in a faint yet profound manner with her lively and communicative SSS-level elemental affinity genes. It was as though two pieces of a puzzle, lost for eons, had finally found their match. A thought, like a flash of lightning cleaving through chaos, suddenly illuminated his mind, an ancient secret marked as a mythological taboo, which he had stumbled upon amidst the vast fragments of ancient memories after consuming the remnants of the medicine sage's soul. In the annals of legend, it is said that when the mightiest of the human race, the sacred body of refinement, merges with the most formidable elemental Tao embryo, their progeny may possess an infinitesimal chance of transcending the shackles of mythic genes, thus giving birth to the theoretical embodiment of the Genesis Tao body, a being that would incite envy even among the gods, surpassing all genetic sequences. This notion stirred a ripple within Lin Tian's otherwise tranquil heart. He gazed at the bashful figure before him, his betrothed in name alone, and an indescribable depth flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this engagement, arranged by their elders, transcended mere familial alliance. Amidst the warm ambience infused with pink bubbles and dreams of the future, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually reached its zenith. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan, Lin Tian's grandfather Long Zhanya, after exchanging pleasantries with several leaders of top-tier forces, slowly ascended to the main podium situated at the heart of the banquet hall. His aged yet wise eyes surveyed the crowd, emanating an aura of a martial deity that commanded silence throughout the hall. Everyone understood that the main event was about to unfold. Long Zhanya cleared his throat and, with a resonant and authoritative voice amplified by the sound array, declared to the assembly and to billions of viewers worldwide, "Today, I seize this opportune moment of the Global Youth Martial Arts Conference to summon you all here, not only to celebrate this grand occasion, but also to announce a matter of great consequence that will shape the destiny of the Dragon Clan for the next 100, even 1,000 years, before the eyes of the entire world." A hush fell over the crowd, attention riveted. Long Zhanya's gaze settled upon the main seat, directed at the indifferent young man who had remained unperturbed throughout. His eyes brimmed with unabashed pride, satisfaction, and profound expectation. "In the name of the 77th Patriarch of the Huaxia Dragon Clan, I hereby declare, based on the unanimous decision of our 3 ancestors and the entire Elder Council, Lin Tian shall be the sole alpha heir of the Huaxia Dragon Clan, possessing the highest rights of inheritance, his status surpassing all secondary heirs." Boom! This cataclysmic announcement detonated the atmosphere like a nuclear explosion in a sealed chamber, igniting the fervor of the entire assembly. An alpha heir? Surely, I did not mishear. The Dragon Clan has invoked this legendary title, signifying the singular and absolute highest order of inheritance. Heavens! This is tantamount to declaring to the world that Lin Tian is the designated sole ruler of the next generation of the Dragon Clan, relegating all other secondary heirs to mere shadows. It is both overwhelmingly audacious and, in a sense, entirely justified. After all, he is the possessor of an SSS-level mythic gene that shattered the Gaia record. Applause, gasps, and murmurs erupted like thunder. Yet, amidst this fervent cacophony, the atmosphere among the secondary heirs of the Dragon Clan grew palpably tense. The third heir, Long Ao, regarded the spotlighted figure with a complex expression, ultimately yielding to a resigned smile. The 7th heir, Long Xuahuang, revealed a rare flicker of reluctance upon her eternally frosty visage. Meanwhile, the 1st heir, Long Qingtian, known for his unwavering composure and unparalleled popularity and strength, felt his sharp, hawk-like gaze constrict upon hearing the declaration. Gradually, he rose from his seat, a powerful aura of defiance and skepticism dispersing the surrounding clamor, drawing all eyes instinctively towards him. He brushed aside the followers attempting to dissuade him and strode purposefully to the podium. With utmost respect, he bowed deeply to Long Zhanya before straightening up, his voice resonant and assertive, echoing through the hall with piercing clarity. "Patriarch, I, Long Qingtian, respect the decision of the 3 ancestors and the Elder Council." However, his tone shifted, rising sharply like a sword unsheathed, its edge gleaming with intensity. According to the ironclad clan regulations, the 1st heir and, by extension, the alpha heir, must possess monumental achievements that have suppressed an era. I, Long Qingtian, have trained in the military since the age of 10, slaying S-level beasts in the northern ice fields, quelling the Sea Tribe rebellion in the western abyss, and personally severing the heads of 3 martial emperor-level adversaries on the battlefield. I believe my blood and accomplishments for the clan are sufficient to bear this honor. And Lin Tian, his gaze locked onto Lin Tian in the main seat, as if wielding bolts of lightning. He has achieved nothing, not even a single verifiable public achievement. I ask you, Patriarch, I ask you, esteemed elders, by what right? By what right is he, a sheltered blossom existing only in legend, allowed to ascend above us, the battle-hardened warriors who have shed blood for the clan? I refuse to accept this. The last 3 words erupted from him nearly as a roar, imbued with boundless resentment and grievance, resonating throughout the hall. His challenge was logical, well-founded, and entirely consistent with clan traditions. He did not question Lin Tian's talent. Rather, he contested the procedural justice of this appointment. In an instant, the hall fell into an excruciatingly awkward silence. Even Long Zhanya was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Long Qingtian's rightful challenge grounded in the principles of the clan. Just as everyone anticipated an embarrassing internal conflict within the Dragon Clan, Lin Tian himself descended from the main seat. He approached Long Qingtian, his profound gaze meeting the defiant, battle-ready eyes of the eagle. Initially, he calmly stated, effortlessly countering the questioning of procedural justice with an assertion of superior authority, "This is the decision of the 3 ancestors. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to address them directly to the ancestors." Long Qingtian's breath caught momentarily. Then, Lin Tian shifted his tone, a sudden surge of overwhelming dominance and disdain for the mundane emanating from him. He addressed Lin Tian, the assembly, and the entire world, gradually voicing a declaration destined to be etched in history, imbued with an indomitable spirit. As for the question of by what right, simply put, you, Lin Tian, may fortify the clan's borders. Yet I, Lin Tian, he paused, a smirk of superiority gracing his lips, shall lead the dragon clan to the stars, establishing it as the singular, eternal supreme force within this universe. Is that reason sufficient? Chapter 32, merely a few flies. The banquet hall lay in a deathly hush. Lin Tian's declaration, brimming with unparalleled authority and grand ambition, resonated. I can lead the dragon clan to the stars, establishing it as the supreme force in this universe. Struck like a series of thunderclaps infused with the laws of heaven and earth, reverberating deep within each soul, rendering their minds nearly stagnant in a void of disbelief. What audacity this was! What an extraordinary display of confidence! He did not attempt to justify his past achievements, nor did he linger on the so-called family rules. Instead, he boldly overturned the table, presenting a future so resplendent and unimaginable that it obliterated all of Lin Tian's doubts rooted in the past and present. You speak of accomplishments? My triumph will be to lead the entire clan to conquer the stars and the seas. You speak of rules? My very existence is to shatter the old conventions and establish a new order that belongs to the universe. In the grandeur of a vision that could make even the gods tremble, Lin Tian's so-called illustrious feats suddenly appeared trivial, almost insignificant. He stared blankly at the youth before him, who was nearly a decade his junior and lacked his imposing stature. For the first time, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty surfaced in his keen, hawk-like eyes. The once unyielding heart of a martial artist showed the slightest, imperceptible crack. He had been defeated, not by strength, but by vision. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and awkward, a venerable voice filled with unparalleled authority, as if descending from the heavens, resonated through the sound system, delivering a decisive proclamation. Tian, it was the third ancestor, the true stabilizing force of the Lin family, currently in seclusion. Merely 2 words. Yet they conveyed an undeniable will that jolted Lin Tian, whose spirit had already begun to waver. Lin Tian is my chosen one. His words are my words. This matter requires no further discussion. The highest authority had personally endorsed the protagonist's audacious declaration. This pronouncement utterly shattered the last vestige of Lin Tian's reluctance. He recognized that he was irrevocably defeated. Slowly, he turned towards the podium, deeply bowing his proud head. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with the candor of a true warrior. Tian, obeying your command. With that, he averted his gaze from everyone, silently retreated to his seat, lifted his goblet, and downed its contents in one gulp, as though to swallow all his discontent and solitude. With Lin Tian, the most formidable challenger, choosing to concede, the other would-be successors, who had previously harbored ulterior motives, dared not voice a single dissenting opinion. The third heir, Lin Ao, was the first to react, swiftly approaching Lin Tian with a goblet in hand, his face adorned with a humble and sincere smile as he raised his drink high. Lin Ao willingly submits. Henceforth, I pledge to follow the alpha heir. The rest of the heirs, witnessing this, quickly stepped forward, toasting in congratulations and support. A potential conflict over succession that could have incited familial strife was effortlessly dissipated beneath Lin Tian's domineering declaration and the third ancestor's thunderous verdict. In that moment, the protagonist's status was unequivocally and irrevocably established, both procedurally and factually. However, just as the atmosphere of the banquet was on the verge of returning to harmony and the attendees prepared to resume the grand celebration, a loud, arrogant, and unabashedly hostile laugh erupted from outside the venue, echoing through the banquet hall like claps of thunder. Following this, a voice filled with mockery and provocation rang out. What a grand affair the Lin family's banquet is. It's a pity, however, that it lacks our Sacred Mountain organization. Isn't this celebration rather dull? We have heard that your Lin family's long-hidden genius, the Zero, is making his debut today. We have traveled from North America to present him with a grand gift. The mention of the Sacred Mountain organization was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the festive atmosphere. The smiles on the faces of the Lin family members froze, replaced by seething anger and icy malice. Boom! The heavy door of the banquet hall, crafted from A-grade memory alloy and capable of withstanding the full force of a martial emperor, was violently thrust open by an overwhelming force. Under the scrutiny of countless furious and hostile gazes, Kyle Austin, the heir of the Sacred Mountain organization, clad in a flamboyant golden tailcoat, entered with a highball glass in one hand and the other casually tucked into his pocket, adorned with his signature, arrogant smirk. Following him was Long Xiaoqian, her face etched with resentment, accompanied by a cadre of powerful and cold-eyed masters from the Sacred Mountain. The Sacred Mountain from North America. How dare they be so brazen as to interrupt the Lin family's banquet? The leader among them was none other than Kyle Austin. It was said that he had naturally awakened the S-Class Holy Light ability, making him a formidable contender for victory in the upcoming martial arts tournament. They were sworn enemies of the Long family. For a century, both sides had been embroiled in a relentless struggle for global resources and interests. This uninvited intrusion could only spell trouble. The guests in the hall were instantly thrown into an uproar, retreating in fear of being caught in this clash of titanic forces. Unbridled audacity. What gall! How dare you intrude upon my Long family's banquet? The elders and the younger heirs of the Long family were already seething with rage, rising in unison as their powerful auras erupted, causing the atmosphere of the banquet hall to become charged with tension, as if a battle were imminent. Yet, amidst this palpable tension, only Lin Tian remained serene, seated comfortably in the main position. He even had the leisure to pluck a crystal-clear purple jade grape, peeling it leisurely before placing it in his mouth, as though the impending conflict that could ignite a world war was of no concern to him. He regarded Kyle, who was basking in the attention of the crowd like a theatrical clown, and softly addressed his grandfather, Long Zhanya, whose fury was palpable. "Grandfather, temper your anger. Are they not merely a few buzzing flies, disturbing the peace?" He paused, a cold, contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Let them in. I am curious to see what their so-called grand gift entails." Simultaneously, a thought flashed through his mind. How curious that the people from the sacred mountain would come to his doorstep, yet the system had yet to issue a sign-in task. It appeared that the triggering conditions were related to the ensuing conflict. This calm demeanor, viewing formidable foes as mere nuisances, transformed the collective anger of those present into profound astonishment. This was the supreme composure that the alpha heir of the Long family ought to possess. Chapter 33. Do you enjoy collecting secondhand goods? As Lin Tian's nonchalant invitation for them to enter echoed, the previously tense atmosphere in the banquet hall morphed into something eerie. The elders and heirs of the Long family, though still seething with rage, found themselves compelled to suppress their fury upon the pronouncement of the alpha heir. They could only watch coldly, eager to witness how this newly established leader of the family intended to handle this sudden and egregious affront. Under the scrutiny of countless icy, hostile gazes, Kyle Austin, the young master of the Sacred Mountain organization, exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, he strode into the center of the banquet hall, as if walking upon the red carpet of his own estate, exuding an air of elegance intertwined with arrogance. His cerulean eyes, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the surrounding Long family prodigies, those who dared not voice their indignation, before curling into a smirk imbued with disdain and amusement. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the woman he deemed the greatest prize of this encounter, Long Xiaoqian. He extended his hand and, with utmost nonchalance, drew the already trembling woman into his embrace. In full view of the Long family, he audaciously lifted her meticulously adorned chin with a finger, his voice dripping with a mix of boastfulness and provocation as he addressed the head of the Long family. "Dear guests, please, do not be so tense. I have heard that this lovely lady is a traitor, cast out by your esteemed Long family." He paused, deliberately pinching Long Xiaoqian's flushed cheek, drawing forth a faint, bashful whimper from her. "Nevertheless, I find her rather agreeable. Keeping her as a plaything, to warm my bed and whisper sweet nothings, would certainly allow me to uncover some of your Long family's little secrets, wouldn't it?" Such words were laced with venom, such humiliation. Not only did he brazenly accept the Long family's traitor, but he also wielded her as a weapon to mock the Long family. This was no mere provocation. It was a direct and brutal slap to the face of the entire Long family, a colossal entity standing at the pinnacle of Huaxia. "Impudent! You seek death." The heirs of the Long family, including Long Ao and Long Qingtian, could no longer contain their fury. They erupted, their terrifying auras surging forth, as if they were on the verge of tearing this insolent fool into shreds. However, just as tensions reached a boiling point, a calm voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, cut through the air, quelling all anger and unrest. It was Lin Tian. He rose slowly from his position of authority, his gaze not resting on the enraged family members nor on the arrogant Kyle. Instead, he took a keen interest in Long Xiaoqian, who was nestled against Kyle, her face radiating with the triumph of a scheming little vixen. Then, with an air of revelation, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, he addressed Kyle, speaking slowly. "Oh? So it appears that the esteemed young master of the Sacred Mountain organization enjoys reclaiming the cast-offs of our Long family?" He paused, allowing a sincere and sympathetic expression to grace his features as he continued the mockery. "Truly, your taste is unique. You have my admiration for your efforts." At this, the room fell into a profound silence, only to erupt moments later into uproarious laughter from the guests of neutral factions, unable to contain their mirth. "Ha! Cast-offs. What a splendid metaphor. Unique taste indeed. My heavens, this Zero Heir is not only formidable in strength, but possesses a tongue as sharp as a blade." In that instant, Kyle's handsome face, once adorned with a triumphant smile, froze in shock, rapidly turning the color of a liver. He felt as though he had been stripped bare before the world, Lin Tian's words lashing at him with brutal precision. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoqian's expression, once filled with pride and delight, paled drastically. The term cast-off pierced her vanity like a dagger, invoking an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In her desperate bid to salvage her reputation before her new master and to retaliate against the man who had humiliated her, she lost all semblance of reason. Like a shrew, she broke free from Kyle's embrace, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Tian, her voice dripping with venomous disdain as she screeched, "Lin Tian, you, who hide beneath the wings of your family, relying on your lineage to wield power. What right do you have to mock young Master Kyle? Were it not for your fortunate birth into the Long family, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. You are nothing but a—" Her malicious tirade was abruptly cut short as she beheld the chilling gaze of Lin Tian, whose deep-set eyes had turned icy cold in that moment. What kind of gaze was that? There was no anger, no fluctuation, only an absolute, divine indifference. As if he regarded her as nothing more than a filthy, lifeless insect. A profound and terrifying killing intent surged forth, emanating from the depths of his soul, locking onto her in an instant. Kyle sensed this malevolence and instinctively stepped forward, shielding Long Xiaoqian behind him, shouting at Lin Tian, "She is mine now. How dare you?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian, uninterested in acknowledging him further, unleashed an invisible yet palpable mental force, powerful enough to shatter stars. Traversing the space of dozens of meters, it bypassed all of Kyle's hastily erected defenses and struck directly into Long Xiaoqian's mind, already filled with resentment and jealousy. Bam! Her sharp insults fell silent. Long Xiaoqian's once vivid eyes, now devoid of life, became hollow and dull. Blood began to seep from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, spilling forth like a blossoming flower of death. She collapsed, lifeless. The hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. All present were rendered speechless by this sudden, overwhelming display of power. Before the young master of the sacred mountain, Lin Tian had slain the very person he had just declared his protection over. Such dominance, such force, such utter ruthlessness. Kyle looked down at the rapidly cooling corpse, blood pooling from her 7 orifices, his handsome face contorting in sheer rage. He shot his gaze upwards, his cerulean eyes ablaze with a fury capable of incinerating all, fixated on Lin Tian. Yet, all he received in return was Lin Tian's cold, emotionless voice, as if stating an undeniable truth. "My trash. I shall dispose of it whenever I please." He hesitated, observing the ashen-faced, trembling Kyle, and slowly countered, "Do you have any objections?" Chapter 34, Dare to Touch My Woman? Within the grand banquet hall, Lin Tian's resonant retort, laced with absolute dominion and a chilling aura of murderous intent, echoed through the air. "Do you have any objections?" It was akin to an invisible sword of ice, potent enough to freeze the very soul, pressed firmly against Kyle Austin's throat. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to solidify entirely. Kyle's handsome visage, exuding an air of aristocratic superiority, contorted grotesquely in response to profound rage and humiliation. He fixated intently on Lin Tian, his azure eyes ablaze with an inferno capable of incinerating all in its path. The S-class, holy light, ability surged uncontrollably from his being, enveloping him in a dazzling, golden aura steeped in destruction. As the most favored young master of the Sacred Mountain organization, he had never endured such a profound disgrace. To be publicly mocked, to witness the destruction of his prized possession, and finally, to be confronted with the audacity of "Do you have any objections?" This was more than mere humiliation. It was a brutal trampling of his dignity and that of the entire Sacred Mountain organization. Very well, very well. Kyle spat through gritted teeth, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. "Lin Tian, you have successfully provoked me." He ceased his idle chatter and sharply signaled to his elite guards, all of whom were above the martial sovereign level, standing ready behind him. "Attack. Show our friends from the Long family what true decorum entails." Yes. Several elite guards from the Sacred Mountain organization erupted with ferocious holy light energy, charging towards the Long family's table like unleashed tigers. The Long family's guards, undeterred, unleashed their formidable auras, preparing for battle. A clash of titanic forces, capable of reducing the opulent banquet hall to rubble, was imminent. However, at that moment, a voice, equally cold yet imbued with unmatched authority, resonated from the seat of the Long family's heir. It was the first heir, Long Qingtian. He rose slowly, his eyes sharp as a hawk, brimming with the spirit of combat. But before he could act, 2 figures beside him moved with greater swiftness. "Brother, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? These Sacred Mountain rabble do not warrant your direct involvement." It was the third heir, Long Ao. After a year of introspection, shattered by Lin Tian's overwhelming duel, he had emerged reborn, his mindset profoundly steadied. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to pledge his loyalty to his new master. He stepped forward, his S-class talent, indestructible sword bone, reaching its zenith. In an instant, countless razor-sharp sword energies erupted from within him, forming a tempest of blades capable of annihilating all in their vicinity. Beside him, the 7th heir, Long Shuawang, as unyielding as an ancient glacier, lifted her stunning ice-blue gaze. "Noisy." She uttered merely 2 words. In the following second, an absolute 0-degree chill, capable of freezing souls, radiated from her, engulfing the hall. The S-class ability, Frost Phoenix, activated. Crack, crack, crack. The temperature in the banquet hall plummeted by several dozen degrees. Countless ice crystals formed in the air, covering the floor, walls, and sealing in a thick layer of shimmering, blue-tinged ice. In an instant, half the venue transformed into a frigid expanse of ice and snow. The sacred mountain guards, charging fiercely, suddenly halted upon entering this realm, their movements stifled as frost enveloped them, drastically slowing their pace. At that moment, Long Ao unleashed his tempest of blades. Die! Thud! 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 Under the relentless torrent of sword energy capable of rending space apart, combined with Long Shuohuang's freezing domain that slowed everything. The battle unfolded with a crushingly one-sided momentum from the very outset. Those martial sovereign-level warriors, once dominant in the outside world, now resembled lambs to the slaughter. Unable to mount any significant resistance as the ceaseless sword energy pierced, tore, and annihilated them, scattering their remains like frozen shards of flesh. In a mere encounter, all of Kyle's elite guards perished. This sudden turn of events left all the onlookers gasping in disbelief. Incredible, incredible. Is this the prowess of the Long family's direct heir? That Long Ao. I've heard he awakened the indestructible sword bone, a natural prodigy born for battle. And that Long Shuohuang, her Frost Phoenix, ability is said to be a top-tier elemental talent capable of freezing all. Together, they are an impeccable duo. It is said that the first heir, Long Tian's heavenly tribulation body, is the absolute nemesis to all elemental abilities. One can only imagine the terrifying scene if he were to unleash his full power. Amidst the reverent murmurs of the crowd, Kyle's handsome visage twisted into a mask of utter distortion, reflecting his extreme displeasure. He watched helplessly as his most elite guards were so effortlessly slaughtered before the eyes of the world. Faced with such disgrace, his pride shattered. Consumed by boundless fury and humiliation, he cast aside any semblance of dignity befitting a top-tier genius and resolved to take action himself. Boom! A surge of holy light energy, more tumultuous and resplendent than ever before, erupted from his being. He transformed into a golden sun, descending upon the world to purify all sin. Yet, his murderous gaze did not fixate on Long Ao, who stood at his peak of power, but rather shifted abruptly to the breathtakingly beautiful Long Shuohuang, who had just expended her expansive freezing ability and appeared somewhat pallid, her energy waning. You wretched girl, die! He bellowed, opting for the most dishonorable and despicable form of ambush. S-class forbidden technique, holy light, judgment. A beam of golden destruction energy, infused with his every ounce of power and capable of erasing a small city from existence, erupted from his palm, hurtling towards the most vulnerable target in the room with a speed that transcended thought. This strike was swift, ruthless, and venomous. Long Shuohuang's ice blue eyes widened, narrowing to the size of pinpricks, faced with a lethal blow capable of incapacitating even a peer-level martial king. She felt the annihilating aura that sent shivers through her very soul. Despair and icy dread consumed her heart. She knew she had no time to defend herself, nor could she possibly withstand it. Just as the devastating beam was about to strike her delicate form, a white figure appeared without warning, as if transcending the dimensions of time and space, materializing before her. It was Lin Tian. He did not choose to evade, nor did he opt to block. Instead, he faced the cataclysmic holy light head-on with his seemingly unassuming yet remarkably steadfast back. Boom! The annihilating beam collided solidly against Lin Tian's back. The entire banquet hall trembled violently under the impact of that single blow. No! Long Shuohuang gazed at the figure that had shielded her from the lethal strike, emitting a heart-wrenching scream filled with terror and disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, after enduring the devastating hit, slowly turned his head. He beheld Heir, who wore an expression of shock and incredulity, and glanced back at the Ice Queen behind him, whose complexion had drained of color and whose face was streaked with tears. For the first time, a true, raging fury ignited within the depths of her profound eyes, a fire fierce enough to scorch the heavens. He spoke slowly, each word dripping with an icy disdain that could make the entire world tremble. You dare lay a hand on my woman? Chapter 35. Good things now belong to me. In the banquet hall, time seemed to stretch infinitely the moment Lin Tian turned around. The golden beam of destruction, a manifestation of the S-class forbidden technique, holy light, judgment, capable of erasing a small city from existence, surged forth amidst Heir's twisted grin, within Long Shuohuang's eyes filled with despair and disbelief, and in the horrified gasps of all the guests present, crashing solidly against Lin Tian's seemingly unassuming yet remarkably sturdy back. Lin Tian, Brother Tian, young master. The cries of Long Qin Tian, Jiang Luoling, Long Ao, Long Zhanya, and all the members of the Long family echoed through the hall, filled with anguish and dread. They could never have fathomed that Heir would stoop so low as to launch a sneak attack on a woman who had just exhausted her strength. Even more unfathomable was Lin Tian's resolute choice to absorb this lethal blow, one capable of grievously injuring even a martial king of equal rank with his own body. Boom. The destructive energy of the holy light erupted explosively against Lin Tian's back. The entire banquet hall shook violently under the onslaught of this terrifying energy. The simulated vast starry sky above was instantly engulfed by blinding white light, dissolving into nothingness. Countless tables and chairs crafted from special alloys, along with beams and pillars, were torn apart and vaporized as if they were fragile porcelain in the wake of this energy storm. Had it not been for the defensive arrays inscribed by martial deities within the very materials of this sky city, the mere residual force of this blow would have been sufficient to erase the entire banquet hall, along with all its occupants, from existence. The radiance persisted for a full 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. What remained was a massive pit over 100 meters in diameter, unfathomably deep, with its edges continuously melting. At the center of the pit stood a white figure, still quietly facing away from everyone. He was alive. A collective sigh of relief escaped the Long family, as the tension that had lodged in their throats finally settled back into their stomachs. Yet Heir, gazing at the unyielding figure, was etched with disbelief on his handsome face. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. That had been an S-class forbidden technique, holy light judgment, unleashed at the cost of nearly half his life essence. Not even a martial king of equal rank, let alone a martial emperor of a higher realm, could endure such a strike without being gravely injured or on the brink of death. How could he still be standing? As his mind reeled, convinced Lin Tian was merely putting on a brave front, the white figure at the bottom of the pit slowly straightened up. He turned around, and under the gaze of billions of expectant eyes worldwide, his face, as beautiful as a deity's, remained eerily calm and indifferent. The simple white martial attire he wore was still pristine, immaculate, without a single wrinkle or scorch mark. Not a hair was harmed. Not even his clothing was torn. He regarded Heir, who was now utterly stupefied, his worldview crumbling, and slowly raised his hand to pat away the non-existent dust from his back. Then, in a tone laced with disappointment and confusion, he asked, "Is that it? Is that all the power you possess?" He paused, as if genuinely contemplating, then delivered a verdict that would shatter Heir's psyche. To be honest, it barely had enough force to tickle me. Upon hearing those words, Heir could no longer suppress the surging blood within him, spewing forth a mouthful of reverse blood. Humiliation. This was a disgrace 100-fold, 1,000-fold more intense than publicly slaying Long Xiaoqian. To have exerted himself fully, pouring his essence into his strongest attack, only to find it deemed insufficient to even tickle his opponent. No, it was impossible. This had to be an illusion. Heir, driven to madness by the cruel reality, lost all semblance of rationality. In his shock, he disregarded any semblance of dignity befitting a powerful being, instinctively turning to retreat, desperate to distance himself from this incomprehensible monster. However, he was too slow. Lin Tian was swifter. Trying to escape? Lin Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Did you seek my permission?" With a single step, he traversed the 100-meter distance in an instant, closing in on Heir. He extended his fair, exquisitely crafted hand and seized Heir's robust arm, still shimmering with holy light energy. "What do you intend to do?" Heir exclaimed in terror, realizing that the moment Lin Tian grasped his arm, his body felt as though it were being suppressed by an ancient divine mountain, rendering even the slightest movement an unattainable luxury. Amidst the gasps of horror and disbelief from all the guests, and within the depths of Heir's fearful and despondent gaze, Lin Tian executed a primal, violent, and utterly spine-chilling action. He gripped Heir's arm with one hand while pressing down on his shoulder with the other, then unleashed his strength. Fueled by the terrifying physical power of the Pangu Body, capable of tearing through the stars, he declared, "Break," with a sound reminiscent of tearing aged leather. Accompanied by Heir's shriek that resembled a dying beast, his right arm, tempered countless times by holy light energy and as hard as S-class alloy, was brutally wrenched from his shoulder. Blood erupted like a gushing fountain. It stained the arena and suffused the eyes of all present, which were already filled with shock. My hand! My hand!" Heir howled, clutching the bloody stump where his arm had once been, rolling on the ground in agony. Utterly devoid of the former air of invincibility that had characterized him as the young master of the sacred mountain. Yet, just when everyone believed this brutal and bloody confrontation was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Heir writhed on the ground, a surge of intense, verdant light erupted from the position of his heart, brimming with boundless life energy. The blood that had been gushing from his severed arm suddenly ceased. Immediately, visible to the naked eye, tendril-like flesh buds erupted wildly from the wound, writhing, intertwining, and growing. To the astonishment of all present, a brand new, pristine arm rapidly regenerated within mere moments. This was the life source core of the Hydra. Among the distinguished guests, a well-informed dignitary gasped in disbelief. It was rumored that the Sacred Mountain organization had once hunted an S-rank primordial beast, the Hydra, and transplanted its life source core, imbued with the power of immortality, into their most gifted member. To their astonishment, the rumors proved true. Kyle gazed at his restored arm, and after the initial shock, a fierce and fervent grin returned to his face. Haha, Lin Tian, you cannot kill me. With the life source core within me, I am immortal. He believed that this ultimate trump card would at least render the monster before him somewhat apprehensive. However, what he observed was Lin Tian's deep-set eyes, devoid of any surprise or concern, instead reflecting an unmasked greed, as if gazing upon the most delectable prey. Lin Tian extended his tongue, delicately licking his lips that bore traces of Kyle's blood, and in a tone filled with playful ownership, murmured to himself, "A severed arm reborn? What a splendid gift." He lifted his gaze to Kyle, as if regarding an exquisite artifact destined to be his. He resolved to cease his games. Boom! A presence far more terrifying, vast, and ancient than ever before surged forth from his being, akin to the chaotic breath that emanated from the very dawn of the universe. Behind him, a colossal shadow of the Pangu deity, towering to the heavens, wielding a massive axe, muscles coiled like serpents, and standing firm upon the chaos, slowly materialized. Chapter 36. Check-in Reward, Mythical Gene Organ. On the arena, the Pangu shadow loomed large, chaos swirling around, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Lin Tian, enveloped in the manifestation of his mythical genes, had his black hair dancing wildly, and his eyes glinted with a cold intensity, resembling a youthful deity striding through the mortal realm. Every movement seemed to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth, causing the very air of the banquet hall to hum softly. Again, he called lightly, and the Pangu shadow responded. A colossal hand capable of grasping the sun and moon descended with a terrifying might, slowly pressing down upon the already shattered spirit of Kyle. This strike appeared slow, yet it had already locked onto every inch of Kyle's space and aura, leaving him with no avenue of escape. No. As Kyle sensed the overwhelming pressure capable of grinding him and his very soul into dust, his handsome visage was ultimately overtaken by boundless fear and despair. He did not wish to die. He had a glorious youth ahead, endless wealth and power awaiting his enjoyment. He had a godlike brother to chase and surpass. How could he die here, at the hands of a monster nearly a decade his junior? Under the dual stimulation of primal survival instinct and humiliation, Kyle's azure eyes transformed into a crimson hue. He had completely succumbed to madness. Lin Tian, you have forced my hand. You have pushed me to this. He let out a howl, more beast than man, filled with venom and insanity, and without hesitation, transformed his newly regenerated, flawless left hand into a claw, plunging it deep into his violently heaving chest. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth. Under the horrified and disbelieving gazes of the crowd, Kyle audaciously extracted a heart-like crystal core from within his chest, shimmering emerald and transparent, pulsating as if composed of the purest life energy. The life source core of the S-rank beast, Hydra, with the blood of my holy light as the guide, with the essence of my very life as the offering. Kyle raised the still dripping core high, chanting an ancient, forbidden incantation in a tone akin to a sacrificial rite. Awaken. Ancient power slumbering within the core. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the verdant life source core erupted with a life energy far more magnificent and overwhelming than ever before. Kyle's previously waning aura surged with terrifying speed, revitalizing. Peak Martial King, Pre-Martial Emperor. Ultimately, with a crack that resonated like the shattering of an invisible barrier, his aura stabilized at the level of a pseudo-martial emperor, a realm unattainable for countless prodigies. Through the sacrifice of his life essence, he forcibly activated the full potential of the life source core, dramatically elevating his power to a terrifying new height, capable of overshadowing all present. Embracing the unprecedented power that seemed to grant him dominion over all, Kyle erupted into a maniacal laugh. He looked at Lin Tian, his blood-red eyes brimming with the thrill of vengeance and condescension. Lin Tian, now, what do you have left to contend with me? The enhanced Kyle had reached an unprecedented pinnacle of strength. He slowly raised both hands above his head, as if to embrace the sky, and in that moment, all the light elements within the banquet hall surged wildly toward his palms. What he was about to unleash was the true SSS-level forbidden technique, a treasured legacy of the Sacred Mountain organization, passed down for millennia. Divine grace, heaven's descent. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its voice. A destructive holy light, pure and supreme, capable of purifying all heresies, erupted from his palms, instantly transforming into a domain of divine radiance that enveloped the entire arena, swallowing up the towering Pangu shadow along with Lin Tian himself. Within this domain, countless six-winged angelic shadows sang hymns of judgment, as swords of divine light descended from the heavens, bearing the terror of purification, rushing toward Lin Tian with lethal intent. The power of this strike far exceeded the comprehension of the younger generation. In the VIP section, figures such as Long Zhanya, Li Qingsong, and other pinnacle martial deities were expressions of grave concern. This is the Sacred Mountain's ultimate forbidden technique. The power of this strike is dangerously close to that of a true martial god. That young man is in peril. Jiang Luoling, Long Xuehuang, and others turned pale, their hearts plummeting into an abyss. They could distinctly feel that within that domain of holy light, all laws and energies had been utterly purified and erased. To be ensnared within was akin to being forsaken and judged by the entire world. This was a guaranteed death sentence. Yet, just as everyone believed that Lin Tian was destined for calamity, perhaps even facing his demise in this dire predicament, as Lin Tian himself maintained a tranquil demeanor, preparing to unleash his ultimate trump card, a power acquired from the sign-in system, yet never revealed to anyone, an icy, yet melodious mechanical prompt resonated unexpectedly within his mind. Ding. Detected that the host, under the gaze of the masses, is about to vanquish his fated adversary with a thunderous strike. Newbie's ultimate sign-in task has been determined to be completed ahead of schedule, distributing ultimate reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a mythic-grade genetic organ. Heart of God. Boom. It was as if the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe. Or perhaps the final decree of judgment at the end of days. A brand new, supremely terrifying power, transcending all laws, imbued with the dual divinity of creation and judgment, awakened within the depths of Lin Tian's chest, as if a creator deity, slumbering for eons, had suddenly stirred. In that critical moment of crisis, the system bestowed upon him the most generous and timely newbie gift pack 20. This dire predicament transformed into his greatest opportunity for ascendance. Lin Tian released a long, anguished howl towards the heavens, filled with indescribable suffering, yet intertwined with an ineffable sense of relief. He could distinctly feel his mortal heart being crushed by an indescribable, magnificent force, only to be reshaped in a manner even more perfect and divine. Boom! A blinding golden light erupted without warning from his chest. This radiance was 1,000 times more sacred than Kyle's holy light, and 1,000,000,000 times more resplendent than the sun above. Within this golden brilliance, a perfect, dazzling, golden heart, a phantom composed of countless arcane light runes interwoven with the laws of judgment, seemingly containing the ultimate mysteries of the universe, slowly emerged. An aura far more terrifying and supreme than ever before erupted forth. This aura represented creation. It represented judgment. It represented light. It represented dominion. It was, indeed, divine. Crack. Kyle's domain of heaven's arrival, capable of purifying all and suppressing everything, was torn asunder like fragile glass the moment the golden heart's phantom appeared. Ripped open by the endless golden light, the moment of reversal had arrived. The next chapter would showcase the grand debut of this Heart of God. Chapter 37, Heart of God, Inheriting the Legacy. On the arena, the towering phantom of the Pangu deity slowly dissipated into nothingness after proclaiming its dominion over the world. However, it was replaced by an even more terrifying, more sacred, and more supreme aura, surging forth from Lin Tian's seemingly frail form, enveloping every corner of the Sky City. Boom. A golden light, akin to the first ray of creation, capable of purifying chaos and judging all, erupted from his chest without warning. This brilliance was infinitely more sacred and pure than Kyle's proud holy light, and 1,000,000,000 times more dazzling than the stars in the firmament. At the heart of this resplendent golden light, a perfect, radiant golden heart phantom emerged, composed of countless arcane light runes interwoven with the laws of judgment, seemingly containing the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Each pulse of this heart resonated as if synchronized with the very heartbeat of the cosmos. Its rhythmic thumping echoing directly into the souls of every onlooker, not through the air, but as if it were the morning bell and evening drum of heaven and earth. In the midst of this heartbeat, whether ordinary spectators, lofty martial masters, or even those seasoned tycoons, all experienced an uncontrollable, primal impulse to worship this heart, arising from the deepest depths of their existence. This was the mythic-grade genetic organ. In the VIP section, the globally revered chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance, the SSS-grade martial god Li Qingsong, who had remained unperturbed as if a mountain would not budge, suddenly stood up at the sight of this golden heart phantom. For the first time, an indescribable shock and disbelief shone in his deep, insightful eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving the workings of the universe. He exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling with a hint of fear he had not even realized. It is said that only by breaking the ultimate shackles of genetic sequences, in a miraculous transformation that occurs once in billions on the foundation of mythic-grade genetics, can one cultivate the unique divine organ within. Does he truly possess something that exists solely in the most ancient of myths? This realization detonated like a supernuclear bomb, shattering the perceptions of all the dignitaries present, plunging the entire VIP section into a profound silence filled with awe and greed. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Kyle, feeling the overwhelming, life-level suppression, was utterly terrified. He could clearly sense that his proud S-grade, holy light, ability appeared as filthy, murky water in the face of the radiance emitted by that golden heart, like dirt before a vast river capable of purifying all. No, this is impossible. This must be an illusion. Purify him. Completely purify him. He roared frantically, exhausting his final vestiges of life essence, recklessly urging the already crumbling Heaven's Arrival domain towards Lin Tian, making one last, futile attempt at annihilation. Within the domain, countless six-winged angel phantoms, forged from holy light, chanted the hymn of judgment, their swords of divine light descending like a torrential storm, armed with the terrifying power to purify all, aimed at Lin Tian. However, in the face of this world-destroying final strike, Lin Tian simply raised his right hand slowly. He activated the divine organ, Heart of God, that had just perfectly fused with him. He unleashed its innate, singular, and most potent divine ability. The holy light, annihilation. A slender, almost delicate beam of light, pure to the extreme and seemingly belonging to a dimension beyond this material realm, silently shot forth from his palm. This beam of light lacked the grandeur of Kyle's holy light and did not exude an aura of sanctity or majesty. It embodied only the purest form of destruction. Unstoppable. The domain of Heaven's Arrival, capable of purifying all and suppressing everything, was pierced through instantly, vaporized, and annihilated by that slender beam of annihilation. As if it were snow accumulated over millennia, touched by a red-hot iron. The angel phantoms chanting hymns let out silent, mournful wails as they encountered the beam, dissolving into nothingness. The indomitable swords of judgment shattered like fragile glass, piece by piece. Immediately following, the beam of light, having thoroughly purified the entire realm of holy light, relentlessly surged forth and struck firmly against the chest of Kale, which had already been grotesquely swollen by the energy of the life source core. With a resounding thud, Kale's body was sent flying, akin to a fragile balloon struck directly by an interstellar main cannon, soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena hundreds of meters away. The impact created a massive, human-shaped crater in the solid ground, forged from A-grade memory alloy capable of withstanding the might of a martial emperor. His body was charred, his garments tattered, and the once resplendent holy light energy surrounding him had completely dissipated, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion, gravely injured, and on the brink of death. The grand debut of the new enhancement concluded in the most absolute, overwhelming, and unreasonable manner. The audience fell into a hushed silence. All present were rendered speechless, utterly shocked by this miraculous counterattack that shattered their entire understanding of martial arts. Lin Tian slowly withdrew his hand, his figure flickering as if teleporting, appearing beside Kale, who lay in the deep pit, barely clinging to life. Gazing upon Kale's face, twisted with fear and despair, Lin Tian revealed a nostalgic and gentle smile. In response to Kale's horrified gaze, he reached out once more and grasped the right arm that had just regenerated with the aid of the life source core, now unharmed. As he exerted pressure, listening to the sickening sound of bones fracturing within Kale's arm, he spoke in a tone imbued with goodwill, reminiscent of an old friend reminiscing. Speaking of which, I once came across an intriguing story in my father's diary. It is said that 30 years ago, at the previous Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament, my similarly domineering father, in this very arena, forcibly tore off the arm of your equally arrogant father in the same manner. He paused, observing Kale's face, now utterly contorted in terror and agony, his smile growing ever brighter, akin to a child who has just received a beloved toy. Today, I inherit my father's legacy. I trust you must feel quite honored, no? No sooner had he finished speaking than, with a horrifyingly human-like scream from Kale, and the audience collectively gasping in shock, Lin Tian, before the eyes of the world, tore off Kale's recently regenerated arm once more. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the arena and coloring the horrified pupils of those present. This was a tradition of humiliation. This disgrace surpassed any physical injury, leaving Kale engulfed in despair. He completely broke down. After delivering this delightfully cruel finishing blow, Lin Tian gazed at Kale, now reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, and his expression turned utterly cold. He recognized that this once-ripe target had lost all value. It was time to reap the harvest. With a frigid gaze and a surge of murderous intent, he prepared to deliver the final ultimatum, intending to obliterate Kale entirely and seize the S-grade life source core from within him, which held immense research value for him. However, just as he was about to strike, an overwhelmingly terrifying mental force, far surpassing that of everyone present, including the formidable martial deity Li Qingsong, descended from the cosmos above without warning, as if it could crush the entire sky city into dust. This mental force enveloped the entire arena instantaneously, causing all space to become utterly frozen. Following that, a roar imbued with boundless fury and overwhelming killing intent, seemingly emanating from a divine realm, thundered throughout the sky city. You junior, how dare you? With the younger generation unable to compete, the elder stepped in. The true elder of the opposing side finally intervened at this critical moment. A contest among peers was about to escalate into the most direct and bloody ultimate confrontation between two top-tier powers. Chapter 38. If it comes to battle, my long family fears no one. Above the banquet hall, which had long since been reduced to ruins, the divine roar filled with endless fury and killing intent, You junior. How dare you? Struck at the very souls of every individual present, like tangible sound waves traversing the dimensions of time and space. Under this terrifying SSS-grade demigod pressure, which exceeded the comprehension of all present, the very fabric of space appeared utterly frozen. Time itself seemed to fall into eternal stagnation. The guests of lesser cultivation were unable to withstand this pressure, their faces turning pale, legs buckling, with many even suffering nosebleeds and fainting on the spot. Even the martial deities of the caliber of Long Zhanya and Li Qingsong paled in complexion, erupting with their own auras just to barely protect their younger companions. It was one of the ancient elders of the Holy Mountain Organization. Li Qingsong's expression grew gravely serious. He was disregarding his status to personally confront a junior. Everyone assumed that under such overwhelming demigod pressure, the audacious youth would surely retreat, forced to cease his actions. However, Lin Tian, with his actions, proclaimed to the world what it truly meant to be lawless. Faced with the terrifying mental pressure descending from the heavens, capable of reducing a small planet to dust, his handsome, divine-like visage bore no trace of fear. Instead, a cold and mocking smile crept upon his lips. The elder has finally been unable to restrain himself. He did not cease his actions. Rather, he quickened his pace. How dare you? The aged, furious voice resounded once more. A colossal golden hand, formed purely from mental energy, tore through space, traversing countless miles, aiming to snatch Kale from Lin Tian's grasp. Yet, it was ultimately too late. Just 1 millisecond before that mental hand could make contact with Kale's body, Lin Tian activated the Heart of God, which had long since fused perfectly with him. He extended his slender, pale finger, resembling a flawless work of art, and at its tip coalesced a point of dazzling light, capable of purifying all in its path. He gently pressed it against Kale's heart, which was still wildly pulsating with a robust life force. With a soft pop, Kale's face, once filled with hope after surviving calamity, froze immediately. He looked down in disbelief at his chest. There, a small, front and back, translucent blood hole gradually emerged. Following that, an irresistible force of annihilation surged forth from that tiny wound, spreading wildly through his limbs and bones. His heart, his organs, his bones, and his flesh were all disassembled at the most fundamental particle level by this supreme force of annihilation, dissolving into nothingness. In the final moments of life, he could not even emit a single scream. Lin Tian's gaze was devoid of emotion as, within the body on the verge of complete dissolution, his mental energy transformed into an invisible hand, deftly extracting the S-class source of life that still emanated a vibrant green glow. After accomplishing this feat, he slowly raised his head to behold the colossal golden hand of mental energy, brimming with unquenchable rage, now mere inches away. A derisive smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, as he reveled in the audacity of killing the most cherished protege of this ancient figure before his very eyes, and nonchalantly seizing the most treasured possession from him. This act was the most resounding and merciless slap in the face to the Holy Mountain Organization. You little wretch. I shall tear you apart and obliterate your very soul. As he watched his beloved protege being ruthlessly slaughtered and despoiled before him, the Elder of Holy Light, residing far away in the Holy Mountain Temple of North America, was consumed by sheer fury. The vast hand of mental energy, now devoid of restraint, transformed into a sword of retribution, stretching 100 feet long, capable of severing the very fabric of fate and judging all beings. It transcended the bounds of space and descended upon Lin Tian with unparalleled ferocity. This sword, imbued with the wrath of an SSS-class demigod, possessed a power potent enough to cleave the entire Sky City in twain. Yet, just as this cataclysmic strike was about to descend, a voice, older, more archaic, and more imperious than that of the Elder of Holy Light, resonated from the deepest, chaos-laden forbidden grounds of the Long family, as if it had transcended the annals of time itself. On the territory of my Long family, dare you harm my Qilin offspring, old fool? Are you seeking death? Before the last syllable faded, an unassuming and unadorned handprint, devoid of any energy fluctuations, seemingly the casual gesture of a humble farmer, imbued with the essence of returning to simplicity, silently manifested beneath the descending sword of judgment. Boom! The two forces collided with ferocity. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an overwhelming sense of obliteration. The sword, capable of cleaving mountains and judging all beings, crumbled before the seemingly inconsequential handprint, shattering into countless fragments as if it were but fragile ice. The residual force of the handprint surged across the boundless void, striking the mental projection with violent intensity, causing it to wobble and become ethereal and unstable. Following this, the unmatched power traversed the unseen links of the soul, crossing tens of thousands of miles, and directly impacted the Elder of Holy Light, seated upon the throne in the Holy Mountain Temple of North America. Gush! The Elder of Holy Light, as if struck by lightning, spewed forth golden blood, imbued with divine radiance, staining his throne in a cascade of gold. His once formidable and furious visage turned as pale as parchment in an instant, with but a single move, merely a single encounter from afar. This renowned SSS-class demigod, who had stood for millennia, was grievously wounded. Ancestor of the Long family. The Elder of Holy Light howled in disbelief and terror. Your power, it has reached. Before he could finish, the voice of the ancestor of the Long family, dripping with disdain and authority, coldly interrupted him. Silence. The Elder of Holy Light, thoroughly shaken by this encounter, realized that the events of the day could not be undone. Yet, his dignity as an elder of the Holy Mountain forbade him from retreating in defeat. With an air of bravado masking his inner trepidation, he issued one final threat. Ancestor of the Long family, do you dare to oppose the Holy Mountain for the sake of a mere child? If you dare to kill this projection today, my Holy Mountain shall unleash the full might of our clan and wage an unending war against your Long family. In response, the ancestor of the Long family proclaimed with unparalleled grandeur, if war is what you seek, then let it be war. My Long family, since the dawn of our lineage, has traversed the cosmos for eons. Whom do we fear? The moment those words fell, a second handprint of chaos began to coalesce. This strike was even more solid and terrifying than the last. As the handprint traversed its path, the very fabric of space began to crumble, as if seeking to revert this realm back to primordial chaos. No, the already unstable mental projection of the Elder of Holy Light found itself utterly unable to resist under this handprint, and was completely obliterated. Yet, this was not the end. A third handprint of chaos followed closely behind. It crossed the boundless void, disregarding all spatial barriers, and, under the horrified gazes of countless high-ranking members within the Holy Mountain Temple, it silently imprinted upon the Elder of Holy Light's body, which had already been rendered immobile from his injuries. With a gentle thud, the Elder, revered as a deity by billions and having lived for nearly 10 millennia, along with his throne and his unwilling, terrified soul, was utterly annihilated under this mighty handprint, reduced to the most primitive void. The young were struck, and the old were also vanquished. Moreover, it was done before the eyes of your entire family, erasing you completely. This is the tyranny of the Long family. This is the Long family's fierce protection of their own. At this moment, the curtain was drawn back on a war that would reverberate across the globe. One that would upend the very fabric of the world. Chapter 39, Gene Extraction, Instant Breakthrough. As the ancestor of the Long family delivered his final, domineering blow across the vast expanse, within the Holy Mountain Temple of North America, the once untouchable Elder of Holy Light was reduced to nothing more than dust. As if he had been erased from existence by divine intervention. The entire Sky City, along with the hundreds of billions of viewers worldwide witnessing this spectacle, descended into a suffocating silence, an eerie stillness. Astonishment. An unparalleled astonishment. The young were struck, the old emerged, and the Elder was swiftly dispatched by an even older force. All before the eyes of the world, obliterating both his projection and his true self in an instant. This is the Long family of China. This is the ancient lineage that stands atop the pinnacle of the planet, possessing unfathomable depths of terror and an unwavering resolve to protect their own. In the banquet hall, all guests gazed at the Long family elders, who maintained their composure as if they had merely accomplished a trifling task. Their eyes filled with the purest reverence that emanated from the depths of their souls. They finally understood that, in this world, there exists a presence that is truly untouchable. Amidst this dead silence, a slight, nearly imperceptible commotion caught Lin Tian's attention. His deep-set eyes, akin to the most precise radar, instantly locked onto a corner of the vacated seats belonging to the Holy Mountain Organization. There, a young girl of the feathered race, donned in white plumage and sprouting wings, was quietly harnessing her racial talents to conceal her presence, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding light, attempting to escape amidst the distraction caused by the earlier cataclysmic battle. She was the same attendant who had previously followed Kyle at the party, hurling insults at Lin Tian and his companions. Observing her furtive demeanor, Lin Tian's lips curled into a cold, disdainful arc. He did not even make the slightest motion to raise his hand, merely with a fleeting glance. His eyes lightly swept in that direction. In the next instant, an invisible, yet palpably tangible, terrifying psychic force, potent enough to crush the stars, surged across the hundreds of meters of space, descending upon the young girl of the feathered tribe like an unseen Mount Tai, mercilessly pressing down upon her. The girl's body froze abruptly. Her eyes, once brimming with terror and disbelief, instantly lost all their luster. Subsequently, her form began to disintegrate at the most fundamental particle level, until not a trace of blood remained, as if she had been entirely erased from this world by an eraser, dissolving into nothingness, to eradicate the roots along with the weeds. Lin Tian's seemingly casual, yet ruthlessly decisive purge of the remnants sent the hearts of the guests, who had just regained their composure from the shock, into a fierce spasm once more. They gazed at the youth, still wearing an indifferent expression as if he had merely swatted a fly, their awe for him deepening severalfold. This alpha heir of the Long family not only possessed unparalleled talent, and an extraordinary background. But his decisiveness and ruthlessness and violence far exceeded what one would expect from his seemingly innocuous age. Following this act, only the remnants of Kyle and the Elder of Holy Light remained on the scene. Just when everyone presumed that the Long family would, out of humanitarian concern, return these 2, or 1.5, corpses to the Holy Mountain Organization for proper handling, Long Zhanya, the patriarch of the Long family, executed a jaw-dropping move that nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. He casually commanded his attendant, as if instructing a servant to fetch groceries. Go. Bring me the remnants of that old fool's energy core after his obliteration. Yes. The attendant complied and soon returned from the void, cradling a crystalline core still radiating pure holy light energy. Long Zhanya took the energy core into his hands, examining it with keen interest for a moment before turning to the head researcher of the family, clad in a white lab coat and exuding a serious demeanor. With a smile, saying, "Old Zhang, take this back and study it thoroughly. Let us see what peculiarities this so-called S-class, holy light, ability S genetic structure possesses. Strive to overcome the technical hurdles as soon as possible. Perhaps we might be able to mass-produce angel wings for the younger generation of our Long family." Wow, really? Grandpa, I want a pair of glowing wings too. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Luoling excitedly clapped her small hands, her bright eyes sparkling with a longing akin to that of a child yearning for a cherished toy. This exchange, laced with dark humor, instantly diluted the atmosphere thick with bloodshed and tension. Countless guests felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Not only had they taken a life, but they also intended to take the remains to study, replicate, and ultimately mass-produce them as toys for their offspring. This was no mere tyranny. It was the ultimate villainous logic that left no bones to spare. However, what struck them with even greater horror was yet to come. While Long Zhanya was indulging in his humiliating exploitation, Lin Tian slowly walked over to Kyle's relatively intact corpse. He disregarded the astonished and puzzled gazes of those around him and gradually crouched down. Then, under the scrutiny of all eyes, he extended his long, fair hand without hesitation into Kyle's blood-soaked and tattered chest. A soft sound resonated as he forcefully extracted the S-class, life source core, still pulsating with vibrant life energy, from within Kyle's body. Having accomplished this feat, he stood up, gazing at his prize with a satisfied smile. Then, before the world, he unleashed his unique talent, one he had never revealed in front of anyone before. Energy Devour, a fist-sized, yet seemingly capable of devouring all. Black energy furnace radiating an infinite pulse slowly materialized above his palm. He unhesitatingly cast the S-class, life source core, into it. With a snap, the energy furnace instantly closed, and a terrifying sound akin to shattering stars echoed from within. The core, capable of driving any martial emperor-level powerhouse to madness, was completely refined in less than 3 seconds under the absurd conversion efficiency of the Energy Devour talent, transforming into a pure, primordial torrent of life energy as vast as the ocean, surging wildly into Lin Tian's limbs and bones. Boom! At that moment, as he absorbed this immense energy, the peak barrier of his already martial king-level cultivation could no longer be restrained. A presence far more terrifying and grand than any before erupted from within him. Akin to a colossal beast awakening from the cosmic void, soaring skyward. The entire Sky City trembled violently under the impact of this aura. The heavens above the venue, which had just regained calmness, were once more shrouded in tempestuous turmoil. Endless energy converged from all directions, forming a vast tidal whirlpool of destructive energy that engulfed the entire skyline. At the center of the whirlpool, a chaotic divine thunder of purplish blue, capable of annihilating all, gathered and roiled like a frenzied doomsday dragon, creating a cataclysmic electromagnetic storm. Before the crowd, a breakthrough. Having slain his fated enemy and seized all spoils, he completed the final loop of victory in the most forceful and tyrannical manner. An unprecedented, terrifying thunder tribulation, destined to astonish the entire world, belonging to the one with mythical genes, was about to descend before all. Chapter 40. Gene Storm? Merely my supplement. As the terrifying aura within Lin Tian soared to the heavens, the entire Sky City felt as though its heart was gripped by an invisible beast from the primordial wilderness. The sky above the banquet hall, which had just restored its calm, once again transformed under tumultuous clouds. An endless surge of energy, brimming with the essence of destruction and fury, was drawn from every corner of the atmosphere, converging maniacally towards this location. Above the Sky City, it formed a massive energy tidal whirlpool, over 10,000 meters in diameter, suffused with the scent of annihilation. The center of the whirlpool no longer exhibited mere energy fluctuations. Instead, it was a terrifying amalgamation of purplish blue, black-red, and gray-white energies, each representing destruction, chaos, and extinction, enough to send shivers down the spine of any martial god-level powerhouse. Swirling and colliding like countless frenzied doomsday dragons, Ultimately, it culminated in a chaotic electromagnetic storm capable of tearing apart space and distorting laws, a cataclysmic force. This was the legendary Gene Storm. In the VIP section, the esteemed genetic expert from the Federal Martial Arts Academy, who had exuded confidence and rationality moments before, was suddenly overtaken by an overwhelming sense of horror and disbelief upon witnessing the chaotic electromagnetic storm take form. His face, once composed, was now a canvas of dread as he let out a scream filled with incredulity. Indeed, there could be no mistake. According to the most ancient genetic texts, the SSS grade mythical gene, during its first monumental transcendence, would provoke a violent backlash from the laws of nature due to the shift in its genetic sequence, thereby unleashing this cataclysmic genetic storm. This was not merely a test, it was divine retribution. The odds of success were less than 1 in 10,000. Should one fail, the challenger would be mercilessly torn apart at the most fundamental genetic level, disintegrated, and utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. This grim scientific explanation washed over the audience like the coldest polar ice water, extinguishing their ecstasy and shock in an instant. What? A success rate of less than 1 in 10,000. What a jest. This was not a breakthrough at all, it was outright suicide. The faces of Long Zhanya, Jiang Ro, and the rest of the friends and family turned ashen, their hearts plummeting into an abyss of despair. They would rather Lin Tian remain forever a martial king than face such a terrifying, life-and-death divine punishment. Quickly, Chairman Li, Long Zhanya urgently shouted to the martial god Li Qingsong beside him, we must act. Combine our powers to create the strongest defensive barrier. We must protect Tian'er from this storm at all costs. However, just as Li Qingsong and his comrades prepared to intervene at any cost, the center of the storm, the youth encircled by billions of thunderbolts slowly lifted his head. He refused. A calm, yet unassailable, will communicated clearly through his mental energy to every mind present. There is no need. This is my creation. Amid the complex gazes filled with concern, confusion, and even a hint of doubt regarding whether the child had been rendered senseless by fear, Lin Tian not only failed to adopt any defensive stance, but actively seated himself cross-legged. Amidst the myriad of thunderbolts and under the destructive storm, he ambled with an air of tranquility, utterly unfazed. He gently closed his eyes and summoned within him the 2 mythical trump cards that had long since become one with him, transcending all laws. On his left chest, the Pangu Body Mythical Gene roared to life. A towering Pangu divine shadow manifested behind him, letting out a silent roar toward the heavens, as if declaring his indomitable spirit and will to the world. On his right chest, the Heart of God Mythical Gene organ throbbed vigorously. A golden heart shadow, composed of endless luminous runes, gradually appeared before him, emanating an aura capable of purifying all and judging all beings with supreme divine authority. Then, he undertook an act that would send the world into a frenzy, utterly overturning their understanding. He actively drew in the chaotic energy storm, a force potent enough to rend the martial god asunder, one that would be lethal to any other, as if it were the most toxic poison imaginable. Like a great whale siphoning water, he voraciously absorbed it into his being. Insanity. He had completely lost his mind. He was courting death. He intended to absorb the energy of the genetic storm. It was over. Everything was finished. Despair filled the hearts of all. Yet, the gruesome scene they anticipated, of genetic collapse and flesh exploding, failed to materialize. The chaotic energy, violent enough to tear through space, was instantly suppressed, decomposed, and refined by the Pangu Body, which resembled an unfathomable black hole. Meanwhile, the shards of destructive and negative laws were thoroughly cleansed by the purifying divine light emanating from the heart of God, transforming into the purest, most primal life energy. Thus, he turned divine punishment into creation. Li Qingsong, witnessing this miraculous scene, was left in awe, murmuring to himself. The protagonist, through his contrarian, irrational, and defiant maneuver, had transformed this greatest crisis into his most significant opportunity for ascension. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. The chaotic electromagnetic storm, which had the power to make even deities tremble, gradually subsided. All the energy was absorbed, refined, and devoured by the boy seated cross-legged, leaving nothing behind. The sky returned to its clear state, as if the apocalyptic scene had merely been an absurd illusion. After absorbing the last remnants of energy, Lin Tian's cultivation, which had long reached its peak, could no longer be contained. Boom, boom, boom. An aura far more terrifying, expansive, and solid than ever before surged from within him. Erupting with cataclysmic force, the peak of Martial King, the bottleneck, shattered. 1-star Martial Emperor, 2-star Martial Emperor, 3-star Martial Emperor. His cultivation, propelled by this vast energy, soared without hindrance, achieving a leap of 3 levels. Ultimately, he stabilized in the mid-stage of Martial Emperor, a level that left the majority of the elders present feeling a sense of shame. The narrative continues. The path of martial arts involves tempering the body, opening the sea of energy, condensing the divine palace, transforming into true spirit, and ultimately becoming a martial king. Beyond martial kings lies the ability to draw the laws of nature into oneself, reshaping genetic sequences, known as martial emperors. Above martial emperors is the ability to harness the power of the 9 heavens and stars, condensing one's own life star, classified as Grade S, stellar realm. Then merging countless stars within oneself to evolve into a galaxy, known as Grade SS, galactic realm. Ultimately mastering a star domain where one's words dictate the laws. Classified as Grade SSS, stellar domain realm, also referred to as demigods. After achieving this miraculous, exorbitant return in strength, Lin Tian slowly rose from the ground. He sensed within him a power magnitudes greater than before, as if he could invoke the laws of nature with a mere thought. A surging force capable of upheaving the world, and calmly returned to the crowd. He approached his cousin Jiang Luoling, who was already entranced, her large, spirited eyes filled with admiration and affection. In her bashful and delighted gaze, he reached out, tenderly pinching her adorably puffed-up cheeks, which had been inflated with nervousness. Then, in his heart, he made the clearest of plans for his impending actions. The banquet conflict had concluded, and the Sioux group was now part of the larger picture. It was time to venture to the S-class, Atlantis, ruins, and complete the next sign-in. He paused for a moment, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a farmer surveying his crops. It was time to check on the chives I had personally planted, to see just how bountiful they had grown in the fertile lands of Kunlun Mountain. Thus, a storm that swept across the globe came to a close. A new journey, filled with the unknown and treasures, was about to commence amidst the anticipation of all. Chapter 41, The Aftermath, The Ancestral Teachings. The Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament concluded in an unexpectedly bloody and domineering fashion. However, the ripples it created resembled a super tsunami that engulfed the entire planet. Lingering without respite, Lin Tian, a name that previously existed solely in legends, has, within the span of a single day, emerged as the singular focus of all media, factions, and martial artists across the globe, with an undeniable and overpowering presence. A single individual has overshadowed an entire generation, the scion of the Long family. The path to becoming the future martial god has already been set in motion. Global Martial Arts Daily, front page headline. From the Gaia records to the mythic genes. From overwhelming the prodigies to confronting demigods head-on, an in-depth analysis of Alpha Heir Lin Tian's path to invincibility. Federal Martial Arts Observer, special feature. Shocking. The 3 ancestors of the Long family have obliterated the elder of the Holy Mountain from afar, and the 2 preeminent forces may be on the brink of all-out war. World Crisis Observer. The global networks and media have plunged into a frenzy of celebration and discussion surrounding Lin Tian. His reputation and status have been solidified in an unassailable manner on a worldwide scale. He is no longer merely the number 0 of the Long family, but has been universally acknowledged as the indisputable foremost figure among the younger generation of this era. However, beneath the cacophony of praise and reverence, the wounds of the vanquished and the silent lurking of the Avengers are quietly unfolding in the shadowy corners of the world. In North America, within the Holy Mountain Organization's headquarters, the atmosphere is as stifling as an ancient ice cave. All senior members kneel on one knee, silent as the grave, afraid to even breathe. For above them, on the divine throne, a terrifying wrath capable of freezing time and space is slowly igniting. The holy light is dead. A voice, authoritative and inscrutable, emanates from the throne, declaring that the old wretch from the Long family had, in front of the entire world, annihilated him along with his avatar. This marks the greatest humiliation the Holy Mountain Organization has suffered since its inception. The gathered elite bow their heads even lower. After a long silence, the voice resonates once more, now imbued with a chilling, absolute rationality. However, it is not yet time to engage in full-scale war with the Long family. That old wretch has grown even stronger. Without absolute certainty, we must exercise restraint. Convey my divine edict. Allocate all S-class resources towards the Holy Land, at any cost. Hasten the ultimate genetic transformation of Adam. Inform him that I require him to perfectly integrate the Seraphim bloodline in the shortest possible time, to become a true terrestrial deity. He alone is our Holy Mountain's ultimate trump card against that little monster from the Long family. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship interstellar spacecraft returning to the Star Group headquarters, Yi Xingqian slowly awakens from a prolonged coma lasting several days. He lies in a top-tier medical pod, his physical injuries having been completely healed. Yet, his eyes are as vacant as a puppet devoid of a soul, steeped in silence. He has suffered defeat, a catastrophic defeat. A defeat so thorough that it leaves no trace of dignity. His once proud lineage, talent, and power seem utterly laughable and feeble in the presence of that individual. What fills him with despair is the realization that his beloved woman, Jiang Luoling, stood steadfastly beside that man throughout the battle. Her gaze towards him filled with unfamiliarity and disappointment. Everything he held dear has been stripped away, just as he finds himself plunged into despondency. With his martial heart beginning to fracture, a tremendous, Unfamiliar yet profoundly intimate torrent of memories surges into the depths of his mind without warning. They are fragments of ancient memories, brimming with glory and triumph. He envisions a supreme warrior clad in starry battle armor, wielding a celestial spear, battling deities and demons on the primordial battlefield, capable of piercing the heavens and annihilating all. I am the martial god of the stars. You, as my reincarnation, must inherit my legacy, ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts once more, and reignite the brilliance of the star god. Awaken! Awaken! Ah! Yi Xingqian clutches his head, emitting a cry of anguish intertwined with exhilaration. He finally comprehends. He, Yi Xingqian, is the reincarnation of the strongest martial god of the stars, a figure existing solely in ancient myth, who achieved unparalleled combat prowess through the power of the stars. No wonder he has an innate affinity with star power. No wonder he has attained such accomplishments at such a young age. So it is. His fighting spirit reignites, and the once dull depths of his eyes blaze anew with a ferocious flame, 100 times more intense than before. Lin Tian, it turns out you are merely a whetstone on my path back to the summit. Just wait. Once I fully integrate the insights of my past martial experiences and awaken the true power of the star god, I shall repay today's humiliation 100-fold. A once downtrodden figure, now rejuvenated by the boon of reincarnation, bursts forth with renewed vitality. In the training chamber exclusively reserved for Lin Tian, he remains indifferent to the tumultuous events unfolding outside, as well as the resurgence of the vanquished. At this moment, he is savoring the rare tranquility and warmth that follows the battle. Open wide. Zhang Luoling, now entirely transformed into Lin Tian's personal little trinket, flits around like a diligent little bee, carefully feeding him glistening peeled amethyst fruits while he sits cross-legged on a warm jade platform, eyes closed in meditation. Lin Tian relishes the moment, opening his mouth to consume the spiritually infused fruit, along with the faint fragrance lingering on the girl's fingertips. Brother Tian, you're truly remarkable. That Yi Xingqian is utterly detestable. He used to flaunt his good looks everywhere. But seeing him sent flying by your punch today was incredibly satisfying. And that Kyle, what a vile creature. Attacking from ambush. He got what he deserved when you tore off his arm. The girl chirps joyously like a happy lark, sharing her delight in his ear. Lin Tian listens quietly, a trace of a tender, indulgent smile gracing his lips. Just then, an aged yet comforting voice, filled with reassurance, unexpectedly resonates in his ear. Tianer, come to the forbidden ground. It is the three ancestors. Lin Tian's gaze shifts, and he tells Zhang Luoling, Luoling, play by yourself for a while. I need to step out. Oh, all right. Zhang Luoling nods obediently. In the Long family's forbidden ground, a mysterious space perpetually shrouded in chaotic energy, Lin Tian meets the three ancestors, whose ethereal form is more solid than ever before. He gazes at the young successor before him, who fills him with awe and pride. His eyes, as if perceiving the very fabric of time, reflect unabashed admiration. Indeed, very impressive. Both your strength and character far exceed my expectations, especially in the end. Facing the pressure of that old wretch of the holy light, you not only did not falter, but also boldly slew his descendant before his eyes to seize the treasure. This decisiveness and dominance are the true essence of the Long family's teachings. Receiving the highest commendation from the family's stabilizing force, Lin Tian remains composed, neither humbled nor arrogant. The three ancestors, now even more pleased, slowly utter words that would reverberate throughout the entire Long family. You have now laid your foundation, and your strength is sufficient for self-preservation. It is time for me to impart to you the supreme secret technique of my dragon family, a legacy capable of suppressing all adversaries. He paused momentarily, articulating with deliberate clarity those four names that could send any martial artist into a frenzy. God-slaying sword cannon. This is the SSS-grade forbidden sword cannon created by our dragon family's ancestors, who, after observing the ancient war between gods and demons and investing countless years of effort, finally birthed this technique. This cannon does not cultivate the body or the laws. It solely refines the supreme sword intent. A single strand potent enough to sever causality and annihilate gods and demons. Once mastered, it can slay opponents of the same rank with a single stroke. Challenging those above your rank will be as effortless as drinking water. Today, I shall bestow this method upon you. I hope you can wield it to carve a more glorious future for my dragon family. As his words fell, an ancient jade slip, entirely crafted from chaotic celestial gold and inscribed with countless profound sword marks, gently floated before Lin Tian. A gift of unparalleled strength, voluntarily bestowed by the elder, would propel the protagonist's achievements and prestige in this gathering to their ultimate, most perfect pinnacle. Chapter 42, God-slaying sword cannon, battle at the Imperial Tomb. In the forbidden area of the dragon family, a mysterious space perpetually shrouded in chaotic energy, seemingly detached from the fabric of time and space. Lin Tian stood calmly before the more solid apparition of the three ancestors than at any previous moment, undergoing the scrutiny of this family as cornerstone. Indeed, quite commendable. Within the eyes of the three ancestors, which seemed to pierce through the ages, there was a palpable admiration and satisfaction. Faced with the demigod's pressure, you did not falter. Instead, right before my eyes, you executed that junior and seized the treasure. This decisive kill and overwhelming dominance are true manifestations of our dragon family's legacy. You have not disappointed me. Lin Tian, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied neither servile nor arrogant. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I will eradicate the root of the issue. Well said, eradicate the root. The three ancestors exclaimed with hearty laughter. Indeed, the descendants of the dragon family should possess such spirit. After the laughter subsided, the expression of the three ancestors gradually turned grave. You have now established a solid foundation, and your strength is sufficient for self-preservation. It is time to pass on to you the true, generational supreme secret technique of my dragon family, capable of suppressing all foes. He extended a finger, enveloped in chaotic energy, and gently pointed at Lin Tian's brow. Pay attention, Tianer. This is the SSS grade Forbidden Sword Cannon, God-slaying sword cannon. Conceived by our ancestors during the ancient times, who spent an entire millennium comprehending the cataclysmic clash of laws from the ancient war between gods and demons. Boom. A torrent of information, far more vast and magnificent than any technique before, filled with endless vibes of slaughter and destruction, surged into Lin Tian's mind through a mental imprint. Lin Tian felt as if his soul had been drawn into a blood-soaked ancient battlefield. He witnessed towering deities shattering galaxies with their swords and colossal demons devouring the sun and moon in their roars. And the god-slaying sword cannon was the ultimate law governing all this destructive power. This cannon does not cultivate the body or the laws. It solely refines the supreme sword intent, a single strand potent enough to sever causality and annihilate gods and demons. Once mastered, it can slay opponents of the same rank with a single stroke. Challenging those above your rank will be as effortless as drinking water. The authoritative voice of the three ancestors resonated within Lin Tian's soul like the thunderous echoes of a grand principle. After a considerable time, the mental imprint gradually concluded. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, and within his deep gaze, it seemed as if myriad sword lights flickered, sharp enough to pierce the heavens. After the transmission of the technique concluded, the apparition of the three ancestors appeared to have suffered great exhaustion, becoming somewhat ethereal. He gazed at this descendant who had now received the family's most formidable legacy, his expression growing more serious than ever. He spoke slowly, establishing an agreement that would pertain to the fate of the family. Tianer, there are matters that it is still too early to disclose. Your strength is not yet sufficient to bear the heavy consequences that could overwhelm even the gods. Wait until you turn 18. When you truly come of age and possess the strength for self-preservation, return here to seek me. At that time, I shall reveal to you the ultimate secret that my dragon family has guarded with blood and bone since the ancient era. Additionally, I will unveil the truth regarding your long-lost parents and what befell them, as well as why they both fell into the Kunlun Forbidden Zone. The ultimate secret. The truth behind his parents' disappearance. These two thunderous revelations stirred even Lin Tian's previously tranquil heart, sending tumultuous waves crashing through it. He understood that this was the core, the most potent emotional drive on his future martial path. Very well. Lin Tian suppressed the tumult within, nodding resolutely. I promise you. Go now. The three ancestors nodded in approval, and retreat to contemplate this god-slaying sword cannon. He paused, imparting a piece of advice with the tone of someone who had experienced much, tinged with a hint of pride. However, remember, do not be overly hasty. This cannon is exceedingly profound and difficult to master. In my youth, despite being extraordinarily gifted and renowned in my era, it took me an entire year just to barely grasp the threshold of entry. Take your time. There is no need to rush. 3 months later, within the exclusive retreat of the dragon family's forbidden area, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, it was as if countless invisible sword energies surged forth within the chamber, only to vanish in an instant. They carved deep, mirror-like scratches into the seemingly indestructible walls made of special alloys surrounding him. He slowly raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers to form a sword point. Then, directing it towards the void ahead, he gently drew a line. God-slaying sword cannon, first style, star-splitting. Swoosh. There was no earth-shattering sound, no splendid effects, only a subtle, pure black rift in space, seemingly capable of devouring light and sound, quietly emerged where his fingertip had traced before gradually sealing itself. I did it. Lin Tian withdrew his sword point, yet there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly, lamenting in a tone filled with distress and disappointment. Sigh. The three ancestors were indeed correct. This god-slaying sword cannon is profoundly complex and exceedingly difficult to learn. Just to reach this first style took me a full 3 months. It's truly hard to master. No sooner had he finished speaking than the three ancestors' apparition, which had been guarding him to prevent any missteps during his training, suddenly trembled violently, nearly dissipating on the spot. The old face, usually calm and unruffled, betrayed an uncontrollable spasm at the corners of the mouth. What did he just hear? 3 months, and still deemed slow. And he dares to say it's truly hard to learn. Did my entire year of effort yield no results? An unprecedented wave of imbalance surged through the heart of this ancient being who had lived for nearly 10 millennia. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, speaking with a tone full of disdain and jealousy. Get out, get out. If you've learned it, hurry up and leave. Don't obstruct my view any longer. I need some peace. Lin Tian, bewildered, was unceremoniously expelled from the forbidden area by the 3 ancestors. He returned to his dragon's lair, scarcely having had the chance to sip some tea when his grandfather, Long Zhanya, approached with a grave expression. Tian, you have emerged from your seclusion at just the right moment, he stated bluntly, directly presenting an astonishing revelation that even Lin Tian found hard to ignore. Recently, while perusing the most ancient scroll of our family, I unearthed a staggering secret regarding the Pangu Body. What secret? Lin Tian inquired, his interest piqued. According to the scroll's records, the Pangu Body we are currently aware of seems not to be its final, complete form. It appears to possess immense potential yet to be activated. The key to this activation is likely intertwined with the ancient era's first, and only, sovereign who unified the entire planet, the Battle Emperor. The scroll contained fragmented references suggesting that this formidable emperor also possessed a supreme physique strikingly similar to the Pangu Body, sharing the same roots. Furthermore, the remnants of the Pangu dynasty he established, specifically his tomb, the Battle Emperor's mausoleum, according to my years of speculation, is likely concealed within. He paused, uttering a name fraught with taboo and peril, the deepest recesses of the Kunlun Forbidden Zone. At the instant Long Zhanya's words fell, a chilling yet melodious system notification echoed in Lin Tian's mind, which had long been dormant. Ding. Special key location information detected. New sign-in task refreshed. Task objective. Please proceed to the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, core area of the Battle Emperor's mausoleum, to complete the sign-in. The narrative threads of the NPC and the core driving force of the system converged flawlessly at this moment. A brand new chapter of exploration filled with unknowns, dangers, and unparalleled opportunities was about to commence amidst everyone's anticipation. Chapter 43. The Growth of the Chives, a Heroic Rescue? Time. In the rigorously demanding solitude of Lin Tian's daily cultivation, slipped away like grains of sand through fingers. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. A year and a half had elapsed since the globally shocking martial arts tournament. Throughout this period, the world outside was tumultuous and relentless. Although Lin Tian had secluded himself, his unparalleled reputation loomed over a generation of young prodigies like the sword of Damocles, instilling in them a fear of complacency. The atmosphere of martial arts worldwide had become unprecedentedly competitive due to his singular presence. As the eye of the storm, Lin Tian had completely severed all external disturbances, immersing himself entirely in the refinement and mastery of his own power. In the private training chamber located 100 meters underground within the dragon's lair, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes after an extended period of seclusion. The instant he did so, 2 palpable rays of sword intent, capable of severing causality and vanquishing deities and demons, flickered momentarily from his profound gaze. The indomitable walls of the training room, crafted from S-grade memory alloy, were suddenly adorned with thousands of deep, mirror-like sword marks that had materialized from thin air. Such terrifying power emanated from but a mere unconscious release of sword intent. He gradually rose, his thoughts coalescing into a remarkably clear internal monologue akin to a meticulous data list, summing up his accomplishments during the past 6 months. Strength inventory. Realm. Stabilized and elevated from mid-Martial Emperor level to the peak of Martial Emperor level. The energy accumulation within is at the theoretical limit for this realm. Merely a step away from invoking the power of the 9 heavens to condense my destined star in the S-grade stellar realm, ready to attempt a breakthrough at any moment. New skill. SSS grade Forbidden Technique, God-Slaying Sword Cannon. First form Star Splitter has achieved great mastery. Now, with a mere thought, I can unleash Supreme Sword Chi imbued with a hint of spatial cutting laws, its power having increased tenfold since 6 months ago, sufficient to pose a lethal threat to ordinary S-grade Stellar Realm experts. New equipment. S-grade Mythical Beast Hydrus, Life Source Core, has been initially refined. The immense life energy it contains has augmented my physical strength by an additional 50 on top of what was already formidable. Cellular vitality and recovery speed have tripled. Now, even if a limb is severed, regeneration can be completed in mere moments. Divine Soul. After consuming the remnant soul of the Medicine Saint and continuously refining with Mind Forge, the strength of my soul has far surpassed that of peers at the Martial Emperor level, rivaling the peak of S-grade Stellar Realm experts. Having completed his inventory, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. This 6-month seclusion had resulted in a qualitative leap in his strength. Should he encounter an opponent like Kyle again, he might not even need to resort to Heart of God. The sword intent of the God-Slaying Sword Cannon alone would suffice to vanquish him effortlessly. He strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless space toward the mysterious and forbidden Kunlun Mountains located in the western part of Huaxia. A playful smile formed at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a farmer about to inspect his fields, as he murmured to himself, "Preparation is nearly complete. It is time to venture to the so-called Battle Emperor's mausoleum and complete the sign-in. Additionally, I ought to check on the chives planted by my own hand, which bear the hopes of the human emperor, to see how they have thrived in the fertile soil of Kunlun after such a lengthy period of wild growth." Meanwhile, beyond the borders of Huaxia, in the chaotic delta renowned as a lawless land and mercenary paradise, there existed no law, no order, only the most primal and sanguinary jungle law. Amidst a desolate wasteland, tainted by radioactive dust and devoid of vegetation, a bloody scene of raw, violent beauty was unfolding. Roar, a colossal, A-grade mutated beast, comparable in size to a heavy truck, with 3 fearsome wolf heads and covered in scales as hard as black metal, the 3-headed demon wolf, let out a wail filled with agony and rage. Each of its 3 heads was impaled on ancient spears forged from pure energy, shimmering with a golden glow, pinning it firmly to the ground. Before it stood a blood-soaked, tattered youth, his aura sharp as a drawn sword, slowly rising from the ground. It was Yi Fan. After obtaining the human emperor's legacy, he did not immediately proceed to Kunlun, but chose to endure the harshest, hellish trials in this most chaotic and blood-soaked land. Over the past 6 months, he had faced near-death experiences while battling mutated beasts and clashing with mercenaries, teetering on the brink of life and death countless times, ultimately cultivating the profoundly complex human emperor's world-dominating technique to a nascent level. His strength had now returned to the A-grade martial sovereign realm. Beast, perish. Yi Fan's eyes were icy as he formed intricate hand seals. The 3 energy spears lodged in the demon wolf's heads erupted with brilliant golden light. Boom. The indestructible heads of the 3-headed demon wolf exploded, splattering red and white everywhere. After sustaining several grievous wounds, Yi Fan successfully achieved an overlevel kill against this terrifying beast, capable of annihilating an entire elite mercenary squad. Gasping for breath, he approached the corpse of the demon wolf, poised to extract the invaluable grade A energy core from within its carcass when his heightened senses, honed through countless life and death battles and as acute as a predator's, suddenly detected a faint glimmer of life nearby. Furrowing his brow, he traced the source of this fragile vitality to the remnants of a merchant camp not far away. Devastated by the aftermath of the demon wolf's ferocious combat and still emitting wisps of black smoke, amidst the wreckage of several torn-apart armored vehicles, he stumbled upon an exquisite young girl, drenched in blood and already unconscious. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, clad in an opulent gown, now stained with blood and mud, rendering its original hue unrecognizable. The delicate features of her elven-like face were marred by pain and pallor, even in her grievous state. Her innate nobility and sanctity, seemingly untainted by the mundane world, shone through. Is there still a survivor? A thought stirred within Yi Fan, prompting him to step forward and place his hand upon the girl's wrist. A pure, life-infused energy from the human emperor's suppression technique flowed gently into her body, sustaining her final breath. Just then, a cacophony of raucous laughter, laced with depravity and greed, echoed from a distance. "Ha, boss, look what we've found. An injured, yet unyielding little lamb." A well-equipped mercenary group, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, had surrounded them before he realized it. Leading them was a towering brute, his bald head marred by a vicious scar, whose eyes glimmered with unbridled, beastly desire as he gazed upon the unconscious beauty in Yi Fan's arms. He was none other than Blood Wolf, the notorious leader of the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group, reveling in brutality and plunder, infamous throughout the chaotic delta. "Kid, leave the woman in your arms and the corpse of that 3-headed demon wolf behind," Blood Wolf sneered, pointing his laser battle axe at Yi Fan with an air of irrefutability. "Then scram, or face death." In the face of this sudden and lethal threat, Yi Fan slowly and carefully shielded the unconscious girl behind him, straightening his posture. He regarded the mercenaries before him, who in his eyes were already akin to the dead, and a confident, defiant smile graced his resolute face. A classic tale of heroic rescue, one that would stir the blood of any favored child of fortune, was about to unfold. Chapter 44. A roasted chicken. The air in the chaotic delta was thick with the acrid stench of blood and gunpowder. Yi Fan stood protectively behind the mysterious beauty, his gaze icy as he faced the mercenaries encircling them like ravenous wolves. "Kid, it seems you prefer punishment over a drink," Blood Wolf remarked, hoisting his still-dripping laser battle axe onto his shoulder, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Sensing Yi Fan's pure but evidently unstable grade A martial aura, disdain flickered in his eyes. "A grade A martial artist? Truly a talent, but alas, you've encountered me today." With a sudden, commanding gesture, he issued a chilling order. "Brothers, charge. The men shall be minced for the dogs. As for the women, leave them alive for some entertainment." A chorus of primal howls erupted from the mercenaries, starving for blood and eager to pounce upon Yi Fan from all directions. seeking death. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold, abandoning all restraint. He gently leaned the unconscious girl against a relatively intact armored panel, then propelled himself forward like a golden cannonball, charging into the torrent of iron and blood. Human Emperor's suppression technique, Human Emperor Seal. He formed an ancient and esoteric seal with his hands, unleashing a golden energy far purer and more potent than that of his peers, surging with ferocity. A golden phantom of imperial majesty materialized above him, poised to suppress the crowd with overwhelming might. Boom! Brilliant golden light erupted, and shockwaves roiled. The first 7 or 8 mercenaries, unable to utter a single cry, were obliterated into a gruesome pulp beneath the weight of this imperial force. Yet, these desperate rogues, rather than recoiling in fear, were further ignited by the carnage. Kill him. Having struck with ferocity, Yi Fan dared not linger. He understood that after his fierce battle with the 3-headed demon wolf, his inner strength was already diminished by half. Facing dozens of foes of equal or greater prowess, falling into a drawn-out struggle would spell his doom. His only path to survival lay in capturing the leader first. With a mystical footwork, he weaved through the crowd like a specter, evading lethal strikes, his sights set on the grinning figure of Blood Wolf at the rear. Interesting. Blood Wolf observed Yi Fan, effortlessly maneuvering amidst his underlings, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. This astonishment swiftly transformed into a more intense greed. This kid harbored a grand secret. The technique is mine. He ceased to spectate as the terrifying aura of a peak grade A martial artist erupted from him, charging at Yi Fan like a tiger descending from the mountain. Thus commenced a brutal and relentless battle. Though Yi Fan's techniques were exquisite, he ultimately found himself outnumbered. And compounded by his dwindling energy, he soon began to falter. Fresh wounds adorned his body, blood saturating him until he resembled a crimson specter. Yet, his eyes remained bright as stars, imbued with indomitable fighting spirit. At last, he seized an opportunity. He braced his left shoulder against the slashes of 2 mercenaries, allowing their sharp blades to sink into his flesh, trading pain for a precious chance to strike Blood Wolf at close range. Die! He channeled every last ounce of his inner strength into his right fist, executing the most potent single-target attack from the Human Emperor's suppression technique. Human Emperor, God-slaying strike. A golden spiral of energy, refined to its utmost, erupted from his fist, piercing through all defenses, and in Blood Wolf's eyes, wide with disbelief. It surged forth to strike his heart. Ugh! The cruel smile on Blood Wolf's face froze completely. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the gaping wound in his chest, the light of confusion flickering in his eyes. He could not fathom how a long-established Grade A powerhouse could be defeated by a mere Grade A novice. With their leader's collapse, the remaining members of the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group, after a brief moment of shock, scattered like frightened birds, no longer daring to linger. Yi Fan, once he confirmed that all foes had retreated, could no longer hold himself up, spewing a mouthful of blood as he fell to one knee, gasping for air. He had emerged victorious, completing this textbook-like heroic rescue in the most harrowing and arduous manner. As the enigmatic young girl stirred from her slumber, the first sight that greeted her was a flickering campfire, beside which sat a blood-soaked youth, seated in a meditative posture, quietly tending to his wounds. Struggling to sit up, she soon realized that her own injuries had been meticulously treated with the most professional of medical sprays and neatly bandaged with clean strips of cloth. "You're awake?" Yi Fan, hearing the commotion, slowly withdrew his energy, turned towards her, and offered a somewhat pale, yet sunlit smile. "My name is Yi Fan, and you?" The girl gazed at him, her eyes as clear as a mountain spring, revealing a flicker of gratitude mingled with caution. "I am Qin Yubing. Thank you for saving my life, young master." She recounted to Yi Fan her origins from a prominent family of healers in the eastern continent. She had accompanied her family's trading caravan to the chaotic delta to gather rare medicinal herbs, only to be beset by 3 ferocious wolf demons and the merciless wolf mercenary corps, resulting in her separation from the escort team. Upon hearing her tale, Yi Fan was moved by her delicate and helpless demeanor, and his innate sense of justice and protective instinct surged within him. He thumped his chest confidently and declared, "Rest assured, Miss Qin, your injuries are severe, and this place is fraught with danger. I shall ensure your safe passage to the nearest secure city." Thus, the two officially set forth as companions. As night deepened, the temperature in the chaotic delta plummeted, and the chilling winds howled like wailing phantoms. They sought refuge in a sheltered cave, kindled a fire, and established a temporary campsite. Qin Yubing curled up beside the flames, though clad in Yi Fan's coat. Her fragile frame still trembled slightly from her injuries and hunger. Observing her plight, Yi Fan was stirred. Without uttering a word, he quietly rose and ventured into the darkness. Half an hour later, he returned, carrying a plump, well-prepared beastly fowl. Without a word, he skillfully skewered the bird with a stick and set it over the fire, expertly roasting it. Soon, a robust aroma, a tantalizing blend of grease and spices, enveloped the cave. He tore off the most succulent leg, crisp on the outside and tender within, wrapped it in clean leaves, and presented it to Qin Yubing. whose eyes gleamed with anticipation, nearly drooling at the sight. Eat up. It's freshly roasted. Qin Yubing, a girl who had been pampered and cherished by her family since childhood, and who had never endured hardship in the wild, gazed at the aromatic chicken leg before her, and then at Yi Fan's earnest, unpretentious face illuminated by the firelight. In that moment, the softest corner of her heart was gently touched. She accepted the leg, cautiously took a bite, and the delightful contrast of crispy exterior and juicy tenderness instantly captivated her palate, and in turn, her heart. This unpretentious act of caring, imbued with the essence of life, resonated far deeper than any treasures or delicacies she had ever received throughout her life. Amidst the warm glow of the fire and the enticing aroma of food, the atmosphere grew congenial. Finally, Qin Yubing set aside her last vestige of wariness and, with curiosity, inquired about Yi Fan's past. Young Master Yi, with your strength and talent, why do you venture alone into this chaotic delta for training? Upon hearing this question, Yi Fan's expression dimmed momentarily. He took a swig from a nearby wine pouch, revealing a complex blend of indignation, unyielding spirit, and profound humiliation in his gaze. In a gravelly yet magnetic voice, he began to narrate a meticulously crafted tale, a tragic story that was half true, half fabricated. It was a tale of a grassroots genius who was mercilessly humiliated by the scion of a prestigious family, stripped of his powers, and even had his beloved fiancée taken from him. He omitted the parts where he had provoked the confrontation and concealed the astonishing secret of his royal lineage. Instead, he portrayed himself as a resilient and unyielding protagonist, enduring humiliation and fighting for survival in dire straits. In contrast, Lin Tian was depicted as the ultimate villain, tyrannical and callous, treating lives as mere trifles. Qin Yubing listened intently, her clear eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions that shifted in tandem with Yi Fan's narrative, from initial curiosity to shock, then sympathy, culminating in a profound sense of righteous indignation toward Lin Tian's purported misdeeds and a deep-seated admiration for Yi Fan, the defiant youth who persisted against all odds. Rest assured, after Yi Fan finished recounting his sorrowful tale, Qin Yubing looked at him with a solemn and resolute tone. I shall help you avenge this wrong. That tyrant Lin Tian, relying on his family background to act with impunity, is truly a disgrace among our elite. My Qin family will not let him escape. Through this classic encounter, Yi Fan had unexpectedly secured a formidable and mysterious ally. Chapter 45, Gathering at Kunlun, the calm before the storm. Within the dragon's nest, Lin Tian concluded a year and a half of profound seclusion. He formally reported to the family elders, confirming his forthcoming mission to venture into the most enigmatic and perilous S-class forbidden zone within Huaxia, Kunlun, to explore the legendary War Emperor's tomb, a site spoken of only in the most ancient of scrolls, and to fulfill a new quest issued by the system. This decision stirred a notable commotion among the dragon family's upper echelons. Ultimately, after an urgent deliberation among the three ancestors and numerous elders, they arrived at a conclusion that was both unexpected yet reasonable. Granted, however, you cannot go alone. This expedition to Kunlun is fraught with danger. Not only are there unknown perils inherent to the Forbidden Zone, but external forces also covet it. As the sole alpha heir of our dragon family, your status is invaluable and must not be jeopardized. The Elder Council has unanimously decided that this exploration of the War Emperor's tomb shall be led by the first heir, Long Qingtian, accompanied by the seventh heir, Long Shuawang, the third heir, Long Ao, and several other top-ranking heirs. Officially, they will assist you in completing the mission and seize this opportunity for rigorous practical training. In truth, the unspoken words of the family head, Long Zhanya, were clear to all. This was also a means to observe and balance the emerging alpha, Lin Tian. Long Qingtian, a rival who had ascended from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. What was his true sentiment towards Lin Tian? Long Shuahuang, the aloof ice queen. After being rescued by Lin Tian, where did her heart truly lie? Long Ao, once a proud scion whose spine had been broken, was he now genuinely submissive, or merely biding his time? What appeared to be a straightforward exploration of ruins was, under the shrewd and calculated maneuvers of the family as higher-ups, transformed into an internal trial rife with unforeseen variables and undercurrents. Lin Tian was acutely aware of this, but did not refuse, for he understood that to truly earn the respect and admiration of these lofty peers, mere assertions of status were insufficient. Only within the most brutal and perilous realities, rife with death and crisis, can one utterly shatter the last vestiges of pride and resentment residing in their hearts, wielding an unparalleled, overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, in a secret valley within the chaotic delta, Yi Fan, having successfully staged a textbook-like heroic rescue, finally encounters a monumental turning point in his rebirth. His formidable prowess, indomitable spirit, and genuine concern, imbued with the warmth of human experience, have successfully captured the heart of the enigmatic beauty, Qin Yubing. Upon learning of his tragic tale, meticulously wrapped in half-truths, where he was humiliated by bullies, stripped of his cultivation, and had his fiancée taken from him, Qin Yubing is filled with sympathy and admiration for him. At this moment, amidst the flickering campfire in the valley, guided by the remnants of the Emperor's soul, Yi Fan arrives at a pivotal decision. Master, I feel that my foundation remains too unstable. To truly possess the strength to contend with Lin Tian in a short span of time, mere hard work may not suffice. Indeed, you are correct. The Emperor's voice resonates with reassurance, calm and composed. I share your sentiment. The War Emperor's tomb, situated in the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, is the site of my dear friend's demise from ancient times. Within that tomb lies not only his lifelong legacy, but, more importantly, a trace of the Earth's dragon vein energy he extracted from the depths of the core. This energy is the very source of all life. Should you attain it, not only could your devastated foundation be completely remade in the shortest time, but it may even surpass its former strength. It could also elevate your human Emperor's commanding technique to a level of unprecedented mastery. The War Emperor's tomb, the Earth's dragon vein energy, Yi Fan murmurs, his eyes igniting with fervor. He glances at Qin Yubing, who gazes at him with concern and worry, his heart swelling with ambition. After learning of his decision, Qin Yubing ponders briefly before solemnly stating, the Kunlun Forbidden Zone is fraught with danger, and the Long family is ever watchful. If I were to travel openly with you, it would likely expose my identity and bring unnecessary trouble. She pauses, retrieving a jade pendant engraved with an ancient phoenix totem from her bosom, handing it to Yi Fan. However, rest assured, I will covertly mobilize the most elite phoenix shadow guards from my family to support you on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Should you encounter any insurmountable danger, simply shatter this jade. My Qin family will spare no effort to ensure your safety. In North America, at the headquarters of the Sacred Mountain Organization, an urgent high-level meeting regarding the War Emperor's tomb is underway. According to the latest intelligence deciphered from an ancient European medieval manuscript, a senior intelligence analyst reports, his expression grave, the owner of the so-called War Emperor's tomb. The War Emperor is likely the very founder of the mysterious Pangu dynasty, which once unified the world in ancient times. Based on sporadic records within the manuscript, the Pangu dynasty seemingly possessed a terrifying genetic weapon capable of completely restraining and even dismantling the Pangu body at the genetic level. What? This revelation causes all the high-ranking members present to rise in shock and fervor. A genetic weapon that can counter the Pangu body. For those who have long viewed the Long family and Lin Tian as dire threats, this is undoubtedly monumental news. What is the accuracy of this intelligence? A majestic voice emanates from the throne. Over 70%. Excellent. The presence on the throne decisively commands, convey my divine decree. Immediately dispatch our strongest ace, Adam, leading a team of the finest genetic warriors, the Seraph Elite Squad, to covertly infiltrate China. Their mission is singular. At all costs, enter the War Emperor's tomb. Locate the prototype of that genetic weapon and bring it back. The protagonists, their primary adversaries, and a newly emerged third-party hostile force, all three top-tier factions, harboring distinct yet equally resolute aspirations, converge like three torrents destined to intersect, journeying from disparate corners of the world toward the same enigmatic and perilous destination. The Kunlun Forbidden Zone. An unavoidable, multifaceted melee is on the verge of unfolding in that ancient realm, steeped in myth and legend. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, a deeper, unforeseen suspense, capable of appending all future dynamics, quietly emerges. In the eastern continent, within a clandestine realm shrouded by endless seas of clouds, a mysterious door of the Qin family. Ancient as if belonging to another era, an elderly ancestor of the Qin clan, his hair white as snow yet exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, observes the holographic footage relayed by shadow guards at the peril of their lives, depicting Yi Fan's fierce battle against the Blood Wolf mercenary corps in the chaotic delta while wielding the human Emperor's commanding technique, his murky eyes, seemingly able to perceive the very fabric of time and causality, widen in astonishment upon sensing the regal dominance emanating from Yi Fan's golden inner strength. He gradually rises from his cushion, approaching the image, his withered hand, resembling an eagle's claw, delicately tracing Yi Fan's resolute visage, his expression becoming exceedingly complex, filled with shock, excitement, nostalgia, confusion, and even a hint of reverence. He murmurs softly, his voice so faint it seems imperceptible even to himself, yet it carries the weight of history-altering revelations. This aura, this technique, it cannot be mistaken. It is unmistakably the personal inheritance of the Zonglong Emperor, who, in the twilight of antiquity, single-handedly defied the heavens, ultimately leading to the collapse of his dynasty in a single night, with all direct bloodlines cursed and obliterated by the heavens. Could it be? Could this young man be the sole surviving direct descendant of that great emperor, who, through unparalleled powers, managed to conceal his lineage from the world? If so, the gaze of the Qin ancestor deepens, as if penetrating endless time and space, glimpsing an ancient pact steeped in blood and tears. Could Yubing's encounter with him not be mere coincidence, but rather the fateful guidance of bloodlines that transcend millennia? Chapter 46. Heroes Gather, Military Welcomes. The Kunlun Forbidden Zone. A mysterious expanse located in western China, perpetually enveloped by energy storms and spatial rifts, stands as the most ancient and perilous taboo land on this planet. According to legend, it is the birthplace of ancient myths, concealing endless treasures capable of reshaping the world's dynamics, while harboring terrifying entities that could cause even martial deities to fall. On the outskirts of the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, a temporary base city, Kunlun City, has been erected by the Chinese military over nearly a century. Infused with boundless resources and characterized by a fusion of cyberpunk and military fortress aesthetics. At this moment, it is welcoming the convergence of powerful figures from around the globe with unprecedented grandeur. The Global Youth Martial Arts Tournament has just concluded, yet its reverberations are far from quelled. The alpha heir of the Long family, Lin Tian, is on the brink of entering the Kunlun Forbidden Zone to explore the legendary War Emperor's tomb. This news, unbeknownst to how it spread, has already reached the ears of the world's most elite powers. In an instant, a tempest brews, and prodigies converge. Global media outlets have once again turned their live broadcast cameras toward this event, relaying what can only be described as a grand mobilization of young treasure seekers to billions of viewers around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing now is the central airport of Kunlun City. Over the past 72 hours, more than 100 exclusive aircraft from the world's top powers have landed here. Look, that magnificent vessel, entirely crafted from gold and resembling the chariot of the sun god, is the transport from the Egyptian Pharaoh's council. Leading the expedition is none other than Cleopatra, renowned as the daughter of the sun. It is said that she possesses the innate ability to commune with solar power and summon a fearless golden legion. Over there, that trident-shaped submarine, steeped in classical aesthetics and seemingly emerging from the annals of mythology, is the Poseidon-S trident from the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, Atlantis. Their sea prince, Poseidon, is rumored to wield supreme dominion over the oceans. And their S. Arthur, the holy son of the European temple, who has awakened the legendary power of the Sword of Kings, wielding his sacred blade with unmatched prowess. The golden lion Simba from the African Beast King Palace boasts the nine-headed lion King Gene, reputed for its invincible physical defense. The Brahma son Rama from the Indian mythological organization, armed with the Brahma divine arrow, never misses his mark. Each of these extraordinary talents, already renowned across their respective continents and shrouded in countless accolades, converges here like a flood. Their purpose is crystal clear: the War Emperor's tomb. Everyone desires a share in this exploration, spearheaded by the alpha heir of the Long family, even to the point of usurping his position. A fierce clash among the world's most elite young forces is imminent, and the tension is palpable. At this moment, while the outside world is in turmoil and prodigies sharpen their blades, aboard the Long family's aerial fortress, the flagship Zhulong, Lin Tian's team is engaged in their final mobilization before departure. In the spacious operations conference room, the expression of Grandfather Long Zhanya is unusually grave. He distributes devices that shimmer with a soft blue light, akin to metals, to Lin Tian, Long Shuahuang, Jiang Luoling, and Long Ao, the core members of the team. These are the latest individual combat devices specially provided by the highest military research institute for our mission. The Stance Shield, when activated, can instantaneously create an absolute defense barrier capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an S-class Stellar Realm expert, but may only be used once. The Spatial Leap Beacon, when faced with an insurmountable lethal threat, can be shattered to randomly teleport within 100 miles to any safe location, but it too is limited to a single use. Remember, each of your lives is worth 10,000 times more than these devices. In critical moments, prioritize survival. Long Zhanya repeatedly emphasizes, his gaze filled with concern. Lin Tian and the others accept the equipment, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, an incongruous voice coldly interrupts. Humph. A group of greenhouse flowers still dependent on equipment for survival. It is the first heir, Long Qingtian. Clad in a black dragon-patterned combat suit radiating an air of lethal intent, he stands alone in the corner of the conference room, his eyes filled with disdain for the military-provided gear. He looks at Lin Tian and coldly states, "Lin Tian, I admit your talent and vision far surpass mine. Yet your path in martial arts has been too smooth, never truly tested by the blood and fire that brings one to the brink of life and death. True strength is never achieved through the protection of elders or the accumulation of equipment." With that, he turns away, disregarding Long Zhanya's furious glare, striding purposefully toward the mothership's landing pad. There, a sleek, high-speed combat aircraft, the Tianjia, which belongs to him, has long been waiting. Without a backward glance, he boards the aircraft, transforming into a streak of black light, plunging alone into the energy storm that engulfs the Kunlun Forbidden Zone. He has chosen to act independently. This sudden occurrence leaves everyone present momentarily stunned, casting a shadow of instability and uncertainty over the team. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kunlun City, in a secluded valley, Fan gazes at the futuristic base city and the resplendent aircraft descending from the skies, each representing the elite powers. His eyes, ablaze with indomitable spirit, reflect a mixture of gravity and combat readiness. Master, it seems the competition for the War Emperor's tomb will be exceedingly fierce. No matter. The wise and confident voice of the Emperor's remnant resonates in his mind. They are merely a group of greenhouse flowers reliant on bloodlines and resources. Disciple, remember, you are the true protagonist chosen by this era. Your sole objective in this expedition to the War Emperor's tomb is to locate that strand of the Earth's dragon vein energy, using it to reshape your unparalleled foundation, enabling your Emperor's command to stabilize the world to ascend to greatness. Yes, I understand. Fan nods gravely, his gaze resolutely firm. At this moment, the atmosphere in Kunlun City's central airport is exceptionally solemn, even austere. The highest commander of the Western Theater of the Huaxia military, an S-class top-tier powerhouse adorned with radiant military stars and possessing an unfathomable aura, personally leads a guard of elite soldiers from the land, sea, and air forces, representing the highest honor of Huaxia, waiting quietly against the biting cold wind. This unprecedented, high-spec welcoming ceremony stirs a flurry of speculation among the prodigies and representatives of various powers present, filling them with immense curiosity and a tinge of jealousy. What is happening? Who is the military waiting for to warrant the personal appearance of the Western Theater's commander and a full military honor guard? Could it be the federal president or one of the high-ranking marshals? Impossible. This is merely an exercise for the younger generation. How could such significant figures attend in person? Then, who on earth has such a grand status? Just as speculation and discourse reach their peak, a low hum resonates through the air. Above, the clouds part slowly under an imperceptible yet domineering force. A colossal spacecraft, so large it could blot out the sun, adorned with vivid ancient Zhu-Long totems and exuding an air of immeasurable majesty and pressure, emerges like a floating fortress from the realms of mythology, gradually coming into view for all to see. It is the Long family's Zhu-Long. Upon sighting this legendary vessel, the previously serious military commander's eyes narrow sharply. He abruptly turns to face the fully prepared military honor guard behind him, summoning all his strength to emit a thunderous roar that echoes through the skies. All present, salute. With a synchronized motion, the resounding clash of metal reverberates through the heavens. Immediately, he bellowed in a voice resonant with profound reverence, one that could render all the assembled elites speechless. Let us warmly welcome His Excellency, Lin Tian, the alpha heir of the Long family, to Kunlun. Even before his arrival, his presence was palpable. This was the utmost honor bestowed by the Chinese military, the host, upon their future guardian deity. It also served as the sternest warning to any nefarious characters present. In Chapter 47, The Halo of the Prodigy, the conflict among subordinates, as Lin Tian's tall and elegant figure descended the gangway of the Zhu-Long airborne mothership. Personally welcomed by the highest-ranking general of the Western Theater Command of the Chinese military, he officially set foot on the solid ground of Kunlun City. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had been muted. Within Kunlun City, the multitude of top-tier prodigies, influential representatives from around the globe, and media reporters who had squeezed into the city through various channels instinctively held their breath. Before the global live-streaming network, the billions of ordinary citizens watching this spectacle did not dare to blink. What did they behold? They witnessed a deity, a youthful god emerging from the most ancient and magnificent tapestry of myth. At merely 15 years of age, the boy had already grown tall and robust, standing as upright as a pine tree, with an air of grandeur, clad in a simple white martial arts uniform devoid of any embellishments. His dark hair was gently tousled by the ceaseless, fierce winds of the Kunlun restricted zone, lending him an ethereal quality. His features were so extraordinarily handsome that it seemed the creator had poured all their heart and affection into crafting this singularly perfect masterpiece. His deep-set eyes surveyed the bustling world around him with a calmness that appeared to encompass the birth and demise of the entire universe, aloof yet noble. Simply by standing there, he exuded an unparalleled aura that transcended the mundane, rendering everything around him dull and lifeless. Heavenly. Is this truly the alpha heir of the Long family? Such astonishing beauty is beyond comprehension. I thought those AI-enhanced celebrity posters represented the pinnacle of human attractiveness, a walking embodiment of allure. Mother, I have fallen in love. Wake up. With your looks, you aren't even worthy to carry the shoes of the divine son. Only that little princess from the Shinnon group, who also possesses SSS-level talent, could be considered a match for him. After a brief moment of stunned silence, both the scene in Kunlun City and the global network erupted in a tsunami of fervent admiration and awe. Countless young women, whether born into illustrious families or distinguished martial arts prodigies, collectively lost their senses and succumbed to infatuation upon catching sight of Lin Tian's visage. Thus began a worldwide sensation sparked by mere beauty. However, beneath this fervent admiration and praise, a cold gaze, rife with jealousy and resentment, lay hidden like a viper lurking in the shadows, fixated on the figure that commanded universal attention. In Kunlun City, atop a specially provided independent building with the best vantage point, number 1 Heir, Lin Tian, held a glass of crimson liquid and coldly observed the scene at the Heir harbor, where Lin Tian appeared as if descending from the heavens. He listened to the real-time reports from the intelligence officer regarding the global uproar ignited by Lin Tian's appearance, and his hand, calloused and scarred from years of struggle, tightened around the glass involuntarily. He let out a self-deprecating and resentful chuckle. He recalled his arduous journey from a nameless branch, battling through bloodshed and strife, teetering on the brink of death countless times, ultimately earning his status and glory as the number 1 Heir. Each scar on his body represented a fierce victory, and every drop of blood he shed contributed to the family's territory with resounding merit. Yet, what did it matter? Everything he fought so hard to achieve over the years paled in comparison to the prestige and status that this newcomer garnered simply through his appearance. Why? Why did he inherit everything from birth? Why should the fruits of his labor, won through life and death struggles, seem to him as mere trifles? What I resent is not him as a person. What I detest is this accursed, unjust fate. This damned rule that only favors lineage and birthright. Lin Tian raised his head and downed the fiery liquor in one gulp, and in his eagle-eyed gaze burned an unprecedented, all-consuming battle intent capable of incinerating everything in its path. Narration. According to the Kunlun Covenant signed by the top global powers before entering the Kunlun Restricted Zone, the exploration of the Imperial Tomb is to ensure the purity of the younger generation's experiences, forbidding all elders of S-class stellar realm and above from intervening. Within the Restricted Zone, life and death are left to fate, and everything relies solely on the abilities of the younger generation. Lin Tian. Lin Tian gazed at the figure surrounded by throngs of admirers in the distance, slowly clenching his fist. In this zone devoid of any protective rules, let me personally measure how much weight this alpha Heir truly carries. In the luxurious base suite provided by the military where Lin Tian resided, the atmosphere, however, was one of ease and warmth. Brother Tian, I'm so thirsty. I want to drink that cool, sweet Kunlun City specialty energy drink that helps with mental cultivation. Having just concluded a long flight, Zhang Luoling sprawled languidly on the soft sofa like a lazy kitten, playfully requesting Lin Tian. Lin Tian gazed at her adorable demeanor, a flicker of affection appearing in his eyes. Before he could respond, Su Mucheng, who had already immersed herself in the role of chief personal assistant and caretaker, immediately understood. After a year of training and adjustments, coupled with Lin Tian's formidable resource support, she had not only managed the Su family, now the Jiangnan branch of the Long family, with precision, but her cultivation had also successfully broken through to the A-level martial master realm. She had shed her former arrogance and confidence, radiating a unique charm that was both mature and graceful, yet filled with competence and respect. She slightly bowed to Lin Tian and softly proposed, "Sir, may I go? It would be a good opportunity for me to familiarize myself with the supply situation in Kunlun City in preparation for our upcoming operations." Go ahead," Lin Tian nodded. Understood. Su Mucheng accepted the command and promptly led 2 female bodyguards from the Long family as they departed the base. In the central business district of Kunlun City, at the military-provided store, the atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. This was the only establishment in the entire base city selling top-tier supplies, and those who could enter were all core members of the leading factions, utilizing the highest authority card granted by Lin Tian as the Alpha Heir's direct assistant. Su Mucheng made her way to the top level of the store. However, upon reaching the shelf dedicated to specialized energy drinks, she sensed that something was indeed amiss. The most loyal followers of Lin Tian, each exuding an aura at the pinnacle of a level, had long been awaiting his arrival. They lounged casually against the shelves, their gazes imbued with scrutiny and provocation as they observed the approaching Su Mucheng. Furrowing her brows slightly, Su Mucheng chose to ignore them and strode forward, intent on retrieving the last exquisitely packaged Serenity Energy drink from the shelf. However, just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the drink, a rough, calloused hand snatched it away with alarming speed. "Ah, is this not the illustrious CEO Su, renowned in Jiangnan City, newly acquired by our Alpha Heir?" remarked a burly youth, a scar etched across his face, tossing the drink in his hand with a mocking, sardonic tone. Su Mucheng's eyes turned icy as she asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much," the scarred youth scoffed, tucking the drink into his embrace. "Apologies, CEO Su. This local delicacy, the Serenity Energy drink, is produced in limited quantities. Only one is available each day. Unfortunately, our esteemed heir, Lin Tian, requires it today to center himself." He leaned closer, his voice dripping with disdain as he continued to provoke. "So, your pretty-faced master will have to go without it today." "You." Su Mucheng's face drained of color, trembling with indignation at the blatant insult. The scarred youth's amusement grew as he observed her fury. He patted her quivering bosom, his tone laced with menace and insinuation as he proclaimed each word. "What? Not pleased? If you have the guts, let your master, who hides behind a woman, come and take it himself." A clandestine conflict, ignited by the undercurrents between masters, erupted among their subordinates at that moment. Chapter 48. The Strike of Number 1. Does Zero dare to move? At the top floor of Kunlun City's military supply store, the atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence following the scarred youth's insulting provocation. The air crackled with an invisible electric charge. The once soft and respectful countenance of Su Muching had morphed into one of frigid severity, akin to ancient frost. She slowly withdrew the identity card representing the highest authority of Lin Tian, returning it to her storage ring. Gazing at the disdainful expression on the scarred youth Lei Hao's face, her voice was devoid of emotion as she commanded, "Repeat what you just said." "Huh, what's wrong?" CEO Su didn't catch that? Lei Hao sneered, prompting his followers to join in with malicious laughter. Their intention was clear, to provoke and escalate the situation. Stepping forward, Lei Hao nearly pressed his face against Su Muching's, reiterating in a deliberate, aggressive tone, "I said, our esteemed heir Long Qingtian wants this drink. As for your pretty-faced master." He paused, a look of utter humiliation crossing his features. Let him come over and take it himself. Seeking death, Su Muching could no longer contain her fury. A soldier may be killed, but never humiliated, especially when the target of such insult was the very man who had rescued her from the abyss of despair, granting her rebirth and glory, a figure she revered like a deity. The terrifying aura of an A-level martial master erupted violently. In a flash, she moved, her delicate hand transforming into a swift shadow, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Lei Hao's grotesque face. Yet, just as her palm was about to connect, a hand, akin to an iron claw, materialized out of thin air, effortlessly seizing her slender wrist and halting her advance. It was Lei Hao, his ugly visage twisted into a mocking grin. As a fellow A-level martial master, he clearly held a superior advantage in raw power over Su Muching. What is this? Unable to articulate, resorting to violence? Lei Hao flung Su Muching aside, causing her to stagger dangerously close to falling. CEO Su, I advise you to recognize your position. You are merely a dog of zero. You. Su Muching trembled with rage, poised to retaliate once more. At that moment, a calm yet imposing voice resounded from nearby. Lei Hao, cease this at once. A terrifying aura, far more formidable than Lei Hao's, enveloped the room like a tempest. It was Long Ao, the third heir, who had arrived on the scene. He positioned himself protectively in front of Su Muching, his once rebellious eyes now icy and fixed upon Lei Hao. Who do you think you are, Lei Hao, to speak disparagingly to the direct assistant of Lord Zero? Seeing Long Ao, Lei Hao's expression shifted to one of disdainful amusement. What is this? After being beaten like a dead dog by Zero, you now consider yourself his most loyal dog? You seek death, Long Ao bellowed, unleashing the might of the S-level, indestructible sword bone. Yet, just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, as a war between heirs was on the verge of erupting, a more powerful and domineering presence descended, akin to a sovereign's arrival. Enveloping the entire store, the first heir, Long Qingtian, clad in a black dragon-patterned battle armor, emerged from the crowd. Each step he took felt as though he were treading upon the hearts of all present, instilling a profound sense of suffocation and oppression from the depths of their souls. He cast a cold glance at his follower Lei Hao, whose expression froze, paralyzed by fear. Then, his gaze shifted to Long Ao, who stood protectively in front of Su Muching, a cold, authoritative smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Long Ao, you've grown. Learn to stand up for others? He paused, his tone turning ominously severe. Too bad you've chosen the wrong master. Your people have violated the rules and offended mine. As the elder brother, I shall today teach you and that cowardly Zero a lesson. Before the words had fully left his lips, he struck with ferocity. Boom! A violent wave of destructive, purplish-blue lightning erupted from his being. The SSS level mutated talent, body of heavenly tribulation, activated. He transformed into a deity of thunder, wielding the power to administer celestial punishment. Faced with the combined might of Long Ao and Su Muching, he merely unleashed 3 casual strikes. The first strike, a single punch, unleashed a multitude of lightning serpents, instantly shattering Long Ao's seemingly indomitable sword storm. With a swift step, he executed his second move, his figure resembling a specter as he completely disregarded all energy attacks from Su Muching. Closing the distance, he unleashed a palm strike that shattered her protective aura, which was capable of withstanding a full-force blow from an A-grade powerhouse, into mere fragments. For his third move, he thrust his arms outward, summoning a thunderous net woven from the divine lightning of calamity, descending from the heavens with an overwhelming force that simultaneously repelled both Long Ao and Su Muching, who had exerted every ounce of their strength. Both individuals coughed up blood, hurtling backward, their faces ashen. Yet, this was not the end. A glint of cold light flashed in Long Qingtian's eyes as he deliberately released a minuscule, hair-thin residual bolt of lightning, skillfully bypassing the now defenseless Long Ao, and striking fiercely upon Su Muching's smooth, jade-like shoulder with the precision of a surgical scalpel. A soft hiss echoed through the air. The expensive assistant uniform worn by Su Muching was instantly marred by a charred hole, and upon her snow-white skin, a gruesome scar, deep enough to reveal bone and still crackling with electric energy, was left behind. He had indeed inflicted harm upon someone in public. Moreover, it was done in a manner that was laden with humiliation and precision. Having completed his actions, Lin Tian slowly retracted his hand. Looking down from his elevated position at the ghastly pale Long Ao, who was struggling to assist the injured Su Muching, in a tone filled with condescension and icy finality, he delivered his last warning. Go back and inform Lin Tian to manage his people. Do not be too ostentatious. With that, he turned away, leading his group of followers, who were already paralyzed with fear, away amidst the awe and trepidation of the onlookers. The entire store fell into a profound silence. Long Ao supported the bleeding Su Muching, whose pain rendered her delicate features even paler, yet she remained resolutely silent, biting her lip. In his once rebellious eyes now resided an ocean of indignation, humiliation, and deep-seated resentment. He understood that Lin Tian's blow was not aimed at him or Su Muching. It was a strike against the dignity of the alpha heir that loomed behind them. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of Lin Tian's base suite, murmuring in a voice filled with hope and supplication, all of this can only await the return of Lord Zero for a decision. At that moment, the fuse for an inevitable ultimate confrontation among the young elite of the Long family was irrevocably ignited. Chapter 49, in my dictionary. There is no such thing as a grudge that lasts overnight. In Kunlun City, within the luxurious base suite provided by the military for Lin Tian, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. Su Muching and Long Ao stood dejectedly before Lin Tian, recounting in detail the humiliating experience they had just endured at the hands of Lin Tian and his followers in the special supply store. The deep, bone-revealing scar seared into Su Muching's shoulder by the divine lightning still emitted a hint of destructive electric energy, causing her mature and alluring face to appear even more pallid due to the pain. Meanwhile, Long Ao, once the proud third heir, clenched his fists tightly, his rebellious gaze filled with boundless anger, humiliation, and profound self-reproach. Lord Zero, I am incompetent. He knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. Not only have I failed to uphold your dignity, but I have also implicated Assistant Su, subjecting her to disgrace because of me. Please, punish me. Lin Tian listened quietly to their report, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. He did not glance at Long Ao nor offer comfort to Su Muching. Instead, he gradually rose from the sofa and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands clasped behind him, silently observing the brightly lit, tumultuous base city outside. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a calm, emotionless tone to the two behind him. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as a grudge that lasts overnight. He paused, then added, you will wait here. With that, his figure seemed to merge into the shadows, vanishing from the room without a sound. Su Muching and Long Ao exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other's eyes a deep shock and an uncontrollable fervor. Anticipating the impending storm, they understood that the seemingly indifferent young deity was genuinely enraged this time. Meanwhile, in another, even more magnificent and heavily fortified residence dedicated to the first heir, Lin Tian, the atmosphere was in stark contrast, relaxed and triumphant. Lin Tian sat regally at the head of the table, savoring the finest tea brewed from the millennium-old spring water of Kunlun Mountain. Below him, his most loyal follower, the scarred youth Lei Hao, who had just achieved great feats in the special supply store, excitedly reported the fruitful results of their intimidation tactics. Brother, you should have seen it. After you repelled Long Ao with just 3 moves, his face turned green, and that woman named Su was left battered and unable to stand. He exclaimed, reveling in the moment. It was truly satisfying. Humph, a group of ignorant fools, Lin Tian replied, setting down his teacup with a knowing smirk. I want them to understand who holds the power in the Long family and Kunlun City. Hearing this, Lei Hao stepped forward to flatter him. Naturally, you are the true pillar of our generation in the Long family. That Lin Tian is merely relying on his advantageous background and high talent. In terms of strength, achievements, and loyalty, he doesn't even deserve to carry your shoes. Yet, we cannot dismiss the matter so easily. Lin Tian waved his hand, though a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He spoke with a tone of reason and wisdom, conducting a strategic analysis for his trusted aide. Lin Tian, while he acts tyrannically, is not a fool. He knows that I, Lin Tian, am his only and greatest rival within this family. With the imminent opening of the War Emperor's tomb, he would never dare to completely sever ties with me over the dignity of a mere assistant and a dog. He cannot afford that price. He paused, lifting his teacup with confidence as he reached his final judgment. Thus, I predict that tonight, at most, he will mutter a few harsh words in the shadows and engage in some minor antics. As for personally confronting me, he scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. He wouldn't dare. However, before his rational and confident words could fully settle, a deafening roar, far more terrifying and violent than any preceding sound, erupted from outside the residence without warning. The grand door, constructed from the highest grade S-class special memory alloy capable of withstanding a direct assault from a cruise missile and several meters thick, was suddenly obliterated by an incomprehensible, raw, and terrifying force from the outside. Countless metallic fragments, ignited with electric sparks, shot out like deadly shrapnel, creating deep craters in the sturdy walls and floors amidst the swirling dust and debris. A slender and imposing white figure, bathed in the ethereal glow of the cold moonlight, stepped forward, treading upon the remnants of a once mighty alloy door, now twisted and deformed beyond recognition. With deliberate strides, he advanced from the shattered entrance, moving slowly yet purposefully into the fractured domain. The audacity of his actions was striking. In the most direct, brutal, and unreasonable manner, he obliterated the rational judgment recently made by Lin Tian, shattering both that judgment and his steadfast barrier into mere fragments. Lin Tian. Lin Tian's confident and composed visage froze upon the instant he laid eyes on the intruder. He sprang from his seat, disbelief flooding his gaze. How dare he? How could he so brazenly storm in like this? Beside him, Heir was paralyzed by sheer terror, his legs buckling beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Tian paid no heed to the ashen-faced Lin Tian, who radiated an aura of palpable danger. His gaze, deep as the cosmos, merely traversed past him, locking onto the knife-scarred youth, Heir, who stood trembling in abject fear. With a slow and measured tone, he spoke, his voice devoid of warmth yet imbued with an icy chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld. You were the one who instigated this, were you not? This inquiry was not one of curiosity, but rather a declaration of judgment. You dare. Lin Tian finally regained his composure, unleashing a furious roar as the terrifying power of his SSS-level mutated talent, body of heavenly tribulation, erupted around him. Bolts of violet-blue divine thunder crackled in his vicinity as he stepped forward, determined to shield his trusted subordinate, Heir, from harm. He could not fathom that Lin Tian would dare to harm his people in his presence. Yet, he ultimately underestimated Lin Tian's overwhelming dominance. Indifferent to Lin Tian, Lin Tian barely cast him a glance. Instead, he raised his right hand gently towards the already terrified Heir's level special ability, Void Devourer. With a hum, a minuscule black hole, no larger than a fist yet seemingly capable of consuming all, materialized before Heir, exuding an inexorable gravitational pull. No, brother, save me. Heir's desperate and haunting scream echoed, a sound more akin to a wail of despair than that of a human. He summoned every ounce of his A-level peak cultivation to counter the insurmountable terror of that pull, attempting to erect an elemental defense. However, it was all in vain. The minuscule black hole appeared to be the ultimate destination for all energy and matter in existence. Heir's so-called elemental defense, along with his terrified soul and robust physique, was methodically disassembled and drawn in by that horrifying force, ultimately transforming into the most primal stream of energy, completely devoured and annihilated. Not a trace remained. Once this was accomplished, the black hole in Lin Tian's palm gradually dissipated into nothingness. He then turned his gaze, cold and devoid of emotion, towards the trembling Lin Tian, whose body was racked by fury and disbelief. The warning had been delivered with brutal clarity. Now, it was time for the monkey to take its turn. Chapter 50. Your efforts are futile. The atmosphere above the ruins of Lin Tian's residence had grown as frigid as ice. Lin Tian's words, you were the one who instigated this, were you not? Struck like a final judgment from the depths of the underworld, utterly extinguishing Heir's vitality and igniting the volcano of pent-up rage within Lin Tian's heart. A follower, obliterated before his very eyes in the most humiliating and cruel fashion. This was no mere provocation. It was a direct and unassailable challenge to him, the acknowledged strongest of the Long family's younger generation, regarding dignity, status, and the very path of his future. Lin Tian's furious roar echoed to the heavens, filled with boundless wrath and overwhelming battle intent. He could no longer suppress the indomitable pride that belonged to a true warrior. Pointing at Lin Tian, he issued a challenge that had long been fated, an unavoidable ultimate confrontation. Between you and me, only one can become the true alpha of the Long family. Today, right here, we shall determine the victor. As his words hung in the air, he moved, without a hint of hesitation or restraint. S-level combat technique, 8 extremities thunderstorm. Boom. He transformed into an embodiment of lightning. As he swung his fists, a tempest of destructive violet-blue lightning erupted around him. Each bolt was capable of leveling a small hill. Countless arcs converged, forming a tempest of such ferocity that even a martial sovereign would tremble before it, descending upon Lin Tian with unrelenting fury. He aimed to shatter this sheltered flower, who relied solely on talent and background, with his bloodied and battle-hardened iron fists. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic onslaught that could make the heavens themselves tremble, Lin Tian did not even raise an eyelid. He made no move to defend himself. He simply stood there, allowing the tempest of thunder to envelop his seemingly fragile form entirely. Is it over? From afar, the Long family disciples drawn by the commotion instinctively held their breath at this scene. However, in the next moment, They witnessed an unforgettable spectacle that would forever alter their understanding of martial arts. In the eye of the raging thunderstorm, Lin Tian remained unyieldingly still. The formidable lightning, capable of rending steel and vaporizing rock, struck his seemingly ordinary white martial attire, yet it was as if a gentle stream met the vast ocean, failing to create even the slightest ripple, as it was wholly absorbed and neutralized by his unreasonably powerful Pangu Body. Not a scratch remained. What? Long Qingtian's hawk-like eyes narrowed to pinpricks. His most cherished and formidable attack, capable of challenging even the strongest, had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. In that moment of shock, as his mind reeled in disbelief, Lin Tian moved. He raised his gaze to Long Qingtian, a flicker of disinterest and disappointment crossing his features. With a single step, he appeared before Long Qingtian as if teleporting. He delivered a punch. Still that seemingly unremarkable, unadorned fist. Long Qingtian's expression shifted dramatically. In a frantic rush, he crossed his arms, gathering all his lightning power to establish the strongest defense before him. Bang! A sound resounded like a thunderous drum. Long Qingtian felt as if he had been struck by a colliding star. His indomitable arms, tempered countless times by divine thunder, instantly resonated with the sound of shattering bones. He was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing into the last remaining load-bearing wall behind him, buried beneath the rubble. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to rise from the ruins, his mouth continuously coughing up blood mingled with fragments of his own entrails. He gazed at the divine figure slowly advancing towards him, his eyes brimming with resentment and madness. He could not afford to falter. He absolutely must not succumb. Should he fail, would not the decades of relentless, hellish cultivation he had endured, the countless times he had danced on the precipice of life and death, and all the blood and sweat he had shed in pursuit of these fated ones become a grand jest? Oh, he let out a roar, filled with defiance and resolution, unleashing everything he had without reservation. He activated his most formidable and final trump card. The SSS class mutated talent, Body of Heavenly Tribulation, was utterly liberated. Thunder rumbled. Above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. Endless, purple-blue calamity clouds, embodying the wrath of heaven and earth, gathered chaotically. Terrifying thunder dragons, as massive as mountains, roared and rolled within the clouds. Soon after, a symphony of thunder descended. All the divine bolts of heavenly tribulation, as if guided by some mysterious force, struck down upon Long Qingtian. Just when everyone believed he was about to be reduced to dust by this overwhelming might of heaven and earth, his body began to expand at a terrifying pace, undergoing a frenzied transformation. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Ultimately, he transformed into a towering titan, standing 100 meters tall, constructed entirely of the purest, destruction-laden purple-blue heavenly tribulation lightning, a titan of thunder. An aura of terror far surpassing any previous moment engulfed the scene, suffocating all spectators. However, facing this titan of thunder, who seemed to possess divine might, Lin Tian still bore an expression of casual ease, even tinged with boredom. Oh, finally willing to reveal some true prowess? Now, this is slightly more interesting. He regarded the 100-meter-tall titan, slowly raising his hands. With his left hand, he brought his fingers together. In a subtle, yet seemingly capable of severing all causality, a pitch-black spatial rift quietly emerged at his fingertips. God-slaying sword cannon, with his right hand, palm facing upward. A golden heart-shaped phantom, constructed from endless radiant runes, pulsated with the essence of judgment and purification. Heart of the divine. He was about to simultaneously deploy 2 utterly distinct, yet equally formidable SSS class forbidden skills. Go, he uttered softly. A sword aura capable of rending space and a holy light judgment potent enough to purify all existence surged forth, intertwining like 2 divine dragons of black and white, effortlessly overwhelming and driving back the 100-meter titan. Lin Tian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Observing the titan struggling to maintain its form, he allowed a wicked smirk to grace his lips. Before Long Qingtian, he slowly lifted his right foot. Then, he forcefully stomped down upon the ground. Pangu Body Mythical Talent. Earth's Resonance. Boom. An invisible yet terrifying shockwave, potent enough to upheave entire continental plates, radiated outward from Lin Tian's foot, instantly encompassing a vast area of tens of thousands of meters. The ground beneath the 100-meter titan transformed into quicksand. Its colossal form lost all balance, staggering like a drunken man, ultimately crashing to the ground with a roar filled with resentment. Immediately, Lin Tian's nightmarish figure loomed above it. He raised his foot, gathering 40 tons of terrifying power and the supreme might akin to Pangu's creation. It is over. He brought his foot down with tremendous force. Boom. The titan's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a meteor. Its massive form disintegrated, dissolving into a storm of lightning, vanishing into nothingness. Long Qingtian, charred and barely clinging to life, fell from the shattered bolts of lightning, crashing heavily to the ground, with only a final breath remaining. Lin Tian approached slowly. Under the gaze of Long Qingtian's eyes, filled with despair, bewilderment, and disbelief, which had lost all glimmer, he gradually lifted his foot. Then, gently, he placed it upon the chest that had once brimmed with pride and glory from countless battles. He gazed down at him as a deity would regard an ant foolishly attempting to challenge the heavens, only to be crushed to oblivion. In the calmest, most emotionless tone, he uttered the most ruthless words, capable of utterly shattering a fighter's convictions. Now, do you understand? In the face of absolute talent, your efforts, your struggles, everything you held dear, is utterly meaningless. The moment his words fell, Long Qingtian's eyes, which had still harbored a flicker of defiance, dimmed completely. With his last breath, he exhaled, laden with profound loneliness and sorrow, before fading into unconsciousness. Thus concluded the ultimate confrontation regarding the future leadership of the Long family. A clash of ideals and might, marked by the most brutal, yet perfect period. Chapter 51. Follow me, and I shall lead you to pierce that sky. In the ruins of Kunlun City, atop Long Qingtian's estate, Lin Tian gently placed his foot on the chest that had once been filled with pride and glory from countless bloody battles. The words laden with unending cruelty and indifference echoed in his mind like the most malevolent curse. In the face of absolute talent, your efforts are meaningless. Long Qingtian, the fighter who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, revered as a spiritual idol by countless collateral descendants, saw the beliefs and pride he had clung to throughout his life utterly shattered, reduced to the most humble dust. With his final breath, he exhaled, steeped in profound loneliness and sorrow, before fading into unconsciousness. Lin Tian regarded the defeated figure beneath his feet, now stripped of all will to resist. His gaze indifferent as he slowly raised his hand. With a beckoning gesture, the S-class Thunder-type war spear, which had fallen amidst the ruins and still shimmered with purple-blue lightning, emitted a mournful cry, breaking free from its former master-S connection, transformed into a streak of light, easily drawn into Lin Tian's grasp. From this moment forth, it no longer belongs to you. Lin Tian spoke in a tone that declared ownership. This was not merely the confiscation of a weapon, but the stripping away of Long Qingtian's very essence as a supreme thunder user. Having completed this act, the murderous intent in Lin Tian's eyes began to rise unabashedly. He understood well that a proud and resolute warrior like Long Qingtian, once marked as an enemy, would never be able to reconcile. Today, although he had utterly crushed him both physically and mentally, no one could guarantee that in the future, he would not rise again from some dire strait, becoming an even greater threat. To eradicate the roots is essential. To ensure there are no future troubles is the true path. He slowly lifted his foot, beneath which began to coalesce a terrifying power capable of utterly obliterating this mansion along with the very earth beneath it, preparing to deliver a final, conclusive blow to this once prominent heir. Yet, just as he was about to set it down, the unconscious Long Qingtian's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. He awoke, or rather, he was jolted awake by Lin Tian's unmasked, bone-chilling murderous intent. He opened his eyes, which had lost all luster, now mere shades of gray, sensing the deathly aura overhead, potent enough to erase him from existence. At that moment, his already shattered martial heart surged with a primal, instinctual fear. He did not wish to die. He still harbored unfinished desires. Lin Tian observed the flicker of the rekindled spark of survival in his eyes, a cold, devilish amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. He spoke slowly, his tone flat, yet each word pierced the heart. If I kill you, I shall still remain the sole alpha heir of the Long family. Your demise would bear no loss to the clan. In fact, it would elicit genuine joy among those who covet your position. So tell me, do you still possess any worth for living? Such words were exceedingly cruel. They completely negated all of Long Qingtian's value, pride, and purpose, reducing him to a state of utter insignificance. Lying amidst the cold ruins, listening to this, endless despair flickered in his grayish eyes. He understood the truth in Lin Tian's words. Having witnessed Lin Tian's overwhelming, unreasonable talent and strength, he realized he was no longer indispensable to the family. The shadow of death enveloped him like the darkest abyss. Just as the last flicker of his will to survive was about to be consumed by this endless darkness, Lin Tian suddenly retracted all his murderous intent. In a tone imbued with a semblance of benevolence, as though bestowing a gift, he slowly pointed out another, singular path to survival. Of course, you may choose a different path. He paused, observing the flicker of hope rekindled in Long Qingtian's eyes, and articulated the humiliating yet tempting condition, word by word. Sign this spiritual imprint contract. Become my foremost warrior. Follow me. Fight for me. After a brief but intense internal struggle, Long Qingtian ultimately closed his eyes, surrendering. Lin Tian, seeing this, nodded with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers, and a golden imprint, infused with his essence and spiritual power, surged into Long Qingtian's forehead, which had already abandoned all resistance. From that moment on, the life and death of this once great prodigy of the Long family rested solely in Lin Tian's hands. After planting the spiritual imprint, and completely mastering the other's fate, Lin Tian gradually withdrew his foot from Long Qingtian's chest. He regarded the man, now bloodied and sorrowful, who was struggling to rise and kneeling before him, and posed a question he had long been curious about. I am intrigued. With your talent and strength, you could acquire anything you desire, both within the family and beyond. What drives you to strive so desperately, even to challenge me? Long Qingtian fell silent. He lifted his gaze to Lin Tian, and within his complex eyes flickered a memory, a hint of pain, and a deeply buried obsession that he had never shared with anyone. After a long pause, he spoke in a hoarse, fatigued voice, recounting a tragic and regretful story belonging to him. His biological sister, Long Waner, a girl who also possessed an S-rank spatial talent, was as kind and lovely as a sprite. 10 years ago, during a top-secret experiment on subspace exploration led by the family's highest research institute, she was tragically swept away by a sudden spatial storm into an unknown subspace designated as the Abyss, classified as a top-level taboo by the Federation, and had since gone completely missing. Life or death remained uncertain. The reason Long Qingtian endeavored so fiercely, disregarding everything to train relentlessly and ascend, was to one day possess the strength to shatter that impenetrable spatial barrier and personally venture into that forbidden abyss to retrieve his only family member lost in the unknown. After hearing this tale, Lin Tian fell into silence. He gazed at the bloodied man before him, sorrow etched upon his features, and for the first time, a genuine understanding and compassion flickered in his usually indifferent eyes. Beneath this hard exterior, filled with pride and glory, lay a heart soft and filled with familial love and unwavering resolve. He stepped forward slowly, reclaiming the S-rank lightning war spear, a symbol of all Long Qingtian's glory, and tossed it back before him. In the midst of Long Qingtian's bewildered and perplexed gaze, Lin Tian made an unprecedented promise, imbued with solemnity and authority, one he could not refuse. Very well. From this day forth, your obsession shall become my goal. He paused, locking eyes with Long Qingtian, whose deep gaze seemed to burn with countless stars. Follow me. In the future, I shall lead you to pierce through that so-called abyss. Upon hearing these words, Long Qingtian trembled. He looked at the youth who made such a monumental promise, at the confidence and dominance radiating from his eyes, and his heart, once cold and lifeless from failure, began to beat vigorously once more. He gradually lowered his proud head. This time, it was not out of coercion or fear, but from a sincere respect. Long Qingtian, I am willing to serve the Alpha Heir unto death. An ultimate confrontation born of internal conflict arrived at a close in the most perfect and unexpected manner. Lin Tian not only defeated his opponent with absolute strength, but also conquered the heart with his extraordinary vision and intent. Chapter 52, The Three Titans Assemble, the final entrant. In the center airspace of Kunlun City, amidst the resounding welcome from the Chinese military, the Long family's Zhulong airship descended slowly onto the core, most prestigious landing pad, cleared and prepared for its arrival. Surrounding it, the various ornate aircraft from top forces around the globe appeared insignificant, akin to planets orbiting a star, dimmed in comparison to this floating fortress. However, just as everyone believed that the grand ceremonial debut, heralding the arrival of the Dragon Clan, had reached its zenith, a low hum resonated in the air. Another vessel, though somewhat smaller than the illustrious Candle Dragon, emerged silently beside it. This airship, radiating a magnificent aura imbued with futuristic technology and the essence of life, was entirely cloaked in emerald green, as if sculpted from a single branch of the world tree. Indeed, it was the Gaia Cradle, flagship of the Shinnong Group. My heavens, even the flagship of the Shinnong Group has arrived. Aren't they typically disinclined to engage in such violent conflicts? What do you know? Did you not witness the global broadcast earlier? The little princess of the Shinnong Group is none other than the cousin and fiancée of our esteemed heir, the Zero. And then, a third ship, an interstellar vessel adorned with radiant stellar insignias, seemingly infused with the entire galaxy, slowly glided into the spaceport. The Star Group, the Dragon Clan, the Shinnong Group, the Star Group. These three acknowledged titans of human civilization, each commanding the vital domains of military might, life sciences, and interstellar transportation, had gathered here in an unprecedented display. This was no mere trial for the younger generation. It resembled a summit of giants capable of shaping the future world order. Just as the audience was awestruck by this extraordinary spectacle, reminiscent of divine duels, yet another airship, steeped in classical and academic ambience, inscribed with the words God of War, gracefully approached. The hatch opened, revealing a young man clad in a white Martial Academy uniform, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to jade, and stepping forth with a warm smile, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Yet, upon sighting this youth, the countenances of all the prodigies present, including Long Ao of the Dragon Clan and Yi Xingqian of the Star Group, transformed to one of profound gravity. It was he, the valedictorian of the Martial God Academy's current cohort, the white-clad martial hero, by foam. Gasp. Even this prodigy has arrived. I heard that 3 years ago, Long Ao, the third heir of the Dragon Clan, engaged in a private spar with him, and was effortlessly defeated within 3 moves. Not to mention, look at his right hand. Following the astonished exclamation, all eyes turned to Baifeng's seemingly ordinary right hand hanging by his side, which emitted a faint, ethereal radiance under the sun, a glow imbued with an aura of immortality and divinity. That is the arm of God. It is said that the Martial God Academy, through nearly a century of effort and numerous rare treasures, successfully transplanted the well-preserved right arm of a martial god relic unearthed from ancient ruins onto him using cutting-edge gene grafting technology. This means that his current right hand is, in fact, a true hand of the divine. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. The emergence of each remarkable figure rendered the expedition to the royal burial ground more enigmatic than ever, fraught with perilous uncertainty. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, Baifeng remained unfazed by the surrounding discussions and reverence. He simply gazed calmly at the candle dragon, which lay coiled like a colossal dragon in the distance. His gentle eyes ablaze with unrestrained martial fervor. Within him, an immense monologue regarding the future unfolded, unbeknownst to all. The Dragon Clan, Shinong, Star Group. The 3 great powers of human civilization have, since the dawn of the High Martial Era, stood as insurmountable mountains, firmly grasping all of this world's premier resources and authority. Yet I, Baifeng, along with the Martial God Academy behind me, represent the hope of all civilian martial artists worldwide. This expedition to the royal burial ground is my challenge to you, the lofty bloodline aristocrats, a declaration of war from the common people. Lin Tian, the alpha heir of the Dragon Clan, let me see how you, a born king, measure against me, a man-made demigod. His purpose in this journey was not merely to seek a treasure within the royal burial ground, but to challenge the old order and forge a new paradigm. At the height of his fervor, a companion from the Martial God Academy, a strategist, could not help but whisper a caution. Chief, do not underestimate him. That Zero of the Dragon Clan is unfathomable. We know almost nothing about him. Huh, know almost nothing, do you? Baifeng replied with a confident smile, as if he had already discerned everything. He gazed toward the direction of the royal burial ground, a knowing curve gracing his lips as he thought. I indeed know he is formidable. However, I possess an ultimate secret that neither he nor the entire Dragon Clan is aware of. He had chanced upon fragments of records concerning the Pangu dynasty from the Martial God Academy's vast repository of ancient confidential documents. The royal burial ground is the very heart of the dynasty's dragon vein, its core accessible only to those bearing the imperial dragon aura. And I, Baifeng, have come fully prepared. Nestled within my arms lies a supreme treasure, an exquisite imitation crafted through generations of effort by the Martial God Academy, capable of simulating that unique imperial dragon aura. Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, no matter how powerful you may be, what can you truly accomplish? Ultimately, the greatest opportunity within the royal burial ground shall serve as my wedding garment. As various factions convened within Kunlun City, each harboring ulterior motives and swirling currents. On the other side of the city, in a seemingly inconspicuous and chaotic district designated for ordinary mercenaries and wandering martial artists, a figure cloaked in shadow, adorned with a hood and cape, silently arrived. He raised his gaze toward the distant spaceport, enveloped by a multitude of advanced aerial vehicles, then glanced down at the muddy, clamorous street he occupied. Within the depths of his shadowed eyes burned an unyielding flame of vengeance, capable of igniting a conflagration. It was Yi Fan. Thus, led by Lin Tian, the internally conflicted Dragon Clan, the Holy Mountain Avengers with Adam as their ultimate trump card, intent solely on seizing genetic weaponry. The civilian challengers led by Baifeng, who bore noble aspirations while wielding exclusive intelligence, and the Children of Destiny, epitomized by Yi Fan, who carried the legacy of the human emperor and sought revenge. All critical pieces poised to influence the future world order had taken their places. In this moment, they were all set to enter the game. Voiceover, a blood-soaked curtain, rife with betrayal, alliances, slaughter, and treasure-seeking, surrounding the ancient royal tomb, is about to slowly draw back amidst the anticipation of all involved. Chapter 53. The rules established, the royal burial ground unveiled. As news of the royal burial ground, a relic of the most ancient legends, nearing its manifestation spread through various channels worldwide, the entire globe plunged into an unprecedented fervor, bordering on fanaticism. Kunlun City, a border fortress typically guarded solely by iron-willed soldiers, has now become the exclusive focal point of the world's gaze. An unvoiced yet intensely fervent pre-battle roll call of the young generation's most elite forces is unfolding in silence. Upon the Zhulong-class aerospace mothership of the Long family, Lin Tian, clad in white attire, stands before the porthole, gazing down at the forbidden realm shrouded in an endless tempest of energy. His eyes are as tranquil as an ancient abyss, as if this journey were merely a casual excursion. With the so-called imperial tomb of the War Emperor already within his grasp, a goal he is determined to seize. Not far behind him, Long Qingtian, wielding the reclaimed Thunder War glaive, silently polishes its blade. His hawk-like eyes burn with an unprecedented mix of vigilance against formidable foes and a fierce fighting spirit in the face of unknown challenges. Within the temporary base of the North American Holy Mountain Organization, Adam Austin, hailed as the ultimate trump card, has finally concluded his years-long genetic transformation. He emerges slowly from a cultivation pod brimming with life essence, his magnificent golden hair billowing without wind, and behind him, 12 wings forged from the purest holy light unfurl slowly, releasing a terrifying aura potent enough to make space tremble, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. At the Martial God Academy, the top graduate by Feng maintains his usual demeanor, warm as jade and brimming with wisdom. He sits quietly in his room, repeatedly caressing a mysterious treasure capable of simulating the imperial dragon Qi, a confident smile perpetually gracing his lips. In the most chaotic and inconspicuous corner of Kunlun City's impoverished district, Yi Fan has finally completed his final preparations. Under the watchful yet encouraging gaze of his newly acquainted confidant, Qin Yubing, he nods heavily, his eyes ablaze with an unyielding desire for vengeance and a resurgence. After bidding farewell to Yi Fan, Qin Yubing stands alone, gazing distantly at the Zhulong-class aerospace mothership, which hovers like a deity in the sky. In her clear, water-like eyes, a complex and inscrutable emotion flickers, hostility born from Yi Fan's tragic plight, disdain for the legendary tyrant, yet more so, an unrecognized curiosity towards the unparalleled prodigy, who is said to dominate an entire generation. As the heroes gather, each harboring their own ulterior motives, an impending epic drama filled with unknowns and variables is already set in motion. Just as these prodigies sharpen their weapons, poised for battle, a highest-level emergency online conference, spearheaded by the Global Martial Arts Alliance, quietly convenes to discuss the ultimate rules of the forthcoming exploration of the Imperial Tomb. The three ancestors of the Long family, the deity of the North American Holy Mountain, and the leader of the European Round Table Knights, all semi-divine beings of mythic stature representing the highest authority on this planet, gather in a solemn virtual assembly. Following a brief yet intense negotiation fraught with power plays, all top factions reach a consensus. Soon after, a joint declaration issued by the Global Martial Arts Alliance, stamped with the highest authority seals of all leading factions, reverberates through every corner of the globe via quantum communication networks. Joint Covenant on the Exploration of the Imperial Tomb in the Kunlun Forbidden Zone. Article 1. The exploration of the Imperial Tomb is a trial for the younger generation, aimed at advancing human civilization. Therefore, it is restricted to martial artists aged 30 and below. Article 2. Any elder above the S-Class Star Realm, Martial Emperor level, is strictly prohibited from interfering, or entering the interior of the Imperial Tomb in any form. Violators will face joint sanctions from all top factions worldwide. Article 3. Within the relic, opportunities and dangers coexist, and life and death are determined by fate. All shall rely on their own abilities. The issuance of this covenant is akin to a celestial decree, establishing the most fundamental and brutal rules for the impending chaotic conflict. This will be a death game that is entirely the domain of the younger generation, fair yet blood-soaked, devoid of parental protection. At the very moment the joint covenant is announced, the deepest core of the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, enveloped in an unfathomable chaos energy storm, suddenly quakes. The earth rumbles as if an enraged dragon were thrashing about, tearing apart. A colossal tomb, cast entirely from an unknown black divine metal and as expansive as a small city, imbued with the essence of primordial chaos, slowly rises from the depths of the ground amidst a cacophony of mechanical sounds. Brilliant rays of treasure light shoot skyward, tinting the chaotic canopy of the Kunlun Forbidden Zone with a kaleidoscope of colors. However, alongside this endless brilliance that could drive any martial artist mad, a strange, intangible mental wave, filled with ominous and chaotic energy, silently seeps out from the tomb, akin to a voiceless plague. Mean pollution, a horror crisis that transcends conventional physical attacks and energy defenses, directly affecting the cognition and mental state of intelligent life. Most bizarre and unsolvable. On the periphery of Kunlun City, within military bases monitoring the Forbidden Zone, some mentally unstable lower-tier martial artists, having merely glimpsed the tomb's full visage through high-definition footage filtered multiple times by drones, suddenly find their eyes turning crimson without warning. Their reason is obliterated in an instant. They emit beast-like roars, attacking all living creatures in sight with the ferocity of mad dogs, indiscriminately. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown mental pollution source detected. All personnel below A-Class must immediately sever all visual links. Repeat. Sever all visual links at once. The blaring alarms echo throughout Kunlun City. Opportunity and a deadly crisis capable of making even deities fall descend simultaneously at this moment. The rules are set. The crisis is revealed. The towering light gate of the tomb, standing at 1,000 meters, capable of engulfing anything, has stabilized after absorbing ample celestial energy. All is prepared, under the commands filled with authority and anticipation from the highest leaders of various factions. Amidst the thousands of magnificent vessels representing the world's leading powers hovering over Kunlun City, Lin Tian, Long Tian, Atom, by Foam, Yifan, and countless young powerhouses hailed as the elite of their generation converge. In this moment, they transform into radiant streaks of light, each trailing a long tail of color. From all directions, from every corner of the sky, like rivers converging into the sea, like moths drawn to a flame, they plunge unhesitatingly into the massive light gate of the imperial tomb, swirling like a galaxy vortex filled with uncertainty and fate. Thus begins the blood-stained drama of slaughter, betrayal, alliances, and treasure hunting, belonging to the strongest of the younger generation across the globe. At this moment, the curtain is officially drawn. Chapter 54, Live broadcast from the Eye of Heaven, the first prey. Kunlun City, a magnificent fortress established atop the world's roof, has now become the singular focus of global attention. With the news of the War Emperor's tomb emerging, an increasing number of top-tier prodigies, renowned across their respective continents, have seemingly answered a mysterious call, converging from all corners of the globe. Major media outlets are ablaze with fresh illustrations of these gifted individuals and trending treasure hunting rankings, painting the impending chaos as unprecedentedly intense and brutal. Breaking news. The contemporary saintess of the Shinto sect from the land of the rising sun, Amaterasu Tsukuyumi, has arrived in Kunlun City just 5 minutes ago. It is said she has awakened the legendary dual divine abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi, making her an unpredictable contender in this War Emperor's tomb. Look to the southern airfield. There stands Rama, the son of Brahma from Indian mythology. He wields the divine bow named Brahma, rumored to shoot arrows that unfailingly track their targets. And there's Kukul Khan, the son of the feathered serpent, heir to the great Maya temple. He astonishingly brings with him a genetically modified pterosaur knight brigade. How extravagant! With each resounding name and each legendary figure emerging like dumplings in boiling water, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. Wolves circle, dragons and serpents intertwine. Everyone understands that this expedition to the War Emperor's tomb is destined to be an unprecedented, bloodiest, and most ruthless game of survival. As the external world swirls with excitement and prodigies prepare themselves with fervor, the team aboard the Long family's mothership, the Candle Dragon, welcomes their final crucial ally, G-Sister. A voice, bright with surprise and intimacy, resonates through the air. A stunning girl, donned in the distinctive, verdant martial attire of the Shinnon group, exuding an aura as serene as an orchid in a secluded valley, rushes in and embraces Jiang Luoling, who is still snacking. You've come too, Jiang Luoling exclaims in delight. The newcomer is Su Ji, another top genius who, aside from Jiang Luoling, has also awakened the S-grade, life affinity, talent, and is the adopted daughter of Jiang Ro. Officially, she is here to assist her cousin Jiang Luoling. However, everyone knows she is the strongest support dispatched by the Shinnon group to aid Lin Tian, the future son-in-law. Su Ji's arrival further strengthens Lin Tian's elite combat capabilities. As all participants gather, the Global Martial Alliance finally utilizes Kunlun City's holographic broadcast system to announce the final rules of this exploration endeavor to all those about to enter the Forbidden Zone. Announcement. Announcement. The spokesperson's authoritative voice reverberates through every corner of Kunlun City, following a joint resolution by the world's major powers. The exploration of the War Emperor's tomb will be broadcasted live globally via an all-encompassing surveillance system that covers the core of the Forbidden Zone. Live broadcast. This revelation stuns countless prodigies, igniting within them a fierce fighting spirit. This means that every move they make, each battle they fight, and every astonishing display will be witnessed by billions of viewers worldwide. This is the optimal stage for them to achieve fame and establish their legacies. However, the spokesperson's tone abruptly turns stern. To ensure the fairness and purity of this trial, any elder above the S-grade star realm is strictly prohibited from intervening in any form or entering the War Emperor's tomb. Competing among peers, their fates lie in destiny. Violators will face the united sanctions of all global forces. Within the Long family's mothership, Long Zhanya also adopts an unprecedentedly solemn tone as he delivers his final admonition to Lin Tian and the others. Do you all understand? Once you enter, the only allies you can rely on are yourselves and your companions. Yes, the rules are established. The fighting spirit is ignited. Before the towering, swirling, starry vortex-like portal of the War Emperor's tomb, the Long family's team finally completes their assembly. Lin Tian, clad in white, stands at the forefront. Behind him are Long Tian, wielding a Thunder War spear with a complex gaze, Long Huang, whose icy demeanor occasionally betrays a glance toward him, Jiang Luoling, now donned in fiery red battle attire, beaming with excitement, Su Ji, exuding a gentle yet unfathomable strength, and Long Ao, who has long since devoted his admiration to him. He gazes at the portal filled with uncertainty and danger, uttering not a single rousing speech. He simply speaks calmly, softly, 2 words, let us go. Yes, those behind him, including Long Tian, Long Huang, Jiang Luoling, and Su Ji, respond in unison, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Their voices filled with awe and conviction. The overwhelming momentum, centered around Lin Tian, draws the attention of prodigies from distant forces. The group transforms into a dazzling streak of light, rushing into the portal. As they pass through, a slight sensation of temporal disorientation washes over them. The next moment, the scenery before them unfolds dramatically. They do not find themselves in the anticipated dark and eerie tomb, but rather in a vast, boundless stone forest imbued with an archaic aura. The sky is an eerie, unchanging yellow. The air is thick with a subtle, mind-altering energy. Just as they stabilize, another streak of light emerges from the nearby portal, revealing the team from the Martial God Academy, led by Bifone. The atmosphere instantly turns subtly charged. At this moment, the third heir, Long Ao, quietly leans closer to Lin Tian and, with a voice laced with indignation and resentment, whispers his grievance. "Zero, is that Bifone? 3 years ago, I dueled with him and was defeated in 3 moves. His transplanted divine arm is incredibly strange. Not only does it possess immense strength, but it also releases a unique field that can decompose energy. My sword aura was utterly ineffective against that arm. I nearly lost everything." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's calm eyes finally reveal a flicker of emotion. His gaze slowly rests upon the distant Bifone, who wears a warm smile. His demeanor as gentle as jade, ultimately fixating on the faintly radiant, immortal, and divine aura of his transplanted arm. At that moment, his expression transforms into one of insatiable greed, akin to the hungriest glutton beholding the most exquisite delicacies. He licks his lips, internally proclaiming with a villainous rationale, "What a fine treasure. Just what I need as a reliable weapon. It shall be mine." Chapter 55, Immunity to Pollution. The Disguise of Chives. The moment they stepped through the luminous portal, an overwhelming sense of disorientation, akin to a distortion of time and space, engulfed the souls of all who entered. Even Lin Tian felt a fleeting moment of disconnection. In the next instant, the sensation of solid ground returned, and the vista before him unfolded with breathtaking clarity. Gone were the anticipated eerie and shadowy tomb passages, as well as the resplendent halls of gold and jade. Instead, what lay before him was a vast expanse, a colossal ruin of stone forests steeped in the primordial aura of ancient times. The sky above was eternally shrouded in a somber, oppressive yellow, reminiscent of a dying star radiating its last flickers of light. The air was thick with an ancient scent, a blend of rust and dust. Towering stone totems, weathered by time and reaching heights of several hundred meters, stood like silent giants, narrating tales of a glorious yet tragic history long since forgotten. Was this the interior of the War Emperor's tomb? What an immense space! It was akin to a world unto itself. Thousands of elite prodigies from across the globe, after initially absorbing the shock, now ignited with a fervent blaze of greed in their eyes. Yet, before they could commence their exploration of this land rife with boundless opportunities, a low, ominous hum reverberated through the air. The entire expanse of the stone forest trembled violently, as if awakened ancient war machines had come to life from their millennia-long slumber. Colossal B-class guardian puppets, crafted from an unknown black divine metal and towering 10 meters tall, brandished their massive axes and shields. Suddenly, their hollow eye sockets blazed with a crimson light, filled with the essence of slaughter and annihilation. "Intruders, perish!" A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed throughout the realm. Tens of thousands of guardian puppets awakened from the ruins, surging forth like an inexorable tide of darkness, launching a relentless and devastating assault on the prodigies who had only just set foot in this domain. The battle erupted explosively within the very first second of entering the instance. Damn it, these puppets possess formidable defenses. My A-class combat skill merely leaves a white mark upon them. Be cautious. Their attack patterns embody the ancient military formations. Do not allow yourselves to be encircled. In an instant, cries of anguish, gasps of horror, and the clashing of weapons reverberated throughout the battlefield. Those prodigies who were kings in the outside world, revered by countless admirers, found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle against the seemingly endless, fearless army of puppets, suffering casualties almost immediately. Meanwhile, the true elite prodigies, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, managed to maintain their footing but appeared somewhat flustered. Only a few select teams stood out amidst the chaos. Adam from the Holy Mountain unfurled his 12 wings of sacred light, descending like a deity among mortals. Each ray of holy light he unleashed could instantly purify dozens of puppets into nothingness. Bifone from the Martial God Academy maintained his gentle smile, wielding his transplanted divine arm as if it possessed a life of its own. Every swing invoked the laws of the universe, reducing swathes of puppets to dust. Yet, the most effortless and striking display undoubtedly came from Lin Tian's dragon family team. Ice Age. With a commanding shout, the 7th heir, Long Xuehuang, unleashed her S-class, Frost Phoenix, ability in full force. A chilling aura of absolute zero, capable of freezing souls, emanated from her, enveloping all guardian puppets charging within a 1,000-meter radius. instantly transforming them into lifelike ice sculptures. Bladestorm. Following closely, the third Heir, Long Ao, activated his S-class, indestructible sword bone, to its utmost. Thousands of razor-sharp sword energies erupted from him, forming a tempest of blades that could annihilate all in their path. The puppets, recently turned into ice sculptures, were shredded into a storm of icy fragments under this onslaught. The duo, one controlling and the other annihilating, exhibited a seamless synergy, functioning as the most efficient killing machine, clearing their vicinity into an absolute vacuum. Meanwhile, Lin Tian himself had yet to lift a finger. He strolled calmly, hands behind his back, as if sauntering through a garden, utterly unfazed by the carnage surrounding him. Under his formidable aura, which could distort space itself, any guardian puppet daring to approach within a 100-meter radius of him would be crushed into powder by an invisible force. This overwhelming disparity in strength, akin to cutting through vegetables, was vividly broadcasted to hundreds of billions of viewers worldwide through the celestial lens of global live streaming. Amidst this tumultuous battlefield, Lin Tian's profound gaze, akin to the highest precision radar, curiously locked onto an inconspicuous young man struggling valiantly against 3 guardian puppets. Clad in simple garb, exuding merely the presence of an A-class martial master, he wielded an ordinary alloy combat knife, desperately entangled in combat. He was perilously close to being struck down by the puppet's massive axes, appearing utterly beleaguered. Yet, to Lin Tian, endowed with the ability to perceive the essence of all things, this scene appeared utterly comical. The performance was rather convincing. With a mere glance, he discerned the regal, overwhelming energy of the Emperor's commanding technique concealed beneath the young man's unremarkable exterior, none other than the fated child, Yi Fan. Observing the young man's earnest display, a smirk of sardonic amusement crept across Lin Tian's lips as he mentally proclaimed, "Let this astute treasure-seeking rat pave the way for me. Once you've unearthed the true treasures and located the so-called main tomb chamber, I shall reap both you and your bounty." After the excruciating sacrifice of nearly 1,000 ordinary prodigies, the initial wave of puppet assaults finally subsided. The surviving prodigies, wary of lingering, hastily delved deeper into the ruins. As they pressed onward, the air grew increasingly thick with an ominous, chaotic miasma of mimetic pollution. Before long, anomalies began to manifest among the prodigies. Stay away. You are all monsters. A noble genius from Europe suddenly exhibited red eyes, akin to a madman, and without warning, lunged his knight's sword towards his closest companion. I am a god. I am the only god in this world. Another prodigy from an Indian mythological organization succumbed to some exaggerated delusion, frantically launching indiscriminate attacks on all living beings in sight. Self-destruction, frenzied babble, and hallucinations. The mimetic pollution, an invisible but direct threat to the mind, proved to be 100 times more terrifying than the tangible army of puppets. Even the most elite geniuses like Long Tian, Bai Feng, and Adam furrowed their brows, their faces taut with gravity, as they were compelled to allocate a significant portion of their focus to resist the insidious mental erosion, their combat prowess severely diminished. Yet Lin Tian remained unfazed, still exuding an air of leisurely grace, as if strolling under a light breeze. His divine soul defense, an absolute barrier constructed from the SSS-level mythological genes of Pangu Body and Heart of God, rendered the meme pollution, capable of driving even the mightiest of the martial emperor level to madness, ineffectual. As it approached his form, it was instantaneously purified and dissolved, akin to snow encountering the fierce rays of the sun. Unique in its ability to immunize against all environmental debuffs, this singularity set him apart from all competitors present, amplifying his unparalleled exceptionalism destined by fate. Time flowed, and the surviving teams finally arrived at the colossal portal, towering 1,000 meters and forged entirely from bronze, adorned with countless ancient divine and demonic reliefs. This seemed to be the true entrance to the core region of the War Emperor's tomb. However, before the portal lay a fearsome beast, an A-level pinnacle entity with the genes of an ancient demonic ape, the abyssal demon ape, standing 100 meters tall, its body encased in pitch black, cursed scales, emanating a ferocious aura that distorted the very fabric of space. This creature, akin to the most loyal of guardians, lay in slumber. The arrival of the group instantly awakened this slumbering boss, who had rested for millennia. With a thunderous roar that could shatter mountains and rivers, it opened its immense eyes, resembling 2 blood-red suns, and unleashed a dreadful bellow. Ignoring all other prodigies present, its crimson gaze, filled with insatiable brutality and a desire for destruction, locked onto the white figure that emanated the most subdued yet lethal threat. External perspective. In the global monitoring room of the Holy Mountain Organization, Kyle's father, a man of immense power, observed this scene through the eye of heaven system. A cruel smile of schadenfreude crept upon his darkened visage as he turned to Adam, the true ace shrouded in holy light, and coldly declared the final verdict of doom. Behold, your opponent is about to be torn to shreds by that beast. Starved for millennia. Chapter 56. Let us all go together. I'm in a hurry. In the ruins of the War Emperor's tomb, the A-level pinnacle beast, the abyssal demon ape at last opened its enormous eyes, akin to two blood-red suns, after a millennium of slumber. A roar filled with endless brutality and the desire for annihilation erupted from its abyss-like maw, producing tangible sound waves capable of shattering mountains, which manifested as visible black shock waves, sweeping in every direction. The nearby prodigious teams from second-rate factions had no time to react before being obliterated into a mist of blood by the terrifying roar. Yet, the abyssal demon ape's blood-red eyes, brimming with murderous intent, disregarded all present prodigies, maintaining their focus on the white figure that posed the most significant threat. Despite its subdued aura, it rose from its throne of slumber, its colossal form standing tall as it struck its chest with a mighty fist. The resounding thuds echoed like ancient war drums in the hearts of every onlooker. Following this, it opened its cavernous mouth once more, releasing a booming roar before propelling its massive body forward like a black meteor, determined to annihilate Lin Tian. Faced with this apocalyptic assault that would terrify any S-level prodigy, Lin Tian remained as calm and indifferent as an unperturbed lake. He did not flinch nor move. He simply stood there, allowing the monstrous beast, akin to a moving mountain, to collide with him. Had he lost his mind? Why did he not evade? It was over, even with mythological genes. Facing a creature of such caliber head-on would surely result in utter obliteration. The hundreds of billions of viewers across the globe, along with all present prodigies, instinctively held their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. However, in the next moment, they witnessed a scene that would forever alter their understanding of martial arts. Boom. The abyssal demon ape's titanic body, capable of demolishing a city, collided with Lin Tian's seemingly fragile form, as minuscule as a speck of dust. Yet, contrary to expectations, the gruesome spectacle of blood and gore did not transpire. Lin Tian's body remained utterly unyielding. In that moment, his seemingly slight figure transformed into an eternal and indestructible pillar of creation, supporting the very cosmos. The beast's overwhelming force met an insurmountable wall, constructed from absolute law, upon contact with Lin Tian, resulting in a complete nullification of its power. The absolute defense of the Pangu Body was indeed terrifying. For the first time, a flicker of confusion and incomprehension appeared in the abyssal demon ape's monstrous eyes. It could not fathom how this diminutive creature, as insignificant as an ant, could withstand its full-force assault without a scratch. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Lin Tian struck. Too slow. He shook his head, leaving behind a faint afterimage as he activated the ethereal speed of 9 transformations of the divine dragon, appearing instantaneously before the gargantuan head of the abyssal demon ape. With fingers poised like a sword, a minute yet seemingly omnipotent black spatial fissure, capable of severing all causality, quietly manifested at his fingertips. God-slaying sword cannon. First form, Star Rend. With a swift motion devoid of cataclysmic sounds or grandiose effects, a jet-black sword energy, faster than the eye could perceive and seemingly capable of devouring light and sound, flashed by. The massive, impervious head of the abyssal demon ape, along with its bewildered gaze, was severed cleanly as if sliced by a hot knife through butter, slipping silently from its neck. Crash! The colossal headless corpse thudded heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. What appeared to be an earth-shattering battle to all had concluded in the most seamless, swift, and disconcertingly efficient manner. A 3-step annihilation. To withstand, to engage, to obliterate. This was Lin Tian's most domineering prelude to his expedition in the War Emperor's tomb. This scene, captured clearly by the omnipresent cameras of the Eye of Heaven system, unfolded before the eyes of hundreds of billions of viewers worldwide and all surviving prodigies present. At that moment, the entire world fell into a profound silence, filled with awe and shock. Long Qingtian, by Foam, Adam, these top-tier, proud prodigies, gazed at the white figure descending from the air, not a trace of blood upon its garments, and for the first time, their eyes reflected a genuine sense of gravitas and trepidation. External perspective. Within the dragon family's exclusive observation room, filled with laughter and joy, the clan leader, Long Zhanyi, gazed at the magnificent display of his grandson's flawless first kill on the luminous screen. Yet, deliberately addressing the camera with a tone laced with a hint of Versailles and disappointment, he lamented, "Alas, this wretched boy. I have long told him that one must learn to conceal their talents and remain humble, but he never listens. Now, he has laid bare his trump cards. How can he hone his skills now? Truly, he craves the spotlight too much." His words elicited uncontrollable eye twitches from the representatives of other families present, each silently cursing 1,000 horses in their hearts. Just as Lin Tian, with a thunderous momentum, secured his first kill and subdued all competitors. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Truly worthy of being the alpha heir of the dragon family, his strength is indeed as reputed. A cold voice, dripping with unmasked hostility, echoed from nearby. Adam, the ultimate trump card of the North American Holy Mountain, enveloped in divine light with 12 wings unfurling majestically behind him, emerged from the shadows of the stone forest, leading a cadre of elite from the holy mountain. Following closely was Rama, the son of Brahma from the Indian mythology organization, holding the legendary divine bow and sporting a compassionate smile, appearing from another direction. Baka, how dare you so easily seize the limelight that rightfully belongs to our great Eastern Empire? Unforgivable. The saintess of Takamagara, Amaterasu Tsukuyami, clad in splendid priestess robes, exuded a chilling aura, her eyes icy and murderous. One after another, those with long-standing grievances against the Dragon family and China, the top-tier rivals from overseas, converged at this moment, creating an unspoken alliance against the Dragon family. Even Bai Feng, the chief of the Martial God Academy, who had maintained a neutral stance with a demeanor as warm as jade, slowly stepped forward. They formed an invisible, oppressive encirclement around Lin Tian and the Dragon family team, solidifying the assembly of the final boss team for this instance. As the representative of this temporary alliance against the Dragon family, Adam, with disdain and arrogance gleaming in his eyes hidden beneath the divine light, turned to Lin Tian and coldly proclaimed, "You, a Huaxiao person, are overly arrogant. This stage belongs to the world's elites, not merely your personal showcase. Today, we shall unite to end the undefeated legend of your Dragon family." Faced with the overwhelming assault from the world's top elites, Long Qingtian, Long Shuohuang, and the others wore grim expressions as they summoned their weapons, bracing for a fierce battle. However, at the center of this siege, Lin Tian merely smiled. He stepped forward slowly, surveying the faces of Adam, Bai Feng, Rama, and all others before him, as if regarding a group of oblivious prey willingly leaping into a trap. With an utterly nonchalant tone, as if inquiring about the weather, he addressed the so-called final boss team with a taunt that could drive the world into a frenzy. "Are you all planning to come at me together? Or shall you line up one by one to meet your demise? To be honest, I'm in a hurry. I need to check in at the core area." Chapter 57, Tearing the Holy Sun Apart. Is this lion male or female? In the ruins of the War Emperor's tomb, Lin Tian's taunt, laden with extreme arrogance and disdain. "Are you all coming together, or one by one to die?" detonated like an ultimate bomb, instantly freezing the atmosphere of the battlefield. Adam, Bai Feng, and the Golden Lion Simba, 5 prodigies from the world's top powers, each of whom could command the reverence of billions, suddenly found their proud and confident faces turning ashen with humiliation, arrogance. It was sheer audacity to an unfathomable degree. They acknowledged that Lin Tian's instant kill of the abyssal demon ape was indeed astonishing. But what of it? Here, they had 5 peers of equal caliber, even those whose cultivation surpassed his. 5 against 1. Even a true deity would not dare to claim certainty in victory. And yet, this Huaxiao man dared to treat them with such disdain. Very well, Adam, the ultimate trump card of the holy mountain, emerged from his radiant divine light. The 12 wings made of pure holy energy gently fanned out, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of purging all the world's evils. His eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, locked onto Lin Tian. "Since you are so eager to seek death, we shall oblige." He swung his hand decisively, issuing the command to jointly attack. Kill. In that instant, the 5 top-tier prodigies of the current generation, standing at the pinnacle of the youth pyramid, shed any hesitation or restraint. From 5 different directions, they launched their most potent, world-shattering attacks toward the solitary white figure at the center of the battlefield. Adam clasped his hands, chanting ancient sacred words, summoning a spear of divine punishment that was denser and more terrifying than Kyle's judgment of holy light, tearing through space and descending upon Lin Tian. Bai Feng's warm smile had vanished, replaced by an icy seriousness. His implanted divine arm erupted with a brilliant jade glow, unleashing a god-shattering fist, imbued with the power to unravel laws. Simba, the golden lion of the Beast King Hall in Africa, let out a roar capable of shattering mountains and rivers. The materialized golden destruction soundwave manifested as visible shockwaves, sweeping across the battlefield. Rama, the son of Brahma from the Indian mythology organization, drew his bow, the Brahma divine arrow, infused with causal energy, already locking onto Lin Tian's every breath. Additionally, an assassin-type prodigy from the European Dark Council, who had awakened the S-class Void Shadow ability, seamlessly blended into the void, poised to deliver the most lethal silent backstab to Lin Tian. 5 streams of devastating attacks, each capable of leaving any martial emperor-level powerhouse in despair, descended from the heavens, the earth, all directions, and even the void itself, simultaneously. Instantly, Lin Tian's seemingly frail figure was utterly engulfed. Boom! The violent explosion of energy at the center of the battlefield erupted with cataclysmic force, creating a massive energy sphere over a kilometer in diameter, filled with the essence of destruction and chaos, soaring into the sky and leveling the entire ruinous stone forest. Is it over? Hundreds of billions of viewers worldwide, along with all the surviving elites present, instinctively held their breath at this apocalyptic scene, their hearts lodged firmly in their throats. However, Just as that cataclysmic tempest of energy was on the verge of dissipating entirely, a voice, mundane and tinged with a hint of ennui, emerged slowly from the very heart of the storm. Is the warm-up over? As the smoke and dust settled, Lin Tian remained placidly standing in place. His simple white martial arts garb remained as pristine and unblemished as freshly fallen snow, not a single crease marring its surface, relying solely on the Pangu Body, an extraordinary and virtually unassailable physical form. He had withstood the initial wave of concentrated attacks from all present without so much as a scratch. What? A look of utter disbelief and horror washed over the faces of Adam, Feng, Simba, and the others, as if they had witnessed a ghost. In that fleeting moment of their stunned silence, Lin Tian made his move. Now that your warm-up is concluded, he lifted his gaze, and a frigid glint, reminiscent of a hunter selecting its prey, flickered within his profound eyes. It is my turn. His first target was neither the formidable Adam nor the tenacious Feng, but rather the most boisterous and arrogant among them, the European celestial wing group scion, the one who had awakened the six-winged angel genes, the Holy Sun. In a flash, he appeared before the astonished Holy Sun, moving with a ghostly speed that defied spatial constraints. Not good. The Holy Sun's countenance shifted dramatically, and in a hasty attempt to defend himself, he crossed his six immaculate wings before him, forming a radiant shield of divine light. Yet, Lin Tian disregarded all his defenses. He extended his delicate, artfully crafted hands and, in the most primal and violent manner imaginable, seized the flapping wings of holy light with an iron grip. Then, amidst the terrified and desperate gaze of his opponent and the collective gasp of astonishment from the onlookers, he commanded, "Tear it apart." The horrific sound of tearing, akin to the rending of ancient leather, echoed alongside the Holy Sun's shrill, inhuman scream. To his utter horror, Lin Tian forcibly wrenched the six angelic wings from his back. Blood mingled with white feathers filled the air. With alarming swiftness, he had eliminated one adversary, shattering the seemingly unbreakable alliance among his foes. Nonchalantly, he tossed the twitching wings behind him to the dazed Long Ao, instructing in a tone reminiscent of a chef directing the preparation of ingredients. These avian genes are quite remarkable, containing a hint of the essence of the law of light. Take them back to the research department and see if they can be developed into an enhancement potion. Having completed this task, he slowly turned his gaze toward the golden-haired, astonished figure of Simba, the golden lion from the African Beast King's palace. With a tone reminiscent of an old friend engaging in casual conversation, he precisely unveiled the most unflattering chapter of Simba's family history. Speaking of which, I recall an intriguing account from my family's archives. It seems that 50 years ago, your grandfather, who also awakened the nine-headed Lion King genes, foolishly challenged one of my family's guardian mastiffs. If I recall correctly, he returned home in tears after having 3 ribs shattered by that dog, correct? This revelation struck Simba with the force of a red-hot, venom-laced brand. Searing into the proud heart of a king, he was utterly enraged. With a furious roar that echoed with boundless anger and humiliation, he unleashed the primal beastly power that coursed through his ancient bloodline. His body swelled within a golden radiance, transforming into a towering figure over 100 meters tall, manifesting as the nine-headed golden lion king, forged entirely from gold. Yet, in the face of this terrifying transformation capable of striking fear into the very heavens, Lin Tian merely smiled. Finally willing to reveal your true abilities? He shook his head, and his seemingly frail form began to swell in a manner even more fearsome and unreasonable amidst the golden divine light. The true form of the Pangu Body materialized. A colossal figure, grander and more imposing than the nine-headed Lion King, descended, exuding an overwhelming aura of primordial chaos. Boom! In this clash of hidden strengths, the outcome remained an unequivocal rout. Lin Tian's Pangu form effortlessly subdued the 9 ferocious lion heads with a single hand, and then, with a mighty stomp, he crushed the once mighty golden Lion King beneath his foot. Lowering his immense head, akin to a star, he gazed down at the struggling giant cat, and, with an air of curiosity, inquired, "By the way, I'm quite curious. Is this lion male or female?" "Just right. I'm in need of a pet for transportation." Chapter 58, Taming the Steed. All is within grasp. In the ruins of the War Emperor's mausoleum, Lin Tian's audacious and playful proposal to keep the pet as a companion struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating in the minds of every onlooker present. To tame an S-rank talent, the sole heir of the African Beast King's palace, imbued with the bloodline of the ancient nine-headed Lion King, as a mere pet. This was no ordinary humiliation. It was a brutal trampling of the dignity of a paramount power, pressed into the ground in the most savage manner imaginable. Roar! The golden lion, with its head firmly pinned beneath Lin Tian's chaotic foot, was incensed by this proclamation, letting out a simultaneous roar of defiance from all 9 heads, filled with unyielding fury and indignation. "You wretched human, you shall not. I, Simba, am the future king of the great Beast King's palace. Even in death, I will never bow my noble head to a despicable creature like you." He remained resolute in his defiance. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Tian replied. a glimmer of twisted amusement flashing in his starry eyes. Quite the tenacity. I like it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a farcical yet one-sided display of physical persuasion commenced, unfolding before the astonished and dazed eyes of billions around the globe. Bang! Lin Tian lifted his colossal foot and forcefully stomped down on the leftmost lion head, driving it deep into the hard earth. Submit or not? Roar. Not submitting. Bang! Lin Tian lifted his foot again and crashed it down on the second lion head. Submit or not? Roar. In your dreams. Bang, 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 bang. The entire War Emperor's tomb reverberated with a rhythmic, thunderous sound, reminiscent of a whack-a-mole game. Accompanied by the golden lion Simba's transformation from an initial roar of fury to a mid-phase lament of anguish, culminating in a pitiful whimper of pleading. Lin Tian, indeed, pressed each of his 9 noble heads, symbolizing the supreme lineage, one by one against the ground, persistently grinding them down. This sadistic and humiliating display of violence caused the onlookers, including Adam and Bifong, to witness a madness in their peripheral vision, their hearts swelling with an unprecedented, soul-deep terror towards this seemingly divine yet far more fearsome youth. Ultimately, after the 9th head was forcefully driven into the earth and toppled like a wilted flower, Simba, the indomitable future king of the Beast King Hall, utterly collapsed. Woo-woo, please, stop hitting me, he pleaded, his 9 heads swollen to the size of pig heads. His voice filled with boundless grievance and fear. I yield, is that not enough? Big brother. No, ancestor, I was wrong. I beg you cease this. If you continue, I shall truly perish. He, indeed, had come to terms. Oh, now you are willing to yield? Lin Tian paused, inquiring with a tone imbued with kindness. I yield, completely. Simba nodded fervently. Excellent. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, then flicked his finger, causing a golden master-servant contract imbued with his essence and divine power to instantaneously embed itself into the center of Simba's most central head, right at the forehead. From that moment forth, the future ruler of the African continent was irrevocably bound as Lin Tian's exclusive steed. After completing this act, Lin Tian's towering Pangu form gradually dissipated, reverting to that of a handsome youth clad in white, resembling a deity. With a gentle leap, he landed firmly upon Simba's broad back. As if a king surveying his realm, he cast a sweeping glance around, observing the competition, Adam, Bifong, and others, who had been rendered silent with fear, instinctively retreating a step. Their eyes filled with apprehension. A satisfied smile curled upon his lips. He comprehended that through this exhibition of violent aesthetics and comedic undertones, he had established an unshakable and absolute dominion within the perilous War Emperor's tomb. After a brief respite, the surviving elites dared not engage in any further infighting or provocation. With an intricate mix of emotions, they cautiously followed the colossal Lion King, akin to a moving mountain of gold. As they officially stepped into the core area of the War Emperor's tomb, before them lay a breathtaking vista, a monumental underground metal city, constructed entirely from an unknown black divine gold, embodying a fusion of cyberpunk and ancient primordial styles, unfolded before all eyes. Inside the city, the structure was astoundingly intricate, with countless labyrinthine passages crisscrossing towards the unknown depths. The air was thick with a miasma potent enough to taint one's mind, its energy growing increasingly dense. The walls were adorned with various lethal energy restraints, pulsating with a dangerous red light, capable of annihilating even the mightiest martial monarchs in an instant. Faced with this prehistoric behemoth of an underground city, even the likes of Bifong and Adam, top-tier prodigies, wore expressions of furrowed brows and bewilderment. However, Lin Tian, upon entering this domain, revealed a smile brimming with the confidence of a strategist assessing a chessboard. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to orchestrate his strategic maneuver. His gaze fell upon the distance, where a certain fortune-bearer, Yi Fan, was cautiously masquerading as an ordinary rogue, preparing to depart from the main group in search of opportunities. Long Qingtian, at your service. The first heir, Long Qingtian, who was already in complete awe of Lin Tian, stepped forward, respectfully awaiting orders. Lin Tian pointed toward Yi Fan's direction, issuing a command laced with playful intrigue. Do you see that little fellow pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? He bears immense fortune, a natural treasure seeker. Allowing him to scout alone would be a waste. You will take a few people and discreetly follow him. Remember, do not alarm him, and certainly do not harm him. Just wait until he discovers something valuable and is about to collect it, then lend him a hand. Understood. Long Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Lin Tian's deeper intentions of harvesting the benefits of others, his eyes glimmering with respect and a hint of sympathy. Next, Lin Tian turned his focus to Bifong, the chief of the Martial God Academy, who was holding an ancient beast skin map, seemingly searching for a specific route. Long Shuahuang Long Ao, present. You shall lead the remaining members, keeping a safe distance behind Bifeng's team. If I am not mistaken, he holds exclusive intelligence that we are unaware of. Let him tread through the hidden passages and dangerous traps. We shall merely play the role of the yellow sparrow waiting behind. Yes, After executing this series of impeccably devised strategies that compelled the enemy to work for him, Lin Tian finally nodded in satisfaction. He gazed at the virtual map in his hand, meticulously crafted at great expense by the Long family, now seeming somewhat superfluous, watching as the two moving chess pieces representing Yi Fan and Bai Feng slowly traversed the board. A smile of absolute control and strategic foresight graced his lips. In his heart, he issued the final, most effortless operational directive for his expedition into the War Emperor's tomb: treasure hunting, scouting, and triggering traps. These arduous tasks would be handled by others. All he needed to do was ride atop his newly acquired feline companion, leisurely following behind, awaiting the opportune moment to emerge and claim the ultimate fruits of victory. Everything was within his grasp. Chapter 59, Harvesting Fortune. The Yellow Sparrow awaits. The War Emperor's tomb. A once silent ancient relic, awakened to the arrival of thousands of uninvited guests, finally revealing its most ferocious and lethal visage. After completing his divisional strategies, Lin Tian, astride his majestic golden lion steed Simba, leisurely followed behind by Feng's team from the Martial God Academy, as if strolling through his own backyard rather than venturing into an S-rank danger zone teeming with mortal peril. Along the way, screams echoed from various side passages. Those proud yet inadequately skilled ordinary prodigies were often obliterated before they even had time to react, reduced to mere pools of blood or ensnared by the insidious miasma, their minds warped into mindless killers. The law of the jungle prevailed. The weak were devoured by the strong. Lin Tian observed this with a detached gaze, his deep-set eyes revealing no flicker of emotion. To him, this was the most authentic and brutal truth of the martial path. Compassionate leniency only serves to ensnare oneself and those nearby in an abyss from which there is no return. This near-heroic indifference instills a profound reverence within the hearts of those closely trailing behind him, such as Long Shuahuang and Jiang Luoling. They increasingly perceive that this seemingly 15-year-old youth possesses a tenacity of spirit, ruthless methods, and a grand vision that far surpasses their comprehension. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the subterranean metallic city lies an exceedingly concealed energy conduit, long abandoned for millennia. The fated child, Yi Fan, is navigating this labyrinthine network with utmost caution, guided by the precise instructions of the Emperor's remnant soul residing within his ring. Disciple, tread carefully. 3 meters ahead, turn left. There, the spatial node harbors a remnant aura of spatial obliteration prohibition. Upon contact, even a martial emperor would be instantaneously disintegrated into fundamental particles. Jump to the right. Beneath that seemingly ordinary metallic floor lies a slumbering, ancient, energy-devouring mother worm. With your current strength, awakening it would spell certain death. Excellent, right here. Utilize the inner strength of the Emperor's world-subduing art, sequentially infusing it into the 4 inconspicuous rune recesses on the wall, in the order of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Remember, the sequence and intensity must be flawless. Thanks to the guidance of this living map, intimately familiar with ancient prohibitions, Yi Fan successfully evades one lethal peril after another, capable of causing even the most elite prodigies to meet their demise. Ultimately, he arrives before a massive circular valve, crafted from an unknown black metal, exuding an aura of antiquity. Master, is it here? Yi Fan gasps, his face alight with uncontrollable excitement. Indeed, the voice of the Emperor's remnant resonates with unprecedented exhilaration. This is the place. Behind this door lies the highest secret gene repository utilized by the Pangu dynasty for the storage and study of various mythological genes. Hurry, open it. The essence of the earthly dragon vein must be within. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Fan follows the Emperor's guidance, placing his palm on the valve's center and gradually channeling his inner strength. Accompanied by a series of creaking mechanisms that set one's teeth on edge, the long-sealed door of ancient secrets finally begins to open inwardly. A surge of powerful energy, imbued with the essence of life and the resonance of ancient myths, envelopes him. Behind the door lies an unimaginably vast space, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. Countless transparent cultivation tanks, akin to crystal coffins, are meticulously arranged within, each containing a pale golden life essence, preserving gene samples long extinct in the outside world, rich with mythological significance. S-Class Gene Sample, 3-legged golden crow. S-Class Gene Sample, 9-tailed celestial fox. SS-Class Gene Sample, primordial thunder dragon. As Yi Fan gazes at the names on the labels, his breath quickens. Any single gene sample contained within would be sufficient to incite a bloody storm in the outside world. However, his attention is soon captivated by a massive cultivation tank, resembling an altar, situated at the very center of the gene repository. Within that tank, no biological samples are preserved. There exists but a single vial, only one, as if it encapsulates an entire resplendent galaxy, emanating a 7-colored radiance, seemingly possessing its own life. A mysterious liquid. Surrounding this vial are incredible energy phenomena, such as true dragons coiling, divine phoenixes dancing, and cheilants traversing the seas, continuously manifesting and dissipating. It is it. It is indeed. The voice of the Emperor's remnant trembles with unrestrained excitement. Legend has it that the Pangu dynasty expended the fortunes of an entire era to extract this unique, unparalleled core. The SSS class, Ancestral Dragon Gene Core, from the remains of a suspected creator divine dragon that fell from the depths of the universe. Disciple, quickly, obtain it. If you can successfully integrate it with your Emperor's world-subduing art, not even that mere martial Emperor, nor even I in my prime, would stand a chance before you. You shall become the sole deity of this era. Upon hearing his master's fervent and tempting words, Yi Fan's heart begins to race uncontrollably. He suppresses the overwhelming joy that threatens to consume his reason, stepping forward toward the ultimate altar, a symbol of supreme glory and power. However, just as his fingertips are about to graze the cold surface of the massive cultivation tank, boom, a thunderous roar, imbued with an aura of violence and destruction, unexpectedly reverberates from another concealed alloy door of the gene repository. That door, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial god, is suddenly shattered by an unmatched force from the outside. Amidst the swirling dust, Adam, the final trump card of the North American sacred mountain, shrouded in resplendent holy light, with 12 wings unfurling behind him, leads his equally well-equipped and cold-breathed elite celestial squad into the breach. Adam's gaze swiftly bypasses the ashen-faced Yi Fan, locking onto the altar and the vial of the seven-colored, ancestral dragon gene core. Within his eyes ignites an unrestrained, fervent greed and possessiveness. The ancestral dragon gene? He lets out a cold chuckle filled with surprise and arrogance, proclaiming in an authoritative tone that brooks no dissent. Very well, it is now mine. The bloody spectacle of the mantis stalking the cicada officially commences at this moment. A fierce contest for this unparalleled treasure, capable of altering the very fabric of the world, is about to ignite. Chapter 60. The mantis stalks the cicada. Who is the yellow bird? In the underground metallic city of the War Emperor's tomb, within the ancient civilization gene repository sealed for eons, the atmosphere crystallizes to a freezing point. Yi Fan, the fated child, and Adam, the ultimate trump card of the North American sacred mountain, two of the most exceptional young prodigies of the age, akin to lions reigning over their respective territories, erupt into the most primal and sanguinary battle for the sole SSS class, Ancestral Dragon Gene Core, a treasure so coveted that even deities would go mad for it. With the Emperor's world-subduing art, Mountain River Seal, Yi Fan strikes first. Behind him, the blurred figure of the Emperor roars skyward, an endless golden inner strength converging in his palm, transforming into an ancient seal that seemingly bears the weight of 1,000 mountains and rivers. Descending upon Adam with imperial ferocity, even a grain of rice can shine. Upon witnessing this, Adam's handsome visage, hidden beneath the holy light, reveals a sneer filled with divine arrogance and disdain. He does not even bother to evade, merely raising his right hand slowly. God said, "Let there be light." Buzz. A radiance more brilliant than the sun, hotter than the stars, bursting forth from his palm, transforms into a 100-foot-long spear of divine punishment, exuding an aura of purification and judgment, defiantly confronting the descending mountain river seal in an even more domineering manner. Boom. Two formidable energies, emblematic of distinct Eastern and Western lineages, collided fiercely at the heart of the genetic repository. A terrifying tempest of energy surged forth, akin to a super tsunami of magnitude 12, sweeping chaotically in all directions. The surrounding cultivation tanks, forged from indomitable special alloys, emitted a mournful hum, overwhelmed by the onslaught. The two sides were evenly matched in this fierce confrontation. In Adam's eyes, concealed beneath the sacred light, a genuine astonishment flickered for the first time. Among the Eastern natives, there exists such a remarkable individual as you? To withstand my strike of spear of divine punishment, with the cultivation of an A-class martial sovereign, and remain unscathed, you are indeed worthy of pride. Enough of your prattle. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet the fervor of battle in his gaze intensified. To covet my possessions, you are still unworthy. Your possessions? Adam seemed to hear the most ludicrous joke of the century. Foolish mortal, all treasures in this world ought to belong to my master. You are merely the mantis tasked with guarding the treasures, oblivious to your own demise. Seeking death, the two once more collided, akin to two uncontrollable comets, crashing violently into one another. In an instant, the genetic repository became a tapestry of golden and holy light, where imperial might clashed with divine authority. Both sides unleashed their trump cards, engendering chaos that dimmed the heavens and obscured the sun and moon. However, as time progressed, Yi Fan gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Though his techniques were exquisite and his combat experience vast, he was ultimately alone, his internal energy limited. Adam, possessing overwhelming strength, was further bolstered by the elite Seraphim squadron behind him, who coordinated seamlessly, constantly harrying and restraining him, leaving him beleaguered and increasingly injured. Disciple, it is futile. Retreat at once. The anxious voice of the remnant soul of the human emperor echoed in his mind, warning him of the overwhelming numbers against him. To continue would surely lead to his demise. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Yet, just as Yi Fan was contemplating retreat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sizzle, sizzle, several sharp, death-laden sounds of piercing air erupted without warning from the darkest corners of the genetic repository, where the aftermath of battle had long since ravaged the ventilation ducts. Shooting forth like lightning, the targets were neither Yi Fan nor Adam. Instead, they were the members of the Seraphim Squadron, who were forming a battle formation and persistently harassing Yi Fan. Who goes there? Adam's expression changed drastically as he attempted to defend, only to find Yi Fan had seized the opportunity to ensnare him. Uft, uft. The Seraphim Squadron members barely had time to react before those phantasmagoric, venom-soaked black daggers precisely pierced the singular gaps in their energy armors, striking their necks. In but a fleeting moment, Adam's most cherished elite squad fell as if reaped like wheat. The ambusher had entered the fray. In Adam's incredulous gaze, Yi Fan's enigmatic confidant, Qin Yubing, emerged from the shadows, leading a cadre of elite dark guards clad in black knight attire, their presence mysterious, as if they were one with the shadows. Like grim reapers stepping forth from the depths of hell, Adam, the son of the holy mountain, Qin Yubing's exquisite countenance was now frigid, her voice devoid of emotion. You should never have laid hands on my people. The Qin family, the Phoenix Dark Guards. Upon seeing the vividly depicted phoenix insignia at their waists, Adam's pupils constricted sharply. You dare to oppose the holy mountain for the sake of a mere wildling. He is no mere wildling. Qin Yubing slowly shook her head, a fleeting tenderness flashing in her clear eyes, one she herself had yet to recognize. He is my man. With the addition of Qin Yubing's reinforcements, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Adam found himself ensnared in a desperate predicament, caught between the onslaught of Yi Fan and the Qin family's dark guards. Just as Adam was on the brink of collapse, Yi Fan and Qin Yubing exchanged knowing smiles, believing that the treasure capable of altering the world's dynamics was now firmly within their grasp. A voice, laden with mockery and amusement, as though relishing a splendid performance, unexpectedly resonated from the already overlooked, shattered entrance. TSK, 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 the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lies in wait. This play is indeed a splendid spectacle. Who goes there? The three parties, Yi Fan, Qin Yubing, and the beleaguered Adam, were all struck with a profound shock, turning in unison towards the source of the sound. A domineering, resplendent purple-blue lightning descended from above, akin to an insurmountable chasm, forcibly separating the battlefield of chaos. Following this, the acknowledged strongest of the contemporary era, the number one heir of the Long family, Long Tian, appeared, wielding an S-class warhammer that crackled with divine lightning. His expression impassive as he calmly strode into the fray, accompanied by Long Ao and other elite members of the Long family. The hunter had finally made his entrance. His arrival plunged Yi Fan and Qin Yubing, who had just felt assured of victory, into an icy abyss. It also granted Adam, who had already succumbed to despair, a glimmer of hope for a new turn of events. Long Tian, Yi Fan stared intently at the man whose aura eclipsed his own many times over. His voice strained to the utmost. He understood that today, they had all become mere pawns on someone else's chessboard. Long Tian paid him no heed, not even sparing a glance at Adam. His gaze fell solely upon the astonished and disbelieving Yi Fan, a smirk of sympathy and pity gracing his lips as he offered a light smile. Do not be anxious. My mischievous master of Zero has instructed me. He paused, revealing the most brutal truth of this intricate web of schemes in a tone laced with malicious amusement that threatened to shatter the resolve of Yi Fan and Qin Yubing. Let you, the keen-eyed treasure-seeking rat, find the location first. Once you are done, we shall come to clean up the aftermath. As it stands, the timing is just right. Upon hearing this, the faces of Yi Fan and Qin Yubing blanched to a ghostly white. Chapter 61, a farce that must conclude. In the ancient civilization genetic repository of the War Emperor's tomb, Long Qingtian's revelation, rife with sympathy and mockery, struck heavily upon the hearts of Yi Fan, Qin Yubing, and Adam's factions, a yellow sparrow, and now a hunter. All their arduous struggles, wagers of life and death, culminated merely in tailoring garments for the true puppet master lurking behind the scenes. Long Qingtian, Adam's handsome visage, once hidden beneath holy light, was now contorted with unrestrained fury. Do you truly believe that you alone can contend with all three of us? Indeed, Yi Fan suppressed his shock and indignation, his gaze icy as he retorted, Long Qingtian, though you are strong, we three united may yet prevail against you. United? Long Qingtian, upon hearing this, let forth a derisive and pitying chuckle. He could scarcely be bothered to engage in further banter with these pawns. Instead, he slowly raised the S-class warhammer in his hand, a weapon that had long been vibrating with the fervor of battle and crackled with the divine thunder of calamity. With this decisive action, he sought to respond to their ludicrous fantasies. In this very moment, an even more chaotic, brutal, and unexpected ultimate melee was set ablaze. Long Qingtian, the young and universally acknowledged strongest warrior of the Long family, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, finally unveiled his true, terrifying power, one that would instill despair in all his peers. He stood alone, battling against the coalition of Yi Fan, Qin Yubing, and Adam. The realm of calamity was unleashed. Boom! He faced many foes without a hint of retreat. On the contrary, he initiated the most ferocious charge. His SSS class mutated talent, Body of Calamity, was pushed to its utmost limits. A terrifying realm, constructed from pure, destructive, and judgment-laden purple-blue thunder, erupted around him. In this domain, he was the sole god of thunder. Yi Fan's Emperor's Decree, with its imperial might, sought to suppress mountains and rivers. It was subdued before Long Qingtian's overwhelming celestial authority. Qin Yubing's Phoenix Shadow Guards, with their elusive movements and unmatched assassination skills, they found themselves utterly exposed before Long Qingtian's rampant, all-encompassing thunderous net. Adam's holy light ability, which purified all and was deemed sacred and inviolable. It was rendered powerless against Long Qingtian's even more tyrannical and primal calamity thunder, akin to a subject before a king. Utterly restrained, like an unyielding god of thunder, he wielded his war hammer, unleashing countless thunder dragons that shattered the coalition's formation into disarray. Despite his unmatched bravery, holding his ground against many, the sheer number of opponents began to overwhelm him. After all, they were numerous and each one a top-tier prodigy capable of reigning supreme in the outside world, with their own hidden cards constantly emerging. Adam's holy light gnawed at his lightning power like a relentless parasite, while Yi Fan's imperial seal pressed down from cunning angles, restraining his movements. Qin Yubing's shadowy assassins were akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, always poised to deliver the most lethal backstab the moment he faltered. After enduring Adam's holy light explosion, Long Qingtian finally revealed a flaw, and a Phoenix Shadow Guard's poison dagger slashed through the armor at his waist, leaving a wound deep enough to glimpse bone. A prime opportunity. Adam's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy at this sight. He no longer hesitated and summoned a one-time S-class confinement artifact bestowed by his father, specifically designed to combat energy and elemental abilities, the psycho-suppression chains. Sizzle. Multiple chains forged from unknown divine metals, engraved with countless forbidden runes, sprang forth like demonic hands from the abyss, instantly shattering Long Qingtian's protective thunder barrier and binding his formidable frame tightly. Ugh! Long Qingtian let out a roar of defiance. He could distinctly feel the tumultuous calamity thunder within him becoming frozen under the bizarre restraint of the chains, its flow sluggish and hindered. He found himself ensnared in an unprecedented life-and-death crisis. Well done. Yi Fan, witnessing this, felt a surge of euphoria. Adam's target remained the primordial dragon gene core, atop the altar. To him, obtaining this treasure meant Long Qingtian was but a fish in a barrel. However, Yi Fan made a choice that left all present in shock and dismay. Seizing the rare opportunity presented by Long Qingtian's immobilization, a glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His target was not the treasure. Instead, it was the ensnared Long Qingtian, the greatest threat to him. He intended to strike while the iron was hot and deliver a lethal blow. Die! Channeling all his remaining inner strength into his right fist, he unleashed the most potent killing move from the Emperor's Decree, violently aimed at Long Qingtian's unprotected head. The scene left his temporary ally, Qin Yubing, aghast, her clear, beautiful eyes reflecting a profound sense of shock and disdain. This was the resilient young hero she admired? In a pivotal moment, he chose not to seize the treasure representing the protagonist's righteousness, but instead to eliminate a rival, embodying the villain's logic. The mirror of truth. In this life-and-death crisis, Yi Fan finally revealed the most authentic and appalling nature of his ruthlessness and selfishness, hidden beneath his facade of determination and resilience. His so-called protagonist's halo was stripped away in that instant. He transformed from a pitiable faux protagonist into a despicable, true villain. Yet, just as his bloodthirsty fist was about to collide with Long Qingtian's head, a hand appeared. A delicate, fair hand, as if sculpted from perfection and not of this earthly realm, materialized without warning. It effortlessly grasped his fist, capable of shattering mountains. Time seemed to halt in that moment. Yi Fan's face, filled with fury and elation, froze instantly. Disbelief washed over him as he slowly turned his head. He beheld Lin Tian, who had silently appeared on the battlefield without him even realizing it. Lin Tian did not cast a glance at Yi Fan, but merely surveyed the chaotic battlefield, rife with smoke and blood, with his starry, profound eyes. Then, in a tone imbued with disappointment and boredom, as if a deity were observing a farcical play performed by mere ants, he spoke. A farce. It is time to end it. At the moment his words fell, he merely shook the wrist that held Yi Fan's fist. Boom! An uncontestable, irresistible surge of terrifying power exploded forth. Yi Fan, the very one who had just fantasized about eliminating rivals and seizing the treasure, emitted not a single cry of despair as he was flung away like a discarded refuse bag. With a resounding crash, He collided with a metallic wall hundreds of meters away, his bones shattered, consciousness lost. Divine weapon descended. With one decisive move, the protagonist concluded all conflicts in the most overwhelming, tyrannical, and irrefutable manner, igniting the ultimate moment of poetic justice. Chapter 62. The bully you speak of is me. In the ancient civilization gene repository of the War Emperor's tomb, Lin Tian's declaration, laden with the weight of judge, that a farce must come to an end, reverberated in everyone's ears like a chilling edict imbued with supreme authority, effectively terminating the chaotic battle ignited by multiple factions, rife with betrayal and schemes. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, he cast aside the fated child Yi Fan as though he were refuse, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving his fate uncertain. The sheer terror of his power instilled a profound chill and dread within the souls of all survivors present. Whether it be Adam of the Sacred Mountain or the shadowy guardians of the Qin clan, they finally comprehended that this seemingly 15-year-old boy was not a being they could fathom, existing on an entirely different plane. He was, indeed, a true monster. Amidst this deathly silence, the enigmatic girl Qin Yubing, who had just glimpsed a sliver of hope and warmth in Yi Fan's heroic act, finally regained her composure. She gazed at the divine boy who had effortlessly vanquished Yi Fan, and then at her savior, now lifeless against the distant wall. A surge of intense, deceived fury and a resolute sense of justice surged within her. She pushed aside the Qin clan's shadowy guardians attempting to obstruct her. Bravely positioning herself in front of Yi Fan, arms outstretched, her clear, anger-laden eyes locking fiercely with Lin Tian's. Stop. Her voice trembled with rage, yet resonated with undeniable conviction. You shall not harm him again. Taking a deep breath, she questioned with a tone imbued with moral judgment. Who are you? Why do you strike with such cruelty? What wrong has Yi Fan committed to deserve this? In response to the sudden emergence of this saintly girl, Lin Tian merely chuckled. He regarded her exquisitely just countenance, her eyes brimming with righteousness, and a playful, mocking curve appeared in his profound gaze. Me? He stepped forward slowly. Just a single step, and the invisible, sovereign aura enveloped Qin Yubing, almost suffocating her. He observed her, speaking as if revealing an amusing fact, with a tone laden with malice. I am the one who, in Yi Fan's ear, lamented over his lost power, snatched away his betrothed, and ruthlessly trampled his dignity beneath my feet. He paused, a wicked smile gracing his lips, one capable of ensnaring the hearts of any woman, and with each word, he unveiled the most brutal and worldview-shattering truth. The Dragon Clan, the great tyrant. Boom. This dramatic and ironic revelation detonated within Qin Yubing's mind like a super-nuclear bomb, annihilating all her preconceived notions. She was instantly petrified. Her clear, beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The once just visage was now engulfed by endless shock, bewilderment, and the absurd realization that she had been aiding an enemy all along. The steadfast victim she had sympathized with and admired, the despicable villain he had described, were, astonishingly, one and the same. And here she was, foolishly pledging to confront this great antagonist to assist the victim. This was, without a doubt, the most ludicrous and foolish joke of the century. As another principal character in this scene, Yi Fan, who had only just slid down from the wall, struggled to lift his head. Upon hearing Lin Tian's self-deprecating confession, he felt as though he were being stripped bare before the world, exposing his most grotesque and shameful self. For someone as proud as he, this humiliation was 1,000 times more severe than any physical injury. Consumed by rage and shame, he could no longer maintain any facade. He channeled all the royal energy cultivated from the human emperor's suppression technique and the primal power from the remnants of the human emperor's soul into his right fist. Lin Tian, I will kill you. He unleashed his strongest and final power, executing the most formidable killing move of the human emperor's suppression technique, the human emperor seal. Boom. A colossal energy mountain seal, more solid and immense than ever before, summoned the very essence of the ancient human emperor mountain, descended upon Lin Tian with a terrifying might capable of instilling dread even in ordinary S-rank martial emperors. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming strike, Lin Tian merely extended 2 fingers, one index and one middle finger. With a casually dismissive gesture, as if plucking a fallen petal, he gently pinched the apex of the colossal human emperor seal just as it was about to descend upon him. Time seemed to come to a halt. The fearsome energy mountain seal, capable of leveling mountains, was effortlessly suspended in midair by those 2 long, elegant fingers, resembling exquisite works of art, unable to advance another inch. No, impossible. Yi Fan's face, once twisted in rage, froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and despair emanating from the depths of his soul. What an unfathomable disparity of power. Lin Tian regarded his incredulous expression and slowly shook his head, his tone filled with the divine's ultimate pity and judgment over mere insects. Your fortuitous encounters, your efforts, all your struggles, to me, they are but the toys of a child. As his words resonated, he exerted a gentle pressure with the fingers holding the human emperor seal. Crack. The indomitable seal, capable of suppressing mountains and rivers, crumbled as easily as a fragile cookie, transforming into countless harmless golden motes. Puffed. Yi Fan, as if struck by lightning, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body once more sent reeling backward. Lin Tian had utterly shattered his every attack and obliterated all his hopes. Then, Lin Tian stepped forward, appearing before Yi Fan as if teleporting. No more words were necessary. He extended his hand, pressing it upon Yi Fan's crown. Energy devour. Soul severance. Ah! Amidst Yi Fan's harrowing screams, so inhuman it seemed, the pure and unparalleled power he had painstakingly cultivated through fortuitous encounters was forcefully, dominantly stripped away by Lin Tian. Like a dam bursting. Having completed this, Lin Tian struck again at Yi Fan's recently reconstituted dantian, utterly rendering it useless once more. Harvest complete. Having done all this, he did not even cast another glance at the wretched figure that lay like a dead dog. He turned slowly, fixing his cold, emotionless gaze, akin to a predator selecting its next sacrifice, upon Adam, the ace of the North American sacred mountain, who was already pale and trembling in fear not far away. In an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, he spoke with a cool detachment. Now, it is your turn. Will you willingly hand over the primordial dragon gene core? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? At that moment, the stage was set for an extravagant display of retribution. With Lin Tian's declaration, laden with the weight of a judge's verdict, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, suffocating and surreal. A chaotic melee, rife with betrayal, intrigue, and bloodshed, instigated by various factions, was abruptly concluded in a manner none could have foreseen. This was the time for the victors to clear the field. Lin Tian's eyes, as profound as the vast cosmos, shifted from the now terror-stricken Adam, the ace of the holy mountain, who gazed back with a mixture of disbelief and dread. With a casual flick of his wrist toward the formidable wall, forged from an unknown divine metal and measuring 100 meters thick, a whisper of a dark sword aura from the god-slaying sword cannon surged forth, slicing through the air. The wall, which could withstand a full-force strike from a martial god, was cleaved effortlessly, as though it were mere butter, leaving behind a gaping chasm, smooth and unfathomable. After this demonstration, Lin Tian, with an air of impatience and indifference, addressed the petrified Adam, uttering 3 words as if swatting away an irritating fly. Get lost. Or die. Adam's visage, concealed beneath the holy light, flushed a deep crimson. As the final trump card of the Holy Mountain's younger generation, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, casting a glance at the abyssal scar left by Lin Tian's sword, and then at the divine youth who could not even be bothered to spare him a glance, he ultimately transformed all his fury and resentment into a primal fear that resonated deep within his soul. He understood that he had no recourse. We're leaving. He managed to force out through clenched teeth, retreating in a manner bordering on flight, accompanied by his equally cowed celestial angel squad members, leaving behind what was rightfully theirs, the stage of victory. With the periphery cleared, only the ill-fated couple, Yi Fan and Qin Yubing, remained within the gene repository. Now ensnared in a web of profound confusion, Lin Tian approached the enigmatic girl, still clad in her tactical mask, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He could sense a remarkably ancient and pure imperial essence lying dormant within her, akin to the very foundation of the War Emperor and this imperial tomb. Intriguing, he mused inwardly, piecing together her identity. Standing before her, he spoke with an undeniable authority and an aggressive tone. Remove your mask. I have no interest in conversing with those who hide in shadows. At his words, Qin Yubing's delicate frame trembled. Instinctively, she yearned to resist, yet Lin Tian's gaze, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, bore down upon her spirit like 2 invisible ancient mountains, rendering even the slightest movement a distant fantasy. In the next moment, a flawless, alabaster hand, reminiscent of a masterfully crafted sculpture, gently grasped her smooth, porcelain chin, forcing her gaze upward to meet his eyes, as deep as the starry seas. However, Lin Tian chose not to torment her further. He merely scrutinized her intently, as if seeking to pierce through her very soul, before releasing her as though he had merely confirmed the identity of a trivial quarry. Slowly, he turned his attention to Yi Fan, the child of destiny, who had been ensnared in a state of disarray and loss. A devilish smile, filled with sincerity and benevolence, graced his face. With gratitude lacing his voice, he uttered words that would utterly dismantle the convictions of any striving soul. You know, Yi Fan, I truly owe you my thanks. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's already hollow eyes widened in shock. If it weren't for you, wielding that enviable fortune, carving a path through obstacles to uncover this deeply concealed gene repository. If it weren't for your leadership in depleting Adam's incessantly bothersome subordinates, how could I have so effortlessly acquired this world-altering, SSS grade, primordial dragon gene core? He paused, observing Yi Fan's countenance twist in humiliation, his smile growing ever more radiant. All your efforts, all your fortuitous encounters, everything you held dear, from the very beginning, they have merely served to adorn my own pursuits. This declaration struck like an invisible blade, laced with the most venomous of poisons, piercing through Yi Fan's already fragile martial spirit. Unable to bear the overwhelming humiliation that could drive even deities to madness, he erupted, spewing forth a torrent of blood mingled with fragments of his shattered soul. The flames of defiance that once burned brightly in his eyes extinguished in an instant. His resolve shattered. He crumpled, like a marionette from which all vitality had been extracted. To kill was one thing, but to dismantle the spirit was the most ruthless and thorough reckoning for a child of destiny. After concluding this harrowing display, Lin Tian finally turned to face Qin Yubing, whose countenance had turned pale in shock at the scene before her. At that moment, her heart churned tumultuously. She comprehended the depth of her misjudgment. The victim she had sympathized with was, in fact, a despicable schemer who would exploit any opportunity to further his own ends. Conversely, the tyrant she had opposed was a mastermind of unparalleled cunning, capable of manipulating all around him. As her mind raced, engulfed in a whirlwind of cognitive dissonance, she suddenly sensed a terrifying killing intent locking onto her very soul. With a jolt, she looked up to see Lin Tian's eyes, now cold and devoid of emotion. Now, it is your turn. You have witnessed what you should not have seen and learned secrets you were never meant to know. A chill ran through Qin Yubing's heart. She realized that he harbored murderous intent towards her. No longer hesitating, she activated the noble phoenix bloodline within her, unleashing a golden divine fire capable of incinerating all in its path, in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, before Lin Tian's overwhelming Pangu Body pressure, her meager defiance appeared utterly feeble. Boom! Lin Tian's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to the weight of countless stars crashing down simultaneously. In the face of this absolute, unreasonable force, all of Qin Yu's resistance and divine fire were instantly crushed. She let out a muffled cry of pain, her delicate form weakening, and her knees could no longer support her, causing her to collapse heavily onto the frigid metallic floor beneath her, effectively subdued. Lin Tian stepped forward, towering above her as he gazed down upon the mysterious maiden, whose clear, beautiful eyes still sparkled with defiance and unyielding spirit, even while pinned to the ground. He slowly extended two fingers, one representing life and the other death. With a voice imbued with a divine authority that brooked no dissent, he presented her with her final choice. Kneel and submit to me, or, he paused, his tone frostily devoid of warmth, become a useless being, much like me, whose very breath requires my permission. Chapter 64. Sign the contract, your family becomes mine. In the ancient gene bank of the War Emperor's tomb, Lin Tian's ultimatum, kneel or become a useless wretch, echoed through the vast hall like a chilling decree infused with supreme laws, striking Qin Yu's heart, which had already been racing from shock and chaos. She beheld the strikingly handsome, yet ruthlessly cruel youth before her and glanced at the distant figure of Yi Fan, the son of destiny, who had long been stripped of his powers and lay unconscious like a discarded dog. For the first time, a flicker of fear emerged in her clear, beautiful eyes. However, this fear was swiftly replaced by a more intense pride and defiance, rooted deep within her bloodline. Who was she? She was the contemporary saintess of the ancient Pangu dynasty, tasked with safeguarding the spark of humanity, hailing from the illustrious Qin family. Her bloodline was of unparalleled nobility, and her will was as unyielding as divine iron. How could she kneel before a tyrant who relied solely on brute force? Never. Qin Yu clenched her silver teeth, her face flushed with rage, resolutely declaring her unwillingness to submit. Do you dare lay a finger on me? The Qin family behind me is the sole guardian of the ancient Pangu dynasty. Its terrifying power and profound heritage far exceed your imagination. If you dare to harm me in the slightest, my family will devote all its strength to ensure a relentless vendetta against your long family. Yet, in the face of her seemingly defiant threats invoking the might of her powerful lineage, Lin Tian merely smiled, a smile laced with disdain and utter disregard. The Qin family? He stepped forward, and the weighty terror of his overwhelming aura caused Qin Yu to falter, her legs nearly buckling beneath her. The guardians of the Pangu dynasty? He advanced once more, his voice brimming with mockery for the absurdity of her threats. In my eyes, there is nothing I cannot confront. Today, do not speak of your insignificant Qin family. He paused, his deep-set eyes igniting with a divine radiance that could dim the very heavens. Even if a god were to descend, they could not save you. These words shattered the last vestige of hope within Qin Yu's heart. She finally comprehended that the man before her was truly a madman, an entity beyond the bounds of reason. In his eyes, all worldly rules and the might of any force were mere jokes. With threats rendered futile, she resolved to take drastic measures, prepared to detonate her spiritual core and perish alongside this demon. Yet, Lin Tian gradually retracted the oppressive force that had subdued everything. He regarded her with an expression akin to bestowing a final grace, calmly presenting his true, most stringent condition. Of course, I am not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. I can spare you. However, you must sign this soul contract, personally notarized by the Gaia consciousness of our planet. With a flick of his finger, a golden contract. woven from pure spiritual and law energies and imbued with ancient mystique, floated before Qin Yu. Become my servant. From this day forth, your life, your will, and everything about you will be under my control. You shall never betray me. This condition was 1,000 times more brutal than merely ending her life. It was a decree to transform the exalted saintess of the Pangu dynasty into a subservient slave devoid of dignity. You must be dreaming. Qin Yu could no longer maintain her composure, unleashing a scream filled with boundless indignation and resolve. She would rather die than accept such a humiliating fate. A glint of madness flashed in her eyes as she prepared to detonate her spiritual core. However, Lin Tian seemed to anticipate her every reaction. He ceased his idle chatter, instead directing his cold, emotionless gaze toward the Qin family's dark guards who had sustained grave injuries while protecting her, now incapacitated from battle. A palpable, bone-chilling killing intent enveloped the already wounded dark guards. Qin Yu's movements froze instantly. She gazed at Lin Tian, disbelief flooding her beautiful eyes. They are your companions. Are they not? Lin Tian's voice was flat, as if stating an undeniable fact, yet cruel as a demon's whisper. If you refuse to sign, they will die, one by one, before your very eyes. He paused, a devilish smile curving his lips, radiating a twisted sense of mercy. However, should you choose to sign, not only will they live, but I can also utilize the power of the heart of God to completely heal their injuries. An impossible choice. On one side lay her dignity and freedom. On the other, the lives of those who had grown alongside her, loyal as brothers and sisters. This was the cruelest and most inescapable dilemma. After enduring a fleeting yet agonizing decision that felt like a century, one that threatened to tear her very soul asunder, she finally closed her eyes. Silent tears streamed down her exquisite cheeks. I sign. In a voice laden with exhaustion and emptiness, she uttered those two words that would irrevocably alter her fate. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his finger, the golden soul contract transformed into a beam of light, instantly merging with Qin Yu's brow. Subsequently, he imprinted a fragment of his own divine soul onto the essence of her spirit, ensuring absolute control over her. From this moment forth, the exalted saintess of the Pangu dynasty became irrevocably the private possession of Lin Tian. He could distinctly sense all her thoughts and, in an instant, determine her very fate. After executing this flawlessly absolute conquest, Lin Tian slowly approached, regarding the newly appointed maid, of unparalleled noble status, with an expression akin to that of a connoisseur admiring his most exquisite trophy. Within his heart, a grander, more ambition-fueled scheme began to take shape. Excellent, he mused inwardly. By subjugating the princess of the Pangu dynasty, he had secured the first and most crucial piece in his grand design to orchestrate the vast, hidden remnants of the imperial power lurking in the shadows of the world. His true objective had never been the individual known as Qin Yu. Rather, it was the formidable ancient dynasty that lay behind her, capable of instilling trepidation across the globe. Once this was accomplished, he finally turned around, casting his cold gaze, like that of a predator selecting its next quarry, upon the last standing adversary in the arena, by phone. The chief of the Martial God Academy, a figure garbed in white. He regarded him with an unassailable tone, as if issuing a final ultimatum, and spoke softly. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 65. The pieces are in place, ready to reel them in. Within the War Emperor's tomb, in the ancient civilization gene repository. Upon the utterance of Lin Tian's ultimatum, the entire hall descended into a suffocating silence, akin to the arrival of judgment. Bai Feng, who had maintained a gentle smile throughout, as if everything were under control, could no longer uphold his composure. He gazed at the youth before him, who manipulated everyone with unparalleled audacity. His methods more ruthless than those of a demon, and for the first time, a flicker of deep trepidation emerged in his warm eyes. He realized that he had grossly underestimated this alpha heir of the Long family from the very beginning. What he had presumed to be a fair competition among the younger generation for treasures and opportunities had turned out to be a facade. His opponent had no intention of adhering to any rules of the game. He was the very embodiment of the rules. After a brief, yet intense internal struggle, Bai Feng made the most rational and singularly correct choice. He slowly inclined his body towards Lin Tian, adopting a tone imbued with solemnity and resignation, and declared, I concede. With that, he hesitated no longer and, accompanied by his equally silent and dispirited comrades, swiftly exited the arena, nearly in flight from the realm of death and despair. Lin Tian observed the retreating figure without any intent to stop him. He turned to the side, addressing the first heir, Long Qingtian, who had been rendered pale and unsteady by a series of domineering maneuvers. In a tone rich with the essence of mentorship, he articulated his villainous strategy of nurturing resources. Qingtian, do you understand? Challengers like Bai Feng, who possess wisdom, hidden cards, and grand vision, are our true adversaries in the future. While the divine arm he wields is indeed a remarkable asset, it pales in comparison to the exclusive intelligence he holds regarding this War Emperor's tomb. Killing him would yield us merely an arm. However, allowing him to depart, enabling him to continue his plans to uncover the path ahead and neutralize all traps. He paused, a cold, strategic smile gracing his lips. Once he discovers the primary tomb housing the ultimate treasures, we shall emerge to claim him and the precious artifacts he has painstakingly unearthed. That is the true maximization of profit. This grand scheme, viewing all competitors as renewable resources in a long-term pursuit, left Lin Tian profoundly shaken. His gaze towards Lin Tian shifting from one of forced submission to genuine respect and admiration. He finally comprehended that the disparity between himself and this young man transcended mere talent and strength. It was a matter of perspective. Meanwhile, at the other end of the War Emperor's tomb, within a concealed subterranean cavern teeming with life, the son of destiny, Yi Fan, slowly awakened from his healing state under the watchful eyes of Qin Yubing, who was filled with concern and worry. With the aid of several precious S-grade healing elixirs from her family, he had nearly recovered from the grievous injuries inflicted by Lin Tian. Yubing, thank you, Yi Fan expressed, gazing at the stunning maiden who had shown him such care, his heart swelling with profound gratitude and a hint of admiration. There is no need for thanks between us, Qin Yubing replied, shaking her head. A flicker of deep disdain for Lin Tian and Lin Tian crossed her clear, beautiful eyes. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest on those from the Long family for their tyrannical and unreasonable behavior. Rest assured, she encouraged, her tone resolute. Your talent and character are unparalleled. That Lin Tian is merely relying on his advantageous background. I believe that, given sufficient time and opportunity, you will undoubtedly surpass him. Indeed, inspired by the words of his beloved goddess, Yi Fan felt his previously dampened resolve reignite with fervent tenacity. He gazed into Qin Yubing's sincere and trusting countenance. Filled with the most beautiful aspirations and dreams for the future, he envisioned himself obtaining an extraordinary inheritance within the boundless opportunities of the War Emperor's tomb, achieving unparalleled strength and ascending to greatness. He fantasized about standing before the world, in the most overwhelming and dominant manner, trampling Lin Tian, who had once humiliated him, beneath his feet. He imagined that after avenging his grievances, he would rightfully win the heart of this perfect goddess, ultimately securing both beauty and dominion, reaching the pinnacle of his life. This pawn, manipulated by the protagonist, at this moment, unwittingly completed the most exquisite self-strategy. The greater his confidence and hope, the starker the contrast with the impending harsh reality became, inevitably leading to an even more resounding slap in the face. Just as Yi Fan reveled in his beautiful protagonist dreams, Bai Feng's team, having triggered a critical discovery, stood before a colossal, seemingly ancient altar constructed by giants. Bai Feng carefully retrieved the supreme treasure, a flawless imitation of the royal dragon Qi, painstakingly created by the martial god academy over generations, from his inner pocket. He gently placed the treasure into the altar's central recess. Buzz! The entire altar erupted in a dazzling golden light. A surge of ancient and primordial imperial dragon energy erupted from the runes of the altar, coalescing in midair into a towering portal, a secret space transition gate, pulsating with spatial fluctuations and the power of laws, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Found it. An uncontrollable ecstasy illuminated Bai Feng's face as he realized he had discovered the final entrance to the main tomb chamber of the War Emperor's mausoleum. However, unbeknownst to him, several thousand meters behind, concealed behind an exceedingly hidden mountain wall, Lin Tian had been monitoring him in real time for several days. Utilizing a quantum communicator crafted from the pinnacle of the Long family's technology, capable of shielding all forms of detection, he transmitted this thrilling scene in its entirety to Lin Tian, who was far away on the other end. 0. Target has accessed the secret passage. On the opposite end of the underground metallic city, Lin Tian slowly shut down the holographic display before him. Simultaneously, through the imperceptible spiritual imprint that had been deeply embedded in Qin Yubing's soul, he clearly sensed that Yi Fan and Qin Yubing were moving rapidly towards the location of the space transition gate. Gradually, he rose from the back of the golden lion King Simba, which he had fully tamed, as docile as a domestic cat. Gazing at the intricate and perilous underground labyrinth before him, a satisfied smile, reminiscent of a chess player who is about to declare checkmate, graced his face. He turned to his comrades, Long Xuehuang, Jiang Luoling, Su Ji, and others, who were already poised for battle, and slowly issued the final, singular command. All pieces were now in position. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Prepare to close the net. Thus commenced a grand theatrical spectacle, meticulously orchestrated by the protagonist from behind the scenes, aimed at ensnaring all competitors in one fell swoop. In this instant, the curtain was officially raised. Chapter 66. The Clever Prey, The Beauty's Crisis, the War Emperor's Mausoleum. An underground metallic city teeming with an ancient and primordial aura posed a deadly labyrinth filled with peril for the vast majority of intruders. Yet for Bai Feng, the chief of the Martial God Academy, it resembled more of a well-understood garden, where he had discerned all the rules and secrets. Upon entering the secret space transition gate that he had personally activated, his team immediately felt an overwhelming presence. a terrifying mimetic pollution that was at least 10 times denser than the outside world, capable of unhinging the minds of even ordinary martial sovereigns in an instant. Among the team, several elite members with slightly weaker wills instantaneously turned with bloodshot eyes, gasping for breath, their faces contorted with the onset of madness. However, at that moment, Bai Feng merely smiled faintly. He slowly raised his transplanted arm, which shimmered with a warm jade-like glow. Buzz, countless ancient and mysterious runes, perfectly fused with his flesh, suddenly ignited upon that arm. They formed a visible, translucent energy field enveloping his entire team, radiating a purifying and protective aura. As the enigmatic mimetic pollution made contact with this field, it was instantly neutralized and dissolved, as if encountering the blazing sun. Regaining their composure, Bai Feng spoke in a voice imbued with confidence and serenity, revealing to his still trembling companions the greatest trump card of his expedition. This arm of the divine is my true and greatest advantage within the War Emperor's mausoleum. As he observed the awe and admiration reflected in the eyes around him, he mused internally. Indeed, as recorded in the Academy's oldest vault, the so-called mimetic pollution within this mausoleum is fundamentally not a curse or a grudge. Rather, it is the residual radiation of a final genetic weapon researched by the illustrious Pangu dynasty to combat a certain external entity from a higher dimension, which ultimately led to the dynasty's downfall due to its uncontrollable nature. The original owner of my arm, that ancient martial god, was one of the highest commanders responsible for suppressing this runaway weapon. His genes had evolved to the point of immunity to such pollution. Just as Bai Feng reveled in his exclusive intelligence and specialized equipment, a faint yet unusual energy fluctuation emanated from his divine arm. Frowning slightly, he followed the direction of the energy sensation and turned his gaze toward the seemingly vacant depths of a dark corridor several thousand meters behind him. A sly, icy smile crept across his lips. It seems we have an overconfident yellow sparrow trailing us. He had successfully discerned the presence of Lin Tian's team, who were stealthily tracking them, thanks to the extraordinary sensitivity of his divine arm to energy. The protagonist's meticulously crafted plot, seemingly flawless, was abruptly disrupted by a clever prey equipped with their own cunning and hidden cards. Since you wish to play the game of the yellow sparrow in the rear, I shall play right into your hands. A glint of cold ruthlessness, characteristic of a supreme strategist, flickered in Bai Feng's eyes. He did not immediately expose Lin Tian's pursuit. Instead, he feigned ignorance and continued to lead his team along the predetermined path toward the main tomb chamber. Before long, they arrived at a more expansive space, reminiscent of an underground plaza. In the center of this vast area lay thousands of ancient soldier corpses, long deceased for countless millennia, yet still remarkably lifelike. Their armor, once resplendent with ancient design, had been ravaged by time, but their faces, twisted in extreme terror, remained vividly clear. A dense and pervasive mimetic pollution shrouded the entire region like an invisible plague. This is the place. A cold smile crept across Bai Feng's lips, and he issued a startling command that left everyone momentarily stunned. Attack! In an instant, Bai Feng and all the elite members of the Martial God Academy launched an unbridled assault on the ancient soldier corpses that had long since succumbed to death. Boom! The terrifying energy explosion instantly detonated this long silent land of the deceased. At that moment, the once dead ancient soldier corpses rose in unison from the ground, their hollow eye sockets igniting with a crimson flame, filled with insatiable desires for slaughter and chaos. Transformed by the complete infection of mimetic pollution, they became undying, relentless entities driven solely by the urge to kill. As thousands of these entities, comparable in strength to grade of martial sovereigns, surged toward Bai Feng's team like a tidal wave, Bai Feng executed an even more unexpected maneuver. He led his team directly towards the direction of Lin Tian's group, who were covertly observing. Thus, a conflict, laden with malice and cunning, that he had orchestrated himself, erupted. Damn it, we've been discovered. Long Xingtian gazed upon the Bai Feng team, which was charging towards him and his companions, accompanied by an inexhaustible army of infected entities. His countenance instantly transformed into one of profound dismay. Prepare for battle. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he promptly issued the command. Two of the most eminent teams of the contemporary era clashed fiercely upon this battlefield rife with death and chaos. However, from the outset, the tide of battle was exceedingly unfavorable for Lin Tian's side. His team not only had to contend with the Bai Feng team's ferocious assaults, but also had to allocate a significant portion of their focus to resist the pervasive mimetic contamination surrounding them. In contrast, Bai Feng's team, leveraging the unparalleled advantage of the divine arm's immunity to contamination, unleashed their full combat potential without hesitation. In this shifting balance, during a mere exchange, the seventh heir, Long Xuehuang, momentarily faltered after clashing with an elite member of the Martial God Academy, her mind briefly tainted by contamination, causing her movements to slow. Bai Feng, with pinpoint accuracy, seized this fleeting opportunity. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as the arm radiating with jade-like brilliance transformed into a streak of luminous energy. a blade capable of disintegrating all. It instantaneously tore through Long Shuahuang's frost defenses, landing a vicious blow upon her pristine shoulder, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone. And blood stained her immaculate palace attire. Shuahuang. Zhang Luoling gasped in shock upon witnessing this and rushed to shield her. A successful strike. By foam. Having injured Long Shuahuang, exhibited no inclination to linger. A more insidious and ruthless scheme of using a knife to kill emerged swiftly in his mind. He produced a peculiar metallic device resembling a conch from his bosom and activated it with fervor. Buzz. An inaudible, yet frenzied high-frequency sound wave. Imperceptible to human ears but capable of inciting madness in all infected entities, swept across the battlefield in an instant. In the next moment, the thousands of infected entities, previously engaged in indiscriminate attacks, along with dozens of A-class pinnacle infected leaders awakened from deeper within the plaza, abruptly redirected their focus. Their blood-red eyes, filled with an insatiable thirst for slaughter, fixated hungrily upon the injured, blood-stained Long Shuahuang and the valiant Zhang Luoling, who was desperately protecting her. This is bad. Long Tian and his companions' expressions changed dramatically as they attempted to rush to their aid, only to be ensnared by the others of Baifeng's team. Meanwhile, Baifeng, having executed his lethal scheme, turned towards Lin Tian, showcasing a cold smile imbued with the essence of victory. He then led his team, unfazed, down a pre-planned escape route, progressing towards the main tomb chamber. His intent was to abandon the two most crucial female characters of Lin Tian's team amidst this maelstrom of death and despair, leaving them to be torn asunder. This was the most ruthless and flawless counterstrike to Lin Tian's lurking plan. Shuahuang's sister. Be careful. Faced with the relentless onslaught of thousands of terrifying monsters surging like a black tide from all directions, Zhang Luoling's delicate features turned pale with fear. Yet she resolutely shielded the injured Long Shuahuang behind her. At that moment, the team communicator, which had remained silent, suddenly erupted with a frenzied blood-red alarm indicative of the highest level of crisis. Within the communicator, the muffled groans of Long Shuahuang, stifled by pain, and the terrified, desperate screams of Zhang Luoling echoed. Brother Tian, help me. Lin Tian, engaged in battle with another infected leader, heard this cry, and in that instant, his deep-set eyes turned icy. An unprecedented, terrifying killing intent erupted from within him, enough to send tremors through the entire War Emperor's tomb. Tian, Long Ao. Eliminate all the riffraff here. I shall return shortly. The moment his voice fell, his figure transformed into a radiant streak of gold, capable of tearing through the fabric of time and space, hurtling towards the source of the signal. A long-simmering climax of a heroic rescue was ignited at this very moment. Chapter 67. Apologies for arriving late. In the main tomb chamber of the War Emperor's tomb, the very core of the ancient relic and the most densely polluted and perilous area, Lin Tian and his core team had just stepped into this domain when the long-dormant system prompt in his mind erupted like the most precise of navigators. Beep. Host has arrived at the final check-in location, the main tomb of the War Emperor. Proceed with check-in. Check-in, Lin Tian thought without a moment's hesitation. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a 5-star rare reward, SSS level forbidden technique. The renowned skill that enabled the War Emperor to sweep through the ancients and sever the starry rivers. Dimensional slash? Boom. A torrent of information far more profound than the God Slayer sword classic, imbued with the essence of spatial laws, surged into his mind like a cosmic sea breaking its dam. It was a terrifying means of attack that directly impacted the dimensional level, unfathomable, ignoring defenses, ignoring distance. With but a thought, one could cleave invisible dimensional rifts, severing the target along with its space, banishing them into eternal void. This was the most precious and core treasure within the War Emperor's tomb. However, just as Lin Tian immersed himself in this moment, preparing to receive the vast legacy, beep, 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 a frantic, urgent blood-red alarm, indicating the highest level of crisis, suddenly blared from the communicator on his wrist. It was an emergency distress signal from Long Shuahuang. The signal was filled with violent energy interference, the spine-chilling roars of hundreds of monsters, and the terrified, desperate screams of Zhang Luoling. Brother Tian, help me. The signal abruptly cut off. Lin Tian's deep-set eyes, which were receiving the legacy, suddenly opened wide. Two piercing, chilling glares, capable of warping space itself, flashed momentarily from his eyes. He barely had time to fully absorb the massive legacy information before he stepped forth. His figure transformed into a golden streak, ripping through space, racing towards the signal's origin. At the other end of the main tomb chamber, within a vast square filled with the corpses of countless ancient soldiers and exuding an aura of death and chaos, a desperate, hopeless struggle was unfolding. Ice Phoenix, protect! Long Shuahuang's face blanched. A trace of crimson blood at the corner of her mouth as she summoned the last vestiges of her extraordinary powers, unleashing them to their utmost limit. A towering figure, over 100 meters high, crafted entirely from ancient ice, materialized as a vivid and lifelike phantom of a frost phoenix, enveloping both her and the already terrified Jiang Luoling in its protective embrace. Outside this magnificent frost phoenix, however, lay hundreds of infection leaders, their strength rivaling that of peak A-level beings, fearlessly relentless in their assault. Their crimson eyes, brimming with an insatiable lust for bloodshed and chaos, were fixated upon this last sanctuary. Like a maddened tide of darkness, they repeatedly clawed at the seemingly indestructible crystalline shield with talons capable of rending metal armor apart. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sounds of shattering echoed incessantly, as the immense phantom of the frost phoenix became marred with a web of horrifying fissures. It seemed on the verge of collapse. Sister Xuahuang, are we going to die here? Jiang Luoling, hiding behind Long Xuahuang, gazed at the grotesque faces of the hellish creatures outside, her delicate form trembling violently, her voice trembling with the weight of despair. Silence. Long Xuahuang turned back, her eyes filled with sternness and resolve as she glared at her. A member of the Long family shall die standing, even if it is to the death. What a pitiful sight to weep and wail. Though her words were harsh, the hand that gripped Jiang Luoling's tightly, turning pale from the strain, betrayed her own inner turmoil and a flicker of fear. She knew she was nearing her limit. She was unwilling to succumb, to perish without understanding at the hands of a horde devoid of intelligence. Even more so, she could not accept the thought of dying by the insidious scheme of a conniving peer, filled with calculations and plots. By phone, she gritted her teeth, the name echoing with endless hatred in her ice-blue eyes. At that moment, boom, accompanied by a deafening roar, the protective frost phoenix finally succumbed to the ceaseless onslaught, shattering into countless sparkling ice shards that filled the sky. A cacophony of greedy and bloodthirsty roars erupted from the hundreds of infection leaders, surging towards the two beautiful maidens, now devoid of any protection, like lambs to the slaughter. The shadow of death enveloped them entirely. Yet, just as one infection leader's razor-sharp claws were about to tear through Long Xuahuang's face, filled with defiance and determination, a brilliant golden light, as if transcending the very dimensions of time and space, descended without warning to shield them. It was Lin Tian. He had arrived. Amidst the most critical, desperate, and precarious moment, he finally made his appearance. He surveyed the chaotic horde of grotesque black creatures, capable of sending shivers down the spines of even the mightiest martial emperors. Yet his handsome visage bore an expression of cold indifference. Slowly, he raised his right hand, not once casting a glance at the monstrous beings. Calmly, he unveiled the SSS level forbidden technique, dimensional slash, obtained from the sign-in system. For the very first time before the world split, there was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling special effects. Only a subtle, invisible rift in the darkness, as though light and sound themselves could be consumed, emanated from Lin Tian's form in a fan shape, vanishing in an instant. In that moment, it swept across the vast area ahead, covering thousands of square meters. Then, the entire world seemed to be muted. The hundreds of infection leaders, still clawing and charging madly, froze in their bloodthirsty motions. In an instant, their bodies were bisected by a smooth, mirror-like cut, silently cleaving them in two. There was no blood, no entrails, only a void, representing the complete erasure of existence. In one strike, merely one strike, he had severed this terrifying horde of hundreds, capable of annihilating any elite team, along with the very space they occupied, casting them into eternal oblivion. A crushing rescue. Having accomplished this, Lin Tian slowly turned around. He retracted the chilling aura that could freeze the very soul and approached the two beautiful maidens, who were utterly stunned and lost in disbelief at the miraculous scene before them. He gazed at Long Xuahuang's grievous wound, deep enough to see the bone, and a fleeting glimmer of pain and regret flickered in his profound eyes. With an unprecedented gentle tone filled with apology, he softly spoke, "I'm sorry. I'm late." Those simple words were like the warmest sunlight, instantly dispelling all the coldness, fear, and despair within Long Xuahuang's heart. She looked at this youth, who appeared as a ruthless harbinger of death to the outside world, yet was so tender and responsible within. In that moment, her heart, frozen for over a decade, melted completely. Lin Tian did not say more. He extended his hand, channeling the power of the heart of God, summoning a gentle golden holy light filled with endless life force to envelop Long Xuahuang's wound. Under Jiang Luoling's astonished and disbelieving gaze, the gaping wound visibly healed at an astonishing speed, ultimately restoring itself to perfection without leaving a single scar. After confirming that both were safe and sound, Lin Tian finally raised his head. He looked towards the direction where Bai Feng and the others had departed, a smile once again gracing his godlike face. However, this time, the smile bore no warmth, only a chilling aura that could send shivers down the spine of even the divine. Bai Feng, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible even to his own ears. It seems I underestimated you before. This chive of yours is more succulent and intriguing than I had imagined. Now then, let me personally reap you. An ultimate confrontation, ignited by a battle of wits, filled with vengeance and slaughter, was about to unfold.